Chapter 297, The White Dragon Dimension. In a vast and desolate realm, a dark crimson hue enveloped the landscape, casting a faint reddish tint upon the earth and distant mountains, reminiscent of an endless sea of blood that has stained the world, exuding an air of desolation and tragedy. This was a land besieged by invaders, once brimming with vitality and spirit. Now nearly every corner of this world was shrouded in the sinister influence of bloodthirsty malevolence, irrevocably tainted. Amidst this realm, as if on the brink of total corruption, a solitary peak resonated with a low hum, the fabric of space rippling and gradually tearing open. From within a swirling vortex, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. These two figures were none other than Jang Yun and Zi Yin, having traversed the dimensional passage to arrive at the White Dragon Dimension. Upon their descent, they ensured to create no disturbances, swiftly retracting their surrounding spiritual energy. Zi Yin extended her palm, summoning the forces of the universe to coalesce into a luminous orb. As she sensed the energy contained within, her brow furrowed slightly. The energy level of this dimension is rather low, significantly inferior to that of the Dou Qi Continent. The potential for strong beings to arise here is likely quite limited. Jang Yun, too, attuned himself to the energy levels of this realm, confirming that they were indeed far beneath those of the Dou Qi Continent. It was a known fact that one cannot cultivate a dragon in the depths of water. The larger the stage, the mightier the champions born from it. This dimension has only ever produced beings of the supreme tier. In the face of the invasion led by the Demon Emperor, it is utterly defenseless, Jang Yun remarked, noting that not every lower realm besieged by invaders was as fortunate as others, such as when the symbol ancestor descended, sacrificing himself for righteousness, or when Lin Dong, the child of destiny, appeared. Most lower realms that suffered invasions, like the White Dragon Dimension, faced a grim fate. In the vast expanse of the multiverse, the myriad worlds served as the epicenter of all existence, with countless lower realms beneath it, each exhibiting a disparity in their hierarchical strength. The peak period of the Dou Qi Continent undoubtedly marked it as one of the most formidable lower realms. The Tianxian Continent, while slightly weaker than the Dou Qi Continent, encountered the invasion of the alien demon race before reaching its pinnacle. Fortunately, the arrival of the symbol ancestor accelerated its development, introducing a cultivation system. However, despite this, although the alien demon race was ultimately vanquished, it left the realm severely weakened, necessitating a period of rebuilding. This place has suffered from the invasion of the extraterritorial malevolent beings for many years, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to transform into a foul, blood-soaked essence. Thankfully, it has not yet been completely consumed. Zi Yin grasped a thread of crimson energy that writhed in her palm, the blood-tinged demonic power lingering in the air. Having delved deeply into her studies to acquire the knowledge necessary for the birth of a dimensional core, she had become quite proficient in these concepts. After analyzing the repulsive foreign energy, Zi Yin furrowed her brow and mused, "I wonder if the Demon Emperor exists in this dimension." She has already discerned that the Demon Emperor of the Outer Evil Clan is equivalent to the Supreme Being of the vast universe. Although she has grasped some of the mysteries of the Supreme Being, she is but a novice at the threshold. In the absence of Jang Yun's intervention, relying on the power of the Dragon Phoenix, she may contend with the weakest tier of the Supreme Beings, yet ultimately, it would present a considerable predicament. Jang Yun's gaze flickered as he shook his head, saying, "It is unlikely. The essence of the lower plane only affects those below the Supreme Being. The Demon Emperor should refrain from interference." While he was aware of the circumstances in this realm, he could not divulge everything and needed Xian to explore for herself. "Xiaoyan, let us first investigate this world and see if there are any indigenous beings remaining," Xian said, her furrowed brows easing slightly as she looked at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun had no objections. Subsequently, the two of them concealed their presence, transforming into streaks of light as they shot towards the distance. To avoid drawing attention, they chose to travel at a low altitude, skirting the dense magical miasma above. As they soared through the sky, two streaks of rainbow light glided by. Within the radiance, Xian surveyed the land below, yet her brows knitted tighter. Throughout their journey, there had been not a single sound from the avian or beastly inhabitants. The entire expanse was shrouded in eerie silence, reminiscent of a realm of the dead. The Outer Evil Clan is even more ruthless than the Soul Clan. Have all the beings of this plane been slaughtered to the last? At this thought, Xian's heart burned with an intensified desire for vengeance against the Blood Evil Clan. After a prolonged flight, they finally detected some unusual auras at the foot of a mountain, where the outline of a city emerged in the distance. This city was imbued with numerous presences, some resonating with the same essence as this world, likely the indigenous inhabitants. Someone is present. Xian's eyes sparkled as she exchanged a glance with Jang Yun in an instant. Their figures shifted, appearing like phantoms above the city, their spiritual energies concealed, blending seamlessly into the void, undetectable by anyone. Hovering above the city, they surveyed the scene below, where a vibrant spectacle unfolded. Countless individuals traversed the streets, enveloped in the bustling atmosphere of urban life. However, as she observed this lively scene, Xian's expression hardened. From this apparent merriment, she sensed a disquieting undertone. The figures within the city, while exhibiting the myriad facets of life, bore pale visages, their expressions strained and marred by an underlying numbness. Though these individuals possessed a semblance of vitality, they resembled mere automatons. Suddenly, an ear-piercing wail erupted within the city, as the shrill cry pierced the air. The once bustling city descended into chaos, every inhabitant frantically turning to flee towards their abodes, the earlier smiles vanishing, replaced by palpable fear. Jie, a sharp laughter echoed through the air, and Xian turned her icy gaze towards the depths of the city. There, countless shadows bathed in blood surged forth, their shrieks piercing the silence like the descent of hawks, descending upon the terrified populace below. These figures, draped in crimson robes, bore alabaster skin, yet protruding from their mouths were two sharp fangs glinting ominously. They swooped down, extending their hands to seize the frantic souls attempting to flee, lifting them into the sky as their razor-like fangs pierced the necks of their victims. In mere moments, the bodies would wither away, thrashing desperately before being discarded like refuse once drained of their lifeblood. In that instant, Xian grasped the sinister reality. These otherworldly fiends treated the denizens of this realm as livestock, awaiting the moment their appetites would surge, unleashing carnage while relishing the despair of those who fled in terror. Damnable fiends. Her narrowed eyes glinted with fury as a delicate hand extended outward, a violet gold dragon shadow coiling around her palm, resembling a true dragon poised to strike. Roar! A furious dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, and slender dragon shadows erupted into the sky, sweeping across the land, stirring up waves of sanguine mist in there. Wake! Ah! Within the sprawling metropolis, a brilliant white light enveloped the earth, and thousands of bloodthirsty shadows screamed as they burst apart, the sky consumed by a tempest of blood mist. Yet, this chaos was soon extinguished, leaving the once echoing city in an abrupt silence. The remaining inhabitants, resigned to their fate, gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. The white light had obliterated countless bloodthirsty fiends while sparing them from harm. It was evident that Xian's mastery had grown significantly over the past 7 years. Inside the city, the survivors remained in shock, unable to comprehend that the seemingly invincible demons had been annihilated in an instant. Stiffly, they turned to witness two figures descending from the sky, gently alighting at the city's center. The Divine Lord has come to save us. In their despair, the people collapsed to the ground, trembling as if they had grasped at the last vestiges of hope. Their faces were etched with profound hopelessness, having lived lives akin to that of livestock deprived of dignity, even stripped of the right to die. Their sole purpose for survival appeared to be the endless provision of blood for the bloodthirsty fiends. Their progeny would not be spared, destined to endure a similar fate, trapped in an unending cycle of servitude. In this numbed existence, despair had long since taken root. Though they had attempted to resist, their struggles were nothing more than the feeble thrashings of ants against the overwhelming might of the bloodthirsty clan. They have despaired, wailed, and pleaded for mercy, culminating in a state of numbness that persists until today. Yet, amidst this world of indifference, Xian and Jang Yun emerged, exuding an unparalleled strength that rendered the once formidable blood-evil clan utterly powerless in their presence. In this moment, to the onlookers, Jang Yun and Xian represented the dawn of hope, capable of effortlessly vanquishing these formidable demons. Who else could they be if not the legendary celestial beings? As they observed the multitude of beings frantically bowing in reverence, it seemed they were oblivious to the pain of blood streaming from their foreheads. The physical agony paled in comparison to the torment of their souls. Witnessing this scene, Xian could not suppress a sigh. Although her arrival in the White Dragon realm was driven by ulterior motives, the sight of these wretched natives stirred her heart, leading her to grasp why the extraterritorial evil clans were the common foes of the myriad worlds. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force enveloped the crowd, lifting those who were fervently bowing. She solemnly declared, "I shall help you expel the extraterritorial evil clans." Xiao Yun, Turning to Jang Yun, her eyes reflected a hint of inquiry. Jang Yun withdrew his gaze from the heavens, shaking his head slightly. His voice resonated in Ziyan's ear. The spirit of this realm is rather elusive. After arriving in the White Dragon realm, he had been probing with his spiritual energy, sensing the essence of this world. Having once refined the essence of a realm, he was familiar with its unique vibrations. Yet, regrettably, the spirit of this realm had concealed itself deeply to avoid being tainted by darkness. Despite his extensive efforts, he had yielded no results. Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, Ziyan remained unperturbed. Years of experience as the Dragon Emperor had bestowed upon her a measure of composure, imparting the wisdom that haste yields no success. Though her progress was modest, it was nonetheless significant. At this moment, the priority was to gather intelligence on the Blood Evil clan. Although Jang Yun possessed a general understanding, he needed to delve deeper into the specifics. Through the accounts of the beings within the city, combined with Jang Yun's knowledge, they soon uncovered all there was to know about the Blood Evil clan. While the Blood Evil clan's strength did not compare to the 32 great clans, they boasted a single quasi-celestial sovereign known as the Blood Demon Emperor, who aspired to seize the essence of the realm to ascend to the level of Demon Emperor. Beneath the Blood Demon Emperor were the Blood Demon Kings and Blood Demon Generals, all possessing Earth sovereign-level strength. The power of the Blood Demon King was akin to that of the true man of Purple Cloud, surpassing the great perfection of Earth sovereigns and beginning to comprehend the celestial sovereign tier. Though the number of Blood Demon Kings was limited to 6, the ranks of Blood Demon Generals were numerous. From the populace's accounts, they learned that the mightiest being in the city was a Blood Demon General, possessing the strength of a mid-level Earth sovereign, who was regarded as a high-ranking member of the Blood Evil clan. Regrettably, he was swiftly dispatched by the furious Ziyan. Not far to the north, in another city, a Blood Demon King held dominion, commanding several Blood Demon Generals. Beyond that, they were unaware of further details. That the Blood Demon King of the Blood Evil clan resides within the city of Tianyuan, 1,000 miles away. As of now, they are likely unaware of the existence of the stronghold. Ziyan, what are your thoughts? Jang Yun inquired, casting a glance at Ziyan, for she was the most crucial element of this expedition, while he could only offer support and ultimately serve as a safety net. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyan replied solemnly, "The strength of the Blood Evil clan is formidable. Should we launch a direct assault, even I would be unable to eradicate all of them. Moreover, as you mentioned, Little Yun, the origin of the realm will not acknowledge a master unless one reaches the brink of despair. If I exhaust myself to eliminate every member of the Blood Evil clan, yet fail to earn its recognition, it would all be in vain. Thus, to gain the approval of the realm's origin, we must instill a sense of hopelessness, reaching a state where it perceives that only I can save this realm. What do you think, Little Yun?" Upon finishing her thoughts, Ziyan gazed at Jang Yun. Noticing his momentary daze, a flicker of pride danced in her eyes. After all, growth is inherent to all beings, and she had indeed managed to captivate Little Yun. "Excellent. Let us proceed according to your plan." Jang Yun quickly regained his composure and nodded, filled with a sense of admiration for Ziyan's growth. The Blood Evil clan's Blood Demon Emperor has begun to transcend to the Demon Emperor level. Once he emerges, he will undoubtedly attract the realm's origin from the White Dragon plane. However, it remains uncertain what the state of the Blood Demon Emperor is, as it has been over a century since Mu Chen's arrival. With their initial strategy established, the two transformed into a beam of radiant light, vanishing into the horizon as they journeyed toward another city, 1,000 miles away. Iron Blood City, once a revered ancient city of this realm, has now become a lair for the Blood Evil clan's domesticated beings. That on a mountain peak outside the city, two figures gradually appear at the summit, gazing towards the ancient stronghold. Chapter 298, Intelligence. Xiao Yun, there exists a formidable surge within this city, far surpassing those individuals we encountered previously. It must be the Blood Demon Kings. On the mountain peak, Ziyan gazed intently at a distant city enveloped in a torrent of sanguine energy, and softly remarked to Jang Yun beside her. The city in the distance was shrouded in a chilling aura of blood, and one could almost hear the anguished cries of countless beings within, many of whom had perished in torment. "What do you intend to do?" Jang Yun withdrew his gaze and inquired gently, looking at Ziyan. "Eliminate them." In response to Jang Yun's question, Ziyan cast a glance at the city, where the blood energy surged skyward. A frigid light flickered in her violet golden eyes as she spoke with icy determination. "Act according to your heart's desire," Jang Yun replied with a smile, his voice tender. Nodding, Ziyan let out a long, piercing cry, and from behind her, a magnificent violet golden energy dragon soared forth, charging toward the city ahead. Boldness! A furious roar erupted from within the Iron Blood City, as vast swathes of blood clouds rushed forth to collide fiercely with the violet golden dragon. At that moment, above Iron Blood City, tumultuous blood clouds rolled in, teeming with ferocious beasts, all bound by chains. Behind them, a colossal palace loomed in the clouds. Surrounding this palace were several formidable guardians of the Blood Evil clan, and at the forefront stood 4 towering figures resembling demonic gods. With their arms crossed, they cast ominous glances over the surrounding mountains, swiftly identifying Xian and Jang Yun. An overwhelming pressure emanated from their very beings. Sensing the oppressive force from the 4, Xian let out a cold snort, her body radiating a brilliant violet golden glow. Behind her, a supreme dragon phoenix seemed to traverse the void, unleashing a fierce roar toward the 4 figures. The momentum was shattered. As they felt the terrifying pressure exuded by Xian, the 4 blood demons' expressions shifted abruptly. They suddenly found it difficult to breathe, as if being scrutinized by some fearsome beast. To think we would encounter 2 individuals from the Great Thousand here. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from the palace behind them. The 4 blood demons immediately stepped back respectfully, revealing a blood-red throne from which a figure clad in a crimson robe with white hair languidly reclined. He lowered his head, his blood-red eyes emotionlessly fixed on Jang Yun and Xian, and spoke indifferently. It appears that our previously missing kin have been slain by you. Upon hearing this, Xian maintained a frosty expression and replied with a smile. I merely dispatched a few blood-sucking beasts. Her words ignited a flurry of fierce glares directed at her. The strong members of the Blood Evil clan regarded her with eyes sharp as blades, seemingly intent on tearing her apart. 2 supreme beings of the earth, arriving in this dimension without humility, yet daring to provoke my clan. They are simply courting death. A trace of contempt crossed the pallid face of the Blood Demon King. Is a clan that lacks even a demon emperor truly impressive? Upon hearing the words, Xian let out a cold laugh, gracefully lifting her jade hand, from which a magnificent purple-gold dragon-patterned spear materialized. With a delicate yet fierce tone, she declared, This shall send you beasts to your reunion. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens, and the onlookers witnessed a surge of purple-gold power dispersing the blood-red clouds above. From the boundless void emerged a colossal purple dragon, its golden eyes fixated on the members of the Blood Evil clan, radiating an aura of icy disdain. A high-level dragon clan, the Blood Demon King, upon beholding the summoned dragon, let out a shriek of despair, shuddering within. Immediately, he urged his companions behind him, Kill it. Quickly, join forces and slay her. As his words fell, the numerous members of the Blood Evil clan, suppressing their own terror, transformed into a torrent of blood light. Surging towards Xian. Boom. A vast expanse of blood light erupted from the bodies of the assailants, filling the atmosphere with the stench of blood. As the Blood Evil clan advanced, Xian regarded the 4 formidable demon generals radiating overwhelming power with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, the purple gold spear in her palm burst forth with a dazzling purple light, the dragon pattern seemingly coming to life in that moment. Kill. Accompanied by her commanding shout, the resplendent purple gold spear light expanded to an immense size, howling forth, swiftly piercing through the void. The shockwave obliterated the strong beings beyond the blood demon generals, sweeping through with an indescribable velocity. Be careful, the Blood Demon King warned urgently, as the 4 demon generals finally reacted. Their expressions twisted in horror. They unleashed a torrent of blood-red energy from within, striving to intercept the terrifying spear light. Boom. However, at the instant of contact between the spear light and the blood-red torrent, the latter was instantaneously dissolved, as the magnificent purple-gold spear light swept through relentlessly. The faces of the 4 demon generals paled, terror etched upon their features, yet they had already lost the optimal chance to escape. With the spear light's passage, their forms detonated one after another, rising as 4 clouds of blood mist. Hiss! The faint blood mist rapidly dissipated beneath the purple-gold spiritual radiance. In this confrontation, aside from the Blood Demon King, all members of the Blood Evil clan were utterly annihilated, leaving not even a trace of bone behind. You dare to slay my kin. I shall take your lives. Watching her kin turn to ash, the Blood Demon King arose from his throne, a sinister smile crossing his face. In the next moment, his eyes erupted with blood light, the surging sea of blood gathering the power from the deaths of his clan members. At that moment, the world around darkened. An endless sea of blood surged behind him, and from within this tumultuous blood sea, a colossal, blood-red demon figure, towering tens of thousands of feet, slowly rose. The immense blood shadow loomed in the sky, obscuring the sun, its overwhelming aura of bloodlust permeating the realm, exuding the might of a demonic deity. A terrifying oppression enveloped the world, beneath the crimson shadow of malevolence, as if the very heavens themselves were collapsing. gazing at the bloodthirsty Demon King. Zi Yan uttered not a word of superfluous dialogue. With a cold snort, she raised her purple-golden dragon-patterned spear, channeling her internal spiritual energy into it. Kill. The Blood Sun descends. A sinister laugh erupted as the Blood Demon King stomped his foot, causing the vast blood shadow beneath him to unleash a gaping maw, from which a torrent of blood light gushed forth, forming a colossal blood sun that soared to the heavens. Suspended in the sky, the blood sun radiated ominous light, slowly corroding everything it touched, including the city below. Boom. Accompanied by the chilling laughter of the Blood Demon King, the blood sun plummeted to the ground with the swiftness of thunder, locking onto Zi Yan as it hurtled towards her. Void divine light. Zi Yan's icy gaze remained fixed on the descending blood sunday. Her palms shifted in incantation, and the massive dragon behind her opened its maw, unleashing a purple-golden beam infused with destructive power that shot forth fiercely. Boom. The purple-golden beam instantly pierced through the blood sun, obliterating it into the void. What other tricks do you possess? After penetrating the blood moon, as the energy waves dissipated, Zi Yan was taken aback to see the Blood Demon King, after a single strike, retreating without hesitation, already 1,000 miles away from the battlefield. How dare you toy with me under the watchful eyes of my ancient void dragon? Feeling the teasing gaze of Jang Yun behind her, Zi Yan's heart swelled with indignation. A wave of shame and fury surged within her as she eyed the fleeing bloodlight. With a cold laugh, she extended her hands to tear open a rift in space and pursued the Blood Demon King. Oh! Under Jang Yun's watchful gaze, Zi Yan closed the distance in an instant, and with a simple swing of her spear and a punch, the Blood Demon King was reduced to fragments. A gleaming blood orb took flight towards the distance, containing remnants of its spirit. Think you can escape? Zi Yan scoffed, reaching out her hand to grasp the blood-colored spirit, drawing it into her palm. Did you think you had won? My kind has 5 more powerful beings, and with our Emperor, this realm is destined to fall into our hands. Unable to endure the Demon King's incessant prattle, Zi Yan ignited a purple dragon-shaped flame in her palm. And a moment later, anguished cries echoed from within the blood orb. Xiao Yun, this fellow must know many secrets. After dispatching the Blood Demon King, Zi Yan flew to Jang Yun's side, raising the blood orb and speaking softly. A Demon King indeed should possess considerable knowledge. Jang Yun nodded with a smile, and together they employed their methods to extract every secret from the creature. Ever since the invasion of the White Dragon Realm, the Blood Demon Emperor had been attempting to refine the essence of the realm within Blood Demon Mountain, the stronghold of the once mighty Holy Dragon sect. The Blood Demon clan comprises 6 Blood Demon Kings, who take turns patrolling the realms. However, at all times, 3 of them reside upon Blood Demon Mountain. It is astonishing that the indigenous inhabitants of this realm have established what they term an empire, which in reality may simply be a method for the Blood Evil clan to cultivate their livestock. At this moment, Zi Yan had comprehended the entirety of the information regarding the White Dragon Realm and could not help but gaze at Jang Yun in astonishment. We should first visit them. After all, they are the natives of this realm. Although their strength may not be of assistance, they can certainly provide us with information regarding the whereabouts of the 2 other Blood Demon Kings on patrol. Jang Yun nodded and suggested. Indeed, Zi Yan replied without hesitation, stepping forward to take Jang Yun's hand as they soared towards the distant horizon. Within the White Dragon Realm, countless figures of refugees surged past, each face etched with terror, occasionally glancing back as if fearing that demons might pursue them from behind. They all shared a common destination, the legendary sanctuary. Beyond the endless mountains, majestic cities rose, bustling with life and exuding an air of prosperity and vibrancy. The cities were interconnected by towering walls, creating the illusion of a colossal city-state stretching endlessly. Within this metropolis, the indigenous population numbered in the millions. Though it appeared to be a paradisiacal haven, it was, in fact, merely a source of sustenance cultivated by the Blood Evil clan, who annually took a portion of its inhabitants to ensure the region's peace. At the heart of the city stood a grand palace, where the high-ranking officials of the city-state convened within its great hall. Many within this assembly possessed formidable strength, some nearing the caliber of Blood Demon generals. Yet all emanated a faintly sinister aura, the hallmark of those who had been corrupted by the Blood Evil clan's power. Among them, however, was one notable exception, the figure seated upon the throne, clad in a flowing white gown that radiated a cool elegance. Her beauty was striking, her skin as fair as snow, and her figure alluringly curvaceous beneath the white fabric. Her willow-like brows bore a hint of fortitude, while her bright eyes contained a trace of authority, exuding an air of dominance. The power she radiated was on par with that of the Blood Demon generals. Unlike the others, the white-clad woman did not exude the chilling aura associated with the Blood Evil clan. Yet, she possessed a power that seemed somewhat unrefined. likely imparted to her through a method of transference rather than her own cultivation. Your Majesty, a considerable number of refugees have arrived from outside the city, claiming they were rescued by celestial beings. Such absurdity. One of her advisors exclaimed. The most pressing matter now is not the so-called deities, but how to quell the wrath of the Blood Evil Clan. Having liberated so many slaves this time, the Blood Evil Clan will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. I advise Her Majesty the Queen to return all these individuals and compensate with 5 million, in order to swiftly quell the wrath of the elders of the Blood Evil Clan. Otherwise, under their vengeful anger, our last sanctuary may be entirely reduced to ashes. This assertion holds merit, Your Majesty. The murmurs of fear among the crowd emanate from those figures imbued with the essence of the Blood Evil Clan, their eyes shimmering with a faint crimson glow. These sentiments reverberate throughout the Grand Hall, causing many high-ranking officials to turn pale, their hands clenched in apprehension. Yet they dare not voice their concerns. These individuals have long since allied themselves with the Blood Evil Clan. Not only are they formidable, but they also serve as the clan's spies. Should they oppose them, it is entirely possible that their names, along with those of their families, will appear on the next sacrificial list. The Queen, clad in white, displayed a look of sorrow, her delicate form trembling slightly as her fingertips pierced deeply into her palm. Crimson blood trickling down. Her gaze swept over the arrogant sorcerers below, yet she found herself devoid of effective recourse. Many in this world regard her as the savior of all, for she has established this haven, safeguarding millions of her citizens. Yet, she is acutely aware that she is not a savior. This sanctuary is founded upon countless innocent bones. Each year, millions of her subjects are delivered to the Blood Evil Clan, treated merely as tools for reproduction. They are but a collection of cowardly souls. I once held some admiration for you, but it is disappointing to see that you are despicable creatures. Chapter 299, Gathering at Blood Demon Mountain. Suddenly, a delicate voice pierced the air, causing the expressions of the high-ranking officials to shift as vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings for the source of the sound. How could someone have been spying here for so long without their notice? Amid the tension in the hall, ripples suddenly appeared in a certain space, and then, two slender figures materialized, gracefully descending into the grand hall. Observing the striking figures of Ziyin and Jang Yun, the assembly regarded them with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Who are you? How dare you intrude here uninvited? At that moment, an ominous-looking elder cast a dark gaze towards Jang Yun and Ziyin. A cold snort escaped Ziyin's lips, and in the next instant, a flurry of blood blossoms erupted, leaving many within the hall momentarily blinded, as all those aligned with the Blood Evil Clan fell, their heads severed from their bodies. This shocking scene rendered the onlookers momentarily dazed, staring in disbelief at the graceful figure that had retracted her weapon. The dragon-patterned spear, devoid of any bloodstains, stood firmly on the ground as Ziyin's gaze fixed upon the white-clad queen. She spoke with a calm demeanor, stating, I have already slain one Blood Demon King. I require you to ascertain the whereabouts of the remaining 2 Blood Demon Kings patrolling outside with utmost urgency. Is that agreeable? Before the formidable presence of Ziyin, who resembled a goddess of war, the queen felt a tremor of trepidation, despite sensing no discernible aura from her. The recent display had nearly stripped her of the courage to engage in conversation. Rest assured, my lady, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Excellent. Ziyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as she and Jang Yun strolled leisurely toward the rear garden of the palace. The following day, Ziyin perused the intelligence in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced up at the respectfully standing by Susu, then turned to Jang Yun and remarked, one Blood Demon King resides in the south, the other in the west. However, with my swiftness, I can traverse the entire realm within a day and eliminate them all. Once they are dealt with, I will confront the final 3 Blood Demon Kings atop Blood Demon Mountain, as well as the Blood Demon Emperor. Make your decision, Jang Yun nodded, refraining from interfering with Ziyin's resolve. With his strength, it would be trivial to vanquish the so-called Blood Evil Clan, yet he chose not to intervene. This expedition to the lower realm was part of Ziyin's path to supremacy, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not meddle excessively. Then let us depart. With resolute determination, Ziyin was quick to initiate action. My lady. At that moment, as Jang Yun and Ziyin prepared to leave, Bai Susu appeared somewhat anxious, biting her lip, as if harboring a request, her face momentarily revealing a conflict of emotions. What is it you wish to convey? Ziyin paused, curiosity piqued as she regarded Bai Susu. In response, Bai Susu's countenance transformed into one of resolve. She knelt suddenly, removed her crown, and grasped the purple sash encircling Ziyin's slender waist, giving it a gentle tug. What are you doing? Just as her garment was set to fall away, a voice filled with indignation rang out. Accompanied by a flash of purple energy that enveloped her exposed skin, leaving her entirely covered save for her head. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu's face turned pale. She looked up to meet Xian's fierce gaze and hastily bowed her head, exclaiming, "I possess nothing else, only this body, which I hope is deemed worthy. I beseech you, my lords, to impart upon us your formidable strength. Susu is willing to serve as a slave for eternity." Upon hearing Bai Susu's plea, Xian's expression softened slightly. Yet she cast an accusatory glance at the innocent Jang Yun before turning her cold gaze back to Bai Susu. "You cannot cultivate our power. The energy in this realm is too sparse to nurture spiritual strength. I understand your concerns. Once I have dealt with the Blood Evil Clan, I will refine the essence of this realm, and it will become my domain. I will establish a pathway to the vast expanse beyond, at which point everything will be resolved. Thank you, my lady." Bai Susu wept tears of joy. The transition from despair to elation was an experience that would forever be etched in her memory. You need only to remain quietly in anticipation. Ultimately, with a final remark, Xian grasped Jang Yun and tore through the fabric of space, swiftly fleeing from the scene. "Xiaoyun, you witnessed that, did you not? You must be mistaken. I did not see anything at all." "Humph. Do you truly believe I would trust you? With your soul power? Not even for a fleeting moment could you escape my discerning gaze. To avoid impeding your path to divinity, I have suppressed all my powers. I genuinely saw nothing. It is best that way. With both me and Sister Medusa here, there is little of interest for others." In the realm of the White Dragon, a majestic mountain looms, towering mightily, its base touching the earth while its summit pierces the clouds, dominating the landscape as if it were the highest point in this world. This was once the sacred site of the Holy Dragon sect, the Holy Dragon Mountain, the pinnacle of this realm, the hallowed ground. Following the Holy Dragon sect's struggle against the Blood Evil Clan, which ended in its tragic demise, the once sacred mountain has transformed into the Blood Evil Clan stronghold, now known as Blood Demon Mountain. Shrouded in a haze of crimson, the atmosphere is thick with a palpable stench of blood, casting the sky in dark red hues. Upon this colossal mountain, streams of blood red flow like rivers, with dark earth and scarlet peaks. Even the gentle breeze carries a tinge of crimson, rendering the place reminiscent of a blood-soaked battlefield. Throughout the mountain, glimmers of sanguine light occasionally emerge, each accompanied by endless wails of resentment, causing the very heavens to tremble. At this moment, deep within the heart of Blood Demon Mountain, where the air is thick with blood energy, three figures stand with their hands clasped behind their backs, their presence causing the space around them to quiver. Clad in red robes, the foremost figure has a pale visage, marked by a crimson vertical line upon his brow, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind him, two others stand with similarly fierce expressions, their gazes sweeping with an air of unbridled ferocity. The one with the vertical mark turned, speaking in a detached tone, "Someone is attacking our Blood Evil Clan. The three Blood King have perished." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two Blood Kings shifted, unable to conceal their shock. Although they had sensed something amiss prior to their arrival, the confirmation of such news still left them reeling. They had long dominated this lower realm, viewing its powerful beings as insignificant. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such a formidable adversary? Given that the cultivation system of this realm had never truly developed, it was unlikely that the indigenous inhabitants could have posed such a threat. The only plausible explanation was that information had leaked, and individuals from the vast world had arrived. The pale-faced Blood King continued coldly, his gaze intermittently fixed on the abyss. Lost in thought. Damn it, how could those from the vast world have found this place? The two other Blood Demon Kings trembled slightly, muttering under their breath. If it truly were a formidable presence from the vast world, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. They understood well that the might of such beings far surpassed that of those from this lower realm. Their power should not be underestimated. Have we ascertained their background? How many from the vast world have arrived? What is the strength of their most powerful member? As they gazed upon the leader of the Blood Demon Kings, a sense of anxiety welled within them. They had not concealed their tracks. Two individuals from the vast world had come, one male and one female. The male had not engaged, leaving his strength unknown, while the female, suspected to be of dragon lineage or possessing dragon-like abilities, was undoubtedly stronger than any of them. The three of them had perished at her hands. The pale-faced Blood Demon King narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger igniting within him. The demeanor of Jang Yun and Xian clearly indicated their contempt. They had brazenly traversed the continent, eliminating the two Blood Demon Kings without hesitation, truly an affront to their dignity. Contemplating this, he coldly remarked, "From the circumstances, it can be inferred that none among them are celestial sovereigns. Otherwise, we would not be here discussing our fate." Upon hearing this, the other two Blood Demon Kings felt a slight relief wash over them, only to be replaced by apprehension. The Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with, regardless of the realm. According to intelligence reports, after slaying Blood Ming, They had made a beeline for Blood Demon Mountain, issuing commands for all powerful members of their clan to return to Blood Demon Mountain. Since a challenge had been declared, they could not afford to turn a blind eye. The leader of the Blood Demon Kings felt a slight twitch in the vertical scar on his forehead and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke slowly, "Understood." The other two nodded in agreement. Blood Demon Mountain was crucial to their clan's millennia-long plans, and failure was not an option. After issuing their commands, the three cast their gazes towards the abyss ahead, where a sea of blood had formed, exuding a nearly tangible aura of sanguine ferocity. Within this abyssal sea of blood floated a massive blood egg, adorned with grotesque patterns, emanating an indescribable ferocity, as if it were nurturing something ominous. The three Blood Demon Kings looked upon the blood egg, their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. Within it lay the embodiment of their clan's strongest being. Already in the throes of transformation into a sovereign, we have painstakingly occupied this realm in secrecy, ensuring that no other clans are aware. With the blood of the beings in this realm, our Blood Evil Clan shall possess a true demon emperor. When the time comes, our clan will hold a position of significance among the sinister clans beyond the domain, no longer relegated to being mere cannon fodder. With over a century remaining until the Blood Emperor's emergence, we shall not allow any mistakes to occur. At that moment, as the Blood Evil Clan prepared for battle, atop a solitary peak near Blood Demon Mountain, Jang Yun and Xian stood at the summit. The former gazed towards a distant city, his eyes narrowing. The Blood Evil Clan appears to be abandoning their cities to converge upon Blood Demon Mountain. It seems they have chosen to muster their entire strength for a confrontation with us. Jang Yun regarded Xian, his tone casual as he inquired, "How do you feel? Do you possess the confidence to shatter an entire clan's might single-handedly?" Upon hearing Jang Yun's nonchalant tone, Xian could not help but feel a rush of blood, a surge of fervor igniting within her. With a slight smile, she replied, "Just you wait and see, Xiao Yun." As she chuckled softly, Xian's palm caressed a jet-black orb, the source of her assurance. Though she had yet to attain the status of a celestial sovereign, her aim was to breach the Blood Evil Clan with the strength of a quasi-celestial sovereign. Even if she could manage it, her internal spiritual energy would not permit it. However, with the Yin-Yang Qiankuan pearl bestowed by Jang Yun, all obstacles would be effortlessly overcome. This pearl was an extraordinary spiritual treasure, encapsulating a miniature world. When it descended, it felt as if an entire realm had fallen, exuding immense terror. Moreover, it served as an almost limitless reservoir of energy. With it, Xian was nearly transformed into a perpetual motion machine, capable of penetrating the entirety of the Blood Evil Clan. Just then, a flicker of surprise flashed in Jang Yun's eyes as he observed the spirited Xian, teasingly stating, "It appears that the opportunity to face an entire clan single-handedly may elude you." Xian looked at Jang Yun, puzzled, but her attention was swiftly diverted to the rear, where an abundance of powerful presences suddenly manifested, coalescing into a formidable torrent that rapidly approached. These torrents were not the forces of the Blood Evil Clan, but rather the indigenous warriors of this world, led by none other than by Susu. Judging by the scale of their gathering, it seemed that all the indigenous powers had arrived. Before long, Bai Susu stood before Jang Yun and Xian, respectfully declaring, "Great One, as you fight valiantly for our homeland, how could we remain passive bystanders? In this battle, your target is the three Blood Demon Kings, while the rest shall not burden your strength. We shall ensure that you face no interruptions." Xian furrowed her brows, scrutinizing Bai Susu and the throng behind her, and replied coolly, "You are being reckless. The Blood Evil Clan has amassed an unprecedented strength. In true combat, you would need to sacrifice your lives to withstand them." Despite Xian's indifferent tone, Bai Susu discerned the dissatisfaction within her words. Immediately, she brightened her expression and spoke with quiet determination, "Great One, our hatred for the Blood Evil Clan is beyond your imagination. Thus, even if we face total annihilation, we shall not regret it. We beseech you to grant us your permission." As Bai Susu knelt, the formidable indigenous warriors behind her also dropped to one knee, their thunderous voices resonating through the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this scene, Xian fell silent for a moment. In the eyes of these people, she saw a resolute willingness to face death. They were prepared to march towards their demise. Even if she disapproved, many would likely follow suit. Ultimately, with a heavy sigh, Xian spoke earnestly, "I cannot guarantee that each of you will return alive, but I vow to expel the Blood Evil Clan from your homeland." "Thank you, Great One," echoed countless voices, filled with reverence, as the gaze directed at Xian grew almost devout. Chapter 300, The God of War, Xian. Quietly observing this scene, Jang Yun remained silent, refraining from intervening. Indeed, had he chosen to act, these individuals would not have perished. He alone could obliterate the Blood Evil Clan. However, he abstained from such actions. With the ambition of Zi Yin to earn the recognition of the origin of the realm, he could not interfere excessively. Furthermore, at the moment when everyone knelt, he sensed an unseen power enveloping Zi Yin, a force that had manifested when she vanquished the Blood Evil clan. This time, however, it was markedly more potent. Jang Yun was all too familiar with this power. It was the force of the realm's origin. To gain the acknowledgement of the realm's origin, there are but two methods. One is to thoroughly taint this realm, as the outer evil clan did, rendering the origin powerless to resist, and thus forcibly refining it. The other method involves garnering the recognition of all beings, consolidating their collective will, which could also yield a slight possibility of refining the realm's origin. Nevertheless, the realm's origin is a sentient entity, and the yearning for freedom is an inherent instinct of all living beings. They instinctively reject being refined. Therefore, the most effective approach is to adopt a dual strategy, like Lin Dong and Mu Chun. Once it senses the threat of corruption while being bolstered by the power of the multitude, the opportunity to refine the realm's origin will significantly increase. Thus, for the sake of Zi Yin's path, he would show no mercy, nor would Zi Yin exhibit any feminine compassion. After making her decision, Zi Yin nodded toward Jang Yun, and with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the distance, followed closely by a torrent that shook the very earth beneath them. Before long, a majestic mountain appeared on the distant horizon, its towering form piercing the clouds and overseeing the realm below. Below, the indigenous people of the White Dragon realm, led by Susu, gazed upon the once sacred mountain, now tainted and bloodied, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zi Yin regarded the towering mountain, emanating an overwhelming stench of blood, within which countless figures stood ready, a haze of bloodlust pervading the air. Suddenly, 3 beams of blood light shot forth from the Blood Demon Mountain, and 3 crimson apparitions materialized in the sky, their violent blood aura surging upwards, accompanied by a chilling voice that echoed across the heavens and earth, the intent to kill palpable. Foolish rodents! I had contemplated allowing you to linger a while longer, yet you dared to trespass upon my Blood Demon Mountain. Truly, you have chosen the path of oblivion. Since you seek death, we shall grant it to you today, along with these treacherous scoundrels who dared to betray our Blood Evil clan. Do not presume that your lineage as true dragons renders you invincible. The greatness of our clan is beyond your comprehension. Today, you shall all perish, and not a single being from this realm shall escape. Before the Blood Demon Mountain, 3 Blood Demon Kings proclaimed their menacing words, a terrifying aura of blood permeating the atmosphere. The 3 figures loomed in the sky, emanating an incredibly fearsome and malevolent presence, resembling deities of destruction from afar. Behind Jang Yun and Xian, numerous indigenous people trembled at the sight of the 3 blood shadows. Years of oppression could not be resolved in a fleeting moment, and faced with the very perpetrators who had inflicted endless suffering upon them, their fear was unmistakable. Over the years, countless top-tier indigenous warriors had fallen at their hands. However, as the crowd was overwhelmed by the menacing aura of the 3 Blood Demon Kings, Xian brandished her dragon-patterned spear, and behind her, spiritual light surged like a tidal wave, enveloping half the sky and countering the ferocious presence of the 3 Blood Demon Kings. The foreign evil clan must be exterminated. Xian's beautiful eyes glinted with cold determination as she raised her spear and proclaimed loudly, "Issue the command, attack, kill," with her words echoing like a clarion call. The native practitioners of the White Dragon realm surged forth, their eyes ablaze, rushing towards the Blood Evil clan atop Blood Demon Mountain. On the mountain, the lead Blood Demon King cast a cold glare at Xian, sneering, "A mere Earth Sovereign at the peak dares to flaunt her power before me. Truly ignorant of her own insignificance. Dealing with you requires nothing more than an Earth Sovereign at the peak." With the wings of the celestial phoenix stirring behind her, Xian unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming herself into a streak of light as she charged towards the 3. Such arrogance! The eldest Blood Demon King scoffed. Why waste words on this dying wretch? Let us strike together, eliminate her first, and then offer these blood sacrifices to the blood abyss. We shall deal with them all at once. Boom! At that moment, 3 towering streams of bloodlight erupted from the 3 Blood Demon Kings, their overwhelming aura shaking the heavens and earth as the crimson winds howled, filling the atmosphere with a stench of death. Though they belittled Xian, the 3 remained cautious, leaving no openings for their opponent. The 3 Blood Demon Kings launched their assault simultaneously, creating a spectacle that shook the very foundations of the world. The 3 torrents of blood surged forth like a foul river, barreling through the void towards Xian. However, Jang Yun merely glanced and then diverted his attention. Although the 3 were of the same realm as Xian, as the Supreme Dragon Phoenix, the notion of being invincible among peers was not mere rhetoric. Challenging those beyond one's rank was a frequent occurrence. Roar. Upon witnessing this, a chilling glint flickered in Xian's violet golden dragon eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying sound of the dragon phoenix resonated from her lips. Boom. With the resounding dragon's roar, the world around them seemed to fall silent in an instant. Moments later, the expressions of the three blood demon kings began to shift. They sensed the overwhelming sonic wave descending upon them. There was no time to defend. The dragon phoenix's sound came swiftly and furiously, and in an instant, the three blood seas dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. A piercing pain penetrated deep into their souls, and the three rigid bodies froze momentarily. Then, a fountain of fresh blood erupted forth. As searing agony akin to a saw echoed in their minds, inciting an impulsive desire to tear their heads apart. Damn it, I shall devour you whole. The relentless torment in their minds nearly stripped the three of their sanity, as they gazed with extreme ferocity at the approaching Xian. Their eyes filled with a brutal, murderous intent. The breaking army dragon's claw. In response to their menacing words, Xian merely chuckled coldly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An endless stream of golden light surged behind her, rapidly coalescing in the void into a colossal golden dragon claw, measuring thousands of feet in size. Each golden scale on the claw was alive with countless golden dragons dancing wildly. Roar. A profound and ancient dragon's cry suddenly erupted throughout this realm, reverberating in the ears of the three, causing a cacophony of buzzing echoes. Break. The ancestral combat technique of the ancient dragon clan, wielded by Xian, unleashed an unimaginable power. As she uttered a low incantation, the golden dragon claw trembled violently, unleashing long streaks of golden light in the void, striking towards the three blood demon kings with lightning speed. Bang, 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 where the colossal dragon claw passed. The space of the white dragon realm could barely withstand the overwhelming pressure, manifesting as a long streak of black light high above Blood Demon Mountain. Attack together. Sensing the might of the dragon claw, the grand blood demon king dared not underestimate it. Enduring the piercing pain in their souls, he bellowed at the other two blood demon kings. Instantly, the three opened their mouths wide, and torrents of blood surged forth, transforming into a vast sea of blood that floated in the sky. Roar. Suddenly, a violent roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the sea of blood churned. In the next moment, the blood sea was torn asunder, revealing a gargantuan beast emerging from its depths. This colossal creature was entirely blood-red, exuding an overwhelming malevolence. It resembled a giant ape but bore three heads, each grotesque and fierce, akin to a hellish beast. Roar. Upon its emergence, the blood-red giant let out a thunderous roar filled with destructive fury, gazing up at the dragon claw in the sky. It inhaled deeply, condensing a massive blood-red sphere the size of several thousand feet within its maw. With a resounding explosion, it shattered the space around it, leaving a dark streak in the sky as it surged towards the dragon claw. Boom. In an instant, the two collided fiercely in midair, unleashing a terrifying storm that engulfed the realm, as thunder and lightning heralded impending doom. In the next moment, the pupils of the three blood demon kings constricted sharply, witnessing the enormous dragon claw tear through the blood-red sphere, continuing its descent with an earth-shattering momentum towards them. Curse it. Increase the energy. They roared in defiance, as more blood energies surged from their bodies, converging toward the colossal beast. Roar. The crimson behemoth seemed to sense its suppression, emitting a roar that reverberated through the air, visible sound waves cascading outward. With a mighty grasp, it extracted a colossal blood-red staff, towering at 1,000 feet from the sea of blood, and swung it down with ferocious might, shattering the very fabric of space. Grasping the blood-red staff, it stomped its foot, breaking through the heavens, transforming into a streak of sanguine light, and unleashed a terrifying strike towards the dragon claws in the sky. A malevolent aura that appeared poised to annihilate all living beings in existence. With a thunderous explosion, a tempest of spatial fury erupted through the efforts of the three. The fearsome dragon claws in the sky were finally shattered. However, before they could exhale in relief, a more terrifying surge of energy rippled from the distance. Filthy creatures, perish. At that moment, Xian's chilling laughter echoed like thunder across the heavens. Following the sound, one beheld a dazzling explosion of violet gold radiance erupting behind her, as a colossal violet gold spear took form within the brilliance. As Xian's cold laughter resounded, the spear pierced through the void, transforming into a comet of light that shot towards the trio, under the despairing gaze of the Blood Demon Kings. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Once the three Blood Demon Kings are vanquished, the Blood Beast will naturally collapse. No. The assault from Xian traversed the void with such swiftness that the Blood Demon Kings had no time to react, helplessly witnessing the spear magnifying within their pupils. With a resounding boom, accompanied by anguished cries, the three blood demon kings' bodies erupted, scattering into a shower of sanguine liquid. In the distance, Bai Susu and numerous indigenous warriors engaged in battle with the Blood Evil Clan, their hearts gripped with terror as they gazed upon Ziyan's battlefield. The energy unleashed in that arena sent shivers down their spines. Such a level of combat, should they be slightly touched, would lead to their utter obliteration. As the agonizing screams of the three blood demon kings echoed, the previously tense expressions of the onlookers transformed into ecstatic joy. Your Majesty, Lord Deity, Lord Deity, Lord Deity. Has she triumphed? A gathering of elite indigenous warriors surrounded by Susu, their disbelief directed at the purple figure, enshrouded in swirling blood mist, resembling a goddess of war. Bai Susu, equally incredulous, gazed at Ziyan, pondering whether the nightmare that had haunted them for countless days and nights was finally drawing to a close. Meanwhile, Jang Yun, who had remained at the fringes of the battlefield, cast his gaze deeper into Blood Demon Mountain, murmuring, the success or failure rests upon this moment, Blood Evil Clan. I hope you lend your strength. At this moment in the high skies, Ziyan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the surrounding void. Although she had slain the Blood Demon Kings, an instinct deep within her whispered that they had not truly perished, and a more lethal threat was slowly coiling around her heart. Simultaneously, deep within Blood Demon Mountain, amidst the blood-soaked abyss, the sanguine waters suddenly coalesced into three figures. Remarkably, the very Blood Demon Kings recently vanquished by Ziyan. Their forms appeared somewhat ethereal, clearly indicating they had sustained grievous injuries. They cast dark, troubled glances towards the mountain's exterior, gnashing their teeth in frustration as they exclaimed, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How audacious of the true Dragon Clan to thwart our grand designs. Brother, what shall we do now? Remaining here will inevitably lead to our reckoning." Indeed, brother. That woman from the Dragon Clan possesses strength surpassing even that of the Demon Emperor. She is nearly invincible. Can we escape once, let alone a second time? Upon hearing the inquiries from the other two Blood Demon Kings, the great Blood Demon King's gaze darkened, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He turned his attention towards the blood egg floating within the abyss of blood, its surface shimmering with malevolent patterns, as if the embryo within was drawing breath. Our only course of action is to hasten the emergence of our royal lineage. But brother, this is 100 years ahead of schedule. There exists an immeasurable deficit of blood essence. Then let us sacrifice our kin to fill that void. As long as our monarch is born, all will be deemed worthwhile. Should we fail, then all is lost. The great Blood Demon King's eyes glinted with determination as he spoke coldly. Hearing his chilling words, the two others felt a shiver run through them, exchanging hesitant glances. Boom. The great Blood Demon King understood their hesitation. He knew this was not the time for doubt. Without hesitation, he struck out, piercing the souls of both with his claws. Even in death, their expressions bore the weight of disbelief. Those who betray our monarch deserve death. He intoned frostily, casting a cold glance at the two before he waved his hand, transforming them into a swirling mist of blood that surged towards the massive red egg at the bottom of the abyss. After absorbing the blood essence of the two Blood Demon Kings, the egg erupted with a brilliant surge of crimson light, its aura rising sharply in a brief moment. Witnessing this, the great Blood Demon King's eyes shone with delight, yet his expression soon darkened as he gazed towards the mountain exterior, seemingly envisioning Ziyan and countless indigenous inhabitants of the White Dragon realm, a chilling malice flickering in his gaze. Wait, my monarch shall avenge us. Chapter 301. On par with the Demon Emperor. The great Blood Demon King inhaled deeply, then clenched his teeth as he unleashed a piercing howl. As his cry reverberated through the air, countless formidable members of the Blood Evil Clan emerged from the vicinity of the abyss of blood. As if compelled by an unseen force, leaping directly into the abyss with a resounding splash. Upon contact with the blood water, their bodies disintegrated, merging into the boiling crimson liquid. Outside, the Blood Demon Clan engaged in battle seemed to receive a similar command, synchronously abandoning their adversaries and surging like a tide towards the depths of Blood Demon Mountain. Splash! Splash! In no time, the blood water within the abyss erupted, with countless Blood Evil Clan warriors plunging in one after another, as an increasing number of them dissolved into blood and integrated into the abyss. The malevolent egg grew increasingly luminous, and at one moment, minute cracks began to quietly appear on its surface, outside Blood Demon Mountain. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, the Blood Evil Clan retreated into the Blood Demon Mountain, prompting an eruption of fervent cheers from the crowd. The Blood Evil Clan has withdrawn. We have emerged victorious. Long live the Divine Lord. The valiant native warriors, drenched in blood from battle, glanced at Ziyan, who had vanquished three Blood Demon Kings. and then at the retreating Blood Evil clan, unable to contain their excitement, their faces alight with ecstasy. Meanwhile, the more seasoned warriors furrowed their brows, observing the retreating members of the Blood Evil clan with a growing sense of unease. "Your Majesty, what is happening? Why has the Blood Evil clan retreated?" someone inquired. Drawing closer to Bai Susu. "I am uncertain," Bai Susu replied, shaking her head, her gaze fixed upon the sky, still focused on Xian, who was staring deep into the Blood Demon Mountain, a foreboding feeling gnawing at her heart, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, there are strong forces at play. Xian remained unmoved by the cheers below, her beautiful eyes unblinkingly fixed upon the depths of the Blood Demon Mountain. Sensing the acrid, blood-soaked aura, a fierce light flickered in her gaze as she muttered softly. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Demon Mountain, the Blood Egg in the Blood Abyss, as more and more members of the Blood Evil clan plunged into it, began to develop a multitude of cracks, within which a terrifying wave of energy was gestating. Thunderous roars reverberated. At a certain moment, the Blood Egg ceased its absorption, and a heart-stopping power erupted from the Blood Abyss. With a deafening explosion, the entire abyss was upheaved, collapsing in on itself. At the moment of the abyss's collapse, a Blood Egg soared skyward, silently hovering atop the Blood Demon Mountain. Gazing at the ominous Blood Egg, countless onlookers felt their pupils constrict sharply, the perilous aura emanating from it causing the hairs on their bodies to stand on end, as if they were on the brink of imminent peril. "At last, it has arrived, a Demon Emperor?" Xian observed the Blood Egg ahead, her delicate tongue flicking over her rosy lips, a fervent battle spirit igniting within her as she murmured to herself. In the distance, Jang Yun also turned his gaze towards the Blood Egg, sensing the aura of the Demon Emperor within it. He immediately perceived the shift in the world around him. The terrifying power of the Demon Emperor had awakened the very essence of the realm, plunging it into a state of turmoil. However, in the face of the Demon Emperor's impending threat, his instinct was to focus even more intently on Xian. Crack! With a faint sound, the eggshell finally shattered, and a pale hand emerged from within. As the hand gently grasped, the surrounding space crumbled with a resounding crash, witnessing the space effortlessly disintegrate beneath that hand. The raging spatial tempest could not harm it in the slightest. Such overwhelming might rendered the entire world momentarily still. As the eggshell fractured, a chilling wave of energy began to coalesce in the air. Boom! At that moment, a colossal crimson light beam erupted fiercely from the shell, transforming the surroundings into a realm of nothingness. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, a pale hand emerged, peeling away the shell entirely, revealing a bare youth standing within. This young man possessed a tall and slender physique, his eyes a haunting shade of red, as if a sea of blood swirled within them. His long white hair fluttered in the wind, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. Yet the aura of destruction and ferocity emanating from him caused the entire Blood Demon Mountain to tremble beneath his feet. His exquisite visage betrayed no hint of emotion, and his blood-red gaze swept across the crowd, cold and indifferent. Simultaneously, countless crimson gales howled around him, an indescribable pressure spreading like a tidal wave. Above, blood clouds converged, ultimately transforming into a torrential downpour of crimson rain, enveloping the entire world. The powerful beings of the White Dragon realm, upon witnessing the figure of the white-haired youth, began to tremble uncontrollably, the sheer terror of the oppressive force nearly causing them to lose their composure, their heels shaking so violently they almost knelt. Even Bai Susu was no exception. Although she was unaware of the extent of the youth's power, her instincts warned her that this individual possessed unparalleled strength, far surpassing that of the great Blood Demon King. A Demon Emperor. Little Yun has already slain so many Demon Emperors, and as a fellow slayer of demons, I cannot lag behind too much. If Little Yun is a slayer of demons, then I shall also take on the mantle of a demon slayer, starting with you. Perceiving the formidable aura akin to the supreme being she had encountered in the ancient heavenly palace, Xian felt little trepidation. Instead, a smile graced her lips as she envisioned how enviable it would be for her and Jang Yun to become a couple of demon slayers. At the pinnacle of Blood Demon Mountain, the white-haired youth paid no heed to his nakedness. He merely moved his lips, causing the crimson shell beneath him to transform into a stream of blood light, which he consumed entirely. Having completed this act, his blood-red eyes turned to Xian, a rich crimson glimmer flashing within them as he spoke in a calm tone. Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, my emergence may have been delayed for several decades, or even centuries. To repay you, I shall grant you a swift death. The flesh and blood of the Dragon Clan are rare treasures. Even among the 32 great clans, few have had the privilege to partake. The voice of the Blood Demon Emperor, though slightly youthful and hoarse, resonated with an utter lack of emotional fluctuation, imbued with an endless coldness. Despite his recent emergence, He had absorbed the essence of numerous kin, even compelling the great Blood Demon King to relinquish his own blood to nurture his birth, thus granting him fragments of the Blood Demon King's memories. A Demon Emperor? Allow me to experience the methods of a Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, Xian's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness, followed by an unconcerned smile. She was confident in her ability to engage in battle even against a Demon Emperor. The essence of the Dragon Clan was a rare commodity. It would be a pity to waste it. I shall forge you into an unparalleled blood slave, destined to serve my clan for eternity. The Blood Demon King fixed his gaze upon Xian, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin that sent a chill down the spine of all who beheld it. How dare you, repugnant creature? A voice imbued with authority resonated from the void, and in an instant, Xian, who had been standing in the ethereal space, transformed into a fleeting shadow, slowly dissipating. The space before the Blood Demon King began to twist unnaturally. Boom. A streak of purplish-golden light pierced through the fabric of space like a meteor, aimed squarely at the Blood Demon King's brow. Huh, a mere parlor trick. Although Xian's terrifying speed startled the Blood Demon King, he maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of confident assurance as he spoke. Great Blood Demon Palm. Just as the purplish-golden beam was about to strike his forehead, the Blood Demon King swiftly countered with a palm strike, his hand transforming into a deep crimson hue, akin to blood jade. The force of his strike howled through the air, unleashing a wave of sanguine energy that engulfed the heavens and earth. Bang! The two forces clashed in midair, and upon impact, the sky collapsed, the earth trembled, and a brilliant display of blood-red and purplish-golden light erupted, each illuminating half the celestial expanse. Where they met, it was as if the very realm had been cleaved in twain. Two formidable powers erupted forth, sending both Xian and the Blood Demon King reeling backward, each retreating several steps. In the midst of her retreat, Xian flickered, and in the next moment, she reappeared before the Blood Demon King, adorned in her purplish-golden robe. Her fingers tightened into a fist. As she struck, a resonating dragon's roar echoed, and a spectral dragon entwined her arm, amplifying the force of her punch to a cataclysmic degree. Outrageous! The Blood Demon King, having just regained his footing, was taken aback by the ferocity of Xian's assault. To his astonishment, in their first confrontation, it was he who found himself on the defensive. With a furious roar, he extended his palm, gathering blood-red energy, and hastily met Xian's punch with a forceful counter. Boom! A tempest of violent winds erupted in the sky, resembling a gale of annihilation, darkening the heavens in its wake. In the next instant, a torrent of blood surged through the air, crashing into two nearby mountains and causing them to collapse, devouring Spirit Blood River. A roar filled with unfathomable fury emanated from the abyss, as a river of crimson surged forth from the depths of the chasm. This river, drenched in a horrific sanguine aura, seemed to embody the most vile essence imaginable. Anything ensnared within its flow would be reduced to a mere puddle of blood. The blood river surged upward, racing toward Xian in the sky. As she beheld the approaching torrent, her expression hardened. The river harbored a terrifying corrosive force that, should she fall victim to it, could spell her utter ruin, even in her current state. With the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, she indeed possesses the capability to contend with the heavenly sovereign. However, she has yet to achieve the power of suppression. The earlier advantage was merely a result of her opponent's underestimation and the Dragon Phoenix's terrifying spatial talent, which temporarily created a suppressive effect. At this moment, as her adversary acclimatizes, the ensuing assault proves to be quite formidable, even for her. Nevertheless, Xian does not succumb to fear. With her hands moving swiftly, she forms a complex seal, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that reverberates through the sky. The Dragon Phoenix Bell. As Xian sweeps her sleeve, a colossal purple-gold bell descends from the heavens, shattering the void as it lands before her. Her gaze is intense as she observes the oncoming river of blood. With a resounding shout, she channels her power, the purple-gold radiance erupting from her fist. She strikes with ferocity, the blow colliding with the bell. Clang! At the moment of impact, the heavens and earth tremble, and the Blood Demon Mountain begins to crumble under the force. A massive sound wave, unleashed from the high altitude, wreaks havoc and tears through the sky. Within 1,000 miles, all boulders are reduced to ashes beneath the onslaught of the sound wave, and the ground collapses in layers. In the midst of the spectators' astonished gazes, the river of blood gradually dissipates, transforming into wisps of white smoke that vanish into the ether. How careless, Xian! From a distance, Jang Yun gazes upward, witnessing the vast expanse of the sky where, as the white smoke dissipates, a formidable mass of blood clouds gathers, casting shadows over nearly 10,000 miles. Yet, this arrival is timely enough to allow Xian to complete the final step. After retracting his gaze and sensing that Xian has exhausted her strength, He turns to Bai Su and the others, speaking softly. Rumbling. The dense blood clouds clash, and a low, eerie thunder reverberates through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of existence to shudder. At this moment, Xian finally perceives the anomaly, her expression grave as she gazes into the high heavens. Hee, only now do you realize? It is far too late. A sinister laugh echoes from the pit, revealing the blood demon sovereign emerging, his face twisted with malice as he gazes at Xian, a blood-soaked rune of malevolence floating in his palm. Blood fiend thunder. With the sovereign's voice, cold and indifferent as that of a god of destruction, it resounds throughout the firmament. Rumble. Within the tumultuous blood clouds, lightning erupts. And in the next heartbeat, countless crimson bolts descend from the sky, inundating the area where Xian stands. Each bolt of blood-red lightning carries the essence of annihilation, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble upon impact. Xian witnesses this scene, her pupils contracting slightly. Yet, there is not a trace of panic in her eyes. Within her supreme sea, an extraordinary mirror slowly surfaces, radiating an enigmatic glow. At this moment, Jang Yun silently approaches Bai Su and the others, whispering, Xian requires your assistance. Bai Su, guide everyone in performing the rites to honor heaven and earth. The sudden appearance of Jang Yun startled Bai Su and the others. Although they did not comprehend the underlying principles of his words, they solemnly nodded as they beheld Xian, who stood resilient beneath the golden bell, defying the crimson thunder. In the next moment, countless native beings from the White Dragon realm, summoned by Bai Su and her companions, joined the sacrificial ritual. An immense, intangible mental force gradually flowed towards Xian. Chapter 302, Celestial Sovereign Xian. An inexhaustible stream of mental energy surged into Xian's being, bestowing upon her a unique sensation. She promptly seated herself beneath the Dragon Phoenix bell, her eyes gently closing as an invisible wave emanated from her, expanding outward and swiftly enveloping all regions of the lower realm within mere moments. Simultaneously, a flicker of enlightenment ignited within the hearts of Bai Su and all the natives. They too settled into a meditative posture, their minds sincere and pure. As they sat in stillness, after a brief interval, radiant points of light began to rise from their foreheads, ascending into the heavens and drifting towards Xian. Xian welcomed the luminous orbs as they landed upon her form. Increasing numbers of light points ascended from distant realms, traversing space and filling the cosmos with their ethereal glow. The deluge of light eventually coalesced into a cocoon that enveloped Xian, her eyes gently closing as a surge of consciousness soared upward, propelled by the myriad wishes, plunging into the depths of the infinite void, towards the primordial chaos of the realm. At this moment, the Blood Demon Emperor also sensed Xian's anomaly, and a sudden shock coursed through him as he contemplated a certain possibility. He roared at Xian, "Stop! Cease this at once." Xian's condition reminded him of a grim reality he was reluctant to confront. The birth of the realm he had schemed for was now seeking a master. Naturally, he was unwilling. The Blood Evil clan had sacrificed dearly for this realm's embryo, and he could not stand idly by while it was usurped, especially with his assistance. True body of the Blood Emperor. A furious roar erupted from the Blood Demon Emperor, and in the next instant, a torrent of blood surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal, blood-red shadow, instilling terror that shattered the surrounding realm, transforming it into a vast black hole spanning thousands of miles. Die! The blood-red shadow howled, its crimson eyes fixed with lethal intent upon Xian. It unleashed its demonic fist, an explosion of terrifying power erupting within, intent on obliterating Xian in a single strike. Your value has reached its limit. You must not disturb Xian. Just as the shadow was about to strike, Jang Yun's figure silently appeared before it, his gaze betraying a chilling indifference. With a seemingly effortless motion, a palm was thrust forth, appearing almost weightless, devoid of any imposing aura. Yet, at the moment of its release, it felt as though the very space before it was disregarded. When the palm descended, it struck the chest of the crimson demonic figure with a resounding impact. Boom! As the hand made contact, the heavens and earth trembled violently, and the blood-red apparition, as if struck by a tremendous force, was sent hurtling backward. Amidst its anguished wails, the demonic form shattered instantaneously. Splatter! As the apparition collapsed, a stream of blood erupted forth, revealing the true form of the Blood Demon Emperor. In the briefest of moments, the Blood Demon Emperor found himself utterly at a disadvantage, lacking any means of resistance. "Who are you?" he inquired, gazing at the calm figure ahead, a hint of fear lacing his voice. He scarcely realized it himself. Just moments ago, he had nearly believed he was facing his demise. The presence of such a terrifyingly powerful being was enough to send shivers down his spine. "Who I am is of no concern to you. However, as the first Demon Emperor level adversary of Xian, it is best that you leave her to deal with you herself." Jang Yun observed the Blood Demon Emperor with an indifferent gaze. Were it not for the intent to allow Xian to deliver the final blow herself, the opponent would stand no chance of survival. He then waved his sleeve, causing the surrounding spatial energy to surge and coalesce into a diamond-shaped spatial prison, ensnaring the Blood Demon Emperor within. The sudden turn of events filled the Blood Demon Emperor with dread as he beheld the prison that confined him. He unleashed powerful punches against it, each strike causing the diamond-shaped barrier to tremble violently. Yet, no matter how ferociously he attacked, the spatial prison remained as steadfast as a mountain, instilling a sense of despair. After securing the Blood Demon Emperor, Jang Yun approached Xian, who was now with closed eyes, her aura beginning to fluctuate slightly, as if she were embodying a state of transcendence. Witnessing this, Jang Yun wore a relaxed smile, patiently awaiting Xian's successful emergence. When Xian's consciousness opened her eyes, it was as if she had entered an expanse of chaos, a realm reminiscent of the primordial creation, devoid of up or down, where even time itself seemed to slow to an almost imperceptible crawl. Following the guidance provided by Jang Yun, it was not long before, in the depths of the boundless chaos, Xian's consciousness beheld an enormous chaos sphere, approximately 1,000 feet in diameter, coming into view. This chaos sphere pulsed rhythmically, akin to a heart, and with each beat, the entirety of the chaotic realm quivered in response. As it breathed, winds and clouds converged, tides surged and receded, and the sun rose and set. This was Xian's first encounter with the embryo of a plane. However, thanks to Jang Yun's detailed explanations, it was not entirely foreign to her. Yet, the embryo of the White Dragon plane appeared somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, she observed visible strands of blood entwined upon the chaos sphere, resembling maggots clinging to a bone, rendering the chaos sphere strikingly discordant. This narrative originates from the invasion of the Blood Evil clan, which has tainted this dimension, siphoning the power of the world's essence to nurture the growth of the Blood Demon Emperor, thereby inflicting harm upon the world's essence. Now that the Blood Demon Emperor has emerged, his influence on the world's essence has intensified. For years, the Blood Evil clan has dominated this realm, nearly depleting its vital energy and essence. In order for the world's essence to swiftly restore its former glory, it must entirely eradicate the Blood Evil clan, re-establish connections with the vast universe, and summon formidable beings to heal the inflicted wounds in a short span of time. Clearly, at this juncture, Xian stands as the only option available. Xian, embodying a radiant shadow, slowly approached the essence of the world. After a brief moment, her voice resonated. World's essence. I can aid you in expelling the Blood Evil clan. However, the Blood Demon Emperor has manifested, and he is a demon sovereign. I am not his match, and I require your assistance. A low hum emanated as the essence of the world offered a modicum of response. Although it recognized Xian as a savior in the eyes of the inhabitants of the White Dragon dimension, instinctively, it harbored skepticism towards external powers. Had a native being like Bisis been in her place, the essence, having limited options, might have readily accepted amalgamation. Observing the situation, Xian solemnly declared, "The Blood Demon Emperor possesses formidable strength. I am not a being of this realm. Should danger arise, I cannot share in the fate of this world. If I were to depart, this realm would stand no chance against the Blood Demon Emperor. In such a case, this world would undoubtedly be overrun by the Blood Evil clan, and all living beings would succumb to their bloodthirst. Even you, as the essence of this realm, would not escape unscathed, eventually succumbing to the corruption of the Blood Demon Emperor, who would absorb and refine you." Her words, laden with a sense of tragedy, resonated with the essence, which became infused with chaotic light, its power undeniably strengthened, yet it remained hesitant to progress further. Recognizing the need for further persuasion, Xian earnestly stated, "If you assist me, I vow with all my heart to ensure the tranquility of this realm, dedicating my utmost efforts to reconnecting with the vast universe and restoring the essence of the White Dragon dimension. The essence of the world, birthed from the very fabric of heaven and earth, possesses the most profound sensitivity towards the authenticity of spoken words. Any insincerity or hidden intentions are inescapably perceived. Thus, upon sensing the sincerity in Xian's words, the essence of the world erupted in a magnificent chaos of light. Within this chaos, celestial melodies seemed to resonate, revealing the faint silhouettes of countless beings. Xian, witnessing this, beamed with joy, and in an inspired moment, her physical form, standing outside Blood Demon Mountain, suddenly opened its eyes, sharing a glance of excitement with Jang Yun before vanishing once more. In the next instant, she found herself amidst this chaos. With her consciousness restored to her body, she gazed with exhilaration upon the colossal sphere of chaotic light, realizing that her path to transcendence was now unveiled. Without hesitation, She pierced through the dense veil of chaotic light, seamlessly landing upon the surface of the chaotic sphere. She settled into a lotus position, her eyes gently closed. As her body gradually sank into the chaotic sphere of light, the vast and boundless force of chaos surged forth, ultimately transforming into a beam of chaotic light that slowly infused into her crown. Boom. The fervent obsession of the practitioners from the myriad realms and the malevolent clans beyond the domain towards the essence of the plane stems from the chaotic light within, which is the primordial force birthed at the inception of the realm. It is vast and profound, ranking among the pinnacle of powers even within the great thousand world. Refining it brings ineffable benefits, facilitating a smoother path toward the sacred tier in the future. This chaotic space also pertains to the domain of time. Should one refine the essence of the plane, time here would slow to an extraordinary crawl, allowing one to solidify their foundation and advance steadily. As the chaotic light continued to pour in, the spiritual energy within Xian surged at an astonishing rate. Rumble. Time seemed to stretch into a decade, yet it felt as brief as a mere second. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a peculiar sound of vibrations resonated, an otherworldly sound that, upon reverberating, caused the celestial body Xian had just condensed to tremble. Beyond the chaos, the void quaked, dark clouds billowing forth, within which black light surged, brewing an unknown mystery, continuously absorbing the chaotic light, becoming ever more profound and enigmatic. The celestial sovereign's tribulation. Xian gazed at the dark clouds, a grave expression flickering in her eyes. This was the final hurdle to transcend to the celestial sovereign, an exceedingly terrifying trial. Even those beneath the celestial sovereign, let alone true celestial sovereigns, would regard it with trepidation. However, Xian remained undaunted, possessing absolute confidence in herself, determined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Thousand alongside Jang Yun, resolutely refusing to falter here. With a whoosh, high above, the dark clouds swirled, and a stream of black water cascaded down from the heavens. Though it appeared light, upon descent, it shattered the very void beneath. The dragon phoenix's true form. Upon witnessing this, Xian's gaze sharpened, as she unleashed a dazzling explosion of violet golden light from within, transforming into a colossal dragon phoenix. With a mighty flap of her expansive wings, she surged against the flow of the black water, rising upstream. Before Blood Demon Mountain, Jang Yun's gaze pierced through layers of void, observing Xian undergoing her tribulation. There was no trace of worry in his eyes. As a dragon phoenix, Xian was of top-tier talent within the Great Thousand, deeply rooted in strength. If she were to fail the celestial sovereign's tribulation, it would imply that at least 90% of the current celestial sovereigns in the Great Thousand would be eliminated. Moreover, with the assistance of the essence of the plane, Xian smoothly transcended the celestial sovereign's thunder tribulation. Soon after, she emerged unscathed from the tribulation, and suddenly, strands of rainbow light appeared on the horizon, with a figure slowly descending from the sky, surrounded by a halo of colorful radiance, a violet silhouette flying towards Jang Yun. Xiao Yun, I have broken through. Accompanying this was the voice of the other party, filled with delight, soft and fragrant, as a pair of arms, imbued with unparalleled strength and resembling jade, encircled Jang Yun's neck, eagerly raising her softness to share her joy. As the two parted, Jang Yun gazed at the Blood Demon Emperor, ensnared before him, and softly remarked to Xian beside him, "This is your first adversary of the Demon Emperor rank. It is best you resolve it personally." "Leave it to me," Xian replied, her eyes radiating excitement as she cast a tender glance at Jang Yun before confidently stepping away from his embrace, striding towards the Blood Demon Emperor. As Xian approached, the Blood Demon Emperor, witnessing her transcendence to the supreme realm alongside the formidable Jang Yun, was engulfed by dread. It seemed he was doomed. "Blood Demon Emperor, we may now engage in a fair battle," Xian softly declared, fixing her gaze upon him. The Blood Demon Emperor's eyelids twitched, and he cast a furtive glance towards Jang Yun, inwardly seething. Is this not bullying the meek? Fair. What a farce. Taking a deep breath, the Blood Demon Emperor sought to negotiate further, addressing Xian with a somber tone. "We are of the same level now. Why must we push each other to the brink? The essence of this realm is already in your grasp, and I can lead my people away from this world." Xian, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe that is possible?" A glint of coldness flickered in the Blood Demon Emperor's eyes as he raised his head, glaring fiercely at Xian. "I merely wish to avoid mutual destruction, which is why I retreated. Yet, your repeated humiliations make me wonder if you truly believe I lack anger. If it comes to it, I shall make sure we both perish." Observing his bluster, Xian smirked mockingly. She extended her palm, pointing towards the Blood Demon Emperor, and suddenly, radiant light erupted around them. The very fabric of space before them fractured, resembling a colossal maw that aimed to devour the Blood Demon Emperor. With Xian's ascension to the Supreme Realm, the spatial talents of the ancient Void Dragon had become exceedingly formidable. Chapter 303. Testing. Gasp. Feeling the surrounding space becoming constricted, the Blood Demon Emperor inhaled sharply. With just one move, he realized he was no match for Xian. Coupled with the unparalleled threat of Jang Yun, he found no will to fight. He knew, without a doubt, that this battle would end in his defeat. Whoosh. Thus, the Blood Demon Emperor waved his sleeve, conjuring a tumultuous sea of blood that surged forth, ravaging the heavens and earth, sweeping into the spatial rifts around him, while he himself transformed into a streak of blood light, retreating rapidly. Can you escape? Xian remarked with a chilling laugh. The notion of fleeing before the ancient Void Dragon, a master of space, was sheer folly, especially as she was the unparalleled supreme dragon of the Great Thousand. The ancient Void Dragon was favored by space, and the ancient Phoenix reigned in speed, possessing the advantages of both. Xian undoubtedly excelled in swiftness. With her other hand, she reached towards the distant Blood Demon Emperor, grasping at the air. Bang! The expanse of the heavens shattered into fragments, transforming into a colossal spatial vortex spanning thousands of miles. Countless shards of space coalesced into an ethereal hand, seizing the body of the Blood Demon Emperor within its grasp. A thunderous roar erupted. An endless crimson light surged into the sky, and in the next moment, the enormous blood-red figure reformed, shattering the spatial hand and making its escape into the void. In that instant, Xian appeared before the Blood Demon Emperor as if by teleportation. Uttering not a single word, her form radiated a luminous jade glow, rendering her translucent, as if her very flesh had transformed into white jade. This was the celestial sovereign's spirit body. Once invoked, it allowed her to wield the might of the universe with but a gesture, capable of causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to quake with a mere flick of her finger. Xian unleashed her celestial sovereign's spirit body. With dragon energy swirling around her, she delicately reached out towards the Blood Demon Emperor, her seemingly gentle claw conveying an eerie force, piercing through layers of void to confront the demon's shadow, landing squarely upon its crimson chest. Boom! As the dragon claw descended, the very fabric of the universe trembled, and with a lamenting cry, the demon's form shattered once more. Blood rained from the skies, and a battered silhouette crashed to the ground below. In this brief encounter, the Blood Demon Emperor found himself utterly outmatched, unable to contend with Xian's prowess. You have forced my hand, he snarled from the depths of the pit, gazing up at the relentless Xian and the distant figure of Jang Yun, his tone ominous and venomous. Xian narrowed her eyes, gathering her spiritual light, manifesting the Dragon Slayer's sword, intent on silencing him. Suddenly, the Blood Demon Emperor bit his tongue, spewing forth a stream of vital blood that shot skyward. Within that blood, a crimson talisman materialized, and as it detonated, it obliterated the surrounding void. Invoke the demon talisman, let the demons descend, echoed his chilling voice, plunging the space into darkness. As a mysterious passageway emerged, one that led to an unknown realm, emanating an aura of profound malevolence. Upon witnessing this, Xian's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, she struck with her sword. In an instant, ripples cascaded through the air, and the Blood Demon Emperor was reduced to mere specks of crimson light, dissipating into the cosmos. What is this? After vanquishing the Blood Demon Emperor, Xian furrowed her brow, staring at the seemingly ruptured void connecting to another world, her voice tinged with confusion. That passageway connects to the outer evil clan. Jang Yun approached her side, softly elucidating, his eyes fixed upon the dimensional portal. What you witnessed was the demon talisman, a supernatural ability used by the outer evil clan. Upon hearing this, Xian was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly turned solemn. The stronghold of the foreign evil clan harbors countless formidable warriors, far surpassing a mere Blood Demon Emperor who has just ascended to the rank of Demon Emperor. However, there is no need for excessive concern. I am here. Gazing at Xian's serious demeanor, Jang Yun offered a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Xian's cascade of violet hair. Xian, unperturbed, gazed back at Jang Yun's warm smile, a bright grin blossoming on her lips. Let me test the depths of your powers. After a brief moment, Jang Yun turned his gaze toward the dark void, his eyes flickering as he murmured inwardly. Buzz. In the realm of the foreign evil clan, an unusual disturbance rippled through the fabric of existence. Subsequently, countless observers witnessed the formation of a colossal spatial vortex, a sight so familiar that it drew the attention of numerous powerful beings in this world. Gazes pierced through the void, fixating on the spatial whirlpool and the connected realm of the White Dragon. Someone has once again activated the demon summoning talisman. Oh, why do I say again? You must be confused. It was perhaps a decade ago that someone in a lower realm employed the demon summoning talisman. However, that individual acted decisively, shattering the passage before any significant intervention could occur. Ah, I see. Yet, I did not anticipate that within this brief decade, another would compel our clan to utilize the demon summoning talisman. I wonder which young scion of a clan this time. Judging by the fluctuations, it should be the Blood Evil clan. Who would have thought that even a minor clan would harbor a demon emperor? One must ponder whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. Just as a demon emperor emerges, they are forced to invoke the summoning talisman. Haha, yet since the talisman has been activated, the lower realm is now beyond their reach. Which of my fellow practitioners is interested in venturing forth to investigate? A chorus of demonic thoughts resonated throughout the realm, and ultimately, one individual could no longer contain their eagerness. Perched upon a colossal dragon bone, a towering figure shrouded in malevolent energy slowly opened its eyes. I sensed the essence of the Dragon Clan, along with that of the Phoenix Clan. It appears to be a divine beast of the grand cosmos. Allow me to explore. His gaze seemed to pierce through the very fabric of space, traversing the dimensional passage, sensing Xian in the realm of the White Dragon. A bloodthirsty glint flashing across his visage. Many demon emperors, who were keenly observing, detected the emergence of the skeletal dragon in the sky. When they sensed the identity of the being who had acted, their hearts involuntarily quaked. It is none other than the Xianlong Demon Emperor. The Dragon Clan has intervened as well. The Dragon Clan is among the 32 major clans. With his involvement, this matter appears to be devoid of uncertainty. Suddenly, just as the Xianlong Demon Emperor was about to make his move, all the top 10 ranked heavenly demon emperors within the demon domain simultaneously opened their eyes, quietly focusing on the spatial passage. Boldness indeed. Boom. As a series of urgent roars echoed, the pitch-black dimensional portal suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an enormous hand gradually emerged from within, targeting the very heart of the demonic realm. This colossal hand, radiating boundless mystical light, abruptly appeared in the sky above the demon domain. At its center, the dual energies of life and death revolved, exuding an aura of reincarnation that struck terror into the hearts of countless demon emperors. The unfortunate Xianlong Demon Emperor was utterly powerless to resist, his corporeal form shattered, leaving only a fragment of his soul to flee in panic, a look of horror still etched upon its visage. Under the watchful eyes of innumerable extraterritorial malevolent beings, the colossal hand swiftly advanced towards the 10,000 demons hall at the center of the demonic realm. Suddenly, as the gigantic hand swept across the skies of the demon realm, an immense formation was activated, attempting to impede its progress. The magical array indeed momentarily hindered the hand. But as the endless mystical light surged forth, the myriad formations were obliterated, unleashing an atmosphere of unspeakable devastation that instilled fear within the hearts of countless demons. It felt as though heaven and earth were about to shatter, the very fabric of the void seemingly melting away. What kind of formidable being was making its move? This enormous hand was truly immense, overshadowing the heavens and enveloping the universe. Demon emperors soared into the air, attempting to thwart its advance. But a terrifying scene unfolded before the eyes of the demon populace. With a thunderous impact, the hand trembled violently, and amidst the dull sound of collision, the demon emperor who had dared to strike was utterly annihilated, his flesh and blood scattering chaotically throughout the demon realm, resulting in catastrophic destruction in densely populated areas. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of countless demons, from the highest echelons to ordinary children, all trembling in fear, their souls quaking as if their very forms were on the verge of disintegration. The flesh of the demon emperor plummeted like shooting stars, and wherever it fell, blood mist dispersed, bringing calamity to densely populated regions of demons. The mere aftermath of this carnage left them obliterated, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. Such audacity. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the top-tier demon emperors finally regained their senses and sprang into action. A brilliant magical light erupted from the dark demon city, where the dark sky demon emperor resided, as an overwhelming beam of light pierced the demonic heavens, stirring a boundless tide of demonic energy. A single ray of magical light carried supreme power, descending with a thunderous force, showcasing unparalleled demonic might. Not only the dark sky demon emperor, but also the black corpse demon emperor, the sky-slaying demon emperor, and the blood sky demon emperor, all formidable entities of the extraterritorial malevolent faction, joined forces to assault the gigantic hand in the sky. Thunderous explosions reverberated through the void, accompanied by a storm-like shockwave. In the visible expanse of the void, space continuously collapsed, with even the fragments of reality unable to withstand such an impact, shattering into pieces. Truly, chaos reigned supreme. At this moment, the holy celestial demon emperor, the sole occupant of the 10,000 demon palace, gazed upon the impact in the void, unable to suppress a low chuckle. However, in the next instant, as he beheld the slowly disappearing dimensional passage, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Oh, the little insect has grown bold and seeks to overturn the heavens. I wonder if you possess the capability. How intriguing, truly intriguing, the northern region, is it? Observing the gradually healing dimensional passage, the holy celestial demon emperor turned his gaze in another direction, towards the northern region of the vast world, where the divine hall of Qi Yan, belonging to Jang Yun, is situated. Little Yun watched as Jang Yun retracted his hand. Ziyin stepped forward, grasping his palm and observing the dark red patterns within it, her eyes brimming with concern. It's nothing. I am shielded by the invulnerable technique of myriad laws. These injuries are insignificant, Jang Yun reassured Ziyin with a gentle smile. A flash of golden light emanated from his palm, and in an instant, the dark red wounds were healed. You dare to call me reckless? Look at your own rashness. Upon witnessing this, Ziyin exhaled in relief and then glanced at Jang Yun, speaking with a hint of annoyance. Haha, Jang Yun laughed at the situation. Although this venture was risky, it allowed him to gauge the strength of most of the extraterritorial evil clan's celestial demon emperors. Aside from the unengaged but formidable holy celestial demon emperor, the remaining celestial demon emperors, especially the dark celestial demon emperor and the sky-slaying celestial demon emperor, posed the greatest threat to him. Notably, the dark celestial demon emperor's prowess was likely not much inferior to that of the holy celestial demon emperor, yet due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the holy demon clan, the holy celestial demon emperor maintained his superior position. At present, Jang Yun recognized that he still fell short compared to these two, yet as long as his spiritual energy remained unexhausted, none could breach his invulnerability. Observing Jang Yun's playful demeanor, Ziyin felt somewhat exasperated, rolling her beautiful eyes at him before turning her attention to Bai Susu and the other inhabitants of the White Dragon Plain. Now that the Blood Evil clan has been eradicated, once I return to the vast world, I shall bring the White Dragon Plain beneath the Heavenly Net Continent. When the two realms are linked, the power level of the White Dragon Plain will ascend, allowing for swift rejuvenation. You will also be able to cultivate spiritual energy. Once you break the shackles of the dimensional confines, the ancient Heavenly Palace will always welcome your entry. Upon hearing this, Bai Susu and the formidable beings from the lower realms were filled with joy, immediately responding with respect, fully aware that this marked a significant opportunity for their world. With the Heavenly Net Continent as a shield, they would no longer suffer at the hands of the extraterritorial evil clan and could aspire to greater heights. Let us depart. It is time to return. After Ziyin had settled all matters, Jang Yun gently took her hand and spoke warmly. In the Maha Continent. Maha Tian surveyed the 20 or so figures radiating a terrifying aura around him, nodding in satisfaction before speaking in a deep voice. I trust you all understand who we are about to face next? There is no need for the Maha Clan leader to elaborate. Since we have accepted your invitation, we shall not retreat. Jang Yun's actions have been excessively tyrannical, driving our forces out of the Heavenly Net Continent one by one. It is utterly despicable. The dragon sculpture emperor of my clan, inexplicably influenced by some malevolent method, has become the guardian beast of the mountain, his heart ripe for destruction. Indeed, that Jang Yun, relying on his own strength, has repeatedly insulted our most ancient clan. This matter cannot be overlooked. Thus, we gather now to ensure that Jang Yun pays the price. Observing the Grand Hall, many celestial sovereigns exhibited a fervent sense of righteous indignation, while Mo Tian, with a somber expression, remarked, 3 days hence, we shall march to the Tianluo continent. Chapter 304, The Onslaught of Mo. After the celestial sovereigns of various factions departed, powerful figures began to emerge within the hall. Each one a high-ranking member of the Mo ancient clan, all without exception celestial sovereigns. At the forefront were two venerable figures, clad in black and white robes. Their hair and beards white as snow, each holding a black and a white staff. Their faces appeared exceedingly aged, yet their gazes were profoundly deep, emanating waves of energy that could alter the countenance of the many celestial sovereigns present. These two elders were indeed sacred celestial sovereigns, the pinnacle of power that suppressed the fortunes of the Mo clan. Mo Tian scanned the assembly before turning to his brother Mo Yu, inquiring, Brother, have there been any responses from the Tai Ling ancient clan or the Putuwa ancient clan? As Mo Tian posed his question, the eyes of all present were drawn to Mo Yu. Naturally, opinions regarding the deployment to the Tianluo continent were not unanimous among the elders. However, with the support of the two sacred elders and Mo Tian, the dissenters found themselves lacking a voice. Nonetheless, Jang Yun, renowned as the Demon Slayer, with a record of vanquishing the Heavenly Demon Emperor, warranted thorough preparations on Mo Tian's part. The confidence he derived from the celestial sovereigns of various factions was not his true strength. The Putuwa and Tai Ling ancient clans were his most formidable allies. Reporting to the clan leader, the Putuwa ancient clan has responded. Their grand elder will personally attend. As for the Tai Ling ancient clan, they have yet to provide a definitive reply, Mo Hu stated, stepping forward under the gaze of his peers. Mo Tian let out a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. The Tai Ling ancient clan, such cowards, are utterly unworthy of being among the 5 great clans, cowering before a mere lower realm individual. Since they refuse to take action, I shall require the second elder to accompany me. With a scornful remark, Mo Tian turned to the 2 sacred elders and spoke respectfully. Despite his disdainful words regarding Jang Yun, the latter's achievements in slaying the heavenly demon emperor were undeniable. To avoid any unforeseen setbacks, Mo Tian was thoroughly prepared. The Mo ancient clan had mobilized 2 sacred beings, alongside the ancestral artifact, the Mo Yin-Yang bottle, constituting a formidable trio of sacred combatants. Along with the grand elder of the Putuwa ancient clan, for sacred celestial sovereigns would be sufficient to confront any faction in the vast world. Jang Yun was but a lowly cultivator ascending from a mere lower realm. Even the ancient heavenly palace possessed only a handful of spiritual celestial sovereigns. How could they withstand the might of his forces? By the order of the clan leader, the second elder of the Maha ancient clan opened his murky eyes and glanced at Maha Tian, nodding slightly before clasping his hands in greeting. As warships soared from the Maha ancient clan's territory, the ominous clouds of war swiftly enveloped the Tianluo continent. On the Tianluo continent, within the ancient celestial palace, Jang Yun's doppelganger was endeavoring to sense the continent's innate power beneath his feet. The continent's power, in essence birthed from a supercontinent that has reached a certain scale, is a manifestation of profound mysteries cultivated over eons. This power not only fortifies the physical body, spiritual energy, and divine soul, but also reshapes one's roots, enhances bloodlines, establishes a flawless foundation, and even increases the likelihood of aligning with the will of heaven, thus striving for the status of heavenly sovereign. The continent's power stands as a premier resource, second only to the embryonic essence of realms, capable of aiding individuals in transcending to the rank of heavenly sovereign. Jang Yun had already bestowed his sole embryonic essence upon Xian, while among his beloveds, Medusa, the little medical fairy, and Qinglin all yearned to break through to the heavenly sovereign level. Thus the reliance upon the continent's power became paramount. Those supreme beings who have undergone the continent's baptism are referred to as the children of the continent, future reserves of peak power. Hence, the allocation of the continent's power and the title of children of the continent undoubtedly represent the most crucial strategic resources for any superpower seeking to cultivate high-level combatants. With strict control over such matters, the Tianluo continent, being one of the 10 supercontinents of the vast world, yields an even more expansive and refined continent power, steeped in antiquity. Remarkably, since the ancient era, following the collapse of the unified ancient celestial palace, the Tianluo continent has descended into fragmentation, devoid of a guiding sovereign. Amidst the checks and balances, no heavenly sovereign has graced the land, and thus, the contest for the children of the continent has not convened for nearly 50,000 years. The continent's power that has been cultivated without being consumed does not dissipate into the ether or return to the heavens. Rather, it compresses and solidifies into crystals, buried deep within the continent's bedrock. The continent's power amassed over 50 millennia on the Tianluo continent is tremendously vast, a force potent enough to draw the gaze of countless beings and capable of nurturing several heavenly sovereigns. Just as Jang Yun attempted to harness this continent power, Medusa entered the room with a solemn expression. "What troubles you?" Jang Yun inquired, noticing her demeanor. With Medusa and the others' arrival, the structure of the ancient celestial palace was finally restored, alleviating Mandala from her frantic state. As Medusa now presided over all affairs of the palace with greater authority than the palace lord himself, Maha Tian has summoned many factions you once expelled from the Tianluo continent, totaling 35 heavenly sovereigns, who now march toward the continent, demanding an explanation from you. Medusa gazed at Jang Yun. Though his doppelganger bore the same aura and visage as his true self, in her eyes, there was only one Jang Yun. Thus, her attitude towards this double remained that of a mere ordinary individual. A gathering of defeated foes, how amusing, Jang Yun remarked with a hint of amusement, his expression devoid of concern. Nevertheless, we must prepare for the impending threat. Subsequently, he concentrated an imprint in the palm of his hand and, with a swift motion, sent it flying outside the hall. Within a mere span of time, a dozen luminous figures materialized within the chamber, none other than the esteemed leaders of the ancient celestial palace. Upon their arrival, these formidable beings offered a slight bow to Jang Yun and made do before taking their respective seats. As the assembly settled, before Jang Yun could utter a word, Dou Qi spoke with a grave tone. The Maha Ancient Clan has made their presence known, demanding the return of various factions' influence on the Tianluo continent. They have even audaciously called for you to publicly apologize for your previous affront to the Maha Ancient Clan. Otherwise, they threaten to unleash their armies upon us. This matter requires your decisive judgment. Jang Yun nodded, and soon his voice resonated once more. The treasures we have acquired shall not be relinquished so easily. Moreover, the incident that transpired was due to Maha Yuji's inadequacy. It is rather absurd for them to cast blame upon me now. The Celestial Palace, since its re-establishment, has unified Tianluo and regained a semblance of its former glory. What we now require is a grand battle, and the arrival of the Maha Clan is indeed opportune. Relay the orders. Prepare for war. I shall confront the sacred beings sent by the Maha Ancient Clan, while your task is to inform our adversaries that the Tianluo continent is no longer what it once was. Here, we dictate the terms. Understood, echoed the assembled celestial sovereigns. Their eyes ablaze with fervor. They swiftly dispersed to make arrangements, mobilizing their elite forces for battle, while both earthly and celestial sovereigns readied themselves for the impending clash. The news of the Maha Ancient Clan's assault on the Tianluo continent came as a shock, yet its dissemination was astoundingly rapid. Within half a day, the tidings had spread across the vast expanse, prompting numerous factions to dispatch personnel to obtain first-hand intelligence. On this day, beneath the clear azure skies of the Tianluo continent, the fabric of space suddenly rippled, and a vortex emerged, revealing figures stepping into the air above this ancient land. Among them were numerous individuals clad in black and white robes, adorned with intricate patterns that radiated the essence of yin and yang. To a discerning observer, these patterns appeared profoundly enigmatic, seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the cosmos, possessing the power to obliterate worlds. This gathering was not limited to those in monochrome. A multitude of individuals in diverse attire amassed together, standing aloft in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the clouds overhead, causing the earth to tremble and fissures to form in its surface. Remarkably, the Maha Ancient Clan had dispatched 2 sacred beings alongside 6 celestial sovereigns, bolstered by the presence of nearly 30 celestial sovereigns from various other factions. Such a formidable assembly, particularly the 2 sacred celestial sovereigns of the Maha Ancient Clan, was indeed alarming. The combined might of so many celestial sovereigns could potentially submerge an entire continent. Truly, the ancient celestial palace was in peril. Indeed, those are the formidable beings of the Maha Ancient Clan. With the alliance of these 2 saints, even the demon King Jang Yun would find himself in a precarious situation. As the mighty forces of the Maha Ancient Clan approached, ethereal thoughts exchanged in the void. Their tones varied, some filled with astonishment, others with schadenfreude, and some laced with resentment. At the heart of the fleet, upon a colossal warship, numerous powerful beings surrounded Moko Tian and an elderly man as they made their way to the ship's bow. The presence of these 2 was awe-inspiring, transcending the realm of celestial supremacy and reaching an entirely different echelon. Where's Jang Yun? Come forth and pay your respects to the leader of the Maha Ancient Clan. At this moment, Maha Yu stepped out from the crowd, casting a provocative gaze towards the ancient heavenly palace. Such grandiosity from the Maha Ancient Clan. This is the Tianluo continent, not your Maha continent. Accompanied by mocking tones, figures began to emerge from the ancient heavenly palace. Leading them was the dragon-carving emperor, radiant with spiritual light and moving with unmatched speed. Followed closely by Ziki Junren and the ghost emperor, who were equally determined, their momentum converging to challenge the celestial supremes. Audacious, Maha Yu suddenly advanced, unleashing an attack imbued with immortal energy, while the dragon-carving emperor reacted swiftly, releasing countless golden feathers, each one a blade of intent. The 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, colliding amidst the void. The clash between Maha Yu and the dragon-carving emperor marked the beginning of a grand confrontation. The celestial supremes quickly sought their adversaries, engaging in fierce duels. The vast expanse of the Tianluo continent felt constricted under the weight of their battles. Boom! The battlefield erupted. A cold, enchanting voice rang out, as Medusa stood before the Xianlong army, commanding her forces. Although she had yet to break through to celestial supremacy, she had not been without her gains. She discovered her considerable talent in the art of battle formations, and with Jang Yun's unwavering support, along with the united spirit of the Xianlong army, she had mastered the full potential of her troops. A roar resonated, reminiscent of a lion's roar yet akin to a tiger's growl, echoing through the heavens. In the next moment, billions of warlike energies surged into the sky, coalescing into a colossal 9-colored serpent that spanned thousands of feet. This serpent, coiled and majestic, emanated a terrifying aura. Those present in the realm stared in shock at the serpent, their hearts trembling in awe. the nine-colored sky-swallowing python. To witness such a divine beast in this place, intertwined with the ancient heavenly palace, was astonishing. It was said that she was the wife of Jang Yun. Who would have imagined that within such a humble lower realm, a nine-colored sky-swallowing python could exist? This revelation would surely drive the denizens of the sky-swallowing continent into a frenzy. As the nine-color devouring python emerged, it sent waves of shock through the crowd. The seven-color devouring python family, even among the myriad divine beasts, is a formidable force, boasting a saintly powerhouse of the nine-color devouring python, a superlative entity within the grand cosmos. However, even within such a divine lineage, the bloodline of the nine-color devouring python is exceedingly rare. It is said that no new nine-color devouring python has appeared in the clan for a century. The revelation of one here would surely drive them to madness. Is it truly the nine-color devouring python? The ancient heavenly palace's possession of such a creature is unfathomable. The spectators were not the only ones astounded. Even the members of the Maha ancient clan gasped in disbelief. The divine beast clans are traditionally united. If the ancient heavenly palace has ties with them, the situation could become perilous. Roar! Just as one crisis seemed to subside, another arose. In the distance, Dou Qi transformed into a colossal purple-gold dragon, its massive form moving through the space as it shattered reality itself. With the finesse of a spiritual entity, it repelled an immortal-grade supreme being. Further away, a nine-headed celestial serpent stretched across the void, its icy green scales gleaming ominously as it stood atop the serpent's heads, its three flower-like pupils radiating intensity. The true dragon lineage. Is that the nine-headed celestial serpent? Another fearsome divine beast. Has the ancient heavenly palace disturbed the nest of divine creatures? So many divine beasts gathered here. Look over there. Someone discreetly tugged at their own gray beard, disregarding the pain. Their eyes twitching as they beheld the vast shadow of a tree looming in the arena. As expected, the crowd gasped in unison, witnessing a tree shadow towering tens of thousands of feet high. Each branch and leaf glimmered with a radiant light, imparting a sense of profound enlightenment. Chapter 305, The Maha Inyang Bottle. Wisdom, the Wisdom Reincarnation Tree? A voice of disbelief echoed, illustrating the impact of the ancient Bodhi tree's emergence on the minds of the spectators. The Bodhi tree, also known as the Wisdom Reincarnation Tree, earns its name for its ability to grant others enlightenment and insight into profound truths. In the vast cosmos, such a divine tree exists only in the Great Spirit Mountain, revered as a treasure of the Buddhist realm. Yet now, it has appeared in the ancient heavenly palace. Although it does not possess the terrifying aura of the one in Great Spirit Mountain, which has been nurtured to the level of a saintly powerhouse, this tree's energy appears to have just crossed into the spiritual grade. However, this does not diminish the crowd's yearning for its effects. Even a modicum of enlightenment could facilitate a breakthrough in their current cultivation. No matter the price, such an opportunity would be worth the sacrifice. By the way, is it still possible to join the ancient heavenly palace now? A hesitant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, causing their breaths to catch, leading to a profound silence. Each person's gaze flickered, clearly indicating that the unexpected developments had stirred their inner calculations. The chieftain urged, "We can no longer delay. The longer we wait, the more perilous the situation becomes." Observing the unexpected maneuvers of the ancient heavenly palace, an elder beside Mo Tian's side changed countenance and clasped his hands in deference. Mo Tian nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the unforeseen capabilities of the ancient heavenly palace that had astonished him, they must be decisively quelled. Exchanging a glance with the second elder clad in black, the two descended from their worship. With a thunderous roar, a vast surge of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, as if drawn by some terrifying force, causing the tides of energy in the cosmos to wildly rush towards them, forming an immeasurable ocean of spiritual power behind them, where colossal waves occasionally surged, shaking the very fabric of space. Jang Yun, if you do not make your appearance soon, I shall unleash a massacre. Against the backdrop of the spiritual ocean, the figures of Mo Tian and the elder in black appeared as formidable as demonic gods, capable of extinguishing all life with a mere gesture. The might of the sacred grade was indeed formidable. Yet, even with the two in the early stages of the sacred grade, they could not achieve this alone. At that moment, a leisurely voice resonated, and suddenly, the void split open. Jang Yun stepped forth from the rift, a gentle smile adorning his face as he regarded Mo Tian and his companion. Upon his arrival, everyone felt the overwhelming pressure that Mo Tian and his comrade had cast over the realm dissipating at an astonishing speed. Arrogance. Allow me to test your mettle, Demon King. Jang Yun's words ignited the fury within the elder in black, whose gaze sharpened as he grinned ominously. As his words fell, the space surrounding Jang Yun abruptly solidified, swiftly compressing inward. A futile test, Jang Yun remarked, lightly shaking his head. Without any visible movement, the tumultuous space, upon gathering to 100 Zhang before him, quietly returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, he possesses some means. Observing this, the second elder of the most ancient clan's expression grew markedly serious. You may attack together. With a resounding crash, a torrent of spiritual energy, as fierce as a tornado, erupted from Jang Yun's body, coalescing into two pillars of spiritual light that shot forth through the void towards the two adversaries. Arrogance. Seeing Jang Yun's intent to confront them both alone, Mo Tian and his companion were instantly enraged. Although this was part of their prearranged strategy, the difference between attacking two opponents proactively and being forced to defend against two was starkly different. In mere moments, amidst the vast expanse of the heavens, the three engaged in fierce combat over 100 times, each encounter shattering large swathes of space. With another brutal collision, the three figures were forced apart. You possess a sacred body. How can this be possible? The somewhat disheveled Mo Tian exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Jang Yun. There is nothing impossible. Your limitations do not define mine. Jang Yun stood resolutely in the void, unblemished, observing the disarrayed figures of Mo Tian and his companion. The heavens, mere mortal flesh. In the vast expanse, spiritual power reigns supreme. The second elder gazed at Mo Tian, speaking in a solemn voice. Upon hearing this, Mo Tian gradually calmed, exchanging a glance with the second elder, and then both suddenly synchronized, sweeping their sleeves. The yin-yang profound dragon slash. Immediately, two streams of spiritual energy, black and white, surged forth from their sleeves, intertwining rapidly like two colossal dragons, roaring and soaring into the air. This was originally a technique meant for one, yet now, with Mo Tian and the second elder of the Mo ancient clan, one wielding the Yin dragon and the other the Yang dragon, their similar cultivation levels and spiritual powers combined, the resulting force surpassed the sum of its parts. Condensed fire finger. Seeing this, Jang Yun leisurely flicked his finger, unleashing two brilliant flames that shot forth, exploding the black and white dragons in midair. Mo Tian, if this is all you possess, I must say I am profoundly disappointed. After detonating the yin-yang twin dragons, Jang Yun shook his head in regret, his tone laced with sorrow. Roar. The disdain in Jang Yun's eyes ignited a flame of jealousy within Mo Tian, who let out an enraged bellow. Observing Mo Tian's repeated setbacks, the second elder felt a pang of anxiety. If Mo Tian failed to defeat Jang Yun, this would undoubtedly become a lingering demon in his heart, difficult to overcome for the rest of his life. With this thought, he quietly positioned himself behind Mo Tian, intending to deliver a lethal strike to Jang Yun at a crucial moment. A violent storm of spiritual energy erupted, revealing a massive black and white silhouette amidst the tempest. A terrifying pressure rapidly spreading across the arena. The Mo infinite body. Jang Yun, I am the patriarch of the Mo ancient clan. Possessing the Mo infinite body, ranked 8th on the supreme body list, along with 36 unparalleled divine techniques, known as the Mo infinite calamity. You, a mere ascendant from a lower realm. How dare you challenge me? The dark-faced Mo Tian roared at Jang Yun, swiftly forming intricate seals with his hands. Suddenly, his supreme body clenched a colossal hand, enveloped in an endless swirl of black and white light, forming a spear 1,000 feet long. Go. Without hesitation, Mo Tian raised the spear high above his shoulder and hurled it with all his might, the penetrating energy of the black and white spear piercing through the void, swiftly entering Jang Yun's line of sight. Fire, arise! Jang Yun calmly observed the approaching black and white spear and suddenly called out. In an instant, a colossal flame giant materialized before the onlookers, its form surrounded by raging flames. Bang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the heavens and the earth, drawing the attention of all present, who witnessed the formidable black and white spear halted midair, gripped in the palm of the flame giant, unable to advance further. So close. A voice laced with mockery echoed, and soon the onlookers witnessed the fire giant's thumb press down with slight force, causing the black and white giant spear to shatter and dissolve into specks of light that vanished amidst the cosmos. A roar erupted. Ma Tian's expression darkened as he stood within Ma W Liang, his gaze ominously fixed upon the fire giant. With a single hand forming a seal, the black and white giant figure suddenly opened its enormous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Jang Yun. Accompanied by this furious bellow, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy transformed into palpable sound waves, sweeping forth at an indescribable velocity, the storm of destructive power obliterating everything in its path, even tearing the very fabric of space into nothingness. Following the long cry, Ma W Liang unleashed a tremendous black and white punch of light that surged forward, marking merely the commencement of the onslaught. As the sky flickered with black and white luminescence, the punch light, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of Ma Tian's relentless assault, Jang Yun nonchalantly commanded the fire giant to intercept each strike. The thunderous sounds reverberated continuously, the residual force of the black and white punches shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the very ground to tremble, dust swirling up to the zenith, mountains being torn asunder, and the earth riven with countless chasms plunging 100 fathoms deep, which continued to expand relentlessly. Seeing his persistent attacks yield no results, Ma Tian grew somewhat impatient. Taking a deep breath, his colossal form trembled violently, unleashing a majestic brilliance akin to a tempest, a spiritual storm surging skyward, morphing into a vast expanse of turbulent clouds in the far-off heavens. Ma Wielding Tribulation. As Ma Tian's hand seals continually transformed, the swirling forces of black and white in the distant sky writhed with fervor, swiftly coalescing into a violent tornado capable of rending all asunder. This is the true power of my clan's unparalleled divine ability. Should you fall to this strike, Jang Yun, you may take pride in your defeat. With a sudden shift of his seals, the colossal black and white tornado unfurled its fearsome maw, racing downwards to devour Jang Yun in a single, cataclysmic bite. Jang Yun gazed at the fully formed Ma Wielding Tribulation, recalling that the might exhibited by Ma Yu in the past was far inferior to what Ma Tian displayed today. Yet, it remained unworthy of fear. With a calm demeanor, he extended a slender finger, as translucent and gleaming as jade, from the voluminous sleeves of his robe, lightly piercing the air. Drops of blood cascaded from his fingertip, ultimately suspending before him. Jang Yun raised his finger, now tainted with faintly glowing blood, and swiftly traced through the void, summoning a series of profoundly enigmatic runes that materialized in the cosmos. As Jang Yun's movements quickened, a complete golden, arcane rune eventually took shape in the air. All things returned to their source. A peculiar wave erupted from the mysterious rune, an endless radiance dispersing into the vast void, its enigmatic vibrations spreading deeper into the infinite expanse. This is impossible. A frantic shout erupted as Ma Tian, in a frenzy, beheld the two black and white tornadoes raging amidst the cosmos. As the mysterious runes emanating from Jang Yun began to erupt, his prideful and unparalleled divine ability, the Maha Unlimited Calamity, visibly started to disintegrate. The atmosphere was imbued with an unsettling tranquility, a calm that sent shivers down the spine. What sort of divine ability is this? Maha Tian's bloodshot eyes fixed upon Jang Yun, reflecting a visage of sheer disbelief. It's merely a minor application of the reincarnation principle, Jang Yun remarked with satisfaction, shaking his head at Maha Tian with an air of composure. Your impatience is ill-advised, Maha Tian. Such trivial applications only serve to highlight my prowess. In battle, one must never succumb to haste, lest your heart become chaotic. At that moment, a venerable voice echoed nearby, revealing the second elder of the Maha ancient clan, who approached Maha Tian with a grave expression, gazing intently at Jang Yun. Upon hearing this, Maha Tian gradually regained his composure, his icy gaze fixed on Jang Yun, a flicker of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. He suddenly expelled a surge of vital blood, which, in conjunction with his intricate hand seals, transformed into a crimson rune. Observing Maha Tian's actions, the second elder's expression shifted dramatically. However, seeing the resolve in Maha Tian's eyes, he refrained from further comment. Having sensed Jang Yun's formidable strength during their recent skirmish, he realized that even their combined might could not guarantee victory. The only recourse left was to deploy the ancestral artifact. Damn the floating pagoda clan, where have they vanished? As the mysterious seal rapidly transformed, a massive orb of blood suspended in the void morphed into a blood-red rune, soaring skyward and disappearing into the depths of the unknown. Boom. Simultaneously, the world trembled violently. A colossal black and white beam of light shot upward from the skies above the Dou Qi Continent, shattering the celestial expanse and piercing through the fabric of reality. Where this divine pillar connected heaven and earth, the very space warped and crystallized, undergoing a profound metamorphosis into vast liquid forms that resembled a transparent ocean. Within the beam, intertwining shades of black and white coalesced, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a jade vial, manifesting in both hues. As this black and white vial emerged, the entire realm seemed to transform into a duality of colors, reminiscent of the convergence of yin and yang. An indescribable might emanated from the phantom of the black and white vial, as if it bore the weight of ancient epics, having endured the passage of countless ages. The black and white light suffused the cosmos, birthing unfathomable mysteries, as the entire world appeared to dissolve into these two colors. In the territory of the ancient heavenly palace, Night and day seemed to be upturned and disordered by the forces of yin and yang. This power was nearly transformative, and at that moment, the combatants engaged in fierce battle above the Tianluo continent, along with the pinnacle experts of the myriad realms who had been observing this confrontation. Since the terrifying shift in the atmosphere, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes wide with trepidation as they beheld the archaic jade vial suspended within the central nexus of the black and white beam. That is the sacred artifact of the Mo ancient clan, the Mo Yin-Yang vase. The Mo Yin-Yang vase is not to be wielded lightly. Has the Mo ancient clan truly resolved to reveal their profound heritage? They have compelled Mo Tian to summon the Mo Yin-Yang vase, which only serves to highlight the terror that is Jang Yun. Chapter 306, 1 against 2. The Mo Yin-Yang vase, the most potent sacred artifact of the Mo ancient clan, stands alongside the ancestral tower of the Futu ancient clan and the Tai Ling ancient diagram of the Tai Ling ancient clan, each a paragon among the unparalleled sacred treasures. This protective artifact has been passed down through the Mo ancient clan for an unfathomable duration, its might formidable enough to contend with a supreme being of sacred rank. In ancient times, the Mo Yin-Yang vase, like the Futu ancestral tower, boasted a legacy of subduing the heavenly demon emperor, a crucial aspect of its illustrious reputation. Such a sacred object serves as a guardian for the continuation of a race, and each invocation depletes its inherent power. Thus it is seldom employed unless under dire circumstances, with strict regulations across clans dictating its use only in times of life and death. It is precisely for this reason that when they witnessed Mo Tian summoning this illustrious Mo Yin-Yang vase without hesitation, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. It was evident that Mo Tian had made a resolute decision. Whoosh! The energies of black and white surged through the heavens and the earth, as if the interplay of yin and yang birthed boundless mysteries, transforming the entire realm into a tapestry of monochrome. The gazes of the pinnacle powerhouses were filled with trepidation as they beheld the black and white jade vase suspended amidst the swirling energies. The power emanating from it even caused the supreme beings to tremble. Medusa, the little medical sage, Mandala, and others found their expressions gravely solemn. After all, the Mo Yin-Yang vase is renowned, a treasure of the Mo ancient clan, possessing boundless power and a history of subduing supreme beings of sacred rank. Despite their confidence in Jang Yun, the moment the Mo Yin-Yang vase emerged, an involuntary worry crept into their hearts. Mo Tian has truly lost his mind. Outside the battlefield, a voice resonated lowly, prompting a wave of nods from the onlookers. Jang Yun, this is the ancestral artifact of our clan, which has subdued countless formidable foes over the millennia. Today, you shall be no exception. Prepare to meet your demise. Mo Tian's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed upon Jang Yun. With a disdainful huff, he formed a seal with one hand, causing the Mo Yin-Yang vase to tilt slowly in the high skies. From its opening, streams of black and white light cascaded forth. This black and white light, an embodiment of extremely pure spiritual energy, one yin and one yang, was both scorching and frigid. As they intertwined, they manifested numerous profound mysteries, and upon descending, any earthly spiritual energy that came into contact with it was transformed into shades of black and white. You possess a sacred, unparalleled artifact. Do you think I lack one? With an expression of tranquil composure, Jang Yun gazed upon the descending torrent. A gentle grasp in the void summoned forth a crystalline longsword into his palm, the heavenly emperor's sword. Through Jang Yun's utmost efforts, this weapon had been restored to its pinnacle, now classified among the unparalleled sacred artifacts of the highest caliber. The sight of the longsword in Jang Yun's hand cast a shadow over Mo Tian's countenance. He was well aware of the legendary sword from ancient times, the emperor's personal blade, recognized as a treasure of comparable quality to his own Mo Yin-Yang vase. The distinction between the heavenly emperor's sword and the Mo Yin-Yang vase lay solely in the accumulation of time and legacy. While it had yet to give birth to an entity of consciousness, its power remained formidable. After all, a sword is an instrument of slaughter, and the lethality of a sacred-grade sword of such caliber is unimaginable. What does it matter if you possess the heavenly emperor's sword? Our ancestral artifact has been refined over tens of thousands of years and is already imbued with spirit. You cannot hope to shake it. Commanding the sacred artifact of his clan, Mo Tian felt an unprecedented surge of strength, his confidence soaring as he bellowed fiercely, "Die!" The tumultuous black and white ocean surged, unleashing colossal waves that descended upon Jang Yun like an overwhelming tide. Under the relentless torrent of this duality, even a mighty sacred being could suffer grievous harm. From all things, life springs forth, ever enduring. Jang Yun swept his hand, unleashing a cascade of sword light. Countless beams of sword energy intertwined, forming a continuous river of sword chi that surged forth like cataclysmic tidal waves, counteracting the black and white torrent with unparalleled might. Boom. The clash between the black and white flood and the river of sword chi ignited a cataclysmic confrontation, causing the very heavens to tremble violently. A massive energy storm swept across the cosmos, rendering the celestial domain devoid of substance for thousands of miles around. The potent sword chi, embodying destruction, now seemed imbued with an uncanny vitality. Yet, none dared to test the ferocity of the sword energy. At this moment, the realm of sword chi collided with the dual-hued spiritual sea, battling fiercely as if they were sentient beasts, annihilating, then regenerating, in an endless cycle. There were no other colors in the world. Cursing as he witnessed his Mo Inyang vase proving ineffective against Jang Yun, Mo Tian's expression twisted into one of rage. He turned and shouted, "Second Elder, lend me your strength." Understood. At this critical juncture, even the Second Elder could not withdraw, for to do so would render the Mo ancient clan a laughingstock throughout the vast realm, serving as mere stepping stones for Jang Yun's ascent. The Inyang grinding world disc. Both Mo Tian and the Second Elder of the Mo ancient clan unleashed their powers simultaneously. Sharing similar attributes in their spiritual energies, they commanded the Mo Inyang vase together, releasing an even mightier torrent of black and white energy that transformed into a colossal grinding disc suspended in the sky, resembling a world-destroying mechanism. The black and white grinding disc descended upon Jang Yun, causing the surrounding space to fracture and crumble. The mountains below were simultaneously ground to dust, as if they had never existed in this world. The sheer terror of this power sent shivers down one's spine. Mo Tian, do you believe victory is assured? Jang Yun, locked in by the black and white grinding disc, gazed at Mo Tian and his companion with neither joy nor sorrow. Then, with a swift motion of his right hand, a continuously spinning pure white fire lotus manifested in their sight. The fire lotus, pristine in its whiteness, upon closer inspection, revealed countless flames within its core, each embodying distinct laws of power, born from the will of heaven and earth. Their might was formidable, now offered as sustenance to the seemingly imperial white flame. The extent of its power was immeasurable. An indescribable wave of energy radiated from the towering fire lotus, causing numerous powerful beings to change countenance. As he regarded the slowly rotating fire lotus and the astonishing waves emanating from it, Mo Tian felt a chilling sense of crisis surge within him, his heart racing with trepidation. The undying sacred flame purifies the world. Jang Yun raised his gaze, observing the increasingly grave expressions of Mo Tian and his companion. Speaking in a gentle tone, he then lightly pointed his long finger into the void, sending the white fire lotus hurtling towards the descending Inyang grinding disc, where it gradually unfurled, releasing waves of destruction. Boom! Beneath the Inyang grinding disc, the colossal fire lotus surged forth, its petals spreading wide. At the moment of contact, the fire lotus reached its zenith, and an overwhelming force of annihilation was unleashed. Rumbling. An endless expanse of flames erupted. Akin to millions of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, the violent inferno engulfing the void. The deafening sound of the explosion resonated, shaking the entire Tianluo continent. As scorching shockwaves swept through, even from a great distance, causing countless powerful beings to feel their bodies on the brink of incineration. Streams of spiritual light ascended from the bodies of both sides' formidable warriors, desperately resisting the cataclysmic heat. Buzz! The fire lotus blossomed, its destructive temperature mercilessly eroding the Inyang grinding disc. In that moment, the grinding disc retaliated. Mo Tian and the Second Elder, their eyes wide with fury, exerted all their strength to control the Mo Inyang bottle, amplifying the Inyang energy. With this reinforcement, the black and white radiance of the grinding disc surged. As countless Inyang energies collided with the oncoming violent flames, both sides began to erode each other in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. In the void, it was as if fireworks had erupted, the clash of these two immense powers producing a brilliance that even the highest celestial beings dared not gaze upon directly, opting instead to avert their eyes slightly. The continuous explosions echoed through the void, each ripple of energy sending shivers down the spines of the top-tier warriors, while space itself became riddled with countless wounds under this mutual erosion. Utter nonsense. In the midst of the turmoil, the Second Elder of the Mo ancient clan, exerting his spiritual energy into the Mo Inyang bottle, could not suppress the fiery lotus, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed into the void. If you dare to deceive the Mo ancient clan, then rest assured, if I suffer, you shall not find peace either. The crowd gasped at the Elder's proclamation. Were there still formidable beings lurking nearby? Indeed, it was the Grand Elder of the Futua ancient clan. a renowned mid-stage saint-level powerhouse who presided over the ancestral tower of the Futuo ancient clan, proving to be an even more challenging adversary than the duo of Mo Tian. Had this esteemed figure also arrived? Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of spiritual light erupted from the horizon, transforming into a colossal black and white wheel of light above the Tianluo continent, with the two colors intertwining as if emanating a destructive force. In the next moment, the black and white wheel rotated, unleashing a terrifying beam of annihilation towards the point of clash between the fiery lotus and the yin-yang grinding disk. Initially, the two forces were locked in a fierce standoff. However, the arrival of this third formidable power signaled a cataclysmic explosion. The reverberations of destruction persisted for several minutes, gradually fading away. As the dust settled, the onlookers turned their gazes to a white-clad elder who appeared from an unknown origin. His presence radiated an imposing aura, surpassing even that of Mo Tian and the second elder of the Mo ancient clan. It was none other than Futuo Xian, the grand elder of the Futuo ancient clan. Futuo Xian, I thought you had lost your way, remarked the second elder of the Mo ancient clan, who had ceased channeling his spiritual energy, with a tone laced with mockery. How could such a powerful sage possibly lose their way? Futuo Xian, observing the battlefield, furrowed his brow slightly. He could hardly retort to the elder's scorn, for while there were reasons for his delay, he nonetheless arrived late. Are you also intending to intervene in this matter? Futuo Xian, Jang Yun inquired, gazing at the elder with a calm expression as he contemplated the unexpected arrival of Futuo Xian. With his presence, the dynamics of the battle had become enigmatic. Both parties on the battlefield paused, eyeing each other warily. Jang Yun, I had no intention of offending you. If you return the ancestral legacy of my clan, the 8 parts of Futuo, I shall withdraw and refrain from further involvement, Futuo Xian declared, surveying the surroundings and noting the numerous celestial sovereigns and pre-celestial sovereigns behind Jang Yun, inwardly astonished at the rapid development of this ancient celestial palace within mere years. If this situation could not be resolved by the complete annihilation of Jang Yun, especially with the addition of the Qian Divine Palace to the north, Jang Yun's power would surpass that of the Futuo ancient clan, a truly alarming prospect. The 8 parts of Futuo are in my possession. I have already conveyed this message through the Xianzun elder of the Futuo ancient clan. Is the Grand Elder seeking a dialogue here? Jang Yun's gaze remained deep, his expression neutral as he posed the question to Futuo Xian. Upon hearing this, the countenance of Futuo Xian slightly furrowed, and he soon spoke with an air of indifference. The 8 parts of the Futuo are the divine legacy of my clan. If you refuse to surrender them today, I shall have no choice but to wield my power against you. With this profound declaration, a tempest surged through the heavens and earth, thunder roaring as if heralding an apocalyptic calamity, the atmosphere charged with an overwhelming presence. The fury of the sacred artifact could obliterate the very skies. The numerous celestial sovereigns present felt the oppressive force bearing down upon them, their expressions turning grave and filled with reverence. The sacred artifact represented the pinnacle of the vast universe, and Futuo Xian, a formidable force among the sacred ranks, was no weakling. As a mid-stage sacred being, his emergence could indeed shake the world. Beside Jang Yun, Medusa, and the others sensed the pressure emanating from Futuo Xian, their faces reflecting a hint of solemnity. Futuo Xian was a more powerful entity than the two from Mo Tian, and with his command over the Futuo ancient clan and the Futuo Tower, his involvement would undoubtedly sway the tide of battle overwhelmingly. Feeling the fierce winds approaching, Jang Yun frowned, acutely aware that he was not in his true form. The innate divine abilities of the 9 divine meridians, impervious to all methods, could not be manifested through their alternate forms, marking a significant regret for the trio. Nonetheless, even in their alternate states, there might remain formidable, albeit lacking the unrestrained confidence of their true selves. Suddenly, in the next moment, he seemed to sense something, his furrowed brow relaxing as a subtle smile played upon his lips. The Futuo ancient clan and the Mo ancient clan truly possess great audacity. Taking advantage of my absence to unite against me, do they think the ancient heavenly palace lacks defenders? Just as tensions escalated among the crowd, a chilling laughter resonated, accompanied by a serene yet frigid voice that reverberated through the realm, effortlessly dissipating Futuo Xian's overwhelming aura. Chapter 307. Jang Yun's Strength. Is that Jang Yun's voice? But isn't he here? I understand now. In ancient times, the Heavenly Emperor possessed a grand technique, one chi transforming into 3 purities. There were rumors that Jang Yun had received the Emperor's legacy, and it appears to be true. If that is the case, the North's Qian Divine Palace is also a manifestation. What a remarkable strategy. With one avatar in the Qian Divine Palace and another in the ancient Heavenly Palace, he effortlessly controls 2 supercontinents. What a remarkable plan. It is said that one Qi transforming into 3 purities can produce 2 avatars possessing the same strength as the original. I once thought this to be mere legend, but seeing it today confirms its authenticity. With this, Jang Yun's already formidable power, complemented by 2 interconnected avatars, leaves no opponent in the vast world. Upon hearing Jang Yun's voice, various divine thoughts in the void began to converse, quickly piecing together the entire truth. However, this revelation caused many to draw in a sharp breath. Simultaneously, the expressions of Mo Tian and Futu Xian turned grim. For Jang Yun had yet to reveal his mastery of one Qi transforming into 3 purities before them. Moreover, this grand technique was known only to the Heavenly Emperor and himself, the former having perished long ago in ancient times. The masses have only heard of the one Qi transforming 3 purities, yet have never witnessed it. Compounded by the terrifying strength of this avatar, they thought little of it. Unbeknownst to them, after a prolonged battle, this figure before them was merely an incarnation. If such a formidable avatar exists, what might one expect from the arrival of the true form? Together, who among those present could withstand their combined might? Meanwhile, the ancient celestial palace's denizens displayed expressions of joy, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld Jang Yun and Zi Yin stepping forth from the void. You have arrived. My task is complete. After such a strenuous battle, I shall take a moment to rest. Upon seeing Jang Yun, his second form broke into a smile, yawning and stretching lazily, before transforming into shimmering spiritual light and merging into Jang Yun's being. He patted Zi Yin on the shoulder, and she, understanding his cue, swiftly appeared before Medusa and the others, calmly observing the forces of the Mo ancient clan. Now a spirit-level heavenly sovereign, she wielded the formidable power of her dragon phoenix body, capable of dominating the spirit-level battlefield. Even against an immortal-level heavenly sovereign, her exceptional spatial talents would ensure her invincibility. At times, mastery of spatial forces defies logic. As Zi Yin departed, Jang Yun quietly regarded Mo Tian, Futuxuan, and the 2 elders of the Mo ancient clan. Speaking with indifference, Elder Futuxuan, I have previously conveyed to your clan Xianzun that I harbor no intentions of claiming the 8 parts of the stupa for myself. We could sit down and discuss matters. However, I did not anticipate your arrival at this juncture. Are you certain you wish to negotiate with me here? Gazing into Jang Yun's calm eyes, Futuxuan hesitated momentarily. Yet, casting a glance at Mo Tian and the others beside him reignited the pride of the ancient clan within him. Observing Jang Yun's dispassionate demeanor, he steadied himself and stated solemnly, the 8 parts of the stupa are an essential legacy of my Futuxu ancient clan and shall not be allowed to flow outside. Moreover, Jang Yun, you previously injured our clan's Xianzun elder. Should you not provide an explanation for this matter? Indeed, Jang Yun, your actions have been tyrannical. Not only have you claimed the 8 parts of the stupa, but you have also harmed the Xianzun elder of the Futuxu ancient clan and injured our Moyu. You ought to furnish us with an explanation. Mo Tian interjected, standing resolutely with Futuxuan. An explanation? Jang Yun's gaze dipped, a hint of a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he bellowed, I shall provide it to you at once. With that, Jang Yun stood suspended in midair, his expression unperturbed. His eyes, slightly cold, fixed on Futuxuan and the 2 others. Then suddenly, he flicked his fingers. A slender flame shot forth, hurtling toward them. Boom. The fire erupted forth, as if it had entered a cauldron of oil, instantly transforming into a raging sea of flames that surged toward the trio. Bold move. Witnessing Jang Yun's assault, Futuxuan shouted defiantly. His robes billowed dramatically as he swiftly rotated his hands, summoning boundless spiritual light that erupted with overwhelming force, vast and endless. Boom. In the next moment, an infinite radiance erupted from the palm of the floating tower, transforming above into a colossal wheel of black and white light. The intertwining hues exuded an aura of destruction. Following this, the black and white wheel surged skyward, directly crashing toward the sea of flames. The impact was deafening, akin to the earth trembling and mountains shaking, as space itself collapsed in fragments, resembling a swirling black hole. Trivial skills, the floating tower sneered, observing the sea of flames being shattered by the wheel of black and white light. With a flick of his hands, another massive wheel of black and white emerged, soaring into the sky, hurtling toward Jang Yun at an astonishing speed, its swirling colors seeming capable of shredding everything in existence. Unassailable, Jang Yun coldly regarded the oncoming wheel of black and white light, letting out a hearty laugh as an aura of profound light gradually emanated from his body. He stepped into the void, darting toward the floating tower, entirely disregarding the formidable attack. This is impossible, gasps echoed in disbelief. In front of the powerful beings of the vast world, Jang Yun revealed the invincible nature of his prowess. as the raging black and white spiritual energy failed to inflict any harm upon him. He tore through the black and white wheel, swiftly approaching the three individuals. I refuse to believe such divine power exists, the floating tower declared, his brow furrowing, fury igniting in his eyes. He clasped his hands and suddenly formed a seal, causing the black and white wheel above him to swell dramatically, expanding in an instant to a size of several thousand zhang. The colors twirled as if two azure dragons entwined, radiating power sufficient to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The world transformed into shades of black and white, an endless flow of yin and yang energy converging in the sky, causing the void to tremble, as if on the brink of destruction. A terrifying aura rushed forth, as the black and white energy overwhelmed the void, shattering it into fragments, leaving behind an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Ha! Watch as I shatter your wheel. Jang Yun laughed heartily, boldly charging into the heart of the black and white wheel, where it seemed like the apocalypse had arrived. Enveloped in dual shades of black and white, the relentless black and white spiritual energy lashed against him like a tempest. The scorching yang energy and the chilling yin energy wreaked havoc, likely enough to strip any ordinary celestial being of their strength in an instant. Yet, strangely, an enigmatic light emanated from Jang Yun. Whenever the storm approached him, it was dissipated by an uncanny force. This is impossible. The floating tower shouted in disbelief upon witnessing his own divine power fail to harm Jang Yun. The other powerful beings, unable to comprehend the scene before them, rubbed their eyes repeatedly to confirm their sight. Open for me. In a world of black and white, Jang Yun broke into a smile, suddenly unleashing a punch that rivaled the might of divine beasts. The black and white realm twisted dramatically, and with a resounding crash, it shattered completely. Meanwhile, in the external world, floating pagoda Xian, Mo Tian, and the second elder were taken aback. Whoosh! The void distorted, and Jang Yun's unscathed figure swiftly appeared before the three, a fierce gust of wind rushing towards them. With no time to ponder, they instinctively raised their spiritual shields, but in the next moment, Jang Yun's furious assault struck them. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the four had clashed countless times, with onlookers astonished by the battle high above in the sky, where four enormous avatars, each towering tens of thousands of feet, unleashed their power. The terrifying winds, laden with overwhelming spiritual energy, wreaked havoc across the realm, causing the void to shatter inch by inch. What was truly shocking was that it was floating pagoda Xian and his companions who found themselves at a disadvantage. Jang Yun's enigmatic avatar radiated an aura of life and death. Had the spectators not witnessed the undying sovereign's immortal form, they might have believed Jang Yun to be a guardian of the lineage. An even more mysterious force rendered their spiritual attacks ineffective. For the first time, the heavenly sovereigns of the vast world felt the might of invulnerability. Yin-yang slaughter. An endless stream of black and white spiritual energy converged into a singular point, forming a sphere exuding an overwhelming heaviness, which then began to expand uncontrollably, ultimately becoming a black hole capable of devouring all. Even light that drew near was entirely consumed by this void, heavy and oppressive, devoid of malice, yet overwhelmingly suffocating. Useless, useless, Jang Yun roared, the dragon's soul howling from his left hand as he hurled a punch towards floating pagoda Xian, instantly summoning the might of the dragon across the heavens. Simultaneously, from his right hand, a phoenix silhouette unfurled its wings, slicing through the fabric of space with razor-like precision, aimed at the soul-chasing Mo Tian. As for the second elder of the Maha Clan, he had just crawled out from the collapsing void. From the onset, the battle unfolded in ways no one could have anticipated. The anticipated decline of Jang Yun did not materialize. Instead, he transformed from the image of the fire Dou Emperor into a relentless berserker, mercilessly pummeling the three. The three esteemed saints were now battered and bruised, while Jang Yun, a peak celestial cultivator, remained vibrant and unruffled, even his attire untouched. The heavenly sovereign elites were left in utter disbelief. Kill. The cycle of reincarnation, thousand autumn slash. A thunderous shout erupted from Jang Yun in the void. As the crowd turned to look, they beheld Jang Yun wielding a crystal longsword, his demeanor solemn, as if standing at the end of reincarnation. Above his head, a miniature figure of his soul appeared, life and death constantly manifesting behind him, embodying the mysteries of reincarnation. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, Mo Tian seemed uncontrollably drawn towards Jang Yun. His eyes turned crimson, his saintly spiritual energy surging violently in an attempt to resist, yet all was in vain. The blade of light sliced through the air, severing the head and causing blood to splatter. In an instant, Mo Tian was decapitated by Jang Yun, without any opportunity for resistance. A gasp of shock echoed, followed by the heart-wrenching wails of Mo Yu and the second elder of the Maha Clan. Floating in fear, Xuan stared at Jang Yun, momentarily paralyzed. Having sensed a unique power manifesting, his instincts warned him that should Jang Yun choose to strike, he would possess no means of defense. Yet, in the next moment, the swirling black and white spiritual energy converged, and Mo Tian's form rematerialized. After transcending to the heavenly sovereign realm, he had coalesced the heavenly sovereign spiritual body, merging spirit and flesh. As long as his divine soul remained alight and his spiritual energy did not deplete, his vitality could nearly attain an immortal state. The holy grade heavenly sovereign was even more formidable. Mo Tian's countenance shifted drastically, fear etched upon his face as he gazed at Jang Yun. However, at that moment, Jang Yun refrained from attacking, standing with his sword and coldly declaring, "I can easily eliminate all of you. Do you wish to resist further?" From a distance, the powerful members of the Mo ancient clan exchanged worried glances at Mo Tian and the second elder, unable to fathom how their once invincible leader and the holy grade heavenly sovereign had become utterly powerless in Jang Yun's presence. In an instant, the threat of annihilation loomed ominously. "Jang Yun, what have you done to me? Where is my cultivation?" A piercing cry of rage erupted as Mo Tian, resembling a mad beast, stared at Jang Yun. His eyes filled with a crimson hue, akin to a predator poised to devour. "Am I seeing things? Mo Tian seems no longer a holy grade heavenly sovereign?" No. One wasn't imagining things. Mo Tian had fallen from his holy grade status and now possessed merely the pinnacle of the immortal grade. This was due to that single strike from Jang Yun, which astonishingly wielded the power to diminish one's cultivation. Around them, minds engaged in hushed conversation, their tones laced with trepidation. After all, a technique capable of diminishing another's cultivation was not only extraordinary, but also profoundly terrifying. For individuals like them, the dread of death often paled in comparison to the fear of losing one's cultivation. They had devoted their entire lives, enduring countless perils, to reach their current stature. Should Jang Yun's strike strip them of their cultivation, the prospect of never experiencing greater heights would be a fate too dreadful to contemplate. If they were to place themselves in Mo Tian's position, what would their reaction be? Jang Yun had already exhibited two domineering and peculiar abilities. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. If even a holy grade like Mo Tian could not withstand that strike, who among them could endure it? Tianer. The second elder cast a worried glance at Mo Tian before turning to Jang Yun with a furious glare, declaring, "Jang Yun, what sorcery have you employed? Restore Tianer's cultivation at once, and we shall withdraw, with all factions retreating from the Tianluo continent henceforth." Fu Tuxian observed the retreating Mo ancient clan and the weakened Mo Tian, a shiver coursing through him as a twinge of regret surfaced within. He lamented his earlier decision to heed the Mo ancient clan's counsel and confront Jang Yun with force. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the 8-part stupa faced insurmountable challenges. Chapter 308. Threatening Mo. This sword is the embodiment of my self-created Dharma body, a manifestation of the principles of reincarnation. All beings exist within the endless cycle of life and death, and none can escape the retribution of reincarnation. If Mo Tian wishes to restore his cultivation and break through once more, is that not achievable? However, Jang Yun gazed indifferently at Mo Tian, Fu Tuxian, and the second elder, gently caressing the heavenly emperor's sword as he elucidated, "What I speak of is an inescapable divine power, one that will inevitably descend upon you, leading to a gradual diminishment of your cultivation and, ultimately, your demise." The audience shuddered at his words. Did this not imply that Jang Yun's divine technique was unavoidable? Even if one were to miraculously escape his grasp, who could bear the consequences of their diminished cultivation? Jang Yun, impervious to all methods, was already on the brink of invincibility. Only those with formidable physical prowess could contend with him. If he were to employ this technique of weakening, who could stand against him in the vast expanse of the universe? As this realization dawned upon the assembled heavenly sovereigns, their bodies involuntarily trembled. They exchanged glances. Reaching a tacit understanding, Jang Yun was not to be trifled with. Upon returning, they must warn their subordinates to exercise caution when encountering individuals from the ancient heavenly palace and the Scarlet Flame Temple. In truth, while Jang Yun's method was indeed formidable, it was not without its limitations. At this moment, upon hearing that his cultivation could not be restored, Mo Tian's already pallid complexion drained of all color. "It is our error. We of the Mo ancient clan shall withdraw, and from henceforth keep our distance from the ancient heavenly palace." With no fighting spirit remaining, Mo Tian halted the second elder, who was about to protest, casting a resentful glance at Jang Yun as he spoke laboriously. At this declaration, an uproar ensued, as none had anticipated that the once mighty Mo Tian would be the first to concede. "I too am of the same mind." Fu Tuxian responded with equal difficulty. acknowledging the challenge of compelling their proud ancient clan to surrender and relinquish their past arrogance, more painful than death itself. Jang Yun, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. His tone unyieldingly icy. You come and go as you please? Such a wishful thought. Your promises, in my eyes, are utterly worthless. I urge you to recognize the gravity of the situation. You are merely bargaining your lives. Instantly, the countenances of Mo Tian and his companions darkened as Jang Yun's blunt words stripped away their facade, igniting their fury. Jang Yun, in this vast world, it is still not your time to act with impunity. We are not afraid of you. We simply wish to avoid unnecessary losses. Do not overstep your bounds. The second elder of the Mo ancient clan retorted sharply, unable to contain his agitation. With that, a resounding roar echoed as the dragon and phoenix resonated together. Jang Yun summoned the true dragon in his left hand and the true phoenix in his right, forming the dragon phoenix seal and launching it forward. Boom. The second elder of the Mo ancient clan, caught off guard, was obliterated, scattering black and white spiritual energy across the sky like a grand display of fireworks. In the next moment, the elder appeared with a pallid complexion, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of even condensing his supreme law body, leaving him powerless to continue the fight. As Mo Tian witnessed Jang Yun's sudden aggression, he immediately grew anxious and spoke hastily. Our clan can compensate with ancient divine pills, spiritual herbs, and supernatural abilities in hopes of appeasing the wrath of the Demon Slayer King. Even as Mo Tian proposed conditions for himself, he subtly reminded Jang Yun that he was still the Demon Slayer King of the Great Thousand Palace, bound by its regulations that forbade the heavenly sovereigns of the Great Thousand World from engaging in unauthorized killings. Should Jang Yun succeed in vanquishing 3 supreme heavenly sovereigns in this encounter, even he would not escape the scrutiny of the Great Thousand Palace. However, Jang Yun saw through Mo Tian's ulterior motives but chose to remain unfazed, continuing, I demand the eternal indestructible body. What? That is impossible. You shall not have it. The eternal indestructible body is the ancestral law body of our clan, and you cannot claim it, Mo Tian retorted. Before the second elder could voice his thoughts, Mo Hu, from a distance, sprang up as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, The indestructible golden body that I cultivate is the eternal indestructible body that was prepared for me by our clan, a vital support for my ascent to greatness. How could I allow Jang Yun to take it? Mo Tian and the second elder glared at Jang Yun with grim expressions, stating, We cannot acquiesce to the condition of relinquishing the eternal indestructible body. Our clan merely safeguards it and cannot choose its master. Since you merely safeguard it, I deem that the Mo ancient clan lacks the strength to properly protect the eternal indestructible body. Coincidentally, my heavenly emperor legacy includes methods for cultivating the indestructible golden body. One day, I shall gather disciples and select a prodigy to become the new master of the eternal indestructible body, thereby strengthening my great thousand. Jang Yun remained unfazed by Mo Hu's antics, gazing calmly at Mo Tian and the second elder. The two were momentarily at a loss for words. Jang Yun was the victor, and who could refute his claim of their weakness? Yet, they could not willingly relinquish the eternal indestructible body, as it represented their hope for ascendance. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you, Jang Yun declared, his patience wearing thin as he spoke with an air of dominance. For 50,000 years, you Mo ancient clan have failed to produce a worthy successor for the eternal indestructible body, indicating your lack of affinity with it. Do you still have the audacity to cling to it? I have no desire to engage in pleasantries with you. I shall personally retrieve the eternal indestructible body from the Mo ancient clan. At these words, Mo Tian and the second elder were struck with terror, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies as they gazed at Jang Yun in horror, who continued, As for you, you are my spoils of war. Boom. In the sky, a colossal hand descended upon the Mo ancient clan members, who found themselves utterly powerless to resist as Jang Yun collected them into his realm. As he gazed upon the solitude that enveloped him, Futu Xian's heart trembled involuntarily. Swallowing hard, he turned to Jang Yun and said with a bitter smile, What shall you do with this old man? If it is the endless luminous body you desire, I would rather perish by your hand. Jang Yun regarded Futu Xian with a slight frown, recognizing him as a stubborn elder, entrenched solely in the ancient clan regulations. Such individuals harbor no fear of death. To them, the ancient clan transcends all. I bear no grievance against the Futu ancient clan, having previously allied with the venerable Futu ancestor to vanquish demons. In deference to the Futu ancestor, I do not intend to trouble the Grand Elder this time. Once I have settled the aftermath of the battle, I shall pay a visit to the Futu ancient clan. After a prolonged gaze at Futu Xian, Jang Yun slowly spoke, causing Futu Xian to momentarily doubt his hearing. The usually domineering Jang Yun had uttered such words, Nevertheless, upon hearing Jang Yun's intention to visit the Futu ancient clan, apprehension gripped his heart. Could this fellow be contemplating causing a ruckus there? Jang Yun, however, was disinterested in Futu Xian's internal conflict. After calming the agitated crowd, he turned his attention to the distant void. The matters have reached a conclusion. Friends, please feel free, Jang Yun declared, prompting a response from the myriad powerful beings who had been attentively observing. Today's battle has opened our eyes. Alone, he triumphed over 3 supreme masters, slaying the Demon King, and he shall be recognized as the foremost hero of the vast realm. With a champion like the Demon Slayer leading the Tianluo continent, it is believed that the continent will soon restore its former glory. This is, indeed, a blessing for our vast realm. Words of admiration resounded from the heavens, echoing throughout the expanse. After expressing their sentiments, the crowd swiftly dispersed. As the adversary vanished from sight, an unprecedented cheer erupted within the celestial palace. News of the event quickly spread once the onlookers departed, recounting how Jang Yun single-handedly defeated the Ma Tians, the Second Elder, and Futu Xian, 3 formidable beings. Even the clan's sacred artifact, the Ma Inyang vessel, could not withstand Jang Yun's might. Moreover, the 2 divine arts he demonstrated during the battle, the eternal cycle slash and the invulnerable technique, were deemed incomprehensible, leaving the audience in awe. These 2 arts were subsequently ranked among the 36 unparalleled divine techniques, not inferior to the famed techniques of the vast realm. With the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor and the ability to transform into the 3 pure ones, Jang Yun possessed 3 extraordinary divine techniques. Coupled with his newly reconstructed primal form, it was evident that his strength had risen to a level that could challenge the vast realm itself. Perhaps only the ancient beings who wield the primal form could truly contend with Jang Yun in direct combat. In this present era, no one could guarantee their ability to overcome him. Following this battle, Jang Yun's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the vast realm, commanding respect even from the most reclusive of powerful entities. At this moment, countless gazes converged once more upon the Mo and Futa ancient clans. It was evident to all that this matter was far from over. The conditions proposed by Jang Yun had already disseminated, exacerbated by the fact that many supreme elders from the Mo clan remained in his grasp. Thus, further developments were inevitable. Why had he not eliminated them then? In a sudden turmoil of the void, a figure clad in a purple robe, Xian, silently appeared by Jang Yun's side. Since ascending to the realm of the Supreme, her Dragon Phoenix bloodline had reached its zenith, enhancing her innate talents in space and speed to a terrifying degree. The Mo and Futu clans had contributed significantly to the vast universe. Should they slay the revered ones within their ranks, the Deqian Palace would not stand idly by. We are not isolated. Our actions must not be recklessly audacious. Jang Yun turned to Xian and Medusa, offering a gentle smile. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Xian, Medusa, and the others softened further. Realizing that Jang Yun had chosen restraint for their sake and that of their clans, they felt a profound tenderness stir within their hearts. Observing this, Jang Yun raised an eyebrow but chose not to elaborate. He harbored another purpose, laying the groundwork for his future ascension to the Dominion realm. The Deqian magic array would not activate for another century, and given his current pace of cultivation, he would not be able to wait that long. In the absence of pressure from the celestial evil god, the celestial rankings, an embodiment of the universe's will, would likely remain concealed, regardless of his provocations. Thus, he could only attempt to employ the methods of the White Dragon realm, gathering sufficient vitality from sentient beings, which necessitated him accumulating considerable prestige within the Deqian world. To achieve this, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor must also make a move. Gazing towards the northern frontiers, Jang Yun's eyes were filled with a somber determination. The tranquil borders of the 2 realms were not his desired state. After the war, you shall manage the affairs. I will step out for a moment, he stated, gently taking Xian and Medusa's hands. Understanding his intent, the 2 women refrained from complicating matters, nodding with soft smiles. After conveying his instructions to the others, Jang Yun raised his hand, tearing through space, and vanished into the void. On the Mo continent, an overwhelming and dreadful aura suddenly swept across the land, transforming the sky into an unfamiliar expanse, causing the inhabitants to look up in alarm. That direction led to the heart of the Futu continent, the Mo realm. Was a powerful entity arriving? This presence bore an ominous might. It seemed the visitor harbored ill intentions. Who would dare provoke the Mo ancient clan? Did they not understand that the Mo clan was one of the 5 ancient clans, boasting 3 supreme beings among their ranks? Such ignorance of their own limitations was astounding. With a vast forest, all manner of birds can be found. There are always those who know not their own mortality. As members of the Mo clan, they held immense pride, believing that few superpowers in the Deqian world could rival their stature. However, contrary to their perceptions. The true upper echelons of the Mo realm were now engulfed in a palpable sense of dread. Although the turmoil of the Tianluo continent has only recently subsided, a multitude of tidings has already reached them through various channels. They have come to realize that their forces have nearly been annihilated, and even their ancestral sacred artifact has been seized by Jang Yun. The sheer might of Jang Yun has left them breathless, with the inclusion of the Mo Inyang bottle. That amounts to 4 supreme beings of the holy class swiftly subdued by him. Now that the principal figure has arrived, how could they not be consumed by dread and astonishment? Above the Mo realm, a gaping chasm has torn open, expanding into an endless abyss. The violent spatial forces coalesce into a storm, capable of annihilating anyone below the rank of supreme being in an instant. Within the Mo realm, majestic auras gradually unfurl. Regardless of the circumstances, Jang Yun has come to their doorstep, and they cannot afford to retreat. Otherwise, what fate awaits the countless members of the ancient Mo clan residing within the realm? Now that I have arrived, will the Grand Elder of the Mo ancient clan not come forth to meet me? A calm voice resonated in the ears of the Mo continent's inhabitants. They looked up to see a radiant beam of light emanating from the fissure in space, with terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating outward, casting a shadow over the once proud Mo clansmen. The vast spiritual energy surged forth as if compelled by Jang Yun's will, rolling in from hundreds of thousands of miles away, coalescing into towering storms that exuded a formidable and ominous presence, tinged with the scent of death. Hurry, activate the clan's protective formation, the Moa guards urged, scrambling to initiate the defensive array in preparation for battle. Where are the elders? Only they can contend with Jang Yun. A palpable restlessness surged within the Mo realm as the grand spiritual formation emerged from the void, the spirit of battle rising like an ocean, with majestic auras swiftly manifesting. Boom. In an instant, the spiritual energy storm descended, obliterating all preparations in its wake under the fury of the gale. Wails echoed across the land as the protective formation was utterly destroyed, and the battle array lay in disarray. Countless powerful beings perished within the tempest, ground to a pulp, leaving no intact corpses behind. The remnants, stricken with terror, hurriedly made their way toward the center, the heart of the Mo realm. Jang Yun's recently displayed might had completely stripped them of their ancient clan's pride, though he had not yet transcended to the holy class. The pressure he exerted upon them was no less formidable. Enough. At that moment, a voice imbued with restrained fury echoed from the core of the Mo realm, accompanied by an overwhelming manifestation of yin and yang energy. Where the forces of yin and yang passed, the ravaging storm of spiritual energy immediately dissipated. Jang Yun, with a tranquil expression, gazed towards a certain point. Under his watchful eye, a beam of light pierced through the void, revealing an ancient figure stepping forth, emanating a pressure that shook the very fabric of existence. Meanwhile, a resounding voice echoed through the air. Jang Yun declared, "The affairs of the Tianluo continent are not the responsibility of my Mo clan. Why should we unleash our wrath upon the innocent?" The elder, the grand elder of the Mo ancient clan and the stabilizing force of the clan, stood as a pinnacle figure in the vast world, a late-stage heavenly sovereign of sacred caliber. Innocent, Jang Yun murmured with a cold smile. The cause of tomorrow stems from today's actions, beneath a snow avalanche. No snowflake remains blameless. Noticing the elder's intention to speak further, Jang Yun furrowed his brow and impatiently remarked, "I have come today not to engage in idle conversation. The 9 heavenly sovereigns of the Mo ancient clan are in my grasp. You are aware of my conditions. After all this time, what is your response?" Jang Yun doubted that the Mo clan lacked means of communication, as the journey from the Tianluo continent had provided the Grand Elder ample time to contemplate. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder frowned slightly, his expression grim as he replied, "Jang Yun, if you were to kill Tian and the others, even if you were the demon slayer, it would be difficult to account for at the Dacian palace. It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. I am willing to offer 100 years' worth of the Mo clan's income as compensation for the losses of the ancient heavenly palace. What do you think?" Humph. As the elder finished speaking, Jang Yun let out a cold snort, his dark eyes ablaze with an inferno of fury. Indifferently, he stated, "You think the Dacian palace can intimidate me? It is out of respect for the Dacian palace that I spared their lives. If the Grand Elder cannot discern the gravity of the situation, then perhaps the Mo clan should consider appointing a new leader." Sensing the murderous intent woven into Jang Yun's tone, the elder's heart raced. He realized Jang Yun was not merely speaking theatrically. He was indeed capable of carrying out his threats. After a prolonged silence, the elder raised his gaze to meet Jang Yun's, and in that moment of decision, he seemed to regain his former composure, saying, "Very well. The Mo ancient clan agrees to your conditions. I hope the demon slayer will also uphold his promise and refrain from harming our clan leader and elders. The eternal undying body resides within the eternal tower, which our clan merely safeguards. We have no means to relocate it. Whether it can be taken depends on the capabilities of the demon slayer. Having decided not to confront Jang Yun to the bitter end, the loss of ownership of the primal law body was now a settled matter. He accepted this reality, though it left him feeling discontented, which was reflected in his somewhat brusque tone. Jang Yun, however, paid no heed to this and, after dispersing the members of the Maha Clan, followed the Grand Elder as they flew towards the outskirts of the Maha realm. The Maha Continent, a prominent figure among the supercontinents of the vast world, is expansive and rich in resources, holding a resounding reputation throughout the entirety of the Dacian world. Much of this acclaim is attributed to the existence of the Maha ancient clan. Apart from the core territory of the Maha clan, the continent is dotted with numerous cities. And the destination for the two is the Eternal City, where the Eternal Tower, housing the eternal undying body, is located. The Eternal City, while not the principal city of the Maha continent, holds a level of renown that surpasses even that of the ancient Maha clan. Legend has it that this city was constructed by the immortal emperor, and it is within its confines that the Eternal Assembly convenes to determine the master of the eternal immortal body. In the void, Jang Yun and the Grand Elder of the Maha clan gradually materialized, their gazes fixed upon the eternal city ahead. Jang Yun faintly sensed an ancient and profound resonance. This subtle wave caused a slight tremor within his spiritual energy. Is this the realm that transcends the sacred? Jang Yun pondered, feeling the mysterious vibrations and whispering to himself. Chapter 309, Journey to the Stupa. The Grand Elder, who had been observing Jang Yun in silence, noted the thoughtful expression on his face, which heightened his regard for him. Not everyone could perceive the peculiarities of the Eternal City. He himself had only speculated upon them after advancing to the late sacred stage, yet Jang Yun, at the pinnacle of the celestial rank, seemed to grasp something profound. Truly, this young man is terrifyingly remarkable. Let us proceed. The Eternal Tower lies within the city, but from here on, flying is prohibited. The Grand Elder collected his thoughts and addressed Jang Yun. Upon entering the city, the vista opened up dramatically before them. The ancient stone-paved streets stretched out, bustling with figures, each radiating potent waves of spiritual energy. Navigating through the throngs, they soon arrived at the heart of the Eternal City. In this central area stood an unassuming peak. At its summit rested an ancient, weathered stone tower known as the Eternal Tower. It is said to have been constructed by the immortal emperor himself. While the tower appeared modest, as they approached within a myriad of yards, Jang Yun felt an oppressive force as if it transcended time and space. At that moment, he gained a more visceral understanding of the power that governs this realm. Upon reaching this place, the Grand Elder's demeanor grew solemn, a look of reverence emerging in his eyes. The immortal emperor, the ancient foremost powerhouse who once saved the vast world, is venerated by nearly all. This is the Eternal Tower, within which resides the eternal immortal body. From this day forth, the guardianship is entrusted to you. For countless millennia, my clan has seen innumerable prodigies attempt to gain its recognition, yet all have failed without exception. As he gazed at the Eternal Tower, a complex expression crossed the Grand Elder's face. To guard a treasure mountain yet be unable to enter, this must be the sentiment. However, he knew that this sentiment was not unique to the Maha Clan. The other four ancient clans felt similarly. One wonders if the Great War of Antiquity exhausted the fortune of the vast world. For so many years, no original has claimed mastery, and now, the Maha Clan has lost the guardianship of the eternal immortal body. Does heaven not favor our Maha Clan? In an instant, the Grand Elder found himself in a state of utter confusion, turning to gaze at Jang Yun, the most extraordinary individual of the past 10 millennia in the vast world. He remarked, I find myself harboring a glimmer of hope that you may earn the recognition of the eternal body. The might of the primordial Dharma body has not graced my eyes in ages. The last time a formidable being of such caliber emerged was during the impending Great Alliance. A true fortune for our realm. Hearing the Elder's sentiments, Jang Yun was momentarily unable to discern whether the Elder wished for him to meet the same fate as previous prodigies, failing in the recognition process and thereby perishing, or if he genuinely hoped for his success. Jang Yun waved his sleeve, summoning the supreme beings of the Maha Clan, all of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. As for the other great power's supreme beings, Jang Yun certainly would not allow them to depart unscathed. Upon assessing the situation and sensing that the individuals from Mo were merely drained of spiritual energy and not in mortal peril, the Grand Elder let out a slight sigh of relief. The Mo ancient clan has agreed to deliver the compensation to the ancient heavenly palace. I shall send someone to the Tianluo continent in 3 days. After leaving this final remark and casting a glance at Jang Yun, he raised his hand, quietly departing with the Mo individuals. Jang Yun harbored no concerns. As for the resources involved, should they attempt to renege on their agreement. He would not hesitate to confront them. He presumed the Maha Clan would not be so foolish as to act in such a manner. Jang Yun strode towards the entrance of the Eternal Tower, which stood resolutely closed. Only those who had cultivated the eternal golden body could enter and potentially gain recognition. However, Jang Yun had not practiced such a form, thus he did not meet the requirements for entry. Nonetheless, he had his own intentions. He produced a wisp of purple gold essence. Suffused with the aura of immortality and mystery, this was the eternal essence of the eternal golden body cultivated by Mohu. Suddenly, the earth trembled as an ancient rumble echoed, and the door of the Eternal Tower, steeped in the weight of ages, began to open slowly. Jang Yun peered into the darkness within, which exuded a profound and ancient mystique. Just as he was about to step inside, a radiant light converged at the entrance, transforming into an aged silhouette. Jang Yun's brow arched. This silhouette evoked a familiar sensation, akin to the presence of Qing Ming, undoubtedly the consciousness of the Eternal Tower. At that moment, a voice, devoid of sorrow or joy, resonated. You have not cultivated the eternal golden body, and thus lack the qualifications to gain the recognition of the eternal body. Depart to whence you came. Nodding, Jang Yun found this outcome unsurprising. The recognition of the eternal body had never been within the realm of his choices. His visit was merely to glimpse the legendary primordial Dharma body. Esteemed elder, the Maha Clan has transferred the custodianship of the eternal body to me, their junior. Might I inquire if you would consider departing from this place? Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, the shimmering light and shadow quivered momentarily, revealing a hint of surprise. This time, the entity began to scrutinize Jang Yun earnestly, and with a tone laced with admiration remarked, "You possess a remarkable fortune. I observe that your true form does not merely adhere to the conventional path. It seems infused with the essence of the eternal flame body, suggesting that you have forged your own path. Given time, when your true form reaches its zenith, it may rival the immortal body of ages. And perhaps you shall ascend to the heights once achieved by the great emperor." The Eternal Tower was crafted by the immortal emperor, having witnessed countless prodigies over the millennia. Its insights and experiences were extraordinary. It discerned Jang Yun's potential at a glance, unable to refrain from offering praise. "Your flattery is unwarranted, senior." Jang Yun replied with a light smile, bowing humbly. "However, I cannot depart from here. The emperor has placed me within the eternal city for a reason. Here, should formidable adversaries approach, I can harness the power of the immortal body of ages and awaken the lingering immortal aura left by the emperor within this city, delivering a strike of unparalleled might. Thus, I must remain." With a shift in tone, the light and shadow gazed at Jang Yun and slowly spoke. "If that is the case, then it must be so." Jang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor serene, having anticipated this prior to his arrival. "Nevertheless, since the Maha Clan has entrusted you with the guardianship of the immortal body of ages, they shall no longer possess the privilege of entry henceforth. From now on, all shall be treated equally." As the light and shadow spoke, a golden immortal radiance descended into Jang Yun's palm. "This is the immortal mark. Should there be any disturbances with the immortal body of ages, I shall inform you. This mark is a condensation of the immortal aura, offering numerous benefits for you to explore." With that, irrespective of Jang Yun's reaction, the entity transformed into light and shadow, dissipating before him. As the great doors of the Eternal Tower gradually closed, feeling the ancient and potent immortal essence within his palm, Jang Yun bowed respectfully towards the Eternal Tower before turning and transforming into a streak of light, departing from the Maha Clan. In the vastness of the void, Jang Yun strolled leisurely, making his way towards the Sutra Ancient Clan. A day later, he arrived above a boundless grassland, where an invisible domain lay concealed, accessible only to those of supreme power. Behind this spatial portal was the ancestral land of the Sutra Ancient Clan, one of the most venerable legacies in the vast world. "The Demon Slayer King has come to our Sutra Ancient Clan. It is indeed our clan's fortune." At the moment Jang Yun manifested, the spatial door suddenly swung open, and a voice filled with surprise and urgency echoed forth. Several figures emerged, gazing at Jang Yun with reverence. Upon sensing Jang Yun's aura, they hastily rushed out to greet him, clearly having awaited his arrival for some time. The foremost among them was the Xianzun, whom Jang Yun had previously subdued. In that instant, any trace of his former arrogance had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of obsequiousness. For he was now in the presence of the formidable individual who had bested the Grand Elder and trampled the Maha Clan underfoot. As a mere celestial being, he no longer possessed the audacity to confront Jang Yun directly. "Let us proceed. Where is Xian of the Sutra?" Upon witnessing the scene, it was evident that it was a directive from the venerable Futu Xian. Jang Yun, undeterred, boldly strode into the realm of Futu. exuding an air of ownership as if he were the true master of this domain. The Grand Elder awaited the Demon Slayer King at the Ancestral Tower. Fu Xian, observing this, displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he followed Jang Yun with a fawning demeanor, speaking softly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jang Yun refrained from further conversation. Before long, they arrived atop a towering peak, where the scenery transformed dramatically. They found themselves in an expanse brimming with pure and boundless spiritual energy, where extraordinary phenomena manifested every 1,000 miles or so. Before them lay an array of majestic mountain ranges, interlinked and rising like a series of colossal black towers that stretched endlessly. Within these black towers existed separate realms, revealing countless ancient palaces. This domain was suffused with an ineffable, primordial aura. Soon, they reached the central peak, where a colossal stone tower loomed, seemingly without end, radiating an aura of profound antiquity. The members of the Futu ancient clan, upon sighting this tower, were visibly stirred, their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment, Jang Yun gazed upon this unparalleled sacred artifact, a treasure of the highest order, silently comparing it to the Qingming Tower, ultimately concluding that some comparisons were better left unspoken. Please, withdraw, an ancient voice resonated. Futu Xian emerged slowly from within the Ancestral Tower, addressing the members of the Futu ancient clan. As they departed, Futu Xian turned to Jang Yun and remarked, "The endless luminescence body is our clan's legacy, and since you possess the immortal fire body, his recognition eludes you. There is no rush. I had promised the esteemed Futu elder to return his legacy to our clan, and today, that promise shall be fulfilled." Jang Yun, observing Futu Xian's astonished expression, produced a piece of jade. In his astonished gaze, the ethereal figure of the Futu ancestor gradually materialized. That familiar sensation, after countless ages, I have returned to this land. The Futu ancestor's voice resonated with emotion in their ears. Ah, the Ancestral Tower. He stood before it, gazing with a sense of wistfulness. Ancestor, Futu Xian exclaimed, astonished at the sight of this renowned figure, the founder of the 8 parts of Futu. Junior Futu Xian pays his respects to the ancestor. His voice jolted the ancestor from his reverie, who initially regarded him with indifference before stating, "Rise." He then turned to Jang Yun, his demeanor softening. "Young friend Jang Yun, you have indeed honored your promise. I am grateful for your assistance in returning me to my homeland. I can now depart without regret. It was but a trifling effort, hardly comparable to the generous rewards bestowed by the elder," Jang Yun replied with a light chuckle, as the Demon Slayer King's token appeared in his palm. "That is merely a testament to your own abilities. I never anticipated that in just a few years, you would ascend to such heights. Should you progress further, you would reach the realm we once inhabited. Truly a prodigious talent." The venerable ancestor of the floating pagoda slumbered within the heritage of jade and stone, oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, his gaze was piercingly astute. Merely from the vitality exuded by Jang Yun, he could discern the remnants of the past. Prompting a sigh from his lips, Jang Yun had ventured to the floating pagoda ancient clan, both to fulfill a promise made long ago and to seek a particular treasure. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head and then turned to the venerable ancestor with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the venerable ancestor inquired with curiosity, "Though our floating pagoda ancient clan is replete with rare treasures, surely none could captivate you. Have you perhaps taken a liking to a maiden from our clan? Speak freely, and I shall advocate on your behalf." The venerable ancestor laughed heartily at the prospect of Jang Yun becoming the clan's son-in-law, a notion he found thoroughly agreeable. "Esteemed ancestor, the Demon King seeks the endless radiance body of our clan," interjected the floating pagoda Xian, his expression momentarily betraying embarrassment as he clasped his hands respectfully. The venerable ancestor, upon hearing this, immediately suppressed his laughter and looked at Jang Yun with astonishment. "The endless radiance body. I recall you possess the everlasting fire body. Why do you still covet our clan's endless radiance body? One cannot simultaneously embody 2 supreme forms." The venerable ancestor did not outright reject the notion, but regarded Jang Yun with a perplexed expression. "I have my own methods," Jang Yun replied, and as he spoke, a mysterious light emanated from his being. In the next instant, a duplicate of himself materialized at his side, creating a tableau of 2 identical figures before their eyes. The transformation of 1 into 3. The venerable ancestor gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. He was aware of this arcane ability, but had not anticipated its application in such a manner. Did this imply that mastering the transformation of 1 into 3 could allow one to embody 3 supreme forms? The accumulated combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. Floating pagoda Xian seemed to grasp this revelation as well, staring at Jang Yun in shock, while internally lamenting the missed opportunities of the former celestial emperor. "Ah, I see." The venerable ancestor regarded the 2 Jang Yuns with newfound clarity. "So this is your intention. The technique of creating a doppelganger has existed since antiquity. I believe you are not the first to conceive of such a method. However, up to now, no successful accounts have emerged. The transformation of 1 into 3 is enigmatic and profound. Perhaps you might indeed succeed. Does this mean you consent? Jang Yun inquired of the venerable ancestor. Certainly. However, it is inadvisable. A sudden, urgent shout interrupted the venerable ancestor's response. Both men frowned at the visibly anxious floating pagoda Xian. Esteemed ancestor, the endless radiance body is our clan's sacred inheritance. It cannot be so easily bestowed upon an outsider. Floating pagoda Xian declared seriously, meeting their gazes with a stern expression. Humph. In response, the venerable ancestor snorted disdainfully. How archaic. Aside from our forebear, who else has successfully cultivated the endless radiance body? This form has remained unclaimed for millennia, and no one from our lineage has earned its recognition, indicating our lack of affinity with it. The original is the very essence of the world, formed to counter the malevolent beings from beyond realms. Now, as the final grand covenant approaches, this represents an unprecedented moment for our great realm, one that can enhance our strength, who still concerns themselves with narrow-minded perspectives. Observing the resolute expression of the venerable ancestor, a sense of shame crept upon his countenance, with a glimmer of struggle evident in his eyes. Although the ancestor's reasoning was sound, the weight of traditional beliefs continued to burden him. Rules are immutable. Yet humanity is dynamic. People will always take precedence over rigid conventions. Watching the conflicted, the venerable ancestor shook his head in disappointment. He had long sensed that was the last remaining supreme being of the ancient clan, a stabilizing force and a guiding light for the tribe. However, truth be told, he found S mindset excessively antiquated, which explained the clan's decline over the years. The venerable ancestor turned his gaze to and solemnly stated, "Young friend, you may attempt to subdue but I ask you to promise me that should conflicts arise with my clan in the future, you will spare us for my sake. All matters shall be left to the discretion of the younger generation." Returned the venerable ancestor's gaze with equal seriousness, articulating each word. "Very well, I shall uphold your trust." Upon hearing this, a look of relief illuminated the venerable ancestor's face. "Go forth, he awaits you within the tower." With a wave of his sleeve, the stone tower before them gradually opened, and at that moment, a profound light descended into S' brow. This was the ancient cultivation method of our clan. A precursor to the, whether it succeeds ultimately rests in your hands. As the surroundings shifted, found himself in an ancient realm, where amidst the vast expanse stood a venerable stone tower. In the void, ancient luminescence flickered, enveloping the entire space in an aura of profound majesty. To his astonishment, after the passage of countless ages, there was now to be attempted for refinement by an outsider. As stepped into this space, a resounding voice reverberated through the void, signifying the consciousness of the, "Do you refuse me, elder?" inquired, calmly observing the stone tower radiating a majestic presence that was intrinsically linked to his future path. Should the tower obstruct him, he would hold no regrets. "No, should you earn the recognition of the, it shall be a testament to your capabilities. I am not so rigid. The original is far more beneficial in my possession than in yours." The replied placidly, and in the next moment, a rift appeared at the pinnacle of its space. A stone lotus materialized, upon which a luminous figure emerged, emanating waves of ancient energy. This figure radiated sacred light, enveloped in divine luminescence, evoking a sense of cataclysmic power, an indestructible essence, and the endless brilliance of existence. Upon witnessing the primordial, a radiant brilliance flickered in Jang Yun's eyes. This was the first original he had encountered, possessing a formidable presence. Yet it was the ancient and boundless essence that truly instilled awe. The primordial was a manifestation born out of the vast world to resist the malignant forces from beyond, symbolizing the most fundamental power of the great cosmos. To cultivate the primordial is tantamount to receiving the recognition of the consciousness of the vast world, ensuring one's name would inevitably grace the celestial rankings, achieving the realm of dominion. Regrettably, during the ancient era, the cataclysmic battle led to the demise of all but the immortal emperor among the 10 practitioners of the primordial, with the rest falling to the hands of the foreign malignants, and 5 of them being utterly annihilated. The great world suffered grievous wounds. This was the endless light body, and it had been with my clan for an immeasurable stretch of time, yet no one had ever earned its acknowledgement. I wonder if you are the one it has awaited, the consciousness of the floating tower mused, gazing at the endless light body with a tone of wistfulness. "Let me give it a try," Jang Yun declared solemnly, his expression resolute as he regarded the endless light body. He harbored confidence that his innate gifts were on par with those who had cultivated the. Yet, who could tell if these entities were secretly orchestrated by the consciousness of the vast world, meant solely for the destined child of fate, Muchun. Thus, this moment was of utmost significance. Success would pave a golden path ahead, while failure could transform him into an unparalleled demon, drawing sustenance from the countless beings of two realms to forcibly transcend into the Dominion realm. Suddenly, as Jang Yun's overwhelming murderous intent erupted from within, the floating tower felt a momentary disorientation, only for that aura to vanish as swiftly as it had come, as if it were merely an illusion. Observing the figure that ascended step by step until it met the endless light body, along with Jang Yun, who stood nearby emanating a gentle demeanor, the floating tower relaxed, ceasing further contemplation. As time flowed, the second body had yet to awaken. Yet both Jang Yun and the floating tower distinctly sensed a bridge forming between them and the endless light body. The latter seemed to be gently stirring from slumber, clearly roused by Jang Yun's presence. Should this connection endure until the end, Jang Yun would gain its recognition, becoming the new master of the endless light body. I cannot believe you have truly succeeded, the floating tower exclaimed, filled with admiration for the mysterious marvel of achieving unity with the three purities. Ah, merely good fortune, Jang Yun replied with a light chuckle, his voice tinged with a hint of joy. As the bond between them grew ever closer with the passage of time, Jang Yun felt a sense of relief. His mission within the floating ancient clan was accomplished, and it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. As Jang Yun ventured into the depths of the ancestral pagoda, gaining the recognition of the infinite light body, outside, Fu Tu Xian and the ancestor Fu Tu were engaged in conversation. Ancestor, why must we acquiesce to Jang Yun's request? That is the infinite light body. Fu Tu Xian lamented, still feeling a pang of regret. After all, it was an original, and there were only 5 such entities in the vast world. Even if they could not utilize it now, what if a future descendant succeeded? In essence, he believed that good things must be possessed, regardless of their utility. Foolishness. The ancestor Fu Tu reprimanded, exasperated by Fu Tu Xian's narrow-mindedness. How can I have such a pedantic descendant? The times are changing, and the talents in this grand world are boundless. If you cling to such outdated notions, the decline of our Fu Tu clan will be imminent. Once, our clan was immensely powerful. Now, you are the sole saint-level supreme. We have no other talented descendants of saint caliber. After you, who will bear the future burdens of our clan? Confronted with the ancestor's scolding, Fu Tu Xian found himself momentarily speechless, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? Pay attention, the ancestor Fu Tu remarked, glancing at Fu Tu Xian. Regarding your claim about not being one of our clan's kin, that is easily resolved. Is there not a remarkable gem among our current generation? Our clan's pure lineage does possess a prodigy of the 8 divine meridians, the most gifted of this generation, he replied, realizing the ancestor's perspective. After all, a promising son-in-law could be considered half a member of the Fu Tu clan, thus not entirely against tradition. However, as he continued, his words became hesitant. The 8 divine meridians, indeed a promising talent, with potential for saint status, the ancestor noted, his eyes glinting with approval. Yet, noticing Fu Tu Xian stammering, he inquired sharply, "Why do you falter?" Reporting to the ancestor, this maiden belongs to the current pure lineage, named Qin Yanjing. However, recently, the elders of the clan deliberated on betrothing her to the leader of the Maha Clan, Maha Tian. Just days ago, Qin Yanjing eloped and has already departed from the Fu Tu continent. Fu Tu Xian stated slowly. Foolishness, the ancestor Fu Tu exclaimed in anger, immediately sensing the underlying issues. You dare to cast out the prodigy of the 8 divine meridians? You claim it is a strong alliance with the Maha Clan. But you know the truth in your hearts. When did our Fu Tu clan ever need to rely on others to establish ourselves in this vast world? If you continue down this path, our Fu Tu clan will inevitably become a vassal of the Maha Clan. How can you, as the Grand Elder, act so recklessly? Listening to the ancestor's furious reprimand, Fu Tu Xian dared not utter a word, resigning himself to the tirade. Senior Fu Tu, the Grand Elder has attained a considerable age. Such scolding may be somewhat inappropriate. Just then, Jang Yun emerged from the ancestral pagoda, a puzzled expression adorning his face as he observed the two. Oh, it is Jang Yun. You have emerged. How did it go? Were you successful? Upon hearing Jang Yun's voice, the venerable ancestor of the floating pagoda instantly changed his expression, now radiating warmth as he inquired. Beside him, Su-En from the floating pagoda couldn't help but perk up his ears, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Jang Yun. He, by a stroke of fortune, I have preliminarily gained the acknowledgement of the endless radiance body. If all goes smoothly, results should manifest in 5 years. Jang Yun chuckled lightly, his countenance adorned with joy, evidently in high spirits after successfully securing the recognition of the endless radiance body. Truly successful. The venerable ancestor of the floating pagoda and Su-En stared at Jang Yun in astonishment, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The endless radiance body was an object of both adulation and resentment for their ancient clan. Esteemed elder from the floating pagoda, I have escorted you back to the clan. However, I must attend to pressing matters at the ancient celestial palace and the Crimson Flame Temple, thus I cannot linger. I bid you farewell. Anticipating their astonished expressions, Jang Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he bowed respectfully to them. Ah, are you leaving already? Will you not stay a few more days? The venerable ancestor, upon hearing this, regained his composure, looking at Jang Yun with a hint of regret. In truth, he had already anticipated this question, and seeing Jang Yun's gentle expression, he could only sigh in lamentation. Alas, to witness such a fine young man in his twilight years, I can die without regrets. Jang Yun, your talent is unparalleled. A sight I have never beheld before. I hope you will utilize it wisely and treat the endless radiance body with the respect it deserves. I shall take heed. Jang Yun replied. Now allow me to see you off. In the vastness of the void, aboard a spatial vessel, a lady adorned in royal garb observed Jang Yun at the helm of the ship with curiosity etched on her face. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her demeanor exuding grace and elegance. At this moment, her eyes reflected not only curiosity towards Jang Yun but also a hint of bewilderment. Noticing Qingxuan's gaze behind her, Jang Yun's eyelid twitched slightly. It seemed he had been played by the venerable ancestor of the floating pagoda. Moments prior, the ancient clan had forcibly held a grand farewell ceremony for him, after which the venerable ancestor, citing the inadequacies of the younger generation, proposed sending Jang Yun to the ancient celestial palace for training. The chosen individual was none other than Qingxian. Jang Yun did not believe a single word of the venerable ancestor's claims. However, having just obtained the endless radiance body from them, he felt compelled to acquiesce to this minor request. Moreover, he had agreed to assist in the search for Qingjianjing. As for the whereabouts of Qingjianjing, Jang Yun was uncertain, yet he had not promised to locate her. Upon returning to the ancient celestial palace, he could simply issue orders, sparing himself the trouble. He had casually acquiesced. But little did he expect that Qingxian would be waiting for him. Jang Yun was well aware of the venerable ancestor's intentions, yet apart from Xian, who had grown up alongside him, the other young women in his life were all individuals he had approached deliberately. In this world, where breathtaking beauties abound, he would not easily engage with anyone unless they offered him some form of assistance. Chapter 311. The Arrival of the True Dragon Emperor. Do not be anxious. Since I have already promised the esteemed ancestor Putois, you shall cultivate diligently in the ancient heavenly palace from henceforth. I believe that this new environment will serve as a splendid opportunity for your growth. Jang Yun's voice resonated in Qingxian's ears, bringing her a sigh of relief. Almost immediately, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, and she shyly diverted her gaze. Can you find my little sister? After a prolonged silence, a delicate voice emerged. I will do my utmost. Subsequently, tranquility enveloped the spatial vessel once more, persisting until 3 days later when the duo arrived at the Tianluo continent. Upon returning to the ancient heavenly palace, everything had reverted to its former state, showing no signs of the fierce battle that had recently transpired. After arranging for Qingxian to become a disciple of the Golden Dragon, Jang Yun turned his attention elsewhere, preparing to assist Medusa, the little medical sage, and Qinglin in breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm. They traversed beneath a resplendent starry sky, with Jang Yun holding Xian's hand in front, while the three women followed quietly behind, their curiosity piqued by the surroundings. The celestial expanse displayed an array of bizarre phenomena, featuring colossal whales soaring through the void, immense kunpangs stretching endlessly, and towering ancient trees swaying majestically. This place resembled an ancient world. Amidst this realm, everyone sensed the exceedingly pure and archaic spiritual energy that permeated the air, distinctly different from that of the outside world, as if the very essence of the primordial age flowed through it. Is this the heart of the Tianluo continent? What a magnificent sight! The little medical sage gazed in awe at the scenery, her face reflecting shock as she addressed Jang Yun and the others. Those phenomena are manifestations of spiritual energy. It is unimaginable how profound the energy must be to create such a canvas. Medusa echoed her astonishment. Haha, the myriad wonders of the universe are boundless. This place is where the spiritual energies of the Tianluo continent converge, often requiring centuries of fusion to manifest such phenomena, hence the concept of the continent's baptism. The continent's power has lain dormant for thousands of years, accumulating untold energy through countless cycles. You are indeed fortunate, Jang Yun remarked softly, glancing back at the three women. At a certain moment, Jang Yun halted, turning to Medusa and the others. Now, you shall consume the heavenly sovereign pills and enter within to absorb the phenomena for your breakthrough. There is no need to rush, by my estimation. Even if 3 more were to join, the continent's power here would suffice for your ascension. Proceed steadily and assuredly. Understood. The 3 women nodded in agreement. their gazes warm as they looked at Jang Yun. Each of you take your positions. After a stick of incense is time, the continent's baptismal power will begin to transform into the light of sanctification, initiating the process. Jang Yun gestured, sending a wave of energy across the space, addressing the three women. Upon hearing this, Medusa, the little physician, and Qing Lin exchanged glances, foregoing further dialogue as they transformed into three streaks of light, soaring into the starry sky. Each took their position, occupying 1/3 of the celestial expanse, before consuming the previously prepared heavenly sovereign pills, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Thus, after the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the ancient spiritual energy within this vast sky began to manifest as resplendent rays of light, enveloping them and swiftly concealing their figures. As the brilliance descended, the three immediately felt the ancient spiritual energy seep into their bodies, causing their flesh and blood to boil with an insatiable hunger as they voraciously devoured this primordial essence. This sensation stemmed from an instinctual yearning. Upon infiltrating their beings, the ancient spiritual energy clashed with their inherent power, generating a feeling akin to clear water suddenly infused with rich ink, resulting in their own energy becoming gradually denser. Beneath this baptism of ancient energy, they sensed an earth-shattering transformation occurring within every muscle, bone, vein, and even their spiritual essence. Simultaneously, the medicinal effects within them began to unfurl, and their aura visibly intensified. With a resounding roar, the ancient starry expanse manifested the spectral forms of the nine-colored devouring python, the nine-headed celestial serpent, and the Bodhi ancient tree, each occupying distinct regions, their presence growing increasingly formidable with the passage of time. All was progressing smoothly. In a month's time, they would surely succeed. Once everything stabilized, Jang Yun glanced at Xin beside him and chuckled lightly, implying that for the forthcoming month, she would belong solely to him. Ziyuan, absent-mindedly playing with her purple tresses, seemed to casually remark, her amethyst-like eyes wandering around. "May I inquire what guidance you have?" "Lady Ziyuan?" Jang Yun's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing her words, and he wrapped his arms around her, placing a hand on her waist, smiling as he spoke. In the next moment, under her playful yet affectionate gaze, he gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and leaned down to kiss her. 7 days later, within the ancient celestial palace, Jang Yun and Ziyuan encountered an old acquaintance, the formidable elder of the True Dragon Clan, the Grand Elder, True Dragon Emperor. "How fortunate you are to grace my Tianluo continent with your presence today, esteemed elder," Jang Yun remarked from his seat of honor, observing the True Dragon Emperor below. However, the True Dragon Emperor appeared to be oblivious to Jang Yun's words, his gaze fixated with a mixture of complexity upon Ziyuan at Jang Yun's side, his eyes betraying fervor, regret, and reluctance. "Old man, what are you staring at?" Ziyuan's annoyance was evident as she furrowed her brow and coldly reprimanded him. Behind her, the dragon and phoenix danced in unison, issuing a furious roar towards the True Dragon Emperor. Indeed, it is the dragon and phoenix. Sensing the surging bloodline pressure within Ziyuan, the True Dragon Emperor finally regained his composure, murmuring softly. His reaction eased Ziyuan's expression somewhat. However, she still furrowed her brow, casting a displeased glance at him. Alas, after a considerable duration, the True Dragon Emperor finally collected himself. Exhaling a sigh and shaking his head, he gazed at Jang Yun with a sense of wonder, remarking on the extraordinary talents emerging from such a lower realm. The exceptionally rare nine-colored devouring python, the primordial law body, and now even the Dragon Phoenix Supreme have emerged, truly a testament to the fortune bestowed upon this world. With a chuckle, Jang Yun interjected, "If you are curious, esteemed elder, you might consider a visit. The Dou Qi Continent has been drawn beyond the Tianlu Continent, and a passage between the two realms has been opened. I believe the ancient dragon clan there would be most delighted to welcome you." Having discerned the True Dragon Emperor's intentions and sensing no malice, Jang Yun displayed a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the True Dragon Emperor chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the invitation. He then turned to Ziyuan, speaking gently, "Child, you are the last remnant of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in this vast world. I wish to bring you to the True Dragon Clan for careful nurturing. What are your thoughts on this?" With the ancient heavenly palace now a superpower capable of rivaling the True Dragon Clan, and having absorbed the coalition brought by the Maha ancient clan, Jang Yun had already surpassed 20 heavenly supremes under his command. Coupled with his own unparalleled strength, the Dragon Clan dared not underestimate the ancient heavenly palace. Thus, despite his desire to bring Ziyuan into the fold of the Dragon Clan, the True Dragon Emperor could not resort to coercive measures. "I shall not go. I am quite content by Xiao Yun's side. He is a grandmaster of Saint-grade spirit pills, and I have all the resources I could possibly need. There is no necessity for me to join the Dragon Clan." As anticipated, Ziyuan promptly declined. leaning into Jang Yun's embrace, embodying a reluctance to part. To think you are also a grandmaster of Saint-grade spirit pills, the true Dragon Emperor remarked. Initially taken aback as he regarded Jang Yun, he had already deemed him exceptionally gifted, considering he had cultivated to such a level in merely a few decades. Yet he was astonished to discover Jang Yun excelled in both alchemy and martial arts. A grandmaster of Saint-grade spirit pills deserves great respect, even from the true Dragon Clan. For such an esteemed alchemist could command the attention of Saint-grade heavenly supremes. Originally, there were only 2 grandmasters of Saint-grade spirit pills in the vast world, residing in the ancient 10,000 grasslands and the Dangod clan, which had established them as the 2 great sanctuaries of alchemy. It was unexpected that Jang Yun, this young man, was so adept at concealing his talents. Merely luck? I have yet to stabilize my Saint-grade realm and will require several more years of arduous training. Jang Yun remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. The true Dragon Emperor opened his mouth several times, ultimately restraining his expletive, taking a few deep breaths. After a moment, witnessing Xian nestled in Jang Yun's embrace, seemingly indifferent to his status as the elder of the Dragon Clan, the corners of his eyes twitched. He was well aware of the negotiation tactics. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, the experiences of Jang Yun and Xian were nothing compared to his own, and he had long since become accustomed to such subtle maneuvers. The true Dragon Emperor believed he had discerned the intentions of Jang Yun and Xian. The Dragon Clan was certainly on their way, but in pursuit of greater gains, they sought to negotiate. Unaware that Xian harbored far simpler desires, she merely wished not to part from Jang Yun. They had already been separated for 7 long years, and now, having only recently reunited, she was being asked to journey to the distant divine beast continent, which felt like an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, he turned his gaze towards Jang Yun, trusting that the latter would make the right choice. Indeed, Jang Yun first affectionately ruffled Xian's hair, holding her closer, before directing his attention back to the true Dragon Emperor and inquired, "Senior, I detected a hint of regret in your words. Might you elaborate?" Upon hearing this, the true Dragon Emperor cast a complex glance at Xian nestled in Jang Yun's embrace and began, "According to the records of our clan, in ancient times, a dragon phoenix emerged in the vast world, born of primordial essence. When the dragon phoenix reached its zenith, it attained the pinnacle of the sacred heavenly sovereign. It is said that it might have even approached the realm of the immortal emperor, during which time the divine beast clan was under its dominion, truly reaching the apex of power." However, as he spoke, a glimmer of regret flickered in the true Dragon Emperor's eyes. Unfortunately, something occurred, and the dragon phoenix suddenly fell, leading the divine beast clan to revert to a state of division. Since then, the legend of the dragon phoenix sovereign has persisted within our clan. For tens of thousands of years, we of the divine beast clan have been searching for traces of the dragon phoenix's rebirth, yet we have found nothing. There are even rumors questioning whether the dragon phoenix ever truly existed. Who could have slain such a formidable being? At this moment, Xian had emerged from Jang Yun's embrace, gazing intently at the true Dragon Emperor, her expression serious. The true Dragon Emperor shook his head in response, saying, "The events of that era are too distant. No one knows what transpired. However, given the Dragon Phoenix's once unparalleled strength, aside from the celestial evil god, there should have been no one capable of defeating it." The celestial evil god? Then what was it that you lamented earlier? Jang Yun, observing Xian's peculiar demeanor as she rested her head against him, turned his gaze back to the true Dragon Emperor, pressing on with his inquiry. In truth, he had already formed some conjectures regarding this matter, but having the authority of the true Dragon Emperor would lend it greater credence. "This brings us to the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix," the true Dragon Emperor began, regarding Xian with a measured tone. "The Dragon Phoenix has appeared only a handful of times throughout history, and the records are nebulous at best. Nevertheless, the Dragon Phoenix is undoubtedly the most powerful divine beast of our clan, possessing a natural bloodline suppression over all divine beasts. Yet, I do not sense this in Xian. Or rather, compared to my own bloodline, it does not exert an absolute dominance. Though, according to Xian's current bloodline potential, she could reach my level. It is likely that she would then find herself in a predicament similar to mine today. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between an innate Dragon Phoenix and a postnatal one. Is there a way to remedy this?" Jang Yun asked, his expression solemn as he regarded the true Dragon Emperor. "Difficult, indeed." The true Dragon Emperor shook his head and furrowed his brow, speaking in a low voice. "Xiaoyan, there is no need to fixate on these matters. I have only just transcended to the heavenly sovereign level. The path to the sacred heavenly sovereign remains long and arduous. As for the realm of the undying emperor you mentioned, that is still a distant dream. You are being too stubborn." At that moment, Xian, nestled in Jang Yun's embrace, extended her delicate hands to smooth the furrowed brows of Jang Yun, speaking softly. In this instant, She was no longer the domineering ruler of the ancient Tyrone clan, but resembled a gentle healer, exuding a nurturing aura. One must strive for progress. Jang Yun, witnessing her tender gesture, gazed at Xian with warmth and replied with a smile. Senior, I have heard that the True Dragon clan possesses a family secret technique known as the 9 transformations of the True Dragon. During its cultivation, one can delve deeply into their draconic bloodline, with each transformation akin to a rebirth. Upon mastering the 9 transformations, one can ascend directly to the sacred rank, standing among the 36 unparalleled divine powers. Is this truth or mere myth? Jang Yun looked up at the True Dragon Emperor, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 312, The Mountain and Sea Continent. So, you have set your sights on this, the True Dragon Emperor remarked. Observing Jang Yun's fox-like grin, he could only manage a wry smile in return. Ha ha ha, Xian wants for nothing in my ancient heavenly palace. If you, senior, do not present something of genuine value, how can you expect to captivate our hearts? Jang Yun's gaze was intense as he addressed the True Dragon Emperor. Taking a deep breath, the True Dragon Emperor met Jang Yun's earnest gaze and stated, Since I am here, I am determined to cultivate Xian seriously. I even aspire to mold her into the next leader of the Dragon Clan. Then perhaps you should seek another, Jang Yun interjected seriously. Xian is my empress. How could she simultaneously hold the position of the Dragon Clan leader? The True Dragon Emperor's words were abruptly interrupted, and Jang Yun's earnest expression met the Emperor's gaze. While Xian looked at Jang Yun with a softness that could nearly bring tears. Upon hearing Jang Yun's implication, the True Dragon Emperor nearly overturned the table in frustration. How can the youth of today be so cunning? They demand results without taking risks, bullying us older generations. Xian's fate is hers to decide. However, relying solely on the 9 transformations of the True Dragon may not suffice to help her transcend her innate limitations, the True Dragon Emperor remarked. Exasperation evident as he regarded Jang Yun before voicing his doubts. Though the 9 transformations possess formidable power and can refine one's bloodline, attempting to reverse the natural order from acquired to innate seems utterly implausible. But the phoenix must not be overlooked alongside the dragon, Jang Yun responded, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he regarded the True Dragon Emperor. You mean to say, the True Dragon Emperor suddenly grasped the implication and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you have your sights set on both the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen. They are bound to find little peace now. What riddle are you two weaving? The laughter of the two puzzled Xian, who had always been forthright with her questions. With an inquisitive expression, she gazed at Jang Yun, eager for clarity. It is quite a coincidence that the Phoenix clan possesses an unparalleled divine skill known as the 9 transformations into sanctity, whose might rivals that of the Qi transforming into 3 clarity and the True Dragon's 9 transformations. Jang Yun gazed at Xian and elaborated slowly. Moreover, the 9 transformations into sanctity bears a striking resemblance to the True Dragon's 9 transformations. Its cultivation necessitates a profound exploration of the Phoenix bloodline within, leading to a rebirth of sorts. The cultivation process is exceedingly arduous, demanding exceptional talent. Each transformation requires the consumption of a super-divine beast's bloodline. With each transformation, a rebirth is achieved, and each rebirth necessitates a decade of effort. Once the 9 transformations are perfected, one may ascend to the level of sanctity. Furthermore, this divine skill allows for the fusion of the consumed divine beast bloodlines to forge various offensive techniques, layering 9 times in total, resulting in formidable power that can even challenge the sanctified level. The True Dragon Emperor interjected, expressing no concern that Jang Yun's interest in the Phoenix clan's divine skills might sway Xian towards them. After all, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. He would not let such an opportunity escape. In this lifetime, the True Dragon clan is destined to unify the divine beast clans and reclaim their former glory. At the very least, they would assert dominance over all, solidifying their status as the preeminent divine beast clan. The striking similarity between these 2 divine skills makes one wonder if the ancestors of both clans conspired together. Xian remarked with a light chuckle, only to furrow her brow slightly and add, 10 years for each transformation seems excessively long, even under optimal circumstances. It would take nearly a century to succeed. Is that not a bit too prolonged? The True Dragon Emperor, nearly pulling at his beard in exasperation, explained. Many beings spend their entire lives unable to even touch the threshold of the Heavenly Sovereign. I myself took nearly 2 centuries to reach the sanctified level with this divine skill. A century's time in pursuit of the path of sanctity is far more than sufficient. As he spoke, the True Dragon Emperor observed Xian, noticing her gaze oscillating between Jang Yun and himself, gradually perceiving a hint of disdain in her eyes. This realization almost drove him to overturn the table in frustration. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Jang Yun became quite peculiar. To reach the quasi-sanctified realm in less than a century of cultivation seemed utterly unbelievable. Seeing that the true Dragon Emperor was nearly rendered self-conscious by Ziyan's gaze, Jang Yun smiled and said, Ziyan, the notion of a decade per transformation is merely a figure of speech. If your talent is sufficiently formidable, you could advance to the next transformation ahead of schedule. Moreover, as you possess both dragon and phoenix bloodlines, cultivating both divine skills concurrently may yield unexpected delights. When shall we visit the Phoenix clan? Ziyan inquired eagerly, her enthusiasm palpable. There is no rush. We shall wait for Medusa and the others to emerge from their seclusion first. In the meantime, you should focus on your training with the true Dragon Emperor. Jang Yun replied. Senior, I entrust her to your care, he said, rising and respectfully clasping his hands before the true Dragon Emperor. I shall do my utmost. The true Dragon Emperor affirmed. The true Dragon Emperor gazed at the two with palpable excitement. The Dragon Phoenix, after all, had not made any progress in millennia. If he could unravel even a fragment of its mysteries while mentoring it, there was a possibility for his own advancement in the future. Contemplating this, the true Dragon Emperor felt a surge of exhilaration. It could be said that with Ziyan's return to the Dragon Clan, there were aspirations not only for the future of the clan, but also for his own interests. However, all of this hinged upon Ziyan's successful development. A month later, Medusa and her companions emerged from their seclusion. With the aid of the continent's power and the Celestial Sovereign Pill, all three successfully ascended to the realm of Celestial Sovereigns. Thus, Jang Yun's ancient heavenly palace welcomed three formidable new members. After their emergence, Jang Yun entrusted all affairs to them, while he and the true Dragon Emperor, accompanied by Ziyan and Dou Qi, set forth toward the Divine Beast Continent. Currently, both of his avatars were engaged in significant matters. And without a top-tier powerhouse to oversee the ancient heavenly palace, although the threat had diminished following the conflict with the Maha Ancient Clan, Jang Yun still left the Heavenly Emperor's sword with Medusa, imbued with his own power, sufficient to unleash the might of a sacred artifact. The Mountain Sea Continent. This is a renowned large landmass within the vast world, said to be a fragment of the Divine Beast Continent that shattered in a great battle long ago, now serving as the habitat for the Avian clan. The reason the Mountain Sea Continent is so illustrious within the vast world is due to the presence of a highly esteemed super divine beast race, the Phoenix clan, whose heritage rivals that of the 5 ancient clans. The clan's mightiest beings are the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Empress, both mid-level celestial sovereigns. However, when united, their strength surges to rival that of the true Dragon Emperor. In the vast world, the Phoenix clan is recognized as the sovereign among avian divine beast races. The Mountain Sea Continent indeed lives up to its name, filled with towering mountains and deep seas, interwoven endlessly. At its heart lies the so-called Million Great Mountains, where the peaks stand majestically, each towering tens of thousands of feet, resembling colossal giants that imbue the land with a primal aura, housing countless divine beast races. Amidst the Million Great Mountains, clouds and mists swirl, celestial birds soar, and magnificent palaces intermittently reveal themselves among the peaks. The ethereal sounds echo throughout the realm, rendering this place akin to an immortal paradise. At the center of the Million Great Mountains rises a peak exceeding 10,000 zhang, resembling a pillar that reaches the heavens, emanating an ancient and profound aura. Atop this mountain lies a grand hall, which constitutes a small world of its own, featuring flowing streams and exotic flora, enveloped in celestial energy. Within, numerous jade pillars crafted from exquisite or stand tall, upon which cushions are placed, clearly serving as seats. At this moment, every jade pillar was occupied. Each figure radiated spiritual light, their forms faintly transforming into various avian silhouettes behind them, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. The weakest among them was a celestial sovereign, all belonging to the avian lineage, with the Phoenix clan holding the highest regard. These races, when considered individually, possess strengths that rival the superpowers within the vast universe, and the longevity of the divine beast clans has endowed them with profound heritage, rendering them superior to ordinary superpowers. When these magnificent divine beast races converge, they form a formidable force within the entirety of the vast world. At the center, upon the jade pillar, 2 figures are seated on a stone platform. They appear to be of middle age, with long hair cascading down, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility with every gesture. The Phoenix is comprised of the True Phoenix and the True Feng clans, each led by a sovereign known as the Feng Wang and Huang Wang, who jointly govern the Phoenix clan, alternating in their terms. In this era, the Feng Wang currently wields power within the Phoenix clan. The present Feng Wang and Huang Wang are formidable beings of mid-grade sanctity, and their combined might can contend with those at the pinnacle of sanctity, thereby granting the Phoenix clan absolute authority among the avian lineage. Surely, You are all aware of the purpose for which the Huang Wang and I have summoned you here," remarked the Feng Wang as he surveyed the gathered assembly. Upon hearing these words, solemn expressions adorned the faces of the attendees. The true dragon clan had already received the news, and as fellow sovereign divine beasts, they were not to be underestimated, swiftly acquiring intelligence regarding the Tianluo continent. However, unlike the true dragon emperor, who had established familiarity with Jang Yun and approached directly, the ancient heavenly palace's displayed strength was sufficient to command their attention. With over a dozen supreme beings present, not to mention Jang Yun's prowess in vanquishing 3 sanctified beings and countless demon emperors, it could be asserted that the ancient heavenly palace had rapidly ascended to the foremost echelon of superpowers within the vast world, warranting the attention of any faction. "Chief, is the information regarding the Dragon Phoenix confirmed?" inquired the leader of the Qingwan clan, gazing at the Feng Wang. "Since the news arrived, I have dispatched individuals to verify it from multiple sources. The Dragon Phoenix is from the same lower realm as the Demon Slayer King Jang Yun, having acquired certain fortuitous encounters and evolved from the true Dragon clan. She is now also Jang Yun's wife," the Feng Wang affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of the information's authenticity. Upon receiving these details, the various avian divine beasts and clan leaders could not help but exhibit a range of expressions. Jang Yun, at present, is indeed a figure of immense prominence. The Fire Spirit clan, having defeated the Demon Emperor in the ancient Sacred Abyss to become the Demon Slayer King, has repelled the forces of foreign evil clans from the northern territories, unified the Qi Continent and Tianluo Continent, and just days ago, forced back the allied armies of the Maha ancient clan and several superpowers. Such deeds have led the populace of the vast world to recognize that Jang Yun is not merely a figurehead, but a true Demon Slayer King with tangible accomplishments. While the combined strength of the avian clans surpasses that of the ancient Heavenly Palace and the Qi Divine Temple, the top-tier combat capabilities remain uncertain. After all, Jang Yun possesses the ability to transform into 3 distinct entities, effectively allowing him to wield the power of 3 elite fighters. It is entirely feasible that a single Jang Yun could wreak havoc across the Shanghai continent. At present, the most pressing matter lies in the sentiments of the avian clan towards the newly emerged Dragon Phoenix. Instinctively, all eyes turned towards the central figures of the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen. Many also glanced at the Kunpeng clan, particularly the venerable ancestor of the Kunpeng, who had been quietly meditating since the beginning. It is worth noting that although the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen are the leaders of the avian clan, they are not the most powerful individuals among them. That distinction belongs to the ancestor of the Kunpeng, a figure contemporaneous with the true Dragon Emperor, whose strength has transcended the pinnacle of the sacred realm, and who has lived for tens of thousands of years. What attitude do the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen hold towards this Dragon Phoenix? As if sensing the collective gaze upon him, the Kunpeng ancestor opened his eyes and calmly addressed the two. The Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen exchanged a serious glance, their expressions turning grave. The Kunpeng ancestor, as a being at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, deserved their utmost attention. After a prolonged silence, the Phoenix King exhaled deeply and stated, "Though the Dragon Phoenix is the supreme being of the divine beast realm, we are no longer in ancient times. Should anyone presume that they can command the divine beast clan solely based on their Dragon Phoenix lineage, they are sorely mistaken. Thus, my decree is this. As long as the ancient heavenly palace does not come knocking, we shall remain indifferent to its presence. Are the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen truly so benevolent, unperturbed by the secrets of the Dragon Phoenix? That would be a falsehood. After all, it is the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, and it is but an unripe Dragon Phoenix at that, who among the divine beast clan is not curious about its mysteries. However, despite her not yet reaching her pinnacle, Ziyin possesses a formidable backing. Jang Yun's aura of intimidation is no mere jest. It is built upon a foundation of blood-soaked achievements, and none dare to be the first to step forward. Thus, all remains as it is." The Kunpeng ancestor regarded the two with a neutral demeanor, speaking in a calm tone, leaving no one privy to their innermost thoughts. Suddenly, a disturbance resonated from afar, as thunderous roars echoed through the space. In an instant, all the supreme beings present lifted their gazes towards the distant horizon, where an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged forth like crashing waves. With a tearing sound, a dark spatial rift abruptly appeared under the scrutiny of the onlookers, accompanied by a laugh akin to rolling thunder. "Ha ha ha, you old rascal, you're still alive." Upon hearing that booming laughter, everyone was taken aback. At that moment, countless individuals felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their hearts, rendering some breathless. "Oldness, this place is the sanctuary of our avian clan. Who dares to act so audaciously? Today, we, the many clan leaders, have gathered here, whether tiger or dragon, all must lie low. Old mudfish, if you have not perished. How could I dare to die before you? As a group of youthful voices raised their objections, a subtle smile graced the serene visage of the venerable Kunpeng, who rose to regard the gaping rift in space, softly chiding, "Old mudcat. Scruffy bird? Could it be him?" In that moment, upon witnessing Kunpeng's reaction, the astute among them quickly grasped the implications, exchanging glances that reflected their mutual astonishment. This figure was none other than a true legend of their divine beast lineage, surpassing even Kunpeng himself, a veritable super beast of the vast universe. "Ha ha ha, you old rascal, still cannot bear a loss." As laughter echoed, 3 silhouettes emerged from the rift, with the foremost being the true Dragon Emperor. At this moment, he regarded Kunpeng with a long-lost joy in his eyes. They were all relics of an ancient era, remnants of a bygone age. In the vast universe, their generation was dwindling, making their reunion a deeply poignant affair. Upon the arrival of the trio, unlike the others who gazed at the legendary true Dragon Emperor, Kunpeng, along with the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen, focused intently on Jang Yun and Xian, their gazes flickering with intrigue. "Old fellow, you've brought quite the gift this time." Kunpeng quickly regained his composure, casting a meaningful glance at the true Dragon Emperor. "Hee," the true Dragon Emperor replied with a laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. Junior pays respects to the esteemed true Dragon Emperor. At this juncture, the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen also settled down, leading the others forward to pay their respects to the true Dragon Emperor. "Very well," the true Dragon Emperor acknowledged with a slight nod, his voice carrying an air of authority. "I have pressing matters to discuss with the Phoenix King, the Phoenix Queen, and old Kunpeng. You may withdraw for now." Upon hearing this, the Phoenix duo furrowed their brows slightly, but upon seeing the composed expression of Kunpeng, they acquiesced, saying, "In that case, the 3 of you may accompany me to the Wudong Palace for further discussion." The Wudong Palace, where the phoenixes roost, stood as the pinnacle of their clan's architecture. Resplendent in its magnificent exterior, Jang Yun could sense that it was a transcendent sacred artifact. The depth of the Phoenix clan's heritage was evident in their choice of palace. Once everyone was seated, the true Dragon Emperor surveyed the room, noting that the gazes of the Phoenix King and his companions frequently drifted towards Xian. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I trust you have surmised the identities of these 2. I shall not keep you in suspense. This individual is the recently renowned Demon Slayer King, Jang Yun." Upon hearing the true Dragon Emperor's introduction, the 3 immediately redirected their focus to Jang Yun, their eyes reflecting a sense of wonder. "I believe my young friend here requires no further introduction, for he has recently become quite the sensation. Despite his youth, his prowess is such that even I harbor no certainty against him," the true Dragon Emperor stated, his sincerity palpable, ensuring that the trio would not underestimate Jang Yun due to his tender years. "The name of the Demon King resounds in our ears, even from the distant shores of the mountain and sea continent. Among the younger generation, the illustrious Jang Yun stands unparalleled." The ancestor Kunpeng gazed at Jang Yun, unable to restrain his admiration. He was not one to blindly trust in the true Dragon Emperor. Having carefully sensed, he found Jang Yun's essence to be a harmonious blend, with no trace of imposing aura revealed. Were it not for his visible presence, he might have missed his existence entirely. This indicated that Jang Yun's power was unfathomable, eluding even his keen perception. "You flatter me, esteemed elder," Jang Yun replied humbly, clasping his hands in respect. "There is no need for modesty, Demon King. In our avian lineage, none have achieved your level of accomplishment. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth," remarked the Phoenix King and the Huang King, their expressions tinged with admiration as they regarded Jang Yun. "Surely, this one requires no further introduction." After a round of pleasantries, the true Dragon Emperor turned his gaze towards Xian, inquiring with a knowing smile towards the trio. At that moment, the expressions of the 3 grew serious. The ancestor Kunpeng spoke solemnly. "It is indeed a rare fortune in one's lifetime to witness the bloodline of the dragon and phoenix. This alone is enough to bring great solace to my existence." Xian has encountered the 3 esteemed elders. Xian exuded an air of nobility, addressing the 3 with calm respect. The dragon and phoenix. The Phoenix King and the Huang King exchanged complex glances with Xian, their tones imbued with nostalgia. The hall fell into a momentary silence. "I have come here at the behest of the true Dragon Emperor to seek a treasure from the Phoenix clan," Jang Yun eventually said, rising to address the 2 Phoenix Kings. "Oh, and what might that be?" Jang Yun's inquiry interrupted their thoughts, drawing their serious attention. After all, the leaders of the ancient Celestial Palace and the Crimson Flame Divine Hall possessed vast dominions. What resources could they possibly lack? The item he sought must be extraordinarily precious. The clan's supreme divine ability, the 9 transformations into saintly ascendants. Jang Yun's calm voice resonated like thunder within the hall. The Phoenix King, Huang King, and ancestor Kunpeng stared at him in astonishment. "Is this for Xian?" Quickly recovering, the 3, being ancient beings of immense wisdom, did not feel anger at Jang Yun's desire for their clan's divine ability. Instead, they understood instantly that Jang Yun's request was made on behalf of Xian. While the 9 transformations into saintly ascendance was indeed a transcendent technique, it bore limitations. Only members of the Phoenix clan could cultivate it, making it impossible for a human like Jang Yun to practice. Thus, his request was in consideration of Xian, who bore the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Surely, esteemed elders have perceived the deficiencies in Xian's Dragon Phoenix bloodline. She evolved into her Dragon Phoenix form after gaining fortuitous opportunities on the continent of combat energy. Stemming from the ancient Void Dragon clan, yet she possesses many shortcomings. Naturally, I wish to rectify this, Jang Yun elucidated. What do you propose as a solution? The Phoenix King inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Divine Beast clan is fundamentally rooted in the power of bloodline. The Dragon and Phoenix clans possess their respective ancestral techniques, transformations of the true dragon and the 9 turns to ascendancy, both of which serve to purify their bloodline. Xian, embodying the essence of both clans, possesses a dual bloodline. If she were to cultivate both techniques concurrently, continuously enhancing her dragon and phoenix bloodline, one might anticipate unforeseen results upon achieving mastery in both arts. Even in the event of failure, any modicum of enhancement would be worthwhile. Jang Yun openly shared his thoughts, unperturbed by the prospect of the Phoenix clan learning from his insights, for such knowledge is not easily acquired. In the vast expanse of the universe, only Xian, with her dual bloodline, meets the prerequisites to practice these 2 formidable techniques. Furthermore, it is solely Xian who has the opportunity to cultivate the transformations of the true dragon and the 9 turns to ascendancy. In this world, one must possess both background and strength to navigate effectively. Should others attempt to cultivate these techniques, the repercussions from the Phoenix and Dragon clans would be dire. Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, the Phoenix King and Queen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise. Theoretically, Jang Yun's assertions held merit. The cultivation within the Divine Beast clan is fundamentally a process of unearthing the latent potential of bloodlines, thereby elevating their limits. However, the question loomed, should they truly impart their ancestral technique to him? Would it not risk the emergence of an invincible Supreme Dragon Phoenix? Should she choose to unify the Divine Beast clan, what then would be their fate? Would they not become unwitting allies to their own adversary? Yet, the alternative of withholding their knowledge was fraught with peril, especially considering the true Dragon Emperor's evident inclination to place his bets on Xian. Should the Phoenix clan refuse, they would not only alienate Jang Yun, a pivotal figure in the vast universe, but also have to reckon with the Dragon clan's stance. In this moment of contemplation, the Phoenix King and Queen, feeling somewhat at a loss, instinctively turned their gaze towards the slumbering Kunping ancestor, who appeared to be dozing off in the hall, occasionally muttering in his sleep. Cursing inwardly, they exchanged a knowing look before directing their attention back to Jang Yun. The 9 turns to ascendancy is the ancestral technique of our clan, one that must remain exclusive to the Phoenix lineage. Therefore, should the Phoenix clan consent to our request, I am willing to offer 3 Dragon Phoenix celestial pills, along with 2 unparalleled techniques and a Saint Ascension pill in exchange. However, just as the Phoenix King began to speak, Jang Yun interjected, interrupting his subsequent remarks. Hiss! The hall filled with gasps as everyone absorbed Jang Yun's words, including the true Dragon Emperor, who was equally taken aback. Meanwhile, the Kunping ancestor, having awakened at some point, stared at Jang Yun in astonishment. The Dragon Phoenix Celestial Pill is a potent elixir designed to enhance the strength of those destined for celestial rank. While the avian lineage may not be numerous, it is not entirely devoid of such resources. As for the unparalleled techniques, aside from the most illustrious 36, the Phoenix clan possesses about 10 of their own. However, the Saint Ascension pill is distinct. It cannot be concocted without a grandmaster of saintly herbs. Its purpose is clear, to assist individuals in transcending the barriers of saintly rank. Such efficacy is undoubtedly enticing, for no faction would ever refuse an abundance of saintly resources. However, the extraordinary elixir also signifies its rarity. Even the esteemed Phoenix clan finds it challenging to summon the revered masters of the Dan God clan and the ancient sacred herbs of the primal grasslands to concoct such an elixir. Thus, when they heard Jang Yun's bid, the 3 were utterly astonished. Was the Demon Slayer King referring to the Ascension Elixir? The Phoenix King, recovering from his astonishment, rose and inquired with palpable urgency, "Are you a master alchemist of the sacred grade?" In response, Jang Yun merely smiled in silence. Observing this, the 2 Phoenix Kings and the ancient ancestor Kunping exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of fervor. A master alchemist of the sacred grade possesses the ability to elevate an entire faction's stature, a truly formidable ally. "What say you, my esteemed Phoenix Kings?" Jang Yun asked, a smile gracing his countenance. Clearing his throat, the two kings quickly masked their momentary embarrassment. With solemn expressions, they stated, Ziyin embodies the essence of the dragon phoenix and possesses the phoenix bloodline. She is indeed one of our kin. Training in the 9 transformations to ascension technique does not contravene our clan's regulations. This could be my humble contribution to the vast world. If the dragon phoenix reaches full maturity, our realm may gain additional strength in a century's time. Witnessing the two phoenix kings' righteous demeanor, the ancient Kuanping inwardly derided them, thinking it shameless for them to utter such words at their age. A chuckle rippled through the assembly, yet none dared to shatter the moment. Jang Yun, however, remarked, Your noble intentions are commendable. Upon hearing this, the two kings, undeterred by any awkwardness, nodded in agreement. Jang Yun then retrieved a jade box and floated it toward them. The Phoenix King, brimming with excitement, accepted the box and slowly opened it. Inside lay 4 jade vials and 2 pieces of jade slips. His gaze immediately fixed upon the central vial. Carefully extracting it and gently uncapping it, he was greeted by the sight of a resplendent golden elixir resting at the bottom, radiating its brilliance unabashedly. The rich elixir aura surrounded it, manifesting as numerous ethereal images of magnificent divine beasts, perfectly rounded in form. Intricate chains of runic symbols entwined the elixir's surface, binding it securely, as if to prevent this supreme treasure from escaping. As the vial's opening released a potent fragrance, a wave of elixir aroma permeated the great hall, causing the gathered individuals to feel their internal spiritual energy begin to stir. It is worth noting that they were all masters of the sacred grade, and for an elixir to achieve such an effect was truly remarkable. Indeed, it is the Ascension elixir. I have encountered it twice before, yet none possess the quality of this one. Young friend, your alchemical skills are nothing short of extraordinary, exclaimed the Phoenix King, sealing the vial promptly to preserve its potency. In response, Jang Yun smiled in silence. This Ascension elixir was not entirely his creation, or rather, not solely crafted by him. As a sacred grade elixir, the materials required and the effort expended were formidable, and even someone of Jang Yun's caliber could not assure a successful outcome. This phoenix feather was among the spoils he acquired following the battle with the Maha Ancient Clan. During the plundering of possessions, he stumbled upon a semi-finished phoenix essence. The original alchemist, for reasons unknown, had failed to complete its refinement and had preserved it using a sealing technique. This fortunate discovery ultimately benefited Jang Yun, for he was capable of perfecting it into a complete elixir, a testament to the mastery of his alchemical skills, which had, unbeknownst to him, reached unparalleled heights. After securing the elixir, a faint glimmer of spiritual light emanated from the palm of the Phoenix King, where an ancient feeling feather materialized. He regarded it with a complex gaze, not because the clan's legacy was insignificant, but due to the enormity of what had been bestowed upon him. Fortunately, Ziyin was not considered an outsider, nor did she contravene any established protocols. Chapter 314, Successful Cultivation. The cultivation of the 9 transformations into saint technique is exceedingly arduous. In the millennia of our Phoenix clan's history, only 3 individuals have succeeded in mastering this divine art, and even I, alongside the Phoenix King, have been unable to do so. Observing the Phoenix King shake his head in regret, Ziyin stepped forward with confidence and declared, Since others have succeeded, I too shall prevail. Upon hearing her words, the Phoenix King looked at Ziyin and, with a smile, nodded in agreement, saying, With the innate qualities of a dragon phoenix, you will undoubtedly excel. As he spoke, he gently propelled the phoenix feather, which soared through a radiant arc toward Ziyin, who effortlessly grasped it in her hand. This feather embodies the true essence of the 9 transformations into saint technique. If you can awaken its spiritual imprint, it will prove your innate talent for its cultivation. As the Phoenix King's voice echoed in her ears, the feather, held firmly by Ziyin, suddenly radiated brilliance. Streams of luminous energy began to converge, ultimately igniting into a blazing inferno that transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix soaring gracefully. After circling for a moment, the fiery creature swiftly dove into her forehead. Both the Phoenix King and the Phoenix Queen were rendered speechless by this spectacle. They had encountered the 9 transformations into saint technique before, but had gleaned nothing from it. Even after achieving the pinnacle of heavenly supremacy, they had revisited its nuances multiple times, managing to evoke some minor phenomena, yet failing to cultivate it or even to grasp the fundamentals. However, the astonishing display from Ziyin left them in awe. The reaction of the legacy feather was unprecedented. Could it be that the dragon phoenix bloodline was so overwhelmingly potent? Their compatibility was astonishingly high, a feat even the esteemed Huang Xian had never achieved. As the fire phoenix merged within Ziyin, a surge of flames erupted, enveloping her entire being. Her eyes glimmered with flickering fire, seemingly reflecting the image of the phoenix. In an instant, the phoenix vanished, replaced by a being possessing the ancient form of a dragon and the wings of a phoenix, releasing waves of energy that radiated outward. Time passed, and as the flames gradually subsided, the feather that had entered her body reappeared in her palm, albeit now with a somewhat dimmed hue, signifying the considerable energy it had expended. Have you truly inherited this divine art? Have you already succeeded in the first transformation? Phoenix Wang gazed at Xian, who had just opened her eyes, gradually regaining her composure. Observing the subtle fluctuations within her, he could not help but exclaim, not only that, but the transformation of the true dragon has also completed its first cycle. It seems that Jang Yun's conjecture may indeed come to fruition. Beside him, the true dragon emperor's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment as he spoke, his tone tinged with admiration. Is the dragon phoenix truly so extraordinary? Even if it is not a purebred? The venerable Kunping ancestor also regarded Xian with a glimmer of envy. Despite being a peak saint-level powerhouse, unmatched in bloodline strength across the vast world, he could not shake the intuition that the supreme beast, which transcends all divine creatures, might indeed re-emerge in this realm. Xiaoyan, the 9 transformations into sanctity and the true dragon's change are perfectly suited for me. I sense that cultivating them simultaneously will be far swifter than mastering either alone. What do you think, Xiaoyan? Xian excitedly shared her joy with Jang Yun, her hands forming intricate seals. Waves of arcane energy radiated outward, and behind her, a shimmering purple-gold halo materialized, within which the true dragon and true phoenix danced together, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura as they twirled. Jang Yun witnessed the formation of a terrifying purple-gold seal at the center, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an ancient essence. The seal, adorned with noble purple-gold brilliance, resembled a relic weathered by the ravages of time, emanating an unmatched force, as if it were poised to burst forth and strike at their adversaries. In the grand hall, Xian, framed by the extraordinary halo, appeared as a deity, exuding an air of majesty and inviolability. An indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the surroundings, causing everything, including the vast hall itself, to tremble slightly. Indeed, the power of this divine technique rivaled that of ordinary peerless arts. With time and deeper cultivation of these extraordinary abilities, countless mysteries would surely unfold. Now, you must not allow yourself to become complacent, Jang Yun remarked with a smile, admiring the dragon phoenix seal. Oh, but I assure you, I am diligently practicing. In response to Jang Yun's playful teasing, Xian leaped into his embrace, playfully butting him with her head, lacking any real force, almost as if providing him a gentle massage. As he watched her act of affection, a tender smile graced Jang Yun's face as he wrapped his arms around her, gently stroking her small head, the comforting sensation making it impossible to resist. After a moment of warmth, Jang Yun turned to the true dragon emperor and the others, stating, I extend my gratitude to King Feng and Queen Huang for their generosity. Our Tianluo continent has recently endured turmoil and is still beset with matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Alas, I had hoped to host the Demon King and the Dragon Phoenix within my Phoenix clan, so we might engage in profound discussions. However, since matters in the Heavenly Palace require your attention, we cannot insist upon your stay until we meet again. Upon hearing this, both parties sighed with regret, as if genuinely lamenting the situation. After exchanging pleasantries, Jang Yun and his companions departed the Phoenix clan, their journey having unfolded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. In the void, the true Dragon Emperor gazed at Jang Yun and Xian beside him, smiling as he spoke. It is indeed thanks to the presence of the esteemed elder that the Phoenix clan has chosen not to antagonize the true Dragon clan and my ancient heavenly palace. Thus agreeing to the proposal of the junior, Jang Yun replied with a smile directed at the true Dragon Emperor. Ha ha ha, Jang Yun, there is no need to flatter me. Even if you were the only one to arrive and presented those conditions, they would still acquiesce, for who could resist the allure of a sacred great elixir? The true Dragon Emperor laughed heartily, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Jang Yun. Just then, the three exchanged glances and turned to look behind them, only to see a streak of light rushing towards them at an astonishing speed. Even Jang Yun, adept in the ways of space, dared not claim superiority in swiftness over this entity. In the vast expanse of the universe, a being of such velocity could only be one of exceptional stature. You see, what did I tell you? No one can refuse the temptation of a sacred grade elixir grandmaster, remarked the true Dragon Emperor, casting a knowing glance at Jang Yun. With a gust of wind, the figure of the Kunping ancestor materialized before the trio, chuckling. Alas, I am growing old, truly aging. I find myself gasping for breath even after traversing this short distance. One cannot defy the passage of time. Observing the Kunping ancestor's nonchalant demeanor, the true Dragon Emperor could not help but express disdain, retorting, Who are you trying to fool? In the great expanse, whose speed can match yours? Is it only on the battlefield that the speed of your Kunping lineage manifests? No wonder you dart about so swiftly. How dare you? The Kunping ancestor retorted, momentarily taken aback. In my prime, when I spread my wings, I could traverse 90,000 miles, aiding countless continents and rescuing numerous heavenly sovereigns. The number of demon emperors who have fallen at my hands is not insubstantial. Huh, you have the audacity to boast in my presence. Was it not your speed that allowed you to let others attract attention while you sneakily claimed a few heads from behind? If I recall correctly, it was merely 5 or 6, not the dozen you claim. Listening to the true Dragon Emperor expose his shortcomings, alongside the amusement evident in Jang Yun and Ziyan's eyes, the Kunping ancestor nearly succumbed to frustration. What do you mean by snatching heads? This is precision-guided strategy, swift and effective in eliminating foes. You, brute, understand nothing. As the Kunping ancestor's face began to flush, Jang Yun interjected to quell the dispute, inquiring, Elder, having pursued from the Phoenix clan, I presume you have some insights to share? Jang Yun's question effectively halted the quarrel, and the Kunping ancestor returned to a more composed demeanor, addressing Jang Yun and Ziyan. The emergence of the dragon and phoenix is a fortuitous event for our divine beast lineage, with external threats still looming. The vast expanse requires the power of the dragon and phoenix. Thus, my Kunping lineage shall certainly contribute. Jang Yun and Ziyan exchanged knowing glances, comprehending that the Kunping ancestor was eager to place a bet on this alliance, while also seeking to forge a favorable relationship with Jang Yun, the esteemed grandmaster of sacred grade elixirs. Should we proceed with this? This time, the true Dragon Emperor remained silent, standing quietly to the side. The decision rested with Jang Yun and Ziyan, as they had already boarded the vessel of the Dragon Clan. The stronger Ziyan became, the more it aligned with his aspirations. Similarly, Jang Yun gazed at Ziyan, recognizing that the judgment must be hers alone. After a moment of contemplation, Ziyan lifted her gaze towards the venerable Kunping ancestor and spoke, Esteemed elder, during this period, I have gained much. However, one cannot indulge in excess. Upon hearing the unmistakable refusal in Ziyan's voice, the Kunping ancestor grew anxious and hurriedly replied, Coincidentally, our clan's Kunping nest, which opens once every century, is about to be unveiled. Within it lies the inheritance of our Kunping clan's divine abilities. The Kunping's swiftness is renowned as the fastest in the vast universe. And since you, Ziyan, are proficient in the way of space, you would undoubtedly find it greatly beneficial. As the Kunping ancestor earnestly extolled the advantages of the Kunping techniques, he noticed that Ziyan remained unmoved. Casting a glance at Jang Yun beside her, he continued, Moreover, within our clan's territory exists the Yang Extreme Cave and the Xinbing Abyss, both of which share a marine expanse beneath them, forming a natural terrain of yin and yang. For those who cultivate the path of yin and yang, it is indeed an unparalleled treasure. I observe that my young friend Jang Yun seems to practice the path of life and death, a realm yet unexplored by anyone in the vast universe. I cannot say for certain, but the path of life and death shares a connection with that of yin and yang. I believe it would offer numerous benefits to you. Young friend Jang Yun. At the Kunping ancestor's words, the true Dragon Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him, recognizing that this old fellow was not entirely foolish. He understood that Jang Yun's vulnerability lay in Ziyan, and conversely, Ziyan's vulnerability was Jang Yun. Suggesting that it would benefit Jang Yun proved far more effective than claiming it would solely benefit her. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ziyan appeared noticeably swayed, glancing at Jang Yun, who still regarded her with a gentle demeanor, as if to say that the decision was hers to make. She returned his gaze with a smile. Very well, then I shall trouble you, esteemed elder. I also wish to witness the legendary speed of the Kunping clan, for I have yet to encounter a Kunping in the continent of Fighting Qi. Excellent. You shall not be disappointed. The Kunping ancestor exclaimed with excitement upon receiving her agreement. With the decision made, the four immediately altered their course towards the territory of the Kunping clan. In the midst of an endless ocean, a nest rested upon a rocky islet, almost level with the sea's surface. It was magnificently grand, far more imposing than the nearby islands. It is said that the Kunping clan can transform into the Great Peng to soar into the heavens, or into the Kun fish to traverse the seas. A super divine beast capable of contending with true dragons and true phoenixes. At that moment, Jang Yun and Ziyan stood before the inheritance nest of the Kunping clan, feeling the overwhelming pressure of this super divine beast, and could not help but express their admiration. That old man said that holding this would grant access to the inheritance of the Kunping clan. Are you truly not interested, Xiaoyun? Ziyan inquired, holding a peculiar golden bone as she looked at Jang Yun. There is no need for that. You are the dragon phoenix. Your cultivation suffices. My own innate abilities are already plentiful, and I do not require this particular one. My purpose here is merely to draw upon the sacred ground spoken of by the ancestor Kunping and to attain some enlightenment. Jang Yun shook his head in refusal. Nodding in agreement, the two exchanged no further words and transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the Kunping nest. Before long, they arrived beside a blood pool. Radiant and vivid, ablaze like the sun, resembling a vast collection of blood diamonds. This was a legacy left by the powerful ancestors of the Kunping clan, containing vital inheritances. As long as this place endures, so too shall the lineage of the Kunping. At that moment, upon their arrival, the golden bone in Xian's hand finally reacted, bursting forth in a flash of golden light that hovered above the blood pool. In an instant, the once tranquil blood pool stirred, erupting with countless characters. Half of them shone with golden brilliance, tearing through the void, while the other half shone with a dark light, akin to a black abyss, arranged in unison. Subsequently, all the characters took form, resonating with a metallic clang, as they swiftly coalesced into a magnificent Kunping. In that instant, it appeared to possess life, gazing down upon the multitude with an air of supremacy, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Is this the legacy of the Kunping? Xian observed the spectacle with a sense of curiosity. Jang Yun cast a curious glance as well. This phenomenon was imbued with an enchanting mystique, aligning perfectly with the logic of the bloodline inheritance of divine beasts. You may contemplate the legacy of the Kunping here. I shall explore those two locations. Jang Yun merely glanced before turning his gaze away, advising Xian as he looked at her. Understood. Once Xian gracefully settled upon the blood pool, Jang Yun pivoted and proceeded towards his intended destination. In a corner of the vast ocean lay two extraordinary realms, the Yang Extreme Cave, ablaze with roaring flames, and the Xian Ice Abyss, which froze all that it touched. The interplay of these two forces transformed the seabed into a peculiar domain. One half of the water boiled, emanating unimaginable heat that caused the surrounding waters to steam, while the other half displayed a chilling black hue, exuding a terrifying cold capable of halting even the celestial sovereigns. Only the might of the world could manifest such an extraordinary locale. Chapter 315, Mid-Stage Sacred Body. This place was formidable, with spiritual energy erupting violently. Should an Earth sovereign arrive, they would be easily shattered. Only a celestial sovereign, having condensed their celestial sovereign physique, could withstand the pressures of this realm. Of course, for those who cultivate their physical bodies, this location would be akin to paradise. Jang Yun was precisely this type of individual. Let me see if this has any effect on my current physique. Jang Yun's eyes gleamed as he transformed into a streak of light, darting into the realm where yin and yang converged, embarking on yet another period of seclusion and cultivation. As he sensed the surrounding forces, without a protective layer of spiritual energy, a slight sting pricked his skin. However, it remained well within Jang Yun's capacity to endure. He has ascended to the realm of the sacred body, and the opportunities for further enhancement of his corporeal form have become exceedingly rare. Yet, this place unexpectedly possesses some significance. At this moment, Jang Yun sits in tranquil meditation, entering a remarkable state of being. Cultivation is often tedious, but in this instant, the bones of his forehead radiate light, and the miniature figure within his sea of souls hungrily contemplates the innate principles of yin and yang present in this locale. He has never before perceived the delicate interplay of these cosmic forces so vividly laid bare before him. It is as if he has entered a subtle Taoist realm, continuously absorbing the laws of this place, deepening his understanding of the cycles of life and death through associative learning. Moreover, throughout this process, his physical form undergoes constant transformation. Under the cleansing influence of the dual energies of yin and yang, his body appears almost translucent, akin to exquisite crystal. As time flows by, the atmosphere within the Kunping's lair is extraordinarily serene, undisturbed by any interruptions, save for Jang Yun, the youth wholly devoted to his quest for strength. His mind is clear and untroubled by tumultuous emotions. Before long, his body becomes hazy, enveloped in a radiant aura, with clouds swirling and an ethereal glow illuminating his form, which surpasses even the fairest of skins. Yet, beneath this captivating exterior lies a primordial beast of unparalleled ferocity, ready to rend asunder any adversary that dares obstruct his path. His body resonates with crackling sounds, the symphony of bones and sinews harmonizing into a resounding melody, their luminosity intensifying with each tremor. At this moment, the cyclical inferno within him dances joyfully through every corner of his corporeal vessel. His bones, flesh, and meridians, under the dual influences of yin and yang and the cyclical flames, seem to be enveloped in a radiant membrane, resembling both metal and crystal, exceedingly brilliant, from within to without. And vice versa, this transformative process unfolds, merging bone and flesh into a harmonious union, culminating in a luminous film that ultimately reflects upon the surface of his body. At this juncture, Jang Yun perceives his physical form as a hidden treasure, now fully unveiled, releasing boundless potential. In this moment, he shines resplendently, devoid of any impurities. His entirety undergoing continuous change, becoming ever more luminous, evoking a sense of sanctity and transcendence. He appears as a deity seated in serene contemplation. It is unclear how long he has been in this state, as swirling strands of black and white energy intertwine, with columns of dragon and phoenix energy flowing in and out of his mouth and nostrils, his breathing maintaining a unique rhythm, neither hurried nor sluggish, always adhering to a natural cadence. Eventually, Jang Yun slowly opens his eyes. They gleam brightly, imbued with spirit and a sense of profound clarity, exuding an aura of extraordinary elegance. His spiritual power has not yet reached a new pinnacle, but he has gained fresh insights into the principles of yin and yang, life and death, and the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, his physical form has progressed significantly, now comparable to the mid-stage of the sacred body, with perhaps only a few, such as the patriarch of the ancient Black Sky clan, possessing a physique that surpasses his own. Xian remained in seclusion, seemingly reaping substantial gains. Jang Yun's soul power swept through, instantly perceiving Xian's state and the gradually rising aura surrounding her. Indeed, the Tongtian Python clan and the Tailing Ancient clan had also arrived. At that moment, Jang Yun gazed at his palm, where a flickering fire seal illuminated the space. In the next instant, a message surged into his mind. And after perusing it, Jang Yun murmured to himself. It appeared that he could not wait for Xian to emerge from her retreat. Casting a regretful glance at the interior of the nest, Jang Yun sighed softly, allowing a spark of fire to traverse the space and gently settle among Xian's hair. Immediately thereafter, he vanished from the expanse of the sea. In the instant Jang Yun departed, Xian, engrossed in her meditative insights, furrowed her brow slightly, only to return to her tranquil state a second later, fully immersed in her cultivation. Upon their reunion, the true Dragon Emperor and the Kunping ancestor expressed their astonishment at Jang Yun's physical enhancement, while Jang Yun realized that he had been in seclusion for half a year. After expressing his gratitude to the Kunping ancestor and assuring him that should he require elixirs, he could bring the materials to the ancient heavenly palace for him to concoct. Jang Yun then entrusted the true Dragon Emperor with the task of thoroughly instructing Xian upon her emergence from seclusion. He nodded at the side, indicating to Zhuquan, who was to return to the Dragon Clan alongside Xian, ensuring they would look after one another. Between father-in-law and son-in-law, no excessive words were necessary. Both understood what the other wished to convey. Ultimately, Jang Yun bestowed upon Zhuquan a Dragon Phoenix celestial elixir. Once arrangements were made, Jang Yun bid farewell to the three and set forth towards the ancient heavenly palace. The following day, Jang Yun traversed the void and returned to the Tianluo continent. Upon reaching Medusa's residence, he immediately spotted the elegant woman seated behind a delicate table, her hair styled in a falling horse bun. The woman appeared to be around 30. Clad in a simple robe, her expression serene and her appearance dignified, devoid of any aura of spiritual power, resembling an ordinary woman. However, Jang Yun instantly discerned the truth. She was a saintly celestial sovereign. Jang Yun's arrival swiftly captured the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Medusa rose with delight, coming to Jang Yun's side, her delicate hands encircling his arm, expressing her longing. Before outsiders, Queen Medusa always maintained a cold and reserved demeanor, her warmth rivaling that of Xian. But that side would only bloom for Jang Yun. I have returned. Meeting her tender, violet gaze, Jang Yun smiled gently, giving a light squeeze to her hand before turning to regard the saintly celestial sovereign. He noticed her keen interest as she observed him closely nestled against Medusa. In her bright eyes, countless stars seemed to twinkle, and a subtle awareness reached out toward him. Upon noticing this, Jang Yun smiled warmly at her. But in the next moment, the woman abruptly withdrew her perception, gazing at Jang Yun in shock, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Just moments ago, a resplendent flame of intertwining black and white appeared within her perception, warm yet fervent, emanating a perilous wave that threatened to scorch her very soul. Instinctively, she sensed that if this continued, her spirit would undoubtedly suffer harm. Such a terrifying flame was a sight she had never encountered before. In that brief exchange, her counterpart instantly recognized that Jang Yun's formidable achievements were no mere rumors, but a veritable reality. Great Elder. Noticing their reactions, Medusa too came to a realization. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the graceful woman as she spoke in a frosty tone. Alas, it was my folly to pry into your young suitor. My curiosity got the better of me. With his feats shrouded in such mystique, even the once immortal emperor would pale in comparison. Look at me. I've suffered for it. Little Shasha, please forgive me. Medusa furrowed her brow as her counterpart immediately raised a hand in contrition, a smile adorning her face. devoid of any semblance of superiority befitting a saintly sovereign, instead exuding a somewhat mischievous charm. Another scoundrel? A figure flashed through Jang Yun's mind, and he formed his initial impression of her. Let this be a lesson, Medusa retorted, turning to Jang Yun. Seeing him smile back at her without ire, her expression softened. Yet she maintained a stern demeanor as she addressed her counterpart with an air of authority. In that moment, it seemed as though their roles had reversed, as if Medusa were the true paragon of strength. This peculiar sense of déjà vu led to the consideration that if her counterpart truly exhibited such demeanor, then Medusa might not face exclusion upon her arrival at the Devouring Python clan, despite lacking a strong foundation. May I inquire which esteemed member of the Devouring Python clan you are? After the brief interlude, Jang Yun regarded her with a respectful smile. The elder's face broke into a warm smile at his inquiry. I am the great elder of the Devouring Python clan, Serpent Spirit. As for my prowess, you have likely discerned it. I am at the mid-tier of the saintly realm. Nodding, Jang Yun recalled the information he had on the Devouring Python clan. Although they did not possess the terrifying strength or profound heritage of the True Dragon or True Phoenix clans, they nonetheless held saintly sovereigns among their ranks. And this elder was recorded as the mightiest within her lineage. My purpose here is likely clear to you. Medusa possesses the royal bloodline of our clan, the 9-colored Devouring Python, which allows her to receive superior cultivation within our ranks, Serpent Spirit stated earnestly, observing both Jang Yun and Medusa. What is your perspective on this matter? Jang Yun remained non-committal, turning to Medusa and softly inquiring. Do you wish for me to return? Medusa asked. One hand entwined with Jang Yun's while the other played with her cascading hair, her gaze brightening as she smiled at him. Upon hearing Medusa's question, Jang Yun had yet to respond, but Serpent Spirit grew anxious, her hands gripping her cup turning slightly crimson. Even within the Devouring Python clan, the 9-colored Devouring Python was an unequivocal royal bloodline, rare in number, and she, being of that precious lineage, was acutely aware of the challenges surrounding its emergence. Thus, every 9-colored Devouring Python is a focal point of their cultivation, and Medusa is even more enigmatic. During this time, she has learned about her counterpart's past. Originally a member of the serpent people, her companion spirit was an unremarkable purple flame serpent. However, through a series of extraordinary events, she remarkably activated a trace of the Devouring Python bloodline within her, evolving into a 9-colored form. It can be said that Medusa possesses all the essential qualities of a formidable being: talent, perseverance, and fortune. If she were to be brought back to her clan and nurtured with care, she could very well become a powerful figure in the late stages of the sacred realm, heralding a renaissance for the Devouring Python clan. Therefore, when she heard Medusa intending to seek Jang Yun's opinion, her heart raced with urgency. How could it be that just moments ago everything seemed agreeable, yet upon Jang Yun's return, he suddenly changed his mind? Not daring to provoke the two, she could only cast a sorrowful glance at Jang Yun, resembling a forlorn lady of the inner chambers. At that moment, Jang Yun remained oblivious to her plight. He gazed at Medusa, who radiated an astonishing allure, and a thought began to take root in his mind, to bind her to his side. Yet, in the next instant, he swiftly quelled that impulse. Medusa, who had been observing Jang Yun intently, naturally perceived the glimmer of affection in his eyes, which brought her even greater joy. Before Jang Yun could respond, she turned to Snake Linger and said, "Great Elder, grant me 3 days. I need to make some preparations." Very well. Upon hearing this, Snake Linger beamed, understanding the gravity of the request, and promptly left the scene. Once Snake Linger had departed, Medusa gazed at Jang Yun with tender affection and murmured, "I am sorry, but to grow faster and assist you better, I must leave for a while. I can help you, and my speed will not lag behind that of the Devouring Python clan." Jang Yun wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck, and spoke softly, "I am well aware of that, but I am Medusa, the queen." Medusa looked at Jang Yun with dreamy eyes, the man who had captured her heart, and a subtle smile curved her alluring lips. This smile, akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, transformed the originally gentle woman into one of cold elegance and fierce determination. In that moment, she reverted to the formidable queen of the serpent people, known for her chilling beauty and ruthlessness, instilling fear throughout the entire Jamma Empire. She possessed her own pride. While Qing Lin and the little medicine fairy might be more docile and prefer to remain by Jang Yun's side, she too desired to be with him but aspired to stand beside him as the leader of her clan, capable of aiding him. "Once I return, I will bring an entire Devouring Python clan to adorn your imperial crown with yet another dazzling gem." Medusa smiled quietly at Jang Yun, expressing her unique tenderness with the most commanding words. "My queen, you are already the brightest jewel." Jang Yun gazed at the enchanting beauty in his embrace. Feeling a gentle warmth in his heart, he tightened his hold around her delicate waist, adorned with a softness akin to a flower's petal, and offered a subtle smile. Then, under the slightly emotional gaze of Medusa, he lowered his head to kiss her luscious, crimson lips. With a flick of his sleeve, the door swung open, and in a swift motion, he entered the room, the door slamming shut behind him. In that moment, the warm chamber was suffused with a quiet springtime ambience. When the two finally emerged once more, a week had passed. As for Medusa's initial claim of 3 days, it remained unfulfilled. However, the serpent spirit, wise beyond her years, refrained from interrupting during this time and waited patiently until the very moment they stepped outside. Chapter 316, Achievement and Emergence. After Medusa and the serpent spirit departed for the sky-eating Python clan, the Tai Ling ancient clan finally received their long-awaited audience with Jang Yun. Having learned from the experience with the floating pagoda ancient clan, the Tai Ling ancient clan sent a venerable elder of saintly status, whose demeanor was notably humble. Following extensive discussions and the exchange of numerous resources, Jang Yun graciously returned the jade stone bearing the ancestral legacy of the Tai Ling ancestor to its rightful owners. The successful completion of this task brought joy to the Tai Ling ancient clan, who could not help but disparage the floating pagoda ancient clan for their ineptitude in handling Jang Yun, a figure so amenable. It was evident that the Tai Ling ancient clan possessed keen insight, as their lineage had consistently produced saintly talents, ensuring their enduring strength and prosperity. With the ancestral treasures of the floating pagoda and Tai Ling returned to their rightful place, Jang Yun still retained the unparalleled divine abilities bestowed upon him by the Spear Ancestor and the Sky Pillar Ancestor, whose respective factions had long since faded from existence. As he held no interest in their legacies, he chose to keep them safely stored within the repository of classics, awaiting a worthy successor. After attending to all matters, Jang Yun refrained from wandering aimlessly and chose to remain in the Tianluo continent, taking the time to assimilate his recent gains. With Jang Yun's retreat into tranquility, the previously bustling realm of the Great Thousand World also fell into a serene quietude, reminiscent of a decade prior. The sole distinction was the presence of 2 colossal entities, the ancient Heavenly Palace and the Crimson Flame Divine Hall, now gracing the Tianluo and Xiyin continents. During this period, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Someone leaked Jang Yun's esteemed identity as a grandmaster of saintly medicinal herbs, prompting a multitude of individuals to flock to the Tianluo continent in search of elixirs. Seizing this opportunity, the ancient Heavenly Palace welcomed numerous talented aspirants, drawn by the promise of alchemical knowledge. Furthermore, Jang Yun's legendary status as a grandmaster attracted many wandering alchemists eager to seek his counsel. He graciously received all visitors, dedicating a day each month to engage with fellow alchemists in discussions about the art of potion making, thereby amplifying his already formidable reputation. In just 2 short years, the Tianluo continent began to emerge as a burgeoning sanctuary for alchemical mastery. However, this situation prompted Jang Yun to intervene in the interests of both the Dangod clan and the ancient 10,000 Grass Plain. Cowed by Jang Yun's formidable achievements, they dared not suppress him overtly, leading to a medicinal refinement contest between them. The outcome remains unknown, but it is acknowledged that thereafter, both the Dangod clan and the ancient 10,000 Grass Plain recognized the Tianluo continent as the 3rd sacred ground for alchemy in the vast world. Thus, 5 years passed quietly. The ancient Heavenly Palace had grown into a colossal entity, subtly surpassing the 5 ancient clans, with aspirations to become the foremost power in the vast world, second only to the Grand Thousand Palace. In the boundless sea of light, the radiant energy converged towards the center of the ocean, where a golden cocoon shimmered, voraciously absorbing the ceaseless waves of luminous power. At a certain moment, a figure seated within the cocoon seemed to tremble slightly. Its eyes flickered, and the pair of eyes, which had remained closed for 5 years, slowly opened at this very moment. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light erupted from its eyes, piercing through the cocoon and traversing the void for tens of thousands of feet before gradually dissipating. The figure opened its mouth and inhaled the surrounding golden mist entirely into its being. As the golden mist gradually dissipated, a bare body slowly emerged from the cocoon. This physique, possessing fair skin and a slender, powerful form, emanated a faint golden sheen from its pores, a mysterious and ethereal aura radiating around it. Jang Yun clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, his physical strength had ascended to the late stage of the saintly tier. If he were to activate the endless light body, renowned as the premier defense in the vast world, his adversaries would truly grasp the meaning of despair. Should he merge with his main body, coupled with the invulnerability of myriad laws, Jang Yun felt confident that even if he found himself ensnared in the demonic realm, he could traverse in and out 7 times without sustaining any injuries. Indeed, for his opponents, Breaching his defenses would be but a distant dream. He had truly succeeded. Within the pagoda of the ancients, an ancient phantom materialized, gazing in awe at the figure that roared towards the heavens. The entire Golden Sea trembled beneath the resonance of his roar. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your support." Jang Yun bowed respectfully towards the pagoda of the ancients, then moved towards an ice coffin. Inside lay the leader of the ancient pagoda clan, Qing Yan's father, Qing Xianfeng. At this moment, he was but a breath away from death, sustained solely by the ancestral energy of the pagoda, existing as a living corpse. In Jang Yun's eyes, he would not survive beyond 3 years. Ultimately, having gained an advantage from the ancient pagoda clan, it was the perfect opportunity to test my newfound insights. With that thought, Jang Yun raised his hand towards him, a radiant life force cascading from his palm. It was visible to the naked eye that the man's injuries began to stabilize, showing signs of healing. After several moments, Jang Yun successfully healed the other party, though a minor imperfection remained. Qing Xuanfeng's cultivation had not fully recovered, leaving him at the pinnacle of earthly sovereignty. However, this was not a significant issue. With a single medicinal pill, he would soon regain his former glory. As his injuries mended, Qing Xianfeng slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. In a hoarse voice, he murmured, "This is the interior of the ancestral tower? Am I already dead? I do not wish to fall so soon." Just as Qing Xianfeng was engulfed in confusion, a voice tinged with a hint of mockery echoed in his ears. "Who are you?" Qing Xianfeng turned to see Jang Yun, whose very presence exuded a comforting aura. He inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. He was certain that in his century-long life, he had never encountered someone like Jang Yun. "It was he who saved you." At that moment, the spirit of the ancestral tower finally spoke. The ancestral tower. Upon seeing the tower's spirit, Qing Xianfeng sprang to his feet, bowing respectfully. "You may understand the specifics yourselves. I have lingered here long enough and must take my leave." With that, Jang Yun paid no heed to the exchange between Qing Xianfeng and the ancestral tower, and his figure gradually dissipated before the two. As Jang Yun exited the ancestral tower, a vast surge of spiritual light surged behind him, transforming into a realm of spiritual energy. Within that realm, an ancient silhouette slowly emerged. This figure, entirely resembling crystal, radiated boundless light, and wherever that light reached, even space itself became fortified and indestructible. At the very moment Jang Yun appeared, everyone from the floating ancestor clan perceived a terrifying anomaly emanating from the direction of the ancestral tower. It is Jang Yun. He has emerged from seclusion. No, this essence of light. He has truly succeeded. He has become the master of the endless light body. Instantly, the heavenly sovereigns of the floating ancestor clan descended upon the exterior of the ancestral tower, their gazes fixed upon the figure exuding an overwhelming aura. Unable to suppress their astonishment, their expressions varied. Some were envious, others grim, and still others appeared lost. Jang Yun had spent 5 years within the ancestral tower, and the clan's heavenly sovereigns were well aware of his endeavors. Initially, everyone had vehemently opposed his actions, but under the tacit approval of the floating ancestor and floating Xian, they dared not voice their discontent in Jang Yun's presence. Consequently, they had resigned themselves to the situation, though they secretly cursed Jang Yun's anticipated failure. However, from this day forth, everything would be definitively settled. "You truly succeeded." Among the crowd, floating Xian's expression was the most complex. As a member of the old guard, he found himself at a loss for his emotions in that moment. He could only continually reassure himself that Jang Yun could be considered half a member of the floating ancestor clan, not a complete outsider. If Jang Yun were privy to floating Xian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes, for although Qing Xian had been in the ancient heavenly palace these past years, she had had no contact with Jang Yun, let alone the opportunity to cultivate any affection. From the very beginning, the aspirations of the ancient floating pagoda clan had already been thwarted. On this day, a terrifying beam of golden light surged into the heavens, casting an endless aura of radiance over the entire floating pagoda continent. Countless individuals felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Fortunately, this aura came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In its aftermath, multitudes engaged in fervent discussions, while spies from various factions hastened toward the ancient floating pagoda clan, eager to uncover the truth. Having gained the recognition of the infinite radiance body, Jang Yun exchanged a few pleasantries with the floating pagoda's Xian, mentioning a surprise awaiting within the ancestral tower, before making haste toward the celestial Luo continent. Boom! In a certain region of the Scarlet Flame continent, the roars of beasts echoed through the forest when suddenly a terrifying demonic wail captured the attention of the ferocious creatures inhabiting the area. This was a desolate wilderness, scarcely trodden by human feet, harboring numerous formidable beasts, including those renowned on the beast ranking. Suddenly, A radiant streak tore through the sky, a divine light cleaving the void, accompanied by a dazzling orb that streaked across the heavens, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. The violent shockwaves surged forth indiscriminately, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its vicinity. The ancient trees of the dense forest were abruptly marred by a massive crater, from which wisps of spiritual energy seeped forth. A disheveled woman in a white dress emerged from the pit, awkwardly struggling to distance herself from the forest. "Qing Yanjing, do not surrender." The lady in white managed to take a few faltering steps, as the ominous presence behind her grew increasingly palpable, her weary eyes scanning the world around her. The exhaustion of her body hindered her speed. "Fair maiden, do not flee. My brothers and I shall relish your company." A sinister laughter echoed from not far behind, instilling a flicker of despair in Qing Yanjing's gaze. She attempted to raise her wrist to channel her spiritual energy, yet her once reliable spiritual veins now felt parched. Utterly incapable of mobilizing even a trace of power, her delicate arms, usually as light as a lotus, now felt as heavy as lead, and the searing pain enveloping her body rendered her utterly fatigued. "Is this the end?" Qing Yanjing, having struggled out of the deep pit, leaned against a grand tree and sighed deeply, her exquisite features marred by unyielding despair. Gazing at the shadowy figures lurking in the distant black mist, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. "Even in death, I shall not suffer humiliation. Ah, fair maiden, why resist so stubbornly? My brother and I are both admirers of beauty and would never be rude to such a charming lady. Simply yield, and let us ascend to bliss together." A raucous laughter pierced the air as two burly men emerged from the black mist, towering over Qing Yanjing, their stature more than twice her own, embodying the stark contrast of beauty and beast. At that moment, their eyes gleamed with lewd intent as they fixated upon the enchanting silhouette leaning against the tree, their tongues flicking over their lips, their desires threatening to burst forth. "I, a member of the ancient floating pagoda clan, shall never endure such indignity." Qing Yanjing clenched her silver teeth, her eyes already filled with the resolve of death. "Ah, so it is indeed a member of the ancient Futu clan. My brother and I have truly stumbled upon a treasure." Upon hearing Qing Yanjing's words, the desires in their eyes intensified. The Futu clan, even among the malevolent factions beyond the realms, is renowned. Their infamous reputation would not incite caution, but rather amplify their wicked intentions. "Do not entertain thoughts of seeking solace in death. Our clan possesses the corpse demon lineage. As long as your demise occurs within 3 days, we can ensnare your soul and transform you into a lifeless puppet. Thus, for us, death and life hold no distinction. It is merely a matter of showcasing you before the multitude, which would undoubtedly render the Futu clan's countenance quite spectacular." Upon hearing this, Qing Yanjing's pallid visage turned even more ashen. Could it be that death would not bring release? To suffer such a disgrace even after death, bringing shame upon her clan, was unbearable. "Ha ha ha." Observing Qing Yanjing lost in a daze, the two men exchanged sinister smiles as they approached one another. How audacious of the malevolent beings from beyond to act with such impunity in the Great Thousand. At that moment, a resounding voice, akin to that of a celestial deity, descended from the heavens. The voice resonated with a formidable battle intent that astonished all present. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Qing Yanjing's eyes. However, the two malevolent beings from beyond, disturbed by the interruption, turned with malevolent expressions. In the distance, a figure stood with arms behind his back, possessing resplendent golden hair and a strikingly handsome visage, chiseled as if sculpted. The depth of his eyes harbored an overwhelming allure that was hard to forget. Nevertheless, it was the terrifying battle intent emanating from him, transcending the very heavens. That was his most captivating trait. As Qing Yanjing beheld him, her flickering hope was quickly overshadowed by disappointment. Despite his extraordinary demeanor, his realm of supreme sovereign perfection could not deceive her. Though supreme sovereign perfection was remarkable, the two individuals from the demon domain were, after all, quasi-demon emperors. Chapter 317. A hero to the rescue? Who dares to disrupt our affairs? Upon sensing the arrival of someone with the strength of supreme sovereign perfection, the two men immediately voiced their anger. "I am the battle emperor of the West." The man, noticing Qing Yanjing lying on the ground in a pitiable state, felt a surge of compassion. His gaze fixed upon the two malevolent beings. An overwhelming battle intent erupted from within him. "How audacious you are to wreak havoc in the Crimson Flame continent. Do you not fear the retribution of the Crimson Flame Guards?" Upon hearing the identity of the newcomer, Qing Yanjing cast a curious glance his way. The Battle Emperor of the West, renowned for his youthful fame, had inherited the legacy of the War Emperor among the ancient 9 emperors and cultivated the War Emperor's technique, mastering a unique battle spirit. He was hailed as possessing the potential of a saintly being, with even the foremost powers of the Great Thousand. such as the Great Thousand Palace and the ancient Tai Ling clan, holding high hopes for his future. Before Jang Yun had risen to prominence, he was already regarded as a genius of the highest order in the Great Thousand, comparable to exceptional figures like Mo He Tian, the Qing Shan Sword Saint, and Qin Tian. There may be an element of exaggeration and flattery in this, yet his innate talent and prowess undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of the vast universe. At this moment, he has yet to encounter his lifelong adversary, the martial ancestor Lin Dong, and it is during this period that he possesses the utmost confidence and courage. As a consummate Earth sovereign, he has already carved out a formidable reputation within the vast realm and in the Western Heaven continent. He has founded the Western Heaven Battle Hall with great enthusiasm. Looking back on the first half of his life, one might say he embodies the archetype of a protagonist. However, Qin Yinjing merely cast a curious glance at him before diverting her attention, focusing instead on replenishing her own spiritual energy. Firstly, she was currently injured and did not hold high hopes for the battle sovereign's ability to fend off the two demons. Although her own spiritual cultivation was only at the level of an upper earth sovereign, she was a master of spiritual formations at the pinnacle level, capable of contending with supreme earth sovereigns. Even she found herself desperately fleeing in the face of the duo's combined onslaught, as they were twin brothers whose minds were inextricably linked, thereby amplifying their power beyond the sum of its parts. Secondly, despite the battle sovereign's remarkable talent, often hailed as possessing the potential of a saint, he was burdened by a notorious weakness, an insatiable lust for beauty. Not only did he inherit the legacy of the ancient Nine Emperors' War Emperor, but he also mastered a dual cultivation technique passed down from ancient times, known as the Imperial Inner Cannon. The more he engaged in dual cultivation with extraordinarily skilled female warriors, the faster his own cultivation progressed. Correspondingly, his reputation as a prodigy was matched by his infamous lechery. Shortly after establishing the Western Heaven Battle Hall, he had already erected a grand harem housing 3,000 beauties, which left Qin Yinjing unimpressed. "Hey, are you threatening us with the Qi Yin Divine Hall?" Upon hearing the battle sovereign's words, the two exchanged glances and chuckled derisively. Jang Yun is struggling to save himself. Does the Qi Yin Divine Hall have time to concern itself with us? The battle sovereign and Qin Yinjing furrowed their brows at this remark. The Qi Yin continent shares a border with the demon domain, and while significant conflicts between the two have been absent, minor skirmishes persist. Therefore, since its inception, the Qi Yin Divine Hall has established a contingent known as the Qi Yin Guards to patrol the Qi Yin continent. However, it is perplexing that Qin Yinjing and her adversaries have been engaged in battle without drawing the attention of the Qi Yin Guards. Now, upon hearing their words, it seems there may be deeper implications at play. Capturing you will undoubtedly shed light on everything. Boom. The ominous thought fleetingly crossed his mind, and the battle sovereign resolved to act without hesitation. Channeling his internal spiritual energy, a tremendous rumble echoed from the heavens, and a robust pillar of spiritual energy, intricately entwined with countless battle runes, surged skyward, piercing the darkened firmament. An intriguing form of spiritual energy. The two malevolent beings from beyond the realm exchanged glances, their gaze rising to the battle energy pillar, a flicker of seriousness igniting within their eyes. Battle spirit energy, created by the ancient Nine Emperors' War Emperor, merges one's spiritual energy with battle intent, resulting in a unique form of energy that possesses formidable combat capabilities. Demonic entities from beyond, your demise is imminent. The battle sovereign cast a fierce glance at the two adversaries, his battle intent burning like an inferno, before unleashing a powerful punch. The exceptionally formidable battle spirit surged forth, igniting into a fervent blaze, compressing into an enormous iron fist that descended with an awe-inspiring might, embodying the terrifying essence of warfare against heaven and earth. Slayers, human demon child, earth demon child. Upon the battle emperor's strike, the two otherworldly evil beings let out a piercing howl. With a resounding clang, two long swords, exuding a dreadful aura of malevolence, were drawn. One sword heralded the fall of all living beings, while the other lamented the sorrow of the universe, instilling a profound sense of dread. In an instant, the blades of the two combatants merged violently, their radiant light sweeping across the battlefield, obliterating all in its path. This singular sword strike was potent enough to challenge even the mightiest of the celestial sovereigns. A deafening roar reverberated as waves of power rippled through the air. The battle emperor's ethereal fist was cleaved asunder by a single sword strike, causing him to stagger backward, retreating several hundred meters in disbelief. How is this possible? The battle emperor gazed at the crimson mark upon his fist, incredulity etched across his face as he regarded the human demon child and the earth demon child. The demonic sword taints the heavens and the earth. Observing the astonished battle emperor, the two malevolent beings erupted into laughter. With a sweeping motion of their sword, An immense tide of dark energy surged forth, manifesting into a domain of swords that enveloped the Battle Emperor. Battle Emperor Divine Art, grasping the heavens. Sensing the formidable power of the sword, a chill ran down the Battle Emperor's spine. Immediately, an endless surge of combat spirit erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed an overwhelming battle intent, echoing the sounds of cataclysmic conflict throughout the heavens and earth. Accompanying his formidable battle spirit, his left hand extended outward, transforming into a colossal hand etched with countless battle runes. This giant hand descended from the sky, infused with the essence of 1,000,000 battle runes, and gathered immense spiritual energy, exuding ferocity to its utmost degree. Simultaneously, his right hand was not idle. It coalesced an infinite battle intent into a singular point, unleashing an astonishingly violent fist strike. A vast torrent of spiritual energy converged like a tempest, ultimately manifesting as a colossal fist imprint that soared into the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. In the instant of collision between the fist, the palm, and the realm of the demonic sword, an unparalleled destructive force erupted. The very space surrounding the three combatants began to collapse, countless shards of reality shattering and scattering in all directions. The terrifying shockwave propelled the three figures backward, their feet dancing in the air as they took 1,000 steps before gradually coming to a halt, their expressions darkening. The Battle Emperor gazed at the sight of the spatial collapse, his pupils contracting involuntarily as he beheld the two figures, unscathed and regarding him with an indifferent gaze. A surge of rage ignited within him. I acknowledge your strength. However, you shall still perish. Battle Emperor's divine form. The Battle Emperor regarded the human demon child and the earth demon child with a grave demeanor, for the first time feeling a palpable threat from adversaries of equal caliber. He sensed that he had encountered the greatest opponent of his life. Nevertheless, great peril often accompanies great opportunity. At this moment, the Battle Emperor felt the Battle Emperor scripture within him operating at an accelerated pace, as if the solid barrier that had once confined him had begun to crack. Witnessing this, the Battle Emperor's spirit soared, a long howl escaping his lips as vast spiritual energy reverberated through the space. Amidst the resonating sound, a colossal figure appeared behind him, the immense silhouette exuding an aura of power that seemed to conjure a storm of spiritual energy. Rumble, rumble. The vast spiritual energy surged and converged at an astonishing speed, creating a terrifying wave of spiritual power that rippled through the heavens and earth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The three observers could discern that the offensive maneuver being cultivated by the War Sovereign was undoubtedly a formidable, all-out effort. Behind the War Sovereign, a colossal shadow flickered into view, within which appeared an orderly array of troops. This immense figure soon became entirely discernible, towering to the height of 10,000 feet, resembling a colossal giant that stood firm against the sky. Suspended behind this giant were three luminous orbs, continuously rotating, emanating an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure akin to a tempest. The warlike intent erupted from within this towering shadow, and the released energy warped the surrounding space. The supreme manifestation of the War Sovereign was the ancient Battle Emperor's embodiment, ranked 24th among the 99 embodiments. This was no ordinary power, possessing various astonishing divine abilities. In the ancient era of the vast world, there existed 9 supreme warriors, collectively known as the Ancient 9 Emperors. Among them were the Celestial Emperor and the Immortal Emperor, underscoring the weight of such a title. The creator of the ancient Battle Emperor's embodiment, the Battle Emperor, was one of the most formidable among them, capable of standing at the forefront of the vast world during that age of unparalleled strength. Later, with the demise of the ancient Battle Emperor and the loss of his legacy, he vanished from history until the rise of the War Sovereign, who revealed that this ancient legacy had resurfaced. To inherit the ancient Battle Emperor's legacy is a testament to the War Sovereign's extraordinary talent and fortuitous destiny, earning him the moniker of the man with the protagonist template. Battle Emperor's divine ability. The low voice of the War Sovereign resonated, as a deafening roar erupted from within the luminous orbs behind the Battle Emperor's embodiment, unleashing a torrent of fierce battle intent that soared skyward. This battle intent pierced through the orb's confines, ultimately infusing the Battle Emperor's embodiment. As this overwhelming battle intent poured in, intricate battle markings appeared densely across the enormous form of the Battle Emperor's embodiment, enveloping the world in an unexplainable sense of oppression. Buzz. Following this, the ancient battle markings upon the Battle Emperor's embodiment shifted, ultimately converging at his fingertips. With a pointed gesture, the energy of the heavens and earth began to coalesce, transforming into a colossal finger imbued with an ancient aura. This gigantic digit, as if tangible, was adorned with countless battle markings, unleashing a tidal wave of battle intent that swept across the realm. darkening the skies as if they trembled in fear. Leally shattered sky finger. As the war sovereign's deep voice echoed throughout the cosmos, the immense finger descended from the clouds, striking down with devastating force. In an instant, the sky fractured, and pieces of space collapsed into black holes, while countless fragments of reality surged forth. The entire realm seemed on the brink of annihilation beneath that singular, cataclysmic finger. The battle monarch exerted every ounce of his strength, while both the demon sun and the earth demon sun remained undeterred. Behind them loomed a colossal demonic statue, bearing a massive dark bell that grinned menacingly at the battle monarch. The bell was adorned with countless grotesque faces, from which echoed chilling cries, a testament to the countless souls that had been sacrificed for its creation. As the demon monarch's bell descended, accompanied by a piercing shriek from the duo, two towering demonic shadows wielded unparalleled weapons and charged towards the battle monarch with lethal intent. The bell struck down without flourish, relying solely on sheer power and an invincible stance to crush its foe. The eerie wails of spirits emanated from within, as if this ominous black bell could annihilate countless beings. Boom! The two assaults, rivaling the might of celestial sovereigns, sliced through the heavens before colliding with a thunderous crash. At that instant, the very fabric of the world seemed to freeze. The spiritual essence in the atmosphere appeared to flee in all directions, as if terrified of being obliterated by such a cataclysmic impact. A rumble ensued. The stasis of the world persisted for a fleeting moment, yet felt as though an eternity had passed. What followed was a blinding radiance that cascaded down, saturating every corner. Following this brilliance, a visible tempest of spiritual energy erupted from the point of collision, wreaking havoc as it spread wildly. In its wake, the earth was violently torn apart, annihilating all life within a radius of 100,000 feet, reducing everything to mere dust. The prowess of these three individuals was such that none in their clan could hope to stand against them in solitary combat. Indeed, the multitude of prodigies from the outside world had proven overwhelming. In hindsight, we had been excessively arrogant in our past. Upon a distant hill, Qing Yanjing, bearing her grievous wounds, watched the terrifying clash with trepidation, her scalp tingling with fear. Although she was a master of spiritual formations and confident in her abilities given time, the magnitude of this confrontation instilled dread within her. Were she to be ensnared in such chaos, demise would be her only fate. Just a little longer. May the battle monarch hold on. Observing intently, Qing Yanjing felt the lingering auras of the three and silently prayed. At that moment, her internal spiritual energy had partially recovered. Given a bit more time, she could establish a grand formation potent enough to assist the battle monarch in vanquishing the two adversaries. In the battlefield, the tempest of spiritual energy that had ravaged the world began to dissipate, gradually revealing the scene. The earth was marred with deep, abyss-like fissures, glaringly prominent. On the now split ground, the battle monarch, the demon sun, and the earth demon sun stood opposed, their supreme forms facing each other. Unlike before, the once dreadful manifestations had dimmed, the result of significant energy depletion. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs erupted from the trio, who, with pallid faces, knelt on one knee, continuously expelling blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Clearly, the recent conflict had left them in a dire state. They had reached a point of mutual destruction. The demon sun and the earth demon sun wore expressions of deep gloom, their gazes fixed like daggers upon the distant war emperor. In this two-on-one confrontation, both sides had suffered greatly, and it was evident that they were at a disadvantage. Chapter 318. The fallen hero saves the beauty. Cough. What a formidable war emperor, capable of standing against us brothers single-handedly. Aside from the 32 great clans, you are the first to achieve this. Yet, in this battle, you are the one who has ultimately lost. The demon sun clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with malice as he addressed the war emperor in a somber tone. Such brazen arrogance. Now, all three of us bear wounds, and even the supreme manifestation is barely sustainable. However, I still command 1,000,000 battle spirits. How shall you obstruct me? The war emperor sat cross-legged atop the war emperor's manifestation, his gaze coldly scrutinizing the two adversaries. Though his complexion was equally pale and his internal energy nearly depleted, even the war emperor's form appeared on the verge of collapse. He nonetheless exuded an unwavering fighting spirit, as if prepared to launch a counteroffensive at any moment. Ha ha ha. Do you wonder why we are known as the demon sons of humanity and earth? The earth demon sun, upon hearing this, revealed an eerie smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Could it be that the distant Qing Yanjing apprehended something, her expression suddenly shifting in alarm? This is bad. One might describe the war emperor as lecherous, yet his combat intuition is beyond reproach. If Qing Yanjing could conceive of such a notion, he would certainly be aware of it as well. Blood sacrifice of battle spirits. Acting swiftly, he stomped his foot, biting his fingertip to draw blood. and inscribed an ominous blood seal in the air before him, a deep voice resonating alongside. At the moment his words fell, the million troops within the 3 luminous orbs behind the War Emperor suddenly slammed their hands against their chests, and in an instant, torrents of blood erupted forth. The blood soared into the heavens, igniting into flames, transforming into a tremendous surge of spiritual energy that pierced through space and wholly merged into the War Emperor's being. Boom. With the infusion of this vital essence, the War Emperor's previously weakened state surged with vigor, and in the blink of an eye, he had returned to his zenith. Spiritual energy roared, echoing through the firmament like thunder, akin to a raging torrent surging forth from within him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Kill. The War Emperor's icy gaze fixated upon the Earth Demon Son and the Demon Son of humanity. As the overwhelming spiritual energy swirled around him, his murderous howl reverberating through the realm. Ha ha ha, it is already too late. The celestial demon descends. In an instant, the Earth Demon Son and the Demon Son of humanity unleashed a long cry, their demonic energy surging violently into the shadows behind them, and to their astonishment, the 2 dark figures began to merge together at an alarming rate. Roar! A chilling, terrifying roar reverberated through the air as the newly manifested shadow of the demon experienced an abrupt surge in power, transcending the barrier of the Demon Emperor and even reaching the realm of the Celestial Sovereign. However, this state, while formidable, still differed from that of a true Celestial Sovereign, as it merely reflected the attainment of power without the accompanying ethereal body and myriad other characteristics. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient to overpower any formidable being beneath the Celestial Sovereign tier. The Great Demon Slash. A profoundly enigmatic and mysterious beam of shadow was unleashed by the demon's silhouette, exuding an overwhelming aura of desolation that swept through the cosmos. Wherever this shadow passed, vitality withered, and all things succumbed to silence, as if the very essence of spiritual energy dispersing throughout the heavens and earth was being erased from existence. Hiss! Sensing the terrifying edge of that attack, the War Emperor gasped in disbelief, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. A vast golden radiance erupted from within him, akin to blazing golden suns ascending into the sky. Buzz! The golden suns reverberated through space, unleashing an immense torrent of spiritual energy that caused the very fabric of the world to tremble. As those golden suns coalesced, they transformed into a magnificent golden cauldron, inscribed with countless silhouettes reminiscent of an elite army, faint echoes of battle cries emanating from within. The unyielding cauldron of the war god. With a resolute shout from the War Emperor, the golden cauldron surged forth, aiming to subdue the demon's shadow, as if it sought to dominate this realm. This was an unparalleled divine ability passed down from the War Emperor's lineage. Even with the might of a celestial sovereign, it demanded submission. Crash! The unparalleled sharpness of the assault struck the cauldron, and the terrifying demonic energy enveloped it. To the War Emperor's incredulous gaze, the countless figures upon the cauldron began to vanish at a visible pace. Where the demonic energy traversed, the resplendent golden light swiftly dissolved as if snow met the sun. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the cauldron shattered, taking with it the War Emperor's divine manifestation. An unending torrent of divine light engulfed the heavens and earth, clearing the remnants of clouds above. As this torrent swept through the sky, it transformed into a myriad of luminous specks, while a figure helplessly plummeted to the ground, leaving behind a profound imprint in the earth. Cackling, the 2 demons remarked, "What ancient War Emperor? He pales in comparison to our Lord of Slaughter." Observing the defeated War Emperor, they broke into joyous laughter. Approaching him, despite their derision, they remained wary of his potential, acknowledging that today's victory was narrowly secured. Should they face him again, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, they resolved to eliminate this promising prodigy swiftly, ensuring no future threats. Buzz! At that moment, a resonant hum echoed through the cosmos. The War Emperor, alongside the Earth Demon and the Human Demon, looked up in astonishment to see the previously injured Qin Yanjing, now unsteadily rising to his feet. In her eyes, countless beams of light converged, coalescing into a myriad of mystical seals reminiscent of a starry sky. Thunderous roars echoed. In the next moment, the vast expanse above the Earth Demon Prince and the Human Demon Prince twisted, as if a mighty river were emerging, swiftly transforming into a colossal formation that enveloped the entire space. In that instant, one momentarily forgot that the beauty was also a paragon of her generation. However, now that she had regained her strength, she should hasten her escape rather than attempt to resist. In a flash, the Earth Demon Prince regained his senses, utterly oblivious to the imminent danger of being ensnared within the formation. Instead, he gazed at Qin Yanjing with a sinister smile. The Battle Emperor also looked at Qin Yanjing with admiration, and her decision not to abandon him, to flee alone, stirred something within his heart at that very moment. Without responding to the two, Qin Yinjing conveyed her resolve through action. Her serene countenance remained unchanged as her slender fingers flicked gently. 9 Dragons Water Spirit Formation. The river of spiritual energy surged forth as Qin Yinjing altered her incantation, and the torrent roared to life, with seals illuminating the sky and delineating intricate diagrams of the formation. Roar! The sound of dragon roars resonated as 9 colossal water dragons erupted, charging towards the Earth Demon Prince and the Human Demon Prince. "Then let us entertain the beauty," exclaimed the Human Demon Prince with a laugh, his palms coming together before he struck out fiercely. Boom! 9 palm-sized black imprints surged forth, lightly striking the 9 water dragons. With an explosion of terrifying force, the dragons were reduced to a mist of water. "My dear, your spiritual formation seems rather feeble." The Human Demon Prince chuckled lowly, his figure darting forward, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy aimed at Qin Yinjing. "Is that so?" In response, Qin Yinjing's gaze turned icy. Her long, delicate fingers began to weave dazzling seals. And simultaneously, the water dragons that had just been shattered transformed into countless spiritual imprints. These numerous imprints swiftly melded into the void, rapidly coalescing into 2 immense black water spirit formations. The formations resembled watery prisons, covering a vast area. And seizing the fleeting moment when the Human Demon Prince charged at her, Qin Yinjing ensnared both him and the Earth Demon Prince deep within the watery confines. In this manner, they would be unable to employ their heavenly demon transformations and relying solely on their own strength. It would take them some time to break free from this black water prison. "You must go. I cannot hold them for long. Hurry to find the Red Flame Guards. Their identities are undoubtedly extraordinary. Their infiltration of the Red Flame continent must be for a significant purpose, and we must inform the Red Flame Temple." After confining the two, feeling the violent assaults within the formation, Qin Yinjing strained to maintain it while calling out to the Battle Emperor. "And you?" Upon hearing her words, the Battle Emperor hesitated, reluctant to abandon Qin Yinjing to flee alone. "Go." Seeing his hesitation, Qin Yinjing's voice turned cold. Upon witnessing the scene, despite the turmoil of resentment within, the War Emperor could only cast a lingering glance at Qin Yinjing, summoning the last vestige of his spiritual power, which transformed into a streak of radiant light and surged into the distance. "Now it is your turn." Noticing the War Emperor's retreat, a flicker of determination flashed in Qin Yinjing's eyes, for her heart had already embraced the resolve of death. Observing the imminent collapse of the black water spiritual prison formation, she swiftly altered her hand seals, and a chilling whisper escaped her lips. "Flame Radiance Formation." Boom. The very fabric of space shifted dramatically, and in an instant, the oceanic realm morphed into a sea of molten lava. From within the magma, a colossal crimson figure gradually rose, akin to a fearsome beast birthed from the depths of a volcano. This figure was immense beyond measure. With each breath, torrents of fire surged forth, distorting the very space around it. In a heartbeat, Qin Yinjing had executed a complete transformation between 2 diametrically opposed spiritual formations, showcasing a talent for formations that foretold her future as a master of sacred spiritual arrays. In the realm of formation arts, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite across the vast cosmos. Roar! As the Flame Radiance giant took form, it unleashed a furious roar, launching a fierce assault against the stunned Earth Demon and Human Demon. The formidable spiritual power coalesced like an ocean within its fists, endowing each strike with the force to shatter heaven and earth. As the giant's fists swung, they carried with them a torrent of fiery wrath, mercilessly crashing towards the 2 adversaries. "Remarkable. I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities to have outmaneuvered us. Since that War Emperor has fled, do not blame us for being ruthless in our approach. Brother, let us hold nothing back, capture her with all our might." The bloodline of the Floating Pagoda ancient clan could surely give birth to the most terrifying of evil spirits. Having just breached the black water spiritual prison array, the 2 brothers, witnessing the War Emperor's disappearance, exchanged cold smirks as they turned their attention to Qin Yinjing. Celestial Demon Slash. The 2 immediately charged towards the Flame Radiance giant, and thus, the 3 became entangled in a fierce struggle, the violent energies clashing and sending tremors throughout the vast spiritual array. The 3 figures collided with intensity, creating a tempest of spatial upheaval, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally tense. However, as time wore on, Qin Yinjing, burdened by her injuries, found the Flame Radiance formation waning, and the colossal figure began to be pushed back by the 2 demons. Bang! 2 fists collided once more, and at that moment, a figure appeared above the Flame Radiance giant in a flash, delivering a powerful blow downwards. With a resounding crash, the Flame Radiance giant was shattered by the Earth Demon's wicked grin, scattering spiritual light across the heavens. Cough. With the formation breached, Qing Yanjing could no longer withstand the strain. She coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground. With a sinister chuckle, the demon prince remarked on the resilience of the young beauty, noting that their efforts to capture the war emperor had been somewhat thwarted. However, he mused, fleeting escapes could not persist indefinitely. As long as they remained within the Crimson Flame continent, she would ultimately fall into their grasp. The demon prince gazed with malicious intent at Qing Yanjing, who lay motionless on the ground, slowly approaching her. How is this possible? The Crimson Flame continent is under the protection of the demon slayer king, Jang Yun. You shall not stir any chaos here. Qing Yanjing, hearing the demon prince's words, contemplated a harrowing possibility and regarded him with disbelief. Jang Yun's name resonated throughout the floating pagoda ancient clan, and her understanding of him had deepened as she journeyed through the vast realms. He was a paragon of strength, having risen to prominence in a remarkably brief span, leaving numerous powerful figures of both realms unable to lift their heads in his presence. Even she held him in high esteem. Moreover, Jang Yun had humiliated both the floating pagoda ancient clan and the Moha ancient clan. Though it may sound harsh, she harbored no affection for these two clans, the very instigators of her forced marriage that had driven her to flee. Thus, after escaping her betrothal, she had journeyed north to the Crimson Flame continent, eager to witness the prowess of the demon slayer king. Under his vigilant watch, the Crimson Flame continent was akin to an impenetrable fortress. She could scarcely conceive of any threat that could lead to its downfall. Curious, the demon prince observed the beauty's thinly veiled anger, a sickly smile creeping across his face. The thought of soon tearing away her pristine veil to behold her sacred form ignited a fervor within him. The pride of the floating pagoda ancient clan had yet to be savored by anyone among the 32 great clans, and he and his brother would be the first to tread this path. My dear beauty, allow me to enlighten you, he leered as he advanced toward Qing Yanjing. I too am intrigued. Might you indulge me? He taunted. Just as he neared her, a voice of formidable authority resonated in the ears of all three. The atmosphere shifted ominously, and upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the demon prince and the earth demon shifted drastically. They felt as though their souls were struck by a colossal hammer, inflicting excruciating torment. Simultaneously, their blood surged violently within them, ultimately erupting from their bodies, transforming them into grotesque figures drenched in crimson. In an instant, the once arrogant duo collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, their blood staining the earth. Conversely, Qing Yanjing, upon hearing the voice, felt a warm current flowing through her body. Within moments, her previously immobilized limbs regained sensation, and shortly thereafter, she rose to her feet. In disbelief, she gazed at her own hands, feeling the energy within her constantly mending her wounds. Qing Yanjing experienced a wave of familiarity and warmth. Observing the two figures rolling on the ground, an expression of incredulity flickered in her eyes. She quickly regained her composure, raising her head to search around, and soon, her gaze locked onto the slender figure high above. Who could it be? Upon seeing this unfamiliar silhouette, her first thought was youthfulness. Their ages appeared comparable, yet their strengths were worlds apart. Among the younger generation in this vast world, there were scarcely a few with such prowess. Who was this person? Doubt enveloped Qing Yanjing's mind. As if sensing her thoughts, Jang Yun's figure flickered, traversing layers of space to appear before Qing Yanjing. He looked at the gentle-faced woman, his expression peculiar, and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Startled by his accurate mention of her name, Qing Yanjing's eyes immediately filled with a hint of wariness. After confirming her identity, Jang Yun cast her a strange glance before turning to the moaning figures of the earth demon and human demon, coldly asking, "Speak. How does your outlandish clan intend to deal with the Qian continent?" Noting that Jang Yun posed no threat to her, and witnessing him interrogate the two members of the evil clan, Qing Yanjing approached out of curiosity. Even if Jang Yun truly intended to capture her, with his supreme strength, resistance would be futile. Coming to this realization, she stepped closer, standing quietly by his side, listening attentively. "Who are you?" As Jang Yun advanced, the pain within both their bodies seemed to be quelled, no longer as unbearable as before. The earth demon, gasping for breath, regarded Jang Yun with a flicker of fear in his eyes. "I am the one you call Jang Yun." Jang Yun replied calmly, delivering an answer that astonished the three. "You are Jang Yun?" Upon hearing the incredulous exclamations from the three, Jang Yun maintained his tranquil gaze upon the earth demon and human demon. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Jang Yun, the two felt an immediate sense of suffocation. Subsequently, as if resigned to their fate, the earth demon let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Huh, you truly are Jang Yun. My brother and I accept our fate today. To die at the hands of the renowned Jang Yun is not in vain." But, as he spoke, his gaze turned cold and filled with malice. "Jang Yun, do not rejoice too soon. Our Lord, the Holy Celestial, has already taken action. Your demise, the fate of the Qi Continent, and even the outcome of the vast world have all been predetermined. I await your arrival to accompany me. Boom. Before he could finish, a palm imprint descended from the heavens. The two did not utter a single scream, instantly transforming into a mist of blood, completely dissipating into the void. Silence. Jang Yun coldly retracted his hand, his voice icily resolute. Beside him, Qin Yinjing, upon discovering Jang Yun's true identity, occasionally cast her enchanting gaze in his direction. Even with his back turned, he could sense the peculiar glimmer in her eyes. Since learning of his identity, her apprehension that he might be a powerful figure sent by her clan to retrieve her had dissipated. The Futu ancient clan lacked the influence to summon him. Her curiosity regarding Jang Yun's exploits had drawn her to the Qi Continent, much like an ardent fan pursuing their idol. Now that he was before her, having saved her life, how could she possibly suppress her intrigue? Where do you intend to go next? Jang Yun turned to look at Qin Yinjing, inquiring softly. Suddenly, he glanced back, catching her in the act of secretly observing him. A flush crept onto her delicate face as she lowered her gaze, murmuring amidst the mountain peaks. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Jang Yun frowned. Observing his expression, Qin Yinjing hastily added, I've heard that the extraterrestrial evil clan seems to be mobilizing. I wish to join you on the front lines. As a member of the Dacian, I must defend the Qi Continent. Jang Yun remained furrowed in thought, yet his gaze drifted towards the distant horizon as he muttered gravely, so soon. Boom. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from the border. Akin to a dragon thrashing beneath the earth. Roar. The ground quaked, and ominous howls reverberated from the border, imbued with an unfathomable force of destruction. What is happening? Qin Yinjing stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding scene. Even from thousands of miles away, she could feel the terrifying aura descending upon them. Her expression shifting as she anxiously glanced at Jang Yun. Children of the Dacian world, the ancestor has personally descended. Hurry forth to meet your demise. Before Jang Yun could respond, a chilling voice echoed across the heavens, answering Qin Yinjing's unspoken question. Sheng Tian. Jang Yun's gaze remained calm as he surveyed the commotion at the border, whispering inaudibly, his eyes tranquil like a deep pool. With the extraterrestrial evil clan invading, the entire Qi Continent would be engulfed in flames of war. I will send you away, he stated, turning to face Qin Yinjing with composed determination. No. I am a great perfection Earth Sovereign and a high-level spirit array master. I must take to the battlefield. Qin Yinjing replied, her gaze resolute as she stared unwaveringly at Jang Yun, her calm demeanor underscored by unwavering conviction. Having attained the status of Upper Earth Sovereign, she had recently emerged from a battle for her life. After being rescued by Jang Yun's energy, her injuries healed, and she successfully broke through to great perfection sovereign thanks to his innate talent of 8 divine veins. With her current cultivation, coupled with the array techniques and means of the Futu ancient clan, she was more than capable of traversing the realm of Earth sovereigns. Yet, the battlefield was unpredictable. Are you certain? Once on the battlefield, no one will spare you a thought. Jang Yun regarded Qin Yinjing with a steady gaze. Qin Yinjing offered no response. Her expression resolute as she fixed her eyes on Jang Yun. Should you perish, it will be your own choice. In the next moment, Qin Yin felt her body lighten as a strong hand encircled her waist. After a dizzying whirl, she found herself nestled in a warm embrace. Instinctively, she clutched tightly to Jang Yun's waist, her cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in his arms. At that moment, Jang Yun, cradling the tender essence of beauty, traversed the void, hastening toward the battlefield at the border of the Crimson Flame continent. At the extreme northern frontiers, a thunderous drumbeat erupted, heralding the onset of a great war. Waves of armies surged forward, initiating a grand clash. The mournful sound of horns echoed, revealing a horizon teeming with countless beings, stretching endlessly. This time, the malevolent entities from beyond were well prepared, their forces poised, awaiting the command of their demon lords. In an instant, they surged forth, a dark tide advancing upon Crimson Flame City. Are these the malevolent beings from beyond? A trembling voice emerged from a newly inducted powerhouse of the Crimson Flame Temple. Witnessing such an overwhelming display for the first time rendered him weak-kneed. Fear not. With Lord Lin and Lord Demon Slayer here, what is there to dread from these invaders? Their individual strength is lacking. We shall have our vengeance shortly. It is a fortuitous moment for me to refine my divine abilities against them. Upon witnessing the fear in the eyes of the recruits, a seasoned warrior chuckled, his gaze glinting with murderous intent as he eyed the advancing armies of the malevolent beings. Polishing his treasured blade. At that moment, a colossal red sun rose on the distant horizon, its crimson rays painting the sky like blood. The heavens were awash in a hauntingly beautiful red hue, permeated by a metallic scent of blood, invading the senses. Kill. After an indeterminable stretch of time, A formidable figure among the semi-divine warriors within the city bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder as he charged toward the enemy ranks, wielding his spear with sweeping ferocity. As a commander of remarkable prowess, he was a force to be reckoned with, capable of wreaking havoc even before the heavenly warriors and demon lords made their appearance. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled as his spear cleaved through the air, transforming into a radiant streak of light, unstoppable in its onslaught. The malevolent forces howled in agony as they were mercilessly swept away, a tide of crimson washing over the battlefield. The clash of armies was a terrifying and bloody spectacle. Yet this was the harsh reality of war. Outrageous. A piercing shriek erupted from the ranks of the malevolent army, as suddenly, a snow-white whip lashed out from their midst. As it hurtled forward, it thickened to a monstrous girth, rapidly expanding to 100 feet wide, careening toward the commander with ferocious intent. With a thunderous boom, the two combatants collided, their weapons clashing, ripping the fabric of space itself, the resonance echoing for miles around. Slay them. The clash between the two adversaries seemed to herald the onset of a fierce melee. As the malevolent beings from beyond the realm and the formidable warriors of the Grand Thousand faction within the city engaged in battle, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, as both sides swiftly descended into a brutal contest of life and death. Blood splattered intermittently. The ferocity of the conflict unmatched. With each step taken, another soul succumbed, their lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. The carnage was utterly harrowing. Kill. The heavens seemed on the verge of shattering, the sheer force of the combat sending tremors through the surroundings, as the earth threatened to swallow itself whole. In a flash, a streak of light zipped across the sky, as the first assailant from the outer world was vanquished by the leader of the Crimson Flame Divine Hall. This leader was a figure of immense dread, having attained the realm of quasi-mortal sovereign, and having engaged in countless brutal skirmishes on this border. His methods of slaughter were unparalleled, armed with the terrifying divine abilities preserved within the Crimson Flame Divine Hall. He wielded a colossal halberd that swept through the air like a divine blade, its radiant edge severing the neck of the Outer Realm's warrior, sending the head soaring amidst a torrent of crimson. Such valor. Observing this, the warriors of the Grand Thousand faction erupted in a roar, their spirits soaring. Yet, before elation could settle, a horrific bolt of light streaked across the sky, blinding many in its wake. Upon regaining their sight, they beheld a fearsome arrow that pierced the leader's chest with chilling precision. No. Shock reverberated through the ranks, as the once celebrated leader fell to defeat. Alas, the leader! Echoed a voice from afar, shaking the very heavens, yet efforts to intervene proved futile. This was the battlefield, where life and death were dictated by fate. An arena of ruthless brutality. Just moments ago, one could be basking in glory, yet in the blink of an eye, an unforeseen assault could extinguish their life. Form ranks. A battle strategist cried, rallying the troops to launch a concerted offensive. The malevolent beings from beyond were undeterred, surging forward in relentless waves against the army. Kill, kill, kill. The sounds of slaughter shattered the skies, reverberating across the realms as the very fabric of space trembled, the earth fracturing under the weight of conflict. This battle was astonishing. A torrential rain of blood fell as if the heavens themselves wept, saturating the ground in a vivid crimson hue. Under the radiant glow of the dawn, the land appeared all the more tragic, transformed into a scarlet expanse that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. The cries of battle permeated the atmosphere, the intensity rendering the scene akin to a hellish inferno. Rivers of blood flowed endlessly, and corpses lay strewn across vast distances. In the northern realm, swarms of beings were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, blood cascading in torrents, saturating the surroundings, a vivid and haunting scarlet. The roars of the combatants resonated through the heavens, while the sounds of slaughter soared to celestial heights. The battleground sprawled endlessly. Countless souls from both realms engaged in a chaotic melee, their lifeless forms littering the earth for miles, hailing from disparate lands. The war in the extraordinary realm differs vastly from that of mortals. Its scope is overwhelmingly expansive. In this battlefield, there are no weaklings. One begins as a supreme being. The mightiest among them can traverse hundreds, even thousands of miles effortlessly during combat, as the battleground continues to widen. The vast expanse at the junction of the two realms has transformed into this colossal arena. Chapter 320. Initial Confrontation. How could this be? Within the distant city, Jang Yun, accompanied by Qin Yanjing, emerged from the spatial passage. As they beheld the battlefield outside the city, Qin Yanjing, momentarily setting aside her shyness, gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, covering her lips in astonishment. Her eyes brimmed with shock, sorrow, and fear, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. Roar! In the sky, a colossal dragon avatar shattered, followed swiftly by the demise of a middle-aged man, blood raining down from above. He was a member of the Qi Yin Temple's Qi Yin Guard, belonging to the Divine Beast clan, with a faint dragon lineage coursing through his veins. A dragon that had cultivated for a century, his power was not inferior to that of the once mighty Zhang Yun of the Tianluo continent. Yet, in this moment, he lay slain on the battlefield, torn apart by a creature from the outer evil clan, resembling a raging ape. In an instant, the heavens wept blood, and the ground beneath them transformed into puddles of crimson, the air thick with the stench of carnage. Here, life is astoundingly fragile. Even the supreme beings at the pinnacle of their realms can fall at any moment, the uncertainties of life and death ever present. Without reaching the level of a supreme being, one lacks even the power for self-preservation. Surrounding them, the people of the vast realms were enraged, their eyes glistening with fury as they beheld the outer evil being that had ripped apart the dragon. Its body, cloaked in black fur, towered above the clouds, roaring defiantly and shattering the surrounding sky. Behind it loomed a towering avatar, a sight that instilled sheer terror. In that instant, its form, drenched in the dragon's blood, appeared even more sinister, resembling a formidable demon king, evoking dread that made one hesitate to look directly upon it. Boom! The heavens were torn asunder, and from afar, another figure, drenched in blood and wielding a spear, advanced with ferocity. An ancient tower hovered above his head as he descended upon the adversary, engaging in fierce combat. A mere glance was enough for Qin Yanjing to sense the horrors of war. On this battlefield, it was a matter of killing or being killed. A brutal struggle for survival. Even the mightiest cultivators, with a moment's carelessness, could meet their demise here. I have brought you to the battlefield. How you choose to act is your own decision. After gently placing Qin Yanjing down, Jang Yun took a step toward the distant void. Where are you going? She exclaimed instinctively, watching his departing figure. I have my own battlefield. If you wish to survive, you may remain in this city. As long as I endure, this city shall not fall. Jang Yun lifted his head, gazing into the void of the skies above, where cataclysmic forces clashed violently, resonating with thunderous roars. The aftermath shattered the very fabric of space, yet, fortunately, neither side allowed the residual waves to extend to the continent below, where their vast armies stood. Nonetheless, misfortune befell some, who were swept away by subtle remnants of power, reduced to mere ashes. This terrifying aftermath also instigated tremors that shook the earth, with immense fissures spreading like chasms of despair. This was the battlefield of the foremost warriors, where the heavenly supreme and the demon emperor converged. Within this tumult, Jang Yun sensed two familiar presences. One was his own death doppelganger, and the other, the saintly heavenly demon emperor. As Jang Yun's figure gradually faded from view, Qin Yanjing was overtaken by a complex expression. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel, regardless of the setting, swiftly elicits admiration. Not to mention that Qin Yanjing was already inclined to fall for Mu Feng's chivalrous act of heroism. Jang Yun's merits far surpassed his, amplified by the halo of an idol in her heart, leaving an indelible mark upon her soul within a short span. Witnessing Jang Yun's willingness to fight valiantly for the greater good, she pondered whether she should remain sheltered within the city, protected for eternity. No, she refused such a fate. On her journey, Jang Yun had already mended her wounds. As a pinnacle Earth Supreme and a master of advanced spirit formations, amidst the standoff between the Heavenly Supreme and the Demon Emperor, she stood among the elite. Gazing at the horrific battlefield beyond the city walls, Qin Yanjing's expression transformed, becoming resolute and fierce. Boom. In the next moment, she sprang into action. Harnessing her heart-erased state, she deftly traced intricate spiritual seals in the air, rapidly filling the sky with a dense web of formations. Under the astonished, fearful, and exhilarated gazes of the onlookers, a colossal spirit array enveloped the battlefield in an instant. Divine light swept across, and in that moment, countless fiends from beyond the realm met their end, turning to ash without a sound. At this juncture, Qin Yanjing hovered at the heart of the formation, commanding it with the poise of a valiant goddess of war. Each beam of divine light unleashed from the array swept away swathes of adversaries. Kill. Soon, Qin Yanjing attracted the attention of formidable foes among the alien fiends, as 5 peak Earth Supremes converged upon her. Upon witnessing this, her demeanor grew grave, and she channeled her spirit power to its utmost. In an instant, the two sides clashed. Boom! The collision of inky demonic flames and black and white fire erupted, releasing an overwhelming menace. Their fierce confrontation caused the space within thousands of feet to collapse into darkness, with countless fragments of reality shooting forth like a tempest. With a body of celestial quality, to engage in combat with me to this extent, you are the first in a millennium. The countenance of the holy demon emperor exuded a profound compassion, akin to that of a celestial being. With a mere gesture, he quelled the surging demonic energy enveloping him and addressed the white-robed Jang Yun in a voice that was both gentle and unassuming. The sacred demon flame danced around him, at times manifesting as inky blackness, and at others radiating a pure white light, its duality lending an air of eerie mystique. This peculiar demon emperor, unmistakably the Holy Demon Emperor, left one bewildered. It was hard to fathom that a figure who inspired no animosity could be the foremost leader of the outworldly evil clan, the arch-nemesis of the vast realm. "You are the first who has been able to breach my corporeal form," proclaimed the white-robed Jang Yun, raising his hand. Flames of magic swirling about him, conjuring a wisp of pure white mist, with sporadic sparks of black and white dissipating into the void. "Sharp-tongued, are we?" The Holy Demon Emperor did not take offense at Jang Yun's words, but merely responded with a nonchalant chuckle. This encounter had revealed Jang Yun's strength to be somewhat beyond his expectations, leading him to realize for the first time that this piece on his chessboard seemed to have slipped beyond his control. His emotions were tumultuous. The more extraordinary Jang Yun proved to be, the more it highlighted the astuteness of his initial judgment. Yet, Jang Yun's prowess had surpassed reasonable bounds. For a piece that had strayed from one's grasp ceased to be a beneficial one. Although Jang Yun's kin, including his grandfather, remained under their dominion, the Holy Demon Emperor, a figure of such stature, would never gamble on Jang Yun's affections for the evil spirit clan or Jiang Hong. Jang Yun's strength had reached the pinnacle of the world. Once his adversary achieved the sacred tier, even he could not guarantee victory. Jang Yun had become pivotal in the unfolding battle for the rescue of the celestial evil god a century hence. The Holy Demon Emperor sought absolute certainty. He would not permit even the slightest unforeseen event. "You are swifter than I anticipated." In the midst of these contemplations, the Holy Demon Emperor lifted his gaze towards the distant space where Jang Yun, clad in a dark robe, approached with measured strides. "This is now in your hands," the white-robed Jang Yun remarked lightly as he regarded his main self. Their thoughts were intertwined. He had long since reached a conclusion regarding his future plans upon acquiring the Endless Radiance body, and this moment presented the optimal opportunity. Indeed, after a nod, his secondary self transformed into a jet-black flame, merging into Jang Yun's being. Simultaneously, his aura surged slightly, though he contained it beneath the sacred tier. "It seems you have carved out your own path," the Holy Demon Emperor observed as he watched the scene of Jang Yun absorbing the flame. His tone tinged with both admiration and satisfaction, as though gazing upon a beloved relative. However, Jang Yun discerned a hint of regret within the Holy Demon Emperor's eyes. Both understood that Jang Yun had indeed forged his own path, no longer swayed by the influence of the Holy Demon Emperor. He had acquired the ability to transcend the chessboard and take his place at the table. "Just a stroke of luck," Jang Yun replied, his tone unperturbed as he regarded the Holy Demon Emperor. "What are your plans moving forward?" The Holy Demon Emperor inquired, his expression inscrutable. "Luck? If it were merely a stroke of luck, would it not suggest that I lack skill, easily slipping from your grasp? For the first time in countless millennia, I find myself confronted with a situation that transcends my carefully laid plans. Thus, I refrain from further discourse and gaze directly at Jang Yun, stating plainly, naturally, we shall adhere to your strategy and, a century hence, rescue the evil god." Jang Yun's demeanor remained serene, his tone devoid of any tremor. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, unable to discern Jang Yun's internal thoughts, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, he chose not to voice it. Instead, he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, the evil spirit clan is a hybrid of the two realms, and the Great Thousand cannot accommodate your kind. We must await the emergence of the evil god. At that time, I shall duly report your achievements, making you a member of our lineage." Jang Yun acknowledged this with a nod, yet internally he remained ambivalent. He looked at the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor and stated calmly, "I require the techniques of the evil clan for my cultivation. I wish to journey to the Hall of 10,000 Demons for training." The Hall of 10,000 Demons is not only a venue for the deliberations of numerous demon emperors, but it also serves as a repository for the legacies of various clans from beyond the realms, including methods for cultivating the Dharma body. Certainly, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor nodded in agreement. He was well aware that the evil spirit clan could harness both spiritual and malevolent energies, and he had no objections to Jang Yun's desire to study the techniques of the extraterritorial evil clans, currently enjoying a harmonious relationship with Jang Yun. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor had no intention of jeopardizing it over trivial matters. "However, I am quite intrigued by your current prowess. It seems that Black Corpse and the Heavenly Slasher hold your particular divine ability in high regard. Might I witness it firsthand? To know both oneself and the adversary ensures invincibility in battle." The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor had long been informed by Black Corpse and the others about Jang Yun's unfathomable divine ability, yet he had yet to witness it himself. This was an opportune moment to gain a deeper understanding. Jang Yun had already forged his own path based on the foundation of his Holy Demon Flame. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor was well acquainted with his capabilities, yet Jang Yun remained an enigma to him, a situation that was decidedly unfavorable. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor would not permit such an imbalance of information to persist. Very well, Jang Yun's gaze flickered, and he regarded the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor with newfound solemnity. Before the rise of Shao Yin and Lin Dong, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor was the preeminent force across the two realms, a being even more formidable than the Gravekeeper and the Undying Sovereign. In subsequent times, he demonstrated his terrifying prowess by single-handedly confronting the Undying Sovereign, Qin Tian, and the Sword Sage in green robes. He was on the verge of entering the dominion of the sovereigns, had the celestial rankings of the Great Thousand World permitted it. Jang Yun had reason to believe that the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor could inscribe his name there alongside the immortal emperors of yore. Boom. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor struck first, his palms weaving black and white flames that intertwined and surged forth, delivering a thunderous blow. Boom in an instant. The reincarnation demon flame surrounding Jang Yun erupted violently, colliding with the intermingled black and white holy demon flame. In that fleeting moment, the reincarnation demon flame and the holy demon flame engaged in a fierce clash, with both combatants radiating powerful waves of energy. From the very onset of their confrontation, Jang Yun felt a palpable oppression, a suppression of energy levels. The energy tier of the extraterritorial malevolent clan is slightly superior to that of the practitioners in the vast world, allowing their demonic aura to corrode and taint the spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Consequently, the territories of the vast realm that have been invaded by the extraterritorial malevolent clan are held in profound dread. A careless inhalation of the demonic aura could lead to the best outcome being the emergence of inner demons, posing a risk of succumbing to demonic influence. The spiritual power of the vast realm pales in comparison to the malevolent energy of our clan. Observing this predicament, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor was not surprised. However, he remained vigilant, for Jang Yun bore the bloodline of the malevolent spirit clan, rendering him a significant threat to the denizens of the vast realm, as he thrived in the presence of such malevolence. While he spoke, his actions did not waver. A smile adorned his face, yet his demonic gaze suddenly sharpened. And with a sinister smile, he declared, "Holy Flame Prison Pillar." As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie flame, a fusion of black and white, descended from the heavens, coalescing into a pillar of fire that surged towards Jang Yun with the swiftness of lightning. Death Ray. Jang Yun reacted with remarkable speed, as the reincarnation demonic flame in his palm flickered violently, transforming into a radiant beam of black and white light. This beam, imbued with a potent aura of annihilation, deprived all life in its path, its power rivaling that of unparalleled divine abilities. With a resounding clash, the two formidable forces collided, causing the surrounding space to collapse silently, ultimately forming a colossal black hole suspended in the skies above. Condensed flame finger. Before the collision could reach its conclusion, a near-whispering incantation resounded throughout the realm. Suddenly, in the ethereal heights, a massive golden flame finger, towering thousands of feet, materialized instantaneously. As soon as it took form, it radiated an exceptionally terrifying fluctuation, swiftly descending towards the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor below. Chapter 321. The transaction is complete. In response to Jang Yun's princely combat technique, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor maintained his smile, his abyss-like eyes ablaze with black and white flames. Holy Demon Flame Armor. With a low cry, raging black and white flames surged from his body, ultimately solidifying into a fearsome armor that enveloped him, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Boom. As the black and white flame armor took shape, the ethereal golden flame finger descended with an incomprehensible ferocity. The earth trembled violently, and within a radius of several thousand feet from the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, the space collapsed into an abyss of darkness, with countless fragments of space erupting in a chaotic storm. Jang Yun and the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor epitomized the pinnacle of power in the vast realm, and their confrontation was nothing short of cataclysmic. This defense rivaled that of the primal. Jang Yun gazed upon the collapsing space, ultimately uttering a series of low murmurs. Before him, amidst the crumbling void, black and white flames surged, and a demonic shadow stood proudly, its armor of dual hues only dimmed slightly, while its bearer remained utterly unscathed. The defensive prowess of the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor was indeed formidable, for the heavenly evil god hailed from the sacred demon clan, a lineage of unparalleled significance. Jang Yun even harbored doubts that the demonic form cultivated by the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor could rival the primordial. "I have already experienced your attack," he declared. "I have heard that you possess an unparalleled defensive technique. Allow me to witness it." As the demonic flames of his armor shattered, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor strode forth from within, annihilating world's profound demon light. It seemed as though a roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. With a forceful stomp of his foot, the holy celestial demon emperor sent ripples of blackness radiating outward from his being, transforming the surrounding realms into an abyss of darkness. Within this demonic domain, a shadow materialized, and as it opened its vast maw, a torrent of demonic light surged forth, expelling and contaminating the spiritual energies of the realm. For hundreds of thousands of miles, the void succumbed to this malevolent transformation, swiftly permeating the entire dimension. With but a thought, the heavenly demon emperor could instantly corrupt a section of the realm, converting billions of living beings into demonic forms, assimilating them into the ranks of the otherworldly evil. What more could be said of the even more terrifying holy celestial demon emperor? Whoosh! At that moment, a mere 100-foot beam of demonic light sliced through the demonic domain, and as it emerged into the outside world, the very fabric of reality was rent asunder, with spiritual energies fleeing in terror as if confronted by an unimaginable horror. Impenetrable by all laws. In an instant, ancient, dark patterns illuminated Jang Yun's exterior. 1, 2, 3, 9. 9 ancient motifs, radiating an enigmatic glow, appeared upon Jang Yun's body. Their profound designs seemingly etched into his flesh since the moment of his birth, imbued with the essence of the cosmos. Is this the 9 divine veins that once resided within you? The holy celestial demon emperor regarded the ancient patterns on Jang Yun's skin with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He was aware of Jang Yun's possession of the 9 divine veins. It could be said that it was precisely this talent that had drawn his attention, selecting him as one of the pivotal figures in his grand design and granting him the sacred demon flames. Who could have anticipated that within merely 30 years, the one he had once condemned to life and death had grown into a formidable adversary capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him? In truth, at his level, whether it was the 8 divine veins or the 9 divine veins, they no longer stirred his heart. Only the manifestation of the supreme technique, impervious to all laws, birthed from the 9 divine veins, piqued the holy celestial demon emperor's interest. As Jang Yun unleashed this divine technique, he instantly realized that, given his own cultivation, he could not breach the emperor's defenses. If he wished to defeat his opponent, he could only engage in a war of attrition. By harnessing the combined powers of various demon emperors and exhausting Jang Yun's spiritual energy, he could render him incapable of maintaining this divine technique, thereby shattering the legend of his invincibility. Yet, the cost of such an action is exceedingly great. Boom! At that moment, the towering demonic light crashed violently upon Jang Yun, unleashing indescribable waves of energy that shattered the very fabric of space, rendering time itself sluggish beneath its onslaught. However, the ancient aura emanating from Jang Yun's body manifested as radiant patterns, continually dispersing both tangible and intangible energy attacks, gradually dissipating under the watchful gaze of the holy heavenly demon emperor. Meanwhile, Jang Yun emerged unscathed from the tempest of demonic light, silently regarding the holy heavenly demon emperor. What an enviable divine ability. I must say, your prowess is worthy of the top position on the divine abilities list of the 2 realms. The holy heavenly demon emperor gazed at Jang Yun, clapping his hands in hearty laughter, his face alight with admiration. His demeanor was so gentle that it seemed he genuinely rejoiced for Jang Yun, evoking no trace of animosity in the heart. Shall we continue to fight? Jang Yun's gaze remained calm as he addressed the holy heavenly demon emperor in a tranquil tone. There is no need. You have already proven your strength. The holy heavenly demon emperor replied, shaking his head as he regarded Jang Yun. You are welcome to visit the Hall of 10,000 Demons at any time. However, do be cautious not to let the people of the Great Thousand discover this. I assume that will be a trivial matter for you. Very well. Jang Yun nodded in agreement. The emergence of such an individual from the Evil Spirit clan indeed caught me off guard. Nevertheless, this is a significant achievement for them. Upon my return, I shall commend the Evil Spirit clan. Your grandfather possesses the cultivation of the profound demon emperor. I shall ensure he has a place in the Hall of 10,000 Demons, facilitating future meetings between you. The holy heavenly demon emperor spoke to Jang Yun with a weighty implication. Upon hearing this, Jang Yun's gaze deepened, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes as he regarded the holy heavenly demon emperor with a flat expression and said, "Thank you." The holy heavenly demon emperor's words, though seemingly considerate, were in truth a veiled threat, conveying to Jang Yun that his clan and grandfather were under his dominion. He should not presume that he could defy the heavens simply because he had grown stronger, at least, until he possessed the power to overturn an entire realm. He could not afford to turn against the foreign evil races. Given that matters have reached this point, it is time to conclude this battle. The holy heavenly demon emperor appeared unaffected by Jang Yun's gaze. Looking towards the distant battlefield, he pointed calmly and declared, "I shall bestow upon you another grand gift. These individuals are all yours." You mean? Jang Yun raised an eyebrow. directing his attention to the demon emperors engaged in battle with the supreme deity of the Scarlet Flame Temple, among whom were the Shadow Demon Emperor and the Profound Demon Emperor, along with the Heavenly Demon Emperor. He looked at the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor with some surprise. Was he truly willing to make such a substantial investment? Indeed, they are the capital for your next ascension. After this battle, I will allow the army to repeatedly invade the borders. You must seize this opportunity to secure a favorable position within the Great Thousand Palace. I trust you know what to do. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor's gaze remained impassive, as if the lives of those demon emperors were of little consequence. After contemplating the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor for a moment, Jang Yun gave a slight nod. Boom. The hand of holy demonic annihilation. In the lofty expanse of the Crimson Flame Continent, amidst a pitch-black realm of darkness, an endless torrent of demonic energy swiftly coalesced into a terrifying hand, stretching several thousand miles in length, casting an ominous shadow over the land. This monstrous appendage, grotesque and entirely obsidian, exuded an aura of unrelenting malevolence. Merely gazing upon it instilled a profound sense of corruption, as if one's very essence were being tainted. Should this colossal hand descend with a mere flick, even a high-level plane would be utterly obliterated, returning to the primordial void. Die! With a thunderous roar from the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, the fearsome hand surged forth, accompanied by countless tendrils of demonic energy, annihilating the space in its wake and transforming it into an elongated ribbon of darkness. At that very moment, amidst the swirling chaos of the void, an enigmatic hand manifested, its palm revealing a black singularity so pure in its darkness that a mere glance could seemingly consume one's soul, a sight both eerie and captivating. Upon contact with this obsidian circle, the surrounding demonic energy vanished in an instant, disappearing in the truest sense, leaving no trace behind. Boom! A cataclysmic energy storm rampaged through the area, recently transformed into a demonic realm by the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, instantly evaporating the majority of its demonic essence. The monstrous hand, too, was not spared, vaporized by the overwhelming aftershocks of energy. This was the fierce clash between the Demon King and the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. The tremors of their battle swiftly drew the attention of many, particularly the heavenly sovereigns and demon emperors engaged in the fray. Lord Demon King will surely lead us to victory. A heavenly sovereign shouted, drenched in blood, one arm severed, brandishing a spear as he charged toward 3 demon emperors. Deluded fool! Our Lord Holy Sky is invincible. Who could defeat him? Another demon emperor bellowed, as a tide of demonic energy surged forth, carrying an overwhelming presence against the heavenly sovereign. Kill! With no words to spare, the heavenly sovereigns and the demon emperors from beyond the realm, sensing the fierce energies of Jang Yun and the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, unleashed an even more terrifying confrontation. Boom! The sky was torn asunder as a flaming halberd streaked across the heavens like a meteor, obliterating a demon emperor into mere fragments without a sound of protest. Who is it? A demon emperor exclaimed in shock, the sudden turn of events startling the combatants within the battle circle. In the distance, Jang Yun advanced step by step, wielding a flaming halberd in his right hand and the heavenly emperor's sword in his left. Impossible! Upon witnessing Jang Yun's emergence, a demon emperor roared in disbelief, unable to fathom how he could appear in this realm. Wait, the battle is still ongoing over there. It is the one Qi transforming into 3 purities. The demon emperor, betrayed by the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, glared at Jang Yun with clenched teeth, his gaze drawn to the increasingly violent storm of space. Jang Yun has become the foremost adversary of the malevolent clans from beyond the realm. All pertinent information regarding him has converged in the hands of these demonic emperors, who are well aware of Jang Yun's troublesome divine ability to transform 1 into 3. However, they were unprepared for the sheer might he displayed. Even under the onslaught of the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, he still possessed the capacity to manifest a doppelganger and influence the battlefield. Long live Lord Zhumo! In stark contrast to the forlorn demeanor of the malevolent clans, the celestial sovereigns of the Great Thousand were invigorated, their morale soaring. Initially, in the absence of a holy-grade celestial sovereign, they lacked a formidable counterpart to the Demon Emperor and were compelled to have Lin Jingtian entangle several celestial sovereigns in combat. Yet, they suffered severe losses. Within a short span, 7 celestial sovereigns perished, and Lin Jingtian even lost an arm. It is worth noting that the Qian Divine Temple had only gathered 15 celestial sovereigns over several years, and now, nearly half had fallen, a truly harrowing loss. Do not fear. Lord Xingtian is surely aware of our plight. As long as we can hold the line until he can intervene, victory shall be ours. Sensing the morale of both sides, the Demon Emperor let out a furious roar. Kill! In response, Jang Yun wasted no time. He brandished his mighty halberd, descending with overwhelming force. Boom! With a sweeping strike, he cleaved through the body of a demon emperor, and with a swift motion, unleashed the unparalleled dragon fist. A resounding crash echoed as a purple-golden dragon shadow erupted from his palm, obliterating his opponent into a mist of blood. His decisive actions left the onlookers in awe, and in the blink of an eye, Jang Yun was already confronting his next adversary. With a swift execution of the reincarnation slash, torrents of blood erupted as he dispatched several foes in an instant, reducing them to fragments. At that moment, to the demon emperors and celestial sovereigns, Jang Yun appeared to be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. This near-invincible scene deeply shocked everyone present. He will not spare us. Let us strike together. Jang Yun's ferocity startled the demon emperor, and in the next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a long howl. Grasping a bloodied spear, he charged towards Jang Yun, for the latter was the strongest among the malevolent clans aside from the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. Of the 7 fallen celestial sovereigns, 4 had succumbed to his might, making him exceedingly formidable. The blood-red spear, dripping with remnants of flesh, was a sight to behold. The demon emperor led the charge, aiming the spear directly at Jang Yun's brow. Clang! Jang Yun's gaze remained serene as his elongated, jade-like hands swiftly grasped the spear. With a powerful tremor, he shattered it, and with an explosive force, he unleashed a punch forward, channeling all his bodily strength without reservation. The opponent was taken aback, sensing Jang Yun's ferocity, and promptly activated his bloodline divine ability. A tempest of demonic energy surged forth, morphing into a colossal maw that devoured the essence of heaven and earth, lunging towards Jang Yun's fist. Boom! The dazzling fist light sliced through the air. Shattering jaws, Jang Yun's punch was immensely powerful, piercing through the outer demonic armor of his opponent and directly penetrating his chest, causing half of his body to explode in a shower of blood. The ferocity of his earlier cries was now replaced by a scene of utter devastation. The heavenly demon emperor, barely clinging to life with half of his body torn asunder, gazed at Jang Yun with terror in his eyes, retreating incessantly. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 322. End. Kill. Jang Yun roared, charging first towards the demonic emperors. Behind him, Lin Jingtian and others, unwilling to be outdone, rallied their spirits and followed in Jang Yun's footsteps, launching a counterattack against the demonic emperors. The cycle of rebirth. Jang Yun let out a long howl. Within the reincarnation avatar behind him, a mysterious vertical eye, as dark as a black hole, rapidly coalesced amidst the swirling black light at its center. As the black light writhed, layers of purple halos within the vertical eye suddenly erupted, unleashing a wave of reincarnation that rippled swiftly across the realm. Whoosh! The purple vertical eye flashed fiercely, and a beam of ghostly light, stretching hundreds of feet, shot forth from this enigmatic eye. The purple radiance was so dense and profound, noble and ethereal, that as it swept through the air, it seemed to erase the very energy of the world in an instant. Cries of despair echoed from the mouths of the demon emperors struck by Jang Yun's attack. As the laws of reincarnation took effect, aging their physical forms by millennia, their skin sagged and peeled away, exposing dull, fragile bones, and even more terrifying, their souls began to wither and decay. For cultivators, the soul is paramount. Even a medicinal dust could resurrect itself without a physical body. For these demonic emperors, the heavenly supreme, it was even more so. As long as their souls remained intact, they could quickly condense their celestial forms and return anew. Now, Jang Yun's assault struck at their very souls, inciting panic among the demonic emperors. Having just emerged from battle, they were already not at their peak, and the disparity in strength with Jang Yun rendered them utterly defenseless against his cycle of divine powers. In the next moment, the primordial spirits of the demonic emperors rotted, riddled with cracks as if cleaved by heavenly blades countless times, disintegrating into ashes, aged and decayed, utterly vanishing. Run! Witnessing Jang Yun's mercilessness, the remaining demonic emperors of the outer realm lost all confidence in fighting and cried out, fleeing desperately into the distance. He is a demon. Lord Saint Sky, save me. Looking at the remaining demonic emperors, who were now utterly terrified, the severely wounded heavenly demon emperor's face turned pale. Feeling the relentless approach of Jang Yun, he bellowed, transforming into a colossal beast. This beast, stretching thousands of feet, resembled a monstrous wolf but bore no fur. Instead, it was covered in black scales that shimmered ominously, charging towards Jang Yun and his companions from the horizon. It was a ferocious and savage creature, its mouth agape, lunging towards Jang Yun and his companions, the supreme beings of the vast universe, as if attempting to single-handedly thwart their relentless pursuit. The audacity of this beast was astonishing. Behind Jang Yun, a celestial supreme being roared, emboldened by Jang Yun's presence. Brandishing a gleaming long knife, he charged forward. In an instant, the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to shatter, the air thick with murderous intent, surging like tumultuous waves. A chilling aura enveloped the scene as a silver blade of light cleaved through the sky, aimed at the spine of the infernal beast, intent on severing it in two. However, while the celestial supreme being was formidable, he proved insufficient against a frenzied opponent like the Demon Emperor, who was cornered and fighting desperately. The creature responded with greater ferocity, facing the cataclysmic strike head-on without flinching. With a thunderous roar, it shattered the surrounding void, its body emanating an overwhelming darkness, akin to a black sun. In that fleeting moment, enormous black bone spines erupted from its back, thrusting skyward, fierce, sturdy, and razor-sharp. Its obsidian body, adorned with these formidable spines arranged in a menacing line, radiated a hellish aura, embodying a merciless harbinger of death. When the colossal blade descended, it met these spines, thwarted in its intent. In concert, the creature unleashed a blood-curdling roar, causing a shockwave that surged through the air, sending its life force into a tumultuous frenzy. Cracks appeared across its skin, from which crimson blood seeped forth, swiftly transforming it into a figure drenched in blood. Soon after, the gory maw descended towards the celestial supreme being, as if to consume him whole, reducing him to mere sanguine remnants. At that critical juncture, the void erupted, and a blinding fist of light barreled forth. The impact was thunderous. The Demon Emperor's bone spine shattered under the might of the blow, its back slackened, and its form aged, shedding its old skin. Yet, it was clear that the creature had resolved to fight to the bitter end, instead of retreating. It surged forward with a furious roar, launching all its spines as massive arrows aimed directly at Jang Yun. Reacting swiftly, Jang Yun emitted a cold snort. With his left hand, he wielded the Heavenly Emperor's sword, unleashing a radiant beam of sword light, while his right hand brought down the flaming great halberd with the force of 10,000 Jun. The beast erupted in the void, its chest torn asunder, blood cascading like a torrential waterfall. As the creature was propelled backward, Lin Jingtian and the others unleashed a barrage of attacks without restraint, eager to seize this opportune moment. Despite the relentless onslaught, even the Demon Emperor could not withstand the assault. Upon crashing to the ground below, it lay motionless, unable to rise again. Master. Once the crisis had passed, the surrounding supreme beings gathered around Jang Yun, their expressions brimming with excitement. Shall we pursue? Lin Jingtian gazed at the distant figure of the Demon Emperor, now reduced to a mere black, and turned to Jang Yun, asking, "Observe their transformation." Jang Yun's eyes glimmered with depth as he replied, "Behold their fate." Then, amidst the curious glances of the crowd, he wielded fire as a bow and the void as an arrow, producing the resonant sound of 3 bowstrings being drawn in the heavens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After unleashing 3 arrows, Jang Yun retracted his divine powers, while Lin Jingtian and the others looked on with fervent anticipation. In the void, 3 arrows, forged from the essence of the ethereal, surged forth as if descending from the heavens, faster than lightning, akin to beams of eternal celestial light, causing the very fabric of the void to collapse and tear apart in their wake. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the arrows caught up with the fleeing Demon Emperors, followed by a thunderous explosion. One Demon Emperor was struck through the head, letting out a piercing wail before his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Subsequently, 3 more Demon Emperors fell victim to the arrows, bursting into fragments in the sky, one arrow even achieving the remarkable feat of piercing 2 at once. The remaining Demon Emperors, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, fled with even greater haste, wishing they could sprout 4 legs to hasten their retreat back to the demon realm, desperate to avoid encountering Jang Yun, the harbinger of their doom. Surrounding them, Lin Jingtian and the others gazed in admiration at the young man wielding the great bow, his demeanor calm as if he had merely performed an everyday task. Slaying demon emperors was as effortless as chopping vegetables. It seemed only Jang Yun, the king of demon extermination, could achieve such feats. Just then, a strange wave emanated from afar, and in the next instant, the crowd beheld a chaotic beam of light, swirling with the essence of yin and yang, racing towards them, obliterating all in its path. It was the holy heavenly demon emperor. Sensing the familiar yet terrifying demonic energy emanating from that light, the crowd shouted in alarm, their bodies tensing as they instinctively sought refuge behind Jang Yun. Only he could offer them a semblance of safety against this formidable adversary. Flame Phoenix Seal. Jang Yun summoned forth, condensing the raging sea of fire into a blazing phoenix, a firebird of a yard size, which charged forth and instantaneously vanquished the apocalyptic power of the demon eye. Rumble. The entire chaotic void began to shatter under the assault of both combatants, and at that moment, the energy within the void became exceedingly volatile. The holy heavenly demon emperor, his expression grim, materialized before the surviving demon emperors, fixating his gaze on Jang Yun and the others. I never anticipated that the vastness of the universe could harbor such a figure as you. Compared to the former undying emperor, you are equally formidable. Had I known, I should have acted sooner to eliminate you. Now you have grown into a significant threat to my realm. The words of the holy heavenly demon emperor were laden with gravity, regret, and resentment, igniting the fervor within Lin Jingtian and the others. The king of demon extermination they followed was a powerhouse, even the holy heavenly demon emperor regarded as a formidable foe. How could they not feel pride? You have no more opportunities. When I ascend to the saint level, it will be the moment I launch a counterattack against the malevolent races from beyond. Reclaiming every inch of the territory we lost, Jang Yun gazed at the saint heavenly demon emperor with a spirited demeanor akin to the rising sun, gradually dispelling the darkness brought forth by the outer malevolent races. At this moment, in the eyes of Lin Jingtian and the others, Jang Yun embodied their deity, even overshadowing the stature of the immortal emperor in their hearts. Arrogance. As the leader of the demons, the saint heavenly demon emperor possessed a dignified composure. In response to Jang Yun's fervent words, his expression remained calm and collected. This time, I underestimated you, allowing you to survive. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. I will ensure you return empty-handed. Jang Yun retorted coldly, unwilling to back down. Upon hearing this, the saint heavenly demon emperor merely shook his head with a smile, turning away with the remaining demon emperors towards the direction of the outer malevolent races. Lord Saint Heavenly, our clan still has a great army. Before this demon emperor could finish his words, flames erupted around his body, and without a sound of agony, he was reduced to ashes. The others shuddered at the sight, and the chilling voice of the saint heavenly demon emperor echoed in their ears. Trash, unworthy of life. Sensing the coldness and fury in his tone, they dared not utter another word, cautiously following in his footsteps. With the saint heavenly demon emperor's departure, Elder Lin immediately organized the celestial sovereigns to eradicate all the malevolent races on the Qi Continent, striving to restore order as swiftly as possible. Once order was reinstated, vigilance along the borders was imperative. Heeding the words of the saint heavenly demon emperor, they understood the outer malevolent races would not relent easily. After the figures of the saint heavenly demon emperor and his entourage faded from view, Jang Yun turned to the injured Lin Jingtian and others, producing a series of jade vials to distribute to them, containing the healing elixirs he had concocted, instructing in a solemn tone, "Take these. At your command." Upon consuming the elixirs, their wounds began to mend. Lin Jingtian, gazing at Jang Yun with admiration, spoke reverently. With the efforts of Lin Jingtian and several celestial sovereigns, the malevolent races on the Qi Continent were swiftly eradicated, and news of the battle once again spread throughout the vast world. Jang Yun's feat of repelling the saint heavenly demon emperor and saving the Qi Continent became a topic of much discussion. Of course, the elite of the vast world recognized the profound depth of Jang Yun's combat prowess. They understood the terror of the saint heavenly demon emperor better than anyone. No individual dared to claim they could retreat unscathed from his grasp. Indeed, no one would pose the foolish question of who could vanquish the other. The emperor's fearsome reputation was forged from the blood of countless saints, yet Jang Yun managed to repel him. Regardless of how he achieved it, this remained an undeniable fact. Thus, the question arose, to what level did Jang Yun's strength truly ascend? Although there had been discussions regarding his capabilities, particularly his victory over 3 saints while withstanding the Maha Clan battle, many merely categorized him within the latter stages of the saint level. Despite the terrifying nature of the Maha Clan battle, Jang Yun possesses the unparalleled divine artifact, the Heavenly Emperor's Sword. The 3 members of the floating pagoda, with 1 in the mid-stage and 2 in the early stage, are hardly formidable. However, the onlookers have now reached a clear understanding of Jang Yun's strength, which is on par with that of the Undying Sovereign and the True Dragon Emperor. Before the rise of the Qing Shan Sword Saint, Qin Tian, Lin Dong, and Xiao Yin, the Undying Sovereign and the True Dragon Emperor represented the pinnacle of power in the vast universe, with the Undying Sovereign possibly being slightly stronger. The fact that Jang Yun is regarded as their equal speaks volumes about the worth of the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. As Jang Yun's reputation continues to ascend, the allure of the Crimson Flame Temple for powerful individuals grows stronger by the day. Many formidable beings have begun to arrive on the Crimson Flame continent through the teleportation array, joining the Crimson Flame Temple. Numerous visitors have sought an audience with Jang Yun, yet none have been able to meet him, instead receiving news of his seclusion. This has led to speculation among the masses. Could it be that Jang Yun sustained serious injuries during his battle with the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor? Once this rumor surfaced, it garnered widespread acceptance, as it seemed plausible, considering the might of the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. After all, how could one engage in battle with such a being without sustaining injuries? In response, Lin Jingtian and others vehemently denied these claims. Having witnessed Jang Yun's terrifying prowess firsthand, 3 arrows unleashed, for demons vanquished, he certainly did not appear to be a wounded individual. However, their adamant denials only fueled further belief that Jang Yun was indeed recuperating, and as such, the rumors grew increasingly exaggerated, leaving Lin Jingtian and his companions with no choice but to acquiesce. Where is Jang Yun at this moment? Following the restoration of normalcy on the Crimson Flame continent, he divided his essence, sending his white-robed doppelganger to the depths of the demon domain, while he himself ventured to the location of the Annihilation Flame. After numerous battles, he felt on the verge of breaking through to the divine tier, yet before doing so, he aimed to swiftly complete the cultivation methods of the extraterritorial evil clans. Therefore, after the battles concluded, he instructed his doppelganger to head to the 10,000 Demon Palace, while he familiarized himself with the Annihilation Flame, preparing to merge his 3 bodies at the moment of success and ascend to the divine tier, possibly even to the latter stages of the divine tier. Chapter 323. Reunion. In the vast and desolate expanse of the demon domain, this land once belonged to the great Thousand World. However, the cataclysmic battle 50,000 years ago caused vast tracts of land to sink, transforming them into the territory of the extraterritorial evil clans. Countless evil beings proliferate within the demon domain, with the 32 major clans reigning supreme, while numerous branch clans each occupy their own dominions within the demon domain. The central region of the demon domain is the most refined area, where the 32 major clans and numerous powerful clans with heavenly demon emperors claim their territories. The land under the suppression of a heavenly demon emperor is the most formidable of all, known as the heavenly demon domain. At the heart of this multitude of continents lies a vast, magnificent land known as the Holy Demon Continent. The breeding ground of the foremost clan among the extraterritorial evil races, the Holy Demon Clan, which is regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of all evil beings. The realm of the heavenly demons resides in the heart of the demonic domain, a place nourished by countless lesser evil clans, enjoying tranquility, prosperity, and an abundance of resources. In the vast universe, even the territories of the 5 great ancient clans, such as the Tianluo continent and the Divine Beast continent, pale in comparison to the splendor of this land. Within this grand expanse, myriad races exist, each contending for dominion over various resources, a phenomenon absent among the external evil clans. Here, the law of the jungle prevails, with the strong subjugating the weak. A brutal reality vividly illustrated by the 32 prominent clans that reign supreme over the demonic domain. The moment Jang Yun set foot in the territory of the external evil clans, he was sensed by the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. This was an unspoken signal left after their recent confrontation. Suddenly, ethereal demonic runes materialized before Jang Yun, and a colossal spatial transfer portal was unveiled. At the portal's terminus lies the true heart of the external evil clans, the apex of the 32 clans, the abode of the Holy Demon Clan, which also houses the Hall of 10,000 Demons. As Jang Yun understood, even the leader of the evil spirit clan, Jiangya, could not enter without a summons from the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. In principle, Jiangya, a mid-stage powerhouse of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, possesses formidable strength, sufficient to gain entry into the Hall of 10,000 Demons, even amidst the throngs of might in the external evil clans. Yet, he lacks the qualification to step inside. A consequence of the evil spirit clan status among the external evil clans, they are merely a collection of cultivated weapons. Nevertheless, Jang Yun is determined to alter this situation in due course. Amidst swirling thoughts, Jang Yun stepped calmly into the portal, proceeding towards the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Should the denizens of the vast world discover Jang Yun's journey to the hall, the ensuing tempest would rival the emergence of another immortal emperor. For this sacred ground has yet to be tread by any immortal emperor. Yet, Jang Yun traversed this forbidden domain with serene composure. Upon exiting the portal, Jang Yun was greeted by the sight of a dimly lit grand hall, pulsating with darkness, where black mist swirled, seemingly capable of extinguishing all vitality, evoking an atmosphere of foreboding chill. Although the Hall of 10,000 Demons serves as the core of the external evil clans, akin to the grand palace of the vast world, the Heavenly Demon Emperor typically does not reside there. Instead, like figures such as Qin Tian and the Sword Saint in a green robe, overseeing the borders, the Holy Supreme Celestial must keep a vigilant watch on the Heavenly Demon Emperor, and conversely, the Heavenly Demon Emperor must remain observant of the Holy Supreme Celestial. The appearance of a Holy Supreme Celestial on the battlefield could unleash catastrophic devastation. Thus, both parties would monitor each other's top-tier powerhouses unless a great war erupted. At this juncture, in the southern expanse of the vast world, Lin Dong had yet to rise, and thus, the Grand Palace continued to dispatch individuals for surveillance. However, commanding a Holy Supreme Celestial is no simple task. Each one is a treasured asset, and monitoring the external evil clans is perilous work, fraught with the risk of a righteous ambush. Consequently, the Grand Palace had established branches in the north and south of the vast world, overseen by celestial supremes. Remaining in a position of relative weakness, the grade of this 10,000 demons palace is likely akin to the unparalleled sacred artifacts of the vast universe. Moreover, as it is crafted by the heavenly evil god, the magnitude of its unleashed power may surpass even the pinnacle of sacred treasures. As Jang Yun gazed at the imposing edifice of the 10,000 demons palace, he sensed the profound essence radiating from it, causing a shiver to run through him. Unsurprisingly, this palace was indeed a treasure, far exceeding all the extraordinary sacred items Jang Yun had ever encountered. In his estimation, only the eternal tower forged by the undying emperor could rival it. Having arrived, he resolved to enter. At that moment, a gentle voice resonated in Jang Yun's ear, coinciding with the gradual opening of the immense doors of the palace. Without a trace of hesitation, Jang Yun stepped forward towards this supreme domain of the alien evil clan. As he ventured into the interior of the 10,000 demons palace, he could faintly perceive an overwhelming pressure emanating from the colossal black fortress, far more intense than that of many sacred artifacts, or even the heavenly demon emperor. This pressure was steeped in antiquity and weariness, as if it bore the marks of time. Soon, Jang Yun found himself within a grand hall adorned with 32 black thrones. Upon entering, 3 terrifying auras surged towards him. The surrounding demonic energy stirred, manifesting into 3 colossal shadowy figures, each exuding boundless demonic might. Humph. Observing this, Jang Yun let out a cold snort, his eyes shimmering with a purple glow. In the next instant, the vast reservoir of his soul power erupted like a tempest. His forehead began to quiver, as a noble purple-gold vertical pattern emerged. Buzz! As the pattern fully formed, the already immense soul power within Jang Yun surged at an astonishing rate, seemingly without end. Boom! The terrifying storm of soul energy collided with the 3 shadowy figures, producing a dull thud that caused intricate patterns to ripple across the walls of the 10,000 demons palace, as if they were on the verge of activation. A muffled grunt escaped as the 3 figures, their eyes filled with astonishment, fell upon Jang Yun, their incredulity palpable. The faint exclamation of his formidable soul power echoed throughout the hall. "Is this your hospitality?" In contrast to the 3 who had just experienced a setback, Jang Yun remained unruffled, retracting his soul power with an air of nonchalance. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly lifted his gaze towards the 4 figures seated upon the obsidian thrones. 3 of them were unfamiliar to Jang Yun, yet the palpable aura of their late-stage heavenly demon emperor cultivation indicated their prominence within the alien evil clan. They had just launched an attack against him. The sacred heavenly demon emperor, however, sat there with an air of composure, observing the scene with keen interest. At that moment, upon hearing Jang Yun's words laced with a hint of coldness, he raised a hand to halt the 3, chuckling softly. "I told you, Jang Yun's strength is not inferior to yours. You refused to believe it, and now you see the truth." Humph. Upon hearing this, one of the 3 let out a cold snort, his pale, eerie eyes scrutinizing Jang Yun. He remarked, "Aside from that peculiar divine ability, I see no remarkable qualities in him." Naturally, he felt indignant. Just moments ago, Jang Yun's enigmatic power had nullified their attacks, and they were well aware of his capabilities. That was an unfathomable divine ability, akin to cheating. Yet, it was his skill. If one possesses the talent, let them cultivate a similar ability. The holy heavenly demon emperor chuckled derisively, and then turned to Jang Yun, gesturing towards the trio. "You may not be acquainted with them yet. They are the dark heavenly demon emperor, the heart heavenly demon emperor, and the curse heavenly demon emperor. They insisted on meeting you upon hearing of your arrival." At these words, Jang Yun's heart tightened. These 3 were the pinnacle of the extraterrestrial evil clans, their power rivaling that of the true dragon emperor and others. And they were the very core of the evil clan's hierarchy. The mere fact that the holy heavenly demon emperor had informed them of his existence spoke volumes. As for their desire to meet him, Jang Yun was not deceived by a single word. It was merely an intimidation tactic to make him acutely aware of the formidable strength of the extraterrestrial evil clans, ensuring he harbored no extraneous thoughts. "May I proceed to the library of the 10,000 demons?" Jang Yun disregarded the holy heavenly demon emperor's intentions, his sole desire being to swiftly cultivate the arts of the extraterrestrial evil clan, transforming the spiritual energy within this fragment of himself into malevolent essence. "Go ahead. A surprise awaits you inside." The holy heavenly demon emperor gestured, and a great door in the corner slowly creaked open. Jang Yun raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, and stepped inside. As Jang Yun departed, the Heart Heavenly Demon Emperor turned to the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and inquired, "Can we truly trust him? That divine ability of his is troublesome. Even if the four of us joined forces, it would be difficult to capture him before his spiritual energy is exhausted." The Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor echoed his concern, his expression grave. "I sense the aura of fortune from the myriad worlds within him. He may not become another contender for the celestial rankings like the Undying Emperor. Will he still assist us in rescuing the evil god when that time comes?" The Cursed Heavenly Demon Emperor interjected, sounding a note of caution. "Once the evil god emerges, what does it matter if he is the Undying Emperor?" The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor replied slowly after considering their words, fully dismissing the notion that anyone could inscribe a complete name upon the celestial rankings. Moreover, he should never have sought to cultivate the system established by the evil god. How would he confront the evil god then? Nevertheless, to ensure all eventualities, our plan must continue to unfold. In concluding, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor turned his serious gaze towards the Heart Heavenly Demon Emperor. He had been scheming for millennia to ensure the successful emergence of the evil god, with the Heart Demon Seed, the Evil Spirit Clan, the Corrupted Demon Clan, and various other strategies all prepared or in the process of preparation. One must await the final opening of the Great Thousand Alliance, during which the Heavenly Evil God, having thoroughly adapted to the spiritual energy within the seal and no longer targeted by the will of the Great Thousand World, shall be unleashed. It is then that this protracted battle, which has persisted for millennia, shall culminate in their triumph. To this end, he shall not permit any unforeseen events to transpire beforehand. Emir Jang Yun shall not disrupt his intricate plans. Upon hearing this, the Heart Demon Emperor ceased to dwell on the matter of Jang Yun, instead nodding gravely and stating, "I have prepared everything. Even the Supreme Heavenly Sage will not perceive any anomaly when the time comes. However, we must deliberate on who to select for our scheme. Currently, there are 3 candidates within the Great Thousand Realm. The first is Qin Tian, who has persistently targeted my clan. He is active in the Sacred Abyss continent and frequently clashes with us, possessing considerable talent. He also holds the title of Demon Slayer King in the Great Thousand Palace. A century hence, his position within the palace will undoubtedly be significant, making him an excellent target. The second is the Patriarch of the Mo Ancient Clan, whose heart was shattered by Jang Yun's assault. He represents a prime opportunity for infiltration. By aligning with him, we could gain control over an ancient clan, and the eternal undying body resides within the Mo clan. The Dark Heaven Demon Emperor spoke of the targets they had observed for quite some time, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes at the mention of the eternal undying body. However, he is severely lacking in talent and currently demoralized, rendering future progress exceedingly difficult due to his diminished strength. The third candidate is the recently renowned Qing Shan Sword Saint of the Sword Domain. I have engaged in some skirmishes with him. He is a prodigy who may prove formidable in the future. However, his sword intent is exceedingly terrifying, making him a challenging prospect. After sequentially detailing the 3 potential candidates, the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor turned to the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, awaiting his decision. "Whom do you deem most suitable?" the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor inquired, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, the Heart Demon Emperor regarded the 3 with a serious countenance and declared, "Qin Tian. Among the trio, the Qing Shan Sword Saint poses the greatest challenge. While both Qin Tian and Mo Tian have their respective strengths and weaknesses, nevertheless, I harbor doubts regarding Jang Yun." The Heart Demon Emperor elaborated, casting a glance at the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, and upon perceiving no dissatisfaction, continued, "Given Jang Yun's innate talent, in a century, he will undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier powerhouse. Should he refuse to cooperate with us, the strength and identity of the Dark Child will naturally become increasingly formidable, making him the most unexpected asset." Upon hearing the Heart Demon Emperor's considerations, the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor nodded in agreement, decisively stating, "Then we shall choose Qin Tian. Dark Heaven, proceed with the arrangements." Within the scripture pavilion of the 10,000 Demon Hall, chaos pervaded the atmosphere, reminiscent of a realm yet to be forged. Shadows of towering demons flickered in the surrounding void, and the chilling echoes of dreadful demon roars reverberated. Remnants of the various clans of the otherworldly evil tribes preserved in this place. As he ventured deeper inside, Jang Yun soon came to a halt upon encountering an unexpected figure. "Grandfather," Jang Yun exclaimed with palpable excitement. Even though the elder appeared merely as a silhouette, he immediately recognized him. Upon hearing Jang Yun's voice, the elder trembled in disbelief and turned to gaze at him with palpable excitement, his frail beard quivering slightly. "Is it truly you, Yuna?" he inquired. At this, Jang Yun felt a tumult of emotions rising within him, his nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. The grandfather, who had always showered him with affection, bore deeper wrinkles than before. Although his cultivation had grown significantly stronger An air of heaviness seemed to envelop his heart. "Grandfather, it is I, Yun'er, who has returned." Chapter 324, Silence. Within the chaotic realm, Jiang Hong sat tall and dignified. Despite the lines etched by time upon his visage, his exposed hands shone with a radiant luster, each strand of hair shimmering with a dark hue. He sat quietly, attentively listening as Jang Yun recounted the experiences of the years gone by. From his arrival at the Dou Qi Continent and his acquaintance with Xian, to his time studying at the Canaan Academy and his journey of growth across the Dou Qi Continent, as well as the tumultuous events that transpired after stepping into the vast expanse of the world. In comparison to the lives of Jiang Hong and others, Jang Yun's existence spanned a mere 4 decades, a fleeting moment in contrast to the millennia lived by the likes of the Holy-Demon Emperor, whose lifetimes could be chronicled as ancient histories. Nevertheless, his brief life had been nothing short of brilliant and tumultuous. As Jiang Hong listened to Jang Yun's narrative, a smile of satisfaction adorned his face. Although he had already gleaned much of Jang Yun's experiences upon returning from the Qingming Tower, hearing them recounted in his own voice brought forth a fresh wave of sentiment. Our little Yun has grown up, not only in strength, but also in his ability to attract the attention of young ladies, he remarked with a mix of nostalgia and amusement, playfully observing Jang Yun. "When the opportunity arises, I shall bring them to meet you," Jang Yun responded with a light chuckle, pouring a cup of fragrant tea for Jiang Hong. "Ah, splendid. So you have established yourself, Yun'er? Even if I were to depart this world at this very moment, I would hold no regrets." Jiang Hong laughed heartily, though a trace of concern flickered deep within his eyes. Recently, he had been summoned by the Holy-Demon Emperor and appointed as the guardian of the Scripture Pavilion in the 10,000 Demons Palace. Although this position was of great importance, it had always been managed by the members of the Holy-Demon Clan. How could someone of the Evil Spirit Clan like Jiang Hong access such a core aspect? The underlying reason was solely for Jang Yun's sake, compelling him to tread cautiously. As anticipated, upon arriving at the 10,000 Demons Palace, Jiang Hong found himself restricted in his movements. While everything else was manageable, he was not permitted to leave. This was, in essence, a form of soft imprisonment. "Do not speak of such things, grandfather. You have yet to witness the visions you so deeply desire. How can you speak of departing?" Jang Yun gently admonished, fully aware of Jiang Hong's predicament. He had no fear of the Holy Demon Emperor or others posing harm to Jiang Hong, as long as he maintained his formidable strength. The Emperor would ensure Jiang Hong's safety. What truly concerned him was the possibility of Jiang Hong losing his will to live, a scenario Jang Yun would never allow to transpire. Indeed, Jang Yun's reprimand rendered Jiang Hong's expression somewhat unnatural, as he had not anticipated that Jang Yun could discern his thoughts. How extraordinary is his grandson? Feeling embarrassed, he could only awkwardly lift the fragrant tea from the table and sip it voraciously. Naturally, he was aware of the visions Jang Yun spoke of. His lifelong aspiration was for the Evil Spirit Clan to live openly and freely within this universe, no longer regarded as mere tools for breaking the seal of the celestial evil god by the outer evil races. He yearned for unity and mutual support among the Evil Spirit Clan, to thrive harmoniously, rather than leading a life fraught with danger, constantly embroiled in conflict. This was not only his dream, but the collective wish of all members of the Evil Spirit Clan. Achieving such a vision necessitated sweeping away all obstacles. Although Jang Yun was formidable, he still fell short of that level of power. "What are your plans moving forward?" After a prolonged silence, as the atmosphere between them eased, Jiang Hong finally turned to Jang Yun and inquired softly. "I must complete my own cultivation and master the techniques of this realm," Jang Yun replied, slowly rising to gaze at the seemingly endless shelves nearby, adorned with countless legacy jade slips. These were the accumulated teachings of the outer evil races over millennia, and their value was beyond measure. Were they to be exchanged for supreme spiritual liquid, Jang Yun believed it would suffice to purchase 10 heavenly Luo continents. "Your cultivation has already surpassed mine. I am not well versed in these matters. However, I am somewhat familiar with this place, so allow me to guide you," Jiang Hong said, also standing and approaching Jang Yun's side, regarding him with a kind expression. "All right." Jang Yun understood this to be his grandfather's goodwill and did not decline. The two moved through the endless shelves, momentarily infusing the tranquil space with vitality. At this moment, Jang Yun sat cross-legged before a small statue. Unlike the towering figures that reached heights of 1,000 zhang, this one was merely 100 zhang tall, naturally formed and vividly lifelike, exuding an air of transcendence. The statue donned flowing robes, with long hair cascading behind it, and its figure was tall and graceful. Its face bore a vague impression, and at its brow rested a black vertical eye, closed yet revealing a narrow slit through which an abyss of darkness seemed to emanate. The celestial evil god, or perhaps the divine embodiment of the Holy Demon Clan, Jang Yun mused, his expression now grave as he regarded the statue. The celestial evil god birthed the Holy Demon Clan. Although the outer evil races evolved from his power, the Holy Demon Clan undoubtedly stood as the royal lineage among them. It was conceivable that the Holy Demon Clan still practiced the very legacy of the celestial evil god. Such a legacy was one of dominion. Who would not be tempted upon encountering it? Since he had come upon it, Jang Yun felt no reason to choose otherwise. Regardless of the color of the cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat, especially since his own path also bore the shadow of the Holy Demon Flame. The Sacred Demon Flame is the holy fire of the Sacred Demon Clan, and for Jang Yun, apart from the inheritance of the Evil Spirit Clan. This inheritance from the Sacred Demon Clan is undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Jang Yun slowly settled into a cross-legged position before the stone statue, his hands resting gently. As he focused his thoughts, a surge of soul power emanated from the depths of his being, transforming into a diminutive soul figure radiating an aura of nobility, which began to approach the stone statue. As the soul figure drew near, the statue resonated with a low hum, and the vertical eye on its forehead seemed to ripple before gradually opening, casting a beam of light toward Jang Yun's soul figure. Unaware of any impending danger, Jang Yun did not resist, allowing the light to descend upon his soul. In the next moment, a torrent of immense soul information flooded into his spiritual essence. The terrifying influx of information was akin to a deluge, causing an excruciating sting within his soul, as if his very essence had been pierced. Fortunately, the process unfolded without catastrophic consequence. Had it not been for Jang Yun's formidable soul strength, he might have been overwhelmed by this deluge of knowledge. Quickly, Jang Yun organized the information within his mind. This inheritance was indeed left by the evil god, the 10th-eyed demon god, who, upon awakening his 4th eye, had already etched half his name upon the celestial ranking, surpassing the immortal emperors of the half-step dominator realm. Upon unlocking the 5th eye, he could rival figures like Xiao Yin and Lin Dong, both of whom were also on the verge of dominator status. When all 9 eyes are opened, he would ascend to the realm of dominators, and this divine incarnation would enable members of the Sacred Demon Clan to awaken an eye within their own foreheads. At that juncture, their power would reach a level surpassing that of Xiao Yin and Lin Dong, stronger than the sacred level, yet still beneath the half-step dominator, possessing the capability to influence the celestial ranking and inscribe their true names. However, attaining such heights is extraordinarily challenging. Throughout the millennia, only the Sacred Heavenly Demon Emperor has achieved this within the Sacred Demon Clan. Nevertheless, this inheritance remains immensely valuable, rivaling the original divine incarnations of the vast universe. I have indeed made the right gamble. At the very moment Jang Yun received the inheritance of the Sacred Demon Clan, the Sacred Heavenly Demon Emperor within the Hall of 10,000 Demons seemed to sense something and cast his gaze towards this place, murmuring, "Is it from the Sacred Demon Clan? Yet, it is not unexpected. I can be considered his guide." As his murmurs faded, silence reclaimed the grand hall. Only the faint sound of the Sacred Heavenly Demon Emperor rhythmically tapping the armrest echoed, while his thoughts churned with the feasibility of his plans. Time flowed slowly, and no one knew the profound transformation Jang Yun experienced within. The vast world was particularly tumultuous during this period, as the external evil clans repeatedly invaded the borders of the Great Thousand World, igniting waves of bloodshed and chaos. However, thanks to the presence of the Scarlet Flame Temple, the Green Mountain Sword Domain, and the Great Thousand Tower, although fierce battles erupted in the northernmost, westernmost, and easternmost regions of the Great Thousand World, overall, the situation remained manageable. In the far southern realms, the malevolent forces from beyond seemed to have firmly established this territory as a vulnerable point in the defenses of the vast world. Their relentless incursions have led to numerous defeats for the Great Realm, resulting in significant territorial losses. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of 2 supreme celestial beings sent by the headquarters of the Great Thousand Palace that the tide was turned, repelling the onslaught of the foreign evil tribe. During this tumultuous period, not only did the native lands of the Great Thousand World suffer, but countless lower dimensions allied with it also faced fierce attacks from these sinister entities. Despite the fact that Jang Yun had eliminated nearly 30 demon emperors from the foreign evil tribe, their extensive lineage could withstand such losses as long as they were not among the 30 supreme demon emperors. Nevertheless, the demise of 30 demon emperors is no trifling matter, prompting the 32 clans of the foreign evil tribe to offer numerous rewards to celebrate those who ascended to the rank of demon emperor. Consequently, many clans yet to possess a demon emperor descended into a frenzy, scouring the cosmos for those lower realms, which inadvertently led to some deviations in their development. As time flowed on, 3 years after Jang Yun entered seclusion, a piece of news spread across the Great Thousand World from the Holy Abyss continent. The demon slayer, Qin Tian, during a fierce battle against the foreign evil tribe, was caught in a cataclysmic temporal storm and vanished into their territory, his fate unknown. When this incident first occurred, countless individuals lamented the fate of the young demon slayer. Yet, remarkably, merely 2 months later, Qin Tian returned to the Great Thousand Palace's Holy Abyss branch, bearing the remnants of a celestial demon emperor. This revelation left many utterly astounded. Soon after, the news of Qin Tian's slaying of a celestial demon emperor within the heart of the foreign evil tribe sent shockwaves throughout the Holy Abyss continent and beyond, reverberating across the entire Great Thousand world. This marked yet another extraordinary achievement in a millennium, a feat previously accomplished by the unparalleled prodigy, Jang Yun. The striking similarities in their experiences, both having defied celestial demon emperors with their celestial forms, inevitably led many to speculate that Qin Tian could be the next Jang Yun. The news of Qin Tian's triumph even reached the elders of the Great Thousand Palace headquarters, stirring their curiosity. The peculiarity of the event compelled the elders to personally venture from their long-standing abode at the northern wasteland headquarters of the Great Thousand Palace to the Holy Abyss continent to verify the truth of this astonishing claim. With the elders' confirmation, Qin Tian's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, and in the wake of Jang Yun's retreat, his renown began to eclipse that of the latter. While Qin Tian's exploits are indeed legendary, a meticulous examination reveals underlying inconsistencies. The very notion of defeating a celestial demon emperor with a celestial form is nearly unfathomable, particularly when considering that this specific demon emperor ranked among the foremost within the 32 clans. The fact that a mere celestial being like Qin Tian could vanquish him and return with his remains from the heart of the foreign evil tribe raises profound questions. This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. The heartland of the foreign evil tribes is no place to swagger with the corpse of a celestial demon emperor. Do they think the holy celestial demon emperor and his kin are blind? In any case, the absurdity of this situation is manifold. Yet, the truth lies before them, compelling belief despite its implausibility. Who could have anticipated the holy celestial demon emperor's intricate machinations without the advantage of a divine perspective? The methods of the heart celestial demon emperor are so fearsome that even the supreme celestial beings cannot discern the truth from deception. This incident has invigorated the confidence of the powerful within the myriad realms, igniting a fervent resistance against the foreign evil tribes. Remarkably, the myriad worlds have seized this opportunity to advance their front lines into the territories of these malevolent beings. Had those lands not been tainted by demonic energy, one could speculate they might have reclaimed significant territory. In the ongoing struggle against the foreign evil tribes, it is not merely the exploits of Qin Tian, the demon slayer king, who vanquished the celestial demon emperor, but also the emergence of numerous rising talents. Among them, Shaoyan shines the brightest. Hailing from the same plane as Jang Yun, he is a master of the fire path, rumored to possess the legendary immortal flame body, capable of harnessing the myriad fires of the world. This revelation has undoubtedly left many in awe, for it was Jang Yun who first sparked rumors of having the immortal flame body. Now, Shaoyan, also from Jang Yun's realm, raises suspicions of a possible connection between the two. Even more astonishingly, both are adept in the art of alchemy, leading to Shaoyan being lauded as the Flame Emperor while also being affectionately dubbed Little Jang Yun. Shaoyan, this narrative feels eerily familiar. True to the essence of a protagonist, despite being overshadowed by Jang Yun's numerous opportunities, he has nonetheless risen to prominence, carving out a reputation of his own within the myriad realms. Recently, in a fierce battle, he displayed the prowess of a quasi-supreme being, joining forces with 3 high-ranking demon slayers to obliterate a ghostly demon emperor, thus solidifying his fame across the lands. Chapter 325, The Martial Ancestor Lin Dong. It has come to my attention that yet another prodigy has emerged on the southwestern battlefield. Who could it be? The myriad realms have seen an influx of exceptional talents lately, not to mention the demon slayer King Jang Yun. Even Shaoyan is no ordinary figure. We are no longer in an era where merely being a part of the Maha qualifies one as a prodigy. Can I deceive you further? It is said that this new prodigy also hails from a lower realm, which was invaded by the foreign evil tribes but was rescued by the martial ancestor. Is that true? To save a lower realm from such an invasion speaks volumes of this martial ancestor's extraordinary gifts. Could it be that another prodigy akin to the Demon Slayer King has risen? Unlikely, for the Celestial Emperor is unparalleled in this world. In the midst of this intense warfare, aside from fine wine and fair maidens, it is these extraordinary tales that spread most widely. Recently, the myriad realms have borne witness to numerous prodigies, becoming the topic of much discourse. However, compared to the lower-tier cultivators, the celestial beings of the myriad realms are privy to far more secrets. In less than a century, the final Grand Alliance will commence. Should this Grand Alliance succeed, the malevolent deity sealed in the northern wilderness hill will be utterly vanquished. However, It is well understood by all that this iteration of the Grand Alliance is unlikely to be straightforward. This time, it may well culminate in a cataclysmic conflict between the Grand World and the malevolent races from beyond. As the saying goes, circumstances create heroes. In such a turbulent context, the Grand World is bound to witness the emergence of an increasing number of formidable champions. In recent years, prodigious talents have arisen within the Grand World, including the previous Sword Saint in azure robes, followed by the likes of Jang Yun, Xiao Yin, and Qin Tian. Currently, in the southwestern region of the Grand World, another prodigy has emerged. Reports from the Grand Palace reveal that this individual, Lin Dong, possesses an extraordinary legend. His lower realm was besieged by an army of malevolent races led by a foreign demon emperor. Ultimately, Lin Dong united the will of all beings within his realm, successfully fused with the essence of that realm to become its sovereign, and vanquished the foreign demon emperor. Invasions by malevolent races into lower realms are not uncommon, as the Grand World is replete with hidden spaces that serve as lower realms. These places are often undetectable unless one is in close proximity and employs special means. Consequently, the Grand Palace is frequently unable to provide assistance. Typically, an invaded lower realm faces either enslavement or annihilation. Defeating a demon emperor is a feat beyond imagination. Merely escaping is already remarkable. After all, both the malevolent races and the Grand World possess advanced cultivation systems, with spiritual and demonic energies of a higher caliber. Naturally, lower realms stand no chance. They are subjected to a dimensional strike. Yet, Lin Dong achieved what seemed impossible, earning immense admiration. Following his triumph over the demon emperor, the Tianxian realm faced misfortune, encountering a sweeping invasion by the malevolent races. Lin Dong's battle with the demon emperor drew their attention. Subsequently, he encountered a small squad from the enemy, which fortuitously did not include a demon monarch, whom he subsequently dispatched. However, the position of the Tianxian realm was compromised, prompting Lin Dong to ascend rapidly to the Grand World in search of aid. With the intervention of the Grand World, the peril threatening the Tianxian realm was alleviated. Shortly after Lin Dong's formal ascension, he began to shine on the extreme south battlefield. Under his leadership, the warriors of the Tianxian realm established the martial domain on a southern continent, earning the title of martial ancestor. Not long after the founding of the martial domain, they fought with fervor, slaying countless malevolent races. Armies led by various demon kings were swept away, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers stained with blood, with even a demon emperor falling to the martial ancestor. Thus, the name of the martial ancestor resonated for the first time within the Grand World. The Ice Spirit Clan, situated on the Ice Spirit Continent in the southern territory of the Grand World, is a renowned land within this vast realm. This continent, amidst the vast expanse of the world, is not particularly remarkable. However, the essence of water is attributed to the dragon spirit, and the mountains draw their significance from the immortal spirits. The Ice Spirit Continent, renowned throughout the realms, owes its fame to the existence of the Ice Spirit Clan. This ancient race, with roots that delve deep into antiquity, boasts a lineage that can be traced back eons, having birthed numerous formidable beings over millennia. In its prime, the Ice Spirit Clan stood as a heavyweight in the vast world, rivaling the ancient divine clans and commanding the respect and reverence of countless powers. Although the clan has since waned, losing the radiance of its zenith, it remains a titan in the world, bolstered by the presence of a supreme leader. Its profound heritage still unfathomable to many. On this day, this venerable race is poised to encounter a momentous surprise. In the northwestern reaches of the Ice Spirit Continent, a towering ice peak, adorned with sharp ice spires, rises ominously. The mountain, cloaked in an icy azure hue, is enveloped by thick layers of ice that glisten under the sunlight, reflecting a chilling brilliance. Atop this peak stands a figure draped in a black robe, arms crossed behind him. He tilts his head slightly, revealing a profile as sharp as a blade, his features imbued with a resolute determination. His eyes, dark and profound, hold a depth of experience, as if he has traversed the cycles of life and death. This individual is none other than the renowned master of martial realms, Lin Dong. He gazes into the distance, where the fabric of space twists dramatically, hinting at the emergence of a colossal ice gate, an ancient aura emanating slowly from it. This is the gateway to the ancestral land of the Ice Spirit Clan. Rest assured, Huan Huan, I shall awaken you. As the cloaked figure stares at the ice gate, he suddenly gestures, summoning an ice coffin. The semi-transparent coffin sparkles under the sun, and within it, a stunning beauty appears to lie in slumber. Lin Dong gazes into the coffin, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Just as he admires the exquisite maiden within, the soft sound of footsteps reaches his ears from behind. He turns to see 4 figures emerging, a smile gracing his steadfast visage. The figures consist of 2 men and 2 women. One of the young women, clad in garments as white as snow, possesses a breathtaking beauty and an ethereal grace akin to a snow lotus, evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who behold her. The other woman, in stark contrast, is dressed in a black gown, her appearance striking yet marked by an air of authority and intensity. However, upon spotting Lindong, the dark-clad woman's face lights up with a warm, gentle smile, and she playfully rushes towards him, affectionately grasping his sleeve. The two men accompanying them are equally extraordinary. One possesses an otherworldly charm, while the other stands like an iron tower, exuding an imposing presence reminiscent of a fearsome tiger. The four individuals, Lingdong's most significant companions in the Tianxian continent, were Ling Qingzhu, Qing Tan, Xiao Jiao, and Xiao Yin. So, has the Ice Spirit clan given a response? Upon hearing Lingdong's inquiry, the smile on Qing Tan's face faded instantaneously, replaced by a look of distress as she replied. The Ice Spirit tablet is the most treasured artifact of the Ice Spirit clan. Only those born with the royal bloodline of the clan can leave a trace of Ice Spirit within it at birth. Sister Huan Huan possesses that royal bloodline. Yet the Ice Spirit clan remains obstinate, refusing to lend the tablet to revive her. Hearing this, Lingdong's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in a grave tone. Even if I promise to compensate for the loss of spiritual energy from the Ice Spirit tablet, along with an additional 20,000 Demon Slayer points as a reward, are they still unwilling to agree? As a master craftsman, Lingdong could restore any damage to the Ice Spirit tablet as long as it did not reach the level of a saintly supreme artifact. Thus, the Ice Spirit clan would incur no losses while gaining not only the friendship of such a prodigy as Lingdong, but also the resources of 20,000 Demon Slayer points, a considerable advantage. After all, 20,000 Demon Slayer points required the defeat of 2 Demon Emperors to amass. It was the collective effort of their comrades during this period. Lingdong was immensely grateful for their support, yet to his astonishment, the Ice Spirit clan was still unwilling to cooperate. Sensing Lingdong's frustration, Ling Qingzhu shook her head, and an air of silence enveloped the group. Brother, why not take action directly? The Ice Spirit clan is no longer what it once was. Now, there is only one ancestor of the spiritual rank in their clan, and they dare to obstruct Sister Huan Huan's revival? This is simply courting death. I refuse to believe that if we topple their stronghold, they would still stand firm. A thunderous voice resonated as Xiao Yin glared towards the distant Ice Spirit clan with an unfriendly expression. However, these words drew scornful glances from others. You foolish tiger. This is the homeland of the Ice Sovereign. If you wreak havoc here, when the Ice Sovereign awakens, how will you explain it to our brother? A hand landed on Xiao Yan's head, revealing Xiao Jiao's exasperated expression. Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Yan scratched his head, choosing not to retort. Lingdong observed Xiao Yan thoughtfully for a moment before addressing the four. You should return to the martial realm. Given the escalating conflict between the Great Thousand and the Outer Evil clans, the martial realm cannot be left without a powerful presence for long. I will handle matters here. Despite their desire to stay and assist, the others nodded in agreement out of trust for him and departed from the Ice Spirit continent. Once the four had left, Lingdong gazed at the figure within the ice coffin, gently brushing its surface as if caressing the person's face. Memories of her past smiles flooded his mind, and a resolute light flashed in his eyes. Raising his gaze towards the distant, distorted space where the colossal ice gate loomed, Lingdong silently extended his hand. Instantly, dazzling lightning erupted from his palm, and the Thunder Dragon Scepter, a symbol of the Thunder Emperor's might, materialized in his grasp. The Ice Spirit clan is the homeland of Huan Huan, and one must exercise restraint. However, should they impede my resurrection of Huan Huan, I shall proceed without hesitation, even if she later reproaches me. Lindong tightly gripped the Thunder Emperor's scepter, his body slowly advancing toward the colossal icy gate, his black eyes resolute and unwavering. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit clan, a grand banquet was underway, hosted by the most formidable of the clan, the heavenly sovereign Ice Spirit ancestor, who personally welcomed guests. The hall was alive with the melodious sounds of bamboo instruments, a vibrant scene of song and dance. Within this majestic hall gathered numerous powerful beings of the Ice Spirit clan, their overwhelming spiritual energy causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Yet among this congregation of strong figures, 3 silhouettes commanded undeniable attention, their every gesture instilling an unspoken sense of pressure upon the many formidable beings present. At the center of the hall sat an elder clad in a blue robe, his visage a striking shade of azure. With each movement, an air of terrifying cold emanated from him, causing the surrounding space to freeze continuously. Even the natural spiritual energy that gathered nearby would transform into a kaleidoscope of sparkling crystals due to his chilling presence. Each time spiritual energy crystallized, the elder would inhale deeply, consuming it, an immense force swirling within his gaze. This elder was none other than the Ice Spirit clan's supreme powerhouse, the heavenly sovereign ice spirit ancestor, renowned throughout the vast world, embodying the clan's greatest strength and heritage. Ha ha ha, brother ice spirit, your frigid aura grows ever more formidable. I find myself humbled in your presence, boomed a hearty laughter from below, emanating from an elder with snow-white hair and beard, his skin as pale as snow, exuding an ethereal grace. This elder was the snow demon, also a heavenly sovereign, and a longtime acquaintance of the ice spirit ancestor. Upon hearing the compliment, the ice spirit ancestor felt flattered but humbly replied, "It is your North Sea true Qi that is truly unparalleled, my dear snow demon. You humans are so hypocritical, endlessly flattering one another. How tiresome." Just as the two were engaged in mutual adulation, a voice tinged with mockery interrupted, showing no regard for their esteemed status. Upon hearing this voice, both the ice spirit ancestor and the snow demon exchanged knowing smiles and turned to face the speaker. There sat a robust elder draped in a black robe, his eyes gleaming with a golden-purple hue. His voice resonated powerfully, carrying an undertone reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Seated there, he exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spine, resembling an extraordinary dragon of legend. At that moment, he was indulging in fine wine, observing the enchanting dance of beautiful maidens within the hall. "Dragon Sovereign, you remain as forthright as ever," remarked the ice spirit ancestor, casting an envious glance at him. This elder was a distinguished member of the Dragon Clan, renowned for his might, having attained the late stage of the spirit-grade heavenly sovereign. In terms of both cultivation and status, he surpassed the ice spirit ancestor. Alas, the absence of the War Emperor was indeed a significant regret. It is said that he has been captivated by a woman in the Crimson Flame continent and is currently engaged in a fervent pursuit. Who knows? Perhaps soon a new saintess will emerge from the War God Hall. The snow demon ancestor chuckled, casting a knowing smile at the two men. Boom. Chapter 326, Sacred Artifact, Sacred Artifact. 3 days later, a shocking piece of news rapidly spread across the vast world. Recently, the rising star of the southernmost region, the master of Martial Realm, unexpectedly visited the Ice Spirit clan. It turns out that the wife of the martial master, Ing Huan Huan, is a member of the royal lineage of the Ice Spirit clan who had fallen from grace, inadvertently drifting to another realm. She grew up alongside the martial master and ultimately sacrificed her life to help him break through his realm and combat the malevolent forces from beyond. Fortunately, this martial mistress possesses the royal bloodline of the Ice Spirit clan and, according to their traditions, left a fragment of her true spirit within the clan's treasured artifact, the Ice Spirit Tablet. The martial master sought to reclaim this fragment of true spirit to resurrect his wife, offering substantial rewards in return. However, the Ice Spirit clan adamantly refused, even going so far as to humiliate him greatly. Enraged, the martial master single-handedly stormed the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit clan. As a newly ascended supreme being of the spirit grade, he shattered the protective barrier of the clan with a single strike and then engaged in a fierce battle against the Ice Spirit ancestor, the Snow Demon Elder, and the Dragon Sovereign, all three supreme beings who happened to be visiting the Ice Spirit clan at that time. The trio joined forces to expel the martial master from their ancestral grounds. However, he valiantly faced them alone, inflicting severe blows upon each of them. Being mindful that the Ice Spirit clan is his wife's homeland, the martial master refrained from excessive actions, leaving behind 20,000 demon-slaying points and taking the clan's sacred artifact, the Ice Spirit Tablet, before departing gracefully. Although the Ice Spirit clan's strength has waned in recent years, it remains one of the ancient clans renowned throughout the vast world, boasting a profound heritage. Yet, this ancient clan was single-handedly breached by the martial master, who crushed the three supreme beings, including the clan's ancestors, with overwhelming might. The martial master has made a name for himself by stepping over this ancient race and the three supreme beings, ascending to the same echelon as those long-established prodigies. Henceforth, discussions of prodigies and sacred seeds in the vast world will certainly include his name. Shortly thereafter, another piece of news further ignited the fame of the martial master. Following the breach of their mountain gate, the former leader of the Ice Spirit clan resigned in disgrace, inviting the martial mistress, Ice Master Ing Huan Huan, a royal member of their clan who had fallen from grace, to assume the position of clan leader. The union of a flourishing emerging force and a continuously declining ancient race has certainly captured widespread attention. Upon the announcement of such news, countless factions across the vast world gasped in astonishment, scornfully berating the Ice Spirit clan for their lack of dignity, as they shamelessly sought to ally with those who had just defeated them. Truly, they are worthy of their 1,000-year legacy. However, some couldn't help but bitterly remark on the Ice Spirit clan's discerning eye. The master of martial realms, known as the martial ancestor, has cultivated for less than 30 years, yet has already attained the status of a celestial supreme in the realm of spiritual artifacts, as well as a grand master of spiritual tools. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly elevate him to the stature of a saintly being. The Ice Spirit Clan has certainly secured a formidable ally. Ice Spirit Clan, wouldn't you agree, Fire Spirit Clan? Fire Spirit Clan, within the Hall of 10,000 Demons. A terrifying shadow of a demon appeared behind Jang Yun. The visage of this shadow was obscured, yet bore a striking resemblance to Jang Yun. Even more peculiar was the half-open eye situated in the center of its brow, emanating a dreadful aura that seemed to brew within. Once fully opened, the power it would unleash could obliterate the heavens and the earth. As Jang Yun's cultivation progressed, the shadow's form became increasingly substantial, exuding an ineffable essence of immortality. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate, until Jang Yun's steadily ascending aura finally came to a halt. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed through the grand hall like lightning. At that moment, far away in the Dou Qi Continent and the Qi Continent, both the primary and secondary forms of Jang Yun seemed to share a connection, awakening simultaneously and gazing towards the direction of the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Success! At long last, the moment has arrived. With a sigh of emotion, Jang Yun reflected on the preparations he had meticulously undertaken during this period. His physical body had been refined to its utmost limits, and the supreme sea within him had been expanded to its maximum potential. Had it not been for the need to await the completion of his demonic form, he would have already ascended to the saintly rank. Yet now, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. Rising to his feet, Jang Yun fixed his gaze upon the dazzling flame ahead, slowly advancing towards it. As if sensing his approach, the annihilation flame radiated a fierce surge of spiritual energy, its intense heat rushing forth with alarming speed. My reincarnation demon flame, after years of absorbing other flames, has attained the saintly grade, rendering it nearly invincible in the vast universe. However, it still falls short of the holy demon flame of the Saint Heavenly Demon Emperor. The annihilation flame, having coalesced over countless ages in the Qi Continent, possesses a formidable reservoir of spiritual energy, rivaling the pinnacle of the saintly grade. With this supreme divine fire, the reincarnation demon flame can surpass the holy demon flame and emerge as the most powerful flame across the two realms. Contemplating this, Jang Yun felt the heat intensify as he approached the annihilation flame. He murmured, "The Qi Continent has been unified under my rule, and the task of the Qi Divine Palace has been fulfilled. It is time for you to rest." As he spoke, Jang Yun gradually extended his hand towards the annihilation flame. Instantly, a terrifying and searing heat surged forth, threatening to reduce his hand to ashes. Yet, Jang Yun remained serene. Protected by the reincarnation demon flame and fortified by the essence of boundless light, his physical form had achieved an indestructible state. Even the annihilation flame could not easily incinerate him. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jang Yun plunged into the annihilation flame, which then erupted violently. Having spent nearly a decade communicating with it, and possessing a top-tier affinity for flames, Jang Yun was already intimately familiar with this force. However, the entire premise rests upon Jang Yun's intention not to refine the being beneath him, should he desire to absorb and refine the opponent. The innate essence of the world-extinguishing flame would instinctively resist. Jang Yun plunged into the inferno, enduring the excruciatingly high temperatures, swiftly locating the source of the world-extinguishing flame. Grant me the strength to truly ascend to the pinnacle. Grasping the source tightly, he swallowed it whole, whereupon the ferocious and terrifying flames began to surge like molten lava. Yet, Jang Yun was no novice. His internal reincarnation demon flame erupted, frantically refining the opposing force. In an instant, his body transformed into a battlefield for two supreme flames. His countenance flushed crimson, while white smoke billowed from his scorched form. Yet, within his flesh and blood, a faint golden radiance shimmered, safeguarding both his body and soul. Immortal and indestructible. Thus, Jang Yun sat unmoving within the magma for an entire year. His demeanor remained tranquil. Yet the aura he emanated resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, suppressing an overwhelming torrent of spiritual power. Once this immense power was unleashed, it would undoubtedly reverberate through the heavens and the earth. During this period, in the Crimson Flame Temple and the ancient Heavenly Palace, figures such as the Little Healing Immortal and the Azure Scale seemed to sense something amiss, prompting a rapid state of alert across the entire Dou Qi Continent and the Crimson Flame Continent. The actions of the Crimson Flame Temple and the ancient Heavenly Palace naturally drew the attention of numerous spies from various factions. However, intimidated by Jang Yun's lingering might, none dared to act during this time. Meanwhile, the myriad rumors surrounding Jang Yun spread with astonishing speed. This situation persisted until one fateful day when the power within Jang Yun reached its zenith, leading to an explosive eruption. In that moment, His realm genuinely transcended the holy grade heavenly sovereign, and without a hint of pause, he ascended with an extraordinarily fierce momentum. The overwhelming and oppressive aura surged forth from the Crimson Flame Mountains, transforming the entire Crimson Flame continent in a mere year. The purple reincarnation demon flame blanketed the land like ethereal clouds, as if the entire continent were ablaze. Within the Crimson Flame Temple, Lin Jingtian and other heavenly sovereigns shot forth, astonished by the celestial phenomena above the Crimson Flame continent. Upon closer inspection, they sensed the chilling aura of Jang Yun. Realizing the implication, they exchanged astonished yet joyful glances, exclaiming, "The Temple Master has broken through to the Holy Grade." There could be no mistake. This terrifying aura, surpassing heaven and earth, even eclipsed many of the Holy Grade elders from the Great Thousand Palace, rivaling that of the true Dragon Emperor. The Temple Master had undoubtedly ascended to the Holy Grade. No one expected the Temple Master to achieve such a breakthrough so swiftly. In the past, the Temple Master could slay the Demon Emperor. Now, having reached the Holy Grade, he undoubtedly possessed unrivaled strength across both realms. I sense that we may witness the day of the old Earth's return. I firmly believe the Temple Master can accomplish this. Meanwhile, on the continent of Tianluo, under the leadership of the Little Medicine Immortal and Qing Lin, the denizens of the ancient Heavenly Palace bore witness to the terrifying aura emanating from the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Simultaneously, in the north and the central regions, the supreme presence of Jang Yun surged forth, instantly perceived by nearly all formidable beings within the vast world. In that moment, they comprehended that Jang Yun had transcended to the Holy Grade. The rumors of past injuries were swiftly dispelled. Jang Yun had not been wounded, but had instead entered seclusion to attain this remarkable breakthrough. Beneath the Crimson Flame Mountains, Jang Yun radiated a formidable aura. Effortlessly seated amidst the molten lava, the ripples emanating from him gradually expanded, exuding a sense of majesty that transcended heaven and earth. At a certain moment, as his aura reached its zenith, his tightly shut eyes opened, revealing violet flames swirling within, ready to erupt. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the violet flames were retracted, replaced by a pair of profound black eyes. Simultaneously, upon Jang Yun's awakening, the once tumultuous sea of lava became docile. Indeed, the Holy Grade was immensely more powerful than the Immortal Grade. Only upon genuinely breaking through to this level does one truly perceive the disparities, not merely in strength, but also in the elevation of one's life essence. Standing amidst the sea of lava, Jang Yun sensed the transformation within his body. A subtle smile gracing his lips as the wild aura dissipated entirely. The path of the Holy Grade would culminate within a decade, at which point he could genuinely contemplate the matter of transcending dominion. Jang Yun raised his gaze to the void. With the aid of extensive preparations, he had successfully ascended to the late stage of the Holy Grade, rendering him invincible across the two realms. If he proceeded methodically, within 10 years, all three of his incarnations would attain perfection, reaching the pinnacle of the Holy Grade, with no further ascension possible. At that time he could, akin to the future figures of Xiao Yan, Lin Dong, or the immortal emperor from 50,000 years past, summon the celestial rankings, inscribe his true name, and achieve dominion. However, as he reached this moment, Jang Yun began to ponder whether such dominion was truly the transcendence he desired. Shaking his head, he found no immediate answers. There remained a considerable distance until the time of true transformation, ample opportunity for him to delve into the mysteries within. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the subterranean world of lava had, unbeknownst to him, lost all trace of Jang Yun. This place returned to its eternal tranquility, perhaps countless years hence. It would give birth to a terrifying innate divine fire once more. Creak. A sound echoed as a massive door within the Hall of 10,000 Demons slowly swung open, unleashing a torrent of terrifying air from within. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, who had been seated upon his throne, abruptly turned to gaze towards the door, his eyes filled with incredulity and confusion. With an expressionless visage, he lifted his gaze, fixated on the great door. As a tall figure gradually emerged amidst the overwhelming demonic aura, entering the line of sight of the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, the figure, draped in flowing garments, raised its eyelids to reveal a pair of deep, lustrous eyes. These large, radiant orbs were filled with an innocent bewilderment, as if untouched by the taint of the outside world, pure as a blank canvas, exuding an enigmatic aura. He gazed quietly at the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, whose heart suddenly skipped a beat in response to the tranquility radiating from him. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor stared at Jang Yun in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, in the next instant, as he looked again, those eyes transformed, shifting from calm to profound, resembling two fathomless abysses, emanating wisps of dark mist that instantaneously froze the surrounding space. Concurrently, Dark fog began to surge within him, a torrent of shadow streaming from his flesh, soul, and legal body alike. Enveloped by this black mist, he stood, exuding an astonishing demonic aura, like a living embodiment of a dark sovereign. His brows furrowed in dominion and detachment, coldly surveying the holy celestial demon emperor. That piercing gaze tightened the very fabric of his soul, as though facing a formidable adversary. At this juncture, a gentle voice resonated from behind Jang Yun. Jiang Hong emerged from the great door, and upon seeing the holy celestial demon emperor, he promptly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Greetings, grandfather." Before Jiang Hong could clasp his hands in reverence, Jang Yun raised a hand to halt him. Under Jiang Hong's puzzled gaze, Jang Yun addressed the holy celestial demon emperor with calm assurance. "I wish to take my grandfather back to our clan for a visit." Surely, the esteemed holy celestial would not object. Chapter 327. Tension in the air. Upon the conclusion of Jang Yun's words, the holy celestial demon emperor felt an acute sense of danger surge within him, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jang Yun. In that moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Jiang Hong, sensing the fraught ambience, anxiously regarded Jang Yun's silhouette. Although he was aware of Jang Yun's significant growth and power, the looming presence of the long-established holy celestial demon emperor instinctively unsettled him. After a prolonged exchange of glances, the holy celestial demon emperor suddenly smiled, stating, "Having been away from the clan for an extended period, it is only natural to feel a sense of longing. Moreover, having wandered for decades, your yearning is entirely understandable. It seems fortuitous that with your recent advancements in cultivation, we may gather and reconnect." Hearing the holy celestial demon emperor's words, Jang Yun regarded him intently, nodding in acknowledgement before bowing. "Thank you, esteemed holy celestial." As the words left his lips, he turned and tore open a rift in space, stepping through with the still bewildered Jiang Hong in tow. Witnessing the spatial rift, the holy celestial demon emperor's pupils constricted sharply, a shadow of deep apprehension flashing in his eyes. However, once Jang Yun departed, the expression on the holy celestial demon emperor's face turned frigid, the terrifying holy demon flame manifesting around him, the searing heat distorting the surrounding space. Why did I allow him to leave? Just having broken through to the position of demon emperor, he seeks to extend his reach. If this continues unchecked, he may become a liability in the future. I should have seized the moment to eliminate him right then and there, thus ensuring no future troubles would arise. At that moment, a tone of indifference resonated from behind the holy heavenly demon emperor. From the depths of the darkness, four figures emanating a terrifying demonic aura gradually emerged, the speaker being the central figure, the dark heavenly demon emperor. The remaining three, each formidable in their own right, were the celestial slayer demon emperor, the black corpse demon emperor, and the cursing demon emperor, for supreme heavenly demon emperors. They had long concealed themselves, observing Jang Yun's every move. It cannot be. Upon hearing the dark heavenly demon emperor's words, the holy heavenly demon emperor composed himself, allowing the holy demon flame to quietly dissipate. Shaking his head at the four, he uttered a statement that left them perplexed. "Are you suggesting that only the black corpse demon emperor, with whom there has been profound contact, is capable?" The implication sparked a sense of dread as they gazed at the holy heavenly demon emperor. Noticing their expressions, the holy heavenly demon emperor nodded at the black corpse demon emperor and spoke in a grave tone. "When I recently emerged from seclusion, I sensed no trace of his aura, yet there was an unsettling feeling that gripped my heart. After this breakthrough, his power has likely surpassed my estimations. What I initially believed to be an ordinary cultivation session has revealed a transformation far beyond my expectations. He is now beyond control between the two realms. Can we not strike together?" questioned the dark heavenly demon emperor, still harboring skepticism, his tone icy. "It is futile. As long as we cannot break through his enigmatic divine abilities, we will remain passive targets." The holy heavenly demon emperor refrained from answering directly, as the black corpse demon emperor, with a grim expression, recalled some unpleasant memories. "Is it truly the case that he is beyond control?" the celestial slayer demon emperor remarked, equally troubled. "Unless we mobilize our entire lineage to encircle and annihilate him." The cursing demon emperor spoke with a heavy demeanor. "There is no need for such drastic measures. Should we unleash the collective might of our clan, the resulting losses would be catastrophic. If we cannot recover our vitality after a century, it would jeopardize our mission to rescue the evil god. Moreover, his path has reached its zenith." The now composed holy heavenly demon emperor replied with a cold chuckle. "Reached its zenith?" The four looked at the holy heavenly demon emperor in confusion. "He is nearing the limits of the sacred rank. Beyond this lies the activation of the celestial ranking, the inscription of a true name, and the breakthrough into the sovereign realm. Yet, is this step so easily achieved? Throughout the vast expanse of the world and the endless passage of time, many have reached the pinnacle of the sacred rank, yet none have activated the celestial ranking. Instead, It was our clan that, following the incursion into the vast world, unexpectedly produced an immortal emperor. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor slowly elucidated to the four perplexed demon emperors, stating that such profound secrets of heaven and earth are seldom recorded by other clans, save for the Holy Demon Clan, which descends from the evil god. Could there be an issue with the celestial ranking? Naturally, the four were not dull. Upon hearing the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor's explanation, they began to speculate. 50,000 years ago, in response to our clan's invasion, the consciousness of the vast world summoned the primordial forces to coalesce 10 original law bodies. These served as the conduits for breaking through the sovereign realm. Only by cultivating one of them to its peak could one activate the celestial ranking. In the initial group of 10, only the immortal emperor achieved such a feat, not merely due to his profound cultivation, but also because the vast world stood on the brink of peril, perpetually at risk of being devoured by our kin. The will of the plane had no choice but to facilitate the immortal emperor's successful breakthrough to confront our divine presence. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor gradually unveiled certain secrets from that time, leaving the four in astonishment. Why was this so? If the original was granted as a medium, it seemed that the will of the vast world was not particularly inclined to let them transcend. The Dark Celestial Demon Emperor, with a flicker of intrigue in his gaze, inquired, "You have all invaded lower planes and are familiar with the nature of the spirits of these planes, correct? They are tenacious, unwilling to concede until the final moment, even when faced with being refined. The will of this vast world is, in essence, a kind of plane spirit as well." The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor remarked with a disdainful smile. Any living being born of will would not relinquish their yearning for freedom. Although facilitating a breakthrough to the Dominion realm does not equate to complete refinement, it allows those inscribed on the celestial rankings to receive the augmentation of the world's power, thereby gaining a fraction of the will of the plane's authority, who, until the last moment, would willingly share the power they possess. 5,000 years ago, when the threat of the celestial evil loomed, the will of the plane had to ease its restrictions to enable the immortal emperor's success. Now that the celestial evil is sealed, attempting the grand transmutation array once more would spell its demise. Without the threat of the celestial evil, how could the will of the vast world permit anyone to break through to dominion? This also explains why the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor remained unperturbed after Jang Yun surpassed his strength. For Jang Yun to transcend, he would have to unleash the celestial evil, compelling the will of the vast world, and once the celestial evil was freed, Jang Yun would no longer pose a threat. As long as there is no threat, in the span of a century, regardless of how close Jang Yun approaches that realm, he cannot achieve a breakthrough if the will of the vast world does not permit it. Indeed, quite insidious, remarked the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor, sneering as he looked skyward. Then what of Jang Yun? The Demon Emperor of Cursing Heaven turned to the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor, hesitantly asking, "Let it be, there is still a century remaining. He shall come to understand the predicament he is in," the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor replied, gazing coldly towards the direction of the evil spirit clan. The four nodded in agreement, each understanding that this represented a form of indirect compromise. Jang Yun's rapid ascent had reached a level of uncontrollability. To avoid significant damage to the external evil clan, compromise was the only path, awaiting the opportune moment that would arise a century hence. This region remains unchanged, just as it is in my memories. Indeed, although our clan has seen the rise of several more demon emperors in recent years, it does not alter the circumstances imposed by our identity. Grandfather, I assure you, this situation will soon improve. On the edge of a continent, two figures stood side by side atop a grand mountain, gazing into the distance. "Jiang Hong, how have you returned?" At that moment, the space before the two men rippled unexpectedly, and an elderly man with graying hair emerged. He was taken aback upon recognizing the familiar figure of Jiang Hong. Some time ago, Jiang Hong had been taken by the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. Although he had his suspicions, he dared not inquire further. To his astonishment, Jiang Hong had returned today, accompanied by a young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to someone he once knew. Suddenly, a spark of recognition illuminated Jiang Yun's eyes as he exclaimed, "You are that child from before." Jiang Yun's reputation echoed loudly across both realms, and Jiang Yun had certainly heard of him. Naturally, he was initially skeptical of this powerful individual sharing the same name as the child he once knew, but disbelief crept into his mind. He was aware that Jiang Yun was born with extraordinary talent, possessing the rare 9 divine meridians. However, he found it hard to fathom that the boy he once met had achieved such dazzling success in a mere 40 years. While he never doubted Jiang Yun's potential and believed in his capacity for growth, the speed of his ascent was astonishing, so much so that it seemed almost like a fable to those who heard of it. "Patriarch, Jiang Yun has returned," Jiang Yun remarked with a gentle smile, recognizing Jiang Yun as one of the key figures who had helped him escape the grasp of the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. Wonderful. Wonderful, Jang Yun exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Jang Yun's hand, his body trembling with excitement, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. Jang Yun's presence ignited hope for the evil spirit clan and rekindled the possibility of fulfilling his lifelong aspirations. Come, let us return home. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Jang Yun took hold of Jang Yun with one hand and Jiang Hong with the other, laughing heartily as they made their way toward the heart of the evil spirit clan. Behind them, Jang Yun and Jiang Hong exchanged resigned glances, allowing the exuberant Jang Yun to lead the way. The northern wasteland hill is situated at the heart of the vast world. In ancient times, this region was once a boundless supercontinent known as the Northern Wasteland Continent. Contrary to its name, in that era, the Northern Wasteland was anything but desolate. It was one of the most prosperous and powerful territories in the vast world. However, during that ancient age, when the outer demonic clans invaded, the vast world found itself in retreat, leading to the destruction of many once flourishing continents. In this critical moment, the undying emperor rose to prominence, forging alliances with countless beings, forces, and races to establish the Great Pact of the vast world and form the Great Palace, uniting to resist the encroaching outer demonic clans. Gradually, they halted the tide of defeat. Later, a decisive battle ensued between the outer demonic clans and the vast world, where the undying emperor clashed with the celestial demon on the northern wasteland continent. That battle shattered the supercontinent, leaving behind what we now know as the Northern Wasteland Hill. The outcome of that battle is well known. In a bid to evade the suppression of the will of the vast world, the celestial demon plunged into the fray, ultimately sealing himself at the cost of the undying emperor's demise. The Hill of the North, situated at the heart of the vast world, serves as the site of a formidable seal. Here, the direct descendants of the immortal emperor, the designated guardians of the tomb, vigilantly prohibit any outsiders from approaching. Naturally, such a perilous location, which seals the malevolent celestial demon and is coveted by the sinister extraterrestrial tribes, is seldom approached, even by the most exalted beings, unless driven by ulterior motives. Thus, it remains largely untouched. It is only during the millennial Great Pact, held once every 1,000 years, that the Great Celestial Palace issues invitations to numerous exalted beings from the vast realm. This millennial accord is intrinsically linked to the grand magic array bequeathed by the immortal emperor. Although the celestial demon remains sealed, it poses an enduring threat. Its demise is essential for the peace of the vast world. Consequently, the seal left by the immortal emperor contains contingencies. Every millennium, powerful successors manipulate the spiritual array to gradually eradicate the celestial demon, a process anticipated to require 49,000 years for complete annihilation. This is the crux of the Great Pact. As every millennium, formidable beings converge upon the Hill of the North. The Great Pact has been conducted a total of 48 times, with merely a century remaining until the next occurrence. However, even with ample time before the pact, a figure emerged outside the Hill of the North, in the core region of the central domain of the vast world. A streak of light tore through the tumultuous spatial currents, breaking through layers of chaotic winds and clouds, arriving above a shattered continent. Jang Yun gazed into the distance at the dilapidated land, which bore a dark crimson hue, emanating a faint yet oppressive aura of tragedy that could be sensed even from afar. This was the might of the sovereign realm, suspended above the broken continent. Jang Yun calmly observed the desolate terrain. Attuning himself to the lingering aura of terror in the void, he spoke softly. This power, even after 50,000 years, remains irrecoverable. His gaze shifted, sweeping over the fractured land below, where solitary tombs, resembling mountains, stood resolutely at the edge, stretching endlessly until the horizon. These were the burial sites of ancient warriors who perished on the Hill of the North, and the descendants of the immortal emperor, who self-identify as guardians of the tomb, not only to protect the seal of the celestial demon, but also to safeguard the resting places of these heroes. The formation. Jang Yun's gaze slightly shifted, observing the concealed formation in the void, his eyes sparkling. The power of this formation had reached the pinnacle of the holy grade, the most formidable array he had ever encountered. Hidden within the void, it exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear. Anyone who approached with impure intentions would be obliterated by an inexorable force. The arrangement was impenetrable. Jang Yun's gaze swept across the Hill of the North, and he spoke with a tone of reflection. Chapter 328, The Hill of the North. Whoosh. As Jang Yun surveyed his surroundings, a sudden sound of tearing air reached his ears. He lifted his gaze towards the distance and beheld the void ahead, where fierce winds were rent asunder, revealing several figures dashing forth, exuding powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. These were formidable beings surpassing the Earth Supreme, with some even among the ranks of the Celestial Supreme. Who dares to approach the North Desolate Hill before the arrival of the Grand Alliance? The sound of the wind grew increasingly pronounced as 7 streaks of gray light shot forth from afar, materializing before Jang Yun in mere moments. The 7 figures revealed themselves to be middle-aged men clad in gray robes. Jang Yun's gaze swept over them, noting their gaunt frames and expressionless faces. Yet, the subtle emanations of spiritual energy from within them were not to be underestimated, each one a pinnacle Earth Supreme, alongside one possessing celestial supreme qualities. Their attire suggested they belonged to the lineage of the Gravekeepers, who alone would dispatch such a formidable patrol. Jang Yun retrieved his Demon Extermination King token from his bosom and spoke softly. I am Jang Yun, the Demon Extermination King, here at the North Desolate Hill to seek an audience with the Lord of the Undying. The leader among the 7, a celestial supreme, upon hearing this, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Nevertheless, his rigid countenance betrayed no outward change. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists towards Jang Yun, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Demon Extermination King. Since you seek an audience with the Grave Master, I shall escort you forthwith. Although he had not anticipated Jang Yun's arrival, upon verifying the authenticity of the Demon Extermination token, his wariness dissipated and a hint of respect seeped into his tone. Despite their seclusion in the North Desolate Hill, the renown of Jang Yun was well known, even amongst the Gravekeepers. And the Lord of the Undying had spoken of him with admiration on numerous occasions. Thus, they were not strangers to Jang Yun. In the vast expanse of the Grand World, there existed only 2 Demon Extermination tokens, belonging to Qin Tian and Jang Yun, while either might pose a potential issue. The Demon Extermination King was beyond reproach. Consequently, after confirming Jang Yun's identity, they guided him through the protective array and deeper into the North Desolate Hill. After traversing numerous mountain tombs, Jang Yun followed the Gravekeeper Celestial Supreme to an immense, ebony plaza. This dark square was adorned with towering black columns, their surfaces marked by the passage of time. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere black pillars, but rather colossal copper coffins standing upright. These copper coffins, like nails, were firmly embedded into the black plaza, emanating a peculiar aura. Jang Yun's eyes shone with a violet light as he scanned the coffins, his mind mapping their positions. These coffins were interconnected, forming a sealing array of boundless power. These copper coffins constituted the main body of the sealing formation left by the Undying Emperor. And deep beneath this black plaza lay the Earth's depths, where the Lord of the Outer Evil Clan, the celestial evil god, was sealed away. In Jang Yun's perception, this grand formation transcended the sanctified tier. Its power had reached the levels once wielded by the immortal emperor in his prime, approaching the realm of a half-step sovereign. Yet, despite such formidable strength, it required a staggering 49 millennia to completely erase the life imprint of the celestial evil god, underscoring the terror of this entity. The chasm between a half-step sovereign and a true sovereign is but a mere half-step, yet that half-step is as vast as the heavens and the earth. At this moment, a hoarse voice, tinged with the weight of age, resonated from behind him. Jang Yun did not turn around, but continued to fixate on the grand formation. Speaking gravely, I have witnessed the power that surpasses the sanctified tier, as well as the dreadfulness of the celestial evil god. Indeed, even the immortal emperor could not entirely obliterate the celestial evil god. He could only seal it away at the cost of his life. And only through the relentless passage of 49 millennia could it be utterly extinguished. Therefore, the 49th Great Thousand Transformation Array in a century must not falter. Initially, I harbored concerns that we, these old souls, might not withstand the desperate counteroffensive of the extraterritorial evil clans. However, I find solace in the presence of you exceptional young individuals during this period. Qing Shan, Qin Tian, Wu Zhu, Xiao Yan, and of course you, Jang Yun. In you all, I perceive a glimmer of hope for success. As that voice continued its rambling, Jang Yun turned to see an elder clad in a black robe with white hair. He emanated an aura of twilight, as if his life force might extinguish at any moment. Yet within that precarious demeanor lay an indescribable, terrifying pressure. Elder Undying, I shall exert my utmost effort. Jang Yun slightly cupped his fists, recognizing this figure as the leader of the Tomb Guardians, the master of Undying, a direct descendant of the immortal emperor, and the pinnacle of the sanctified tier, once among the top 3, if not the foremost, in the Great Thousand World before Jang Yun and his companions rose to prominence. Upon hearing the resoluteness in Jang Yun's tone, the master of Undying, despite his aura of twilight, nodded with a smile and led Jang Yun into a heavily guarded stone palace. The palace, ancient and devoid of the usual opulence of a grand hall, exuded a unique, rustic charm. Once seated, the master of Undying turned to Jang Yun and softly inquired, Your recent endeavors in the northern frontier and the sacred abyss continent have greatly benefited the myriad beings of the Great Thousand. In this regard, I cannot compare to you. Yet, I wonder, why has the Celestial Emperor come to my northern wilderness hill? Surely, it cannot be merely to visit this old man. Jang Yun then turned to the Master of Undying and uttered a startling declaration. I wish to meet the celestial evil god. As these words fell, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the hall. The Master of Undying and the lineage of tomb guardians had long remained detached from worldly affairs. Yet if anything encroached upon their bottom line, they would become utterly unhinged. Clearly, the celestial evil god was that very line. Does the Celestial Emperor comprehend the gravity of his words? The face of the Undying Lord, etched with deep furrows, was now adorned with frost as he spoke in a grave tone. Had it not been for Jang Yun's relentless slaying of the Demon Emperor, he would have doubted Jang Yun's allegiance, almost issuing a command for the guardians of the tomb to seize him. The younger generation's cultivation had reached the late stage of the sacred realm, and within a decade, he would inevitably reach its pinnacle. Yet, regarding the realm of the former immortal emperor, he was utterly at a loss. In this vast world, only the celestial evil god had ventured into that domain. Hence the younger generation sought answers from him. Unbeknownst to the looming threat within the hall, Jang Yun maintained a solemn demeanor, gazing intently at the Undying Lord as if he were a steadfast seeker on a quest for truth. Indeed, upon hearing Jang Yun's sincere words, the Undying Lord's expression softened slightly, and he advised, though your strength is indeed formidable, I may not stand a chance against you. As he looked at Jang Yun, a flicker of astonishment passed through the depths of his eyes. Jang Yun sat there, exuding no trace of energy, akin to an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. However, the Undying Lord sensed an unprecedented vitality emanating from him, a boundless force akin to an ocean's expanse. Yet, the power of the celestial evil god was not to be underestimated. Regarding the realms beyond the sacred realm, the old man believed that when the time came, you too could achieve such a feat like the immortal emperor, and there was no need to take such risks. I understand, Jang Yun replied with a nod, gradually rising to his feet. At that moment, an indomitable aura burst forth from him, and he declared, however, I believe that the journey of cultivation is also a voyage of the heart. If one were to retreat at the hint of danger, the path of enlightenment would become obscured, and even if opportunities for breakthrough arise in the future, one might timidly miss that fleeting glimpse of enlightenment. The Undying Lord gazed at Jang Yun in astonishment, never anticipating such profound words from him. He couldn't help but question within himself whether he possessed such a mindset. After a long pause, the Undying Lord shook his head. He lacked such a state of mind. Among the countless formidable beings he had encountered in this vast world, none had exhibited the heart of Jang Yun. Could this be the secret behind Jang Yun's rapid ascension to the pinnacle in such a short time? As he pondered this, an inexplicable sense of anticipation crossed the Undying Lord's heart when he looked upon the spirited Jang Yun. Perhaps Jang Yun could indeed break through the realm of the immortal emperor by the time of the centennial deadline. If so, the final great covenant would be assured. Jang Yun's words left the Undying Lord in contemplative silence. After a considerable time, the elder slowly nodded and said, since the heavenly emperor wishes to embark on this endeavor, let us proceed together. The Lord of the Undying grapples with his inner turmoil. As the leader of the guardians of the tomb, he is reluctant to encounter unforeseen calamities at the brink of the sky evil god's impending demise. By patiently adhering to the established order and waiting for a century to pass, he could initiate the Grand Pact and activate the final Grand Demonic Array, thereby eradicating the sky evil god and eliminating the latent threats to the vast world. However, the formidable achievements of Jang Yun in vanquishing the Demon Emperor on the Crimson Flame Continent and the Holy Abyss Continent compel him to approach the situation with utmost caution. Most crucially, he realizes he is no match for Jang Yun. Should he attempt to forcibly intervene, Jang Yun's recent display of resolute determination might incite chaos, leading him to intrude recklessly. If such a scenario were to unfold and unforeseen events arose during that period, the guardians of the tomb would bear grave consequences. Upon the vast, ancient black plaza, two figures traverse amidst the numerous bronze coffins, ultimately reaching the center of the square. The Lord of the Undying gestures towards the central coffin and states, Heavenly Emperor, behold, this is the core of the ceiling formation, from which one can also observe the faint movements of the sky evil god. Nonetheless, this demon is cunning, and given their overwhelming malevolence and power, there have been instances in previous years where our guardians suffered grievous losses when a heavenly sovereign inadvertently approached, only to be severely injured by a wisp of demonic aura that escaped. The Lord of the Undying's expression is grave. An entity transcending the sacred realm is a singular being in this world, and no amount of caution would be excessive. Jang Yun nods, stepping closer to the formation's core. During this process, the Lord of the Undying discreetly gathers spiritual energy in preparation. Should Jang Yun make a move that jeopardizes the formation, he will unhesitatingly manipulate it to suppress all threats. Jang Yun approaches the core, gazing at the slender fissure beneath the bronze coffin, his eyes reflecting a somber intensity. "Sky evil god," he murmurs, and in response, a deep rumbling emanates from the earth. In the next moment, the entire plaza begins to tremble. As strands of malevolence accumulate within the fissure, ready to burst forth if not for the formation as suppression. A roar reverberates from the depths of the earth, imbued with boundless destructive power, as if capable of altering the heavens and obliterating the world. From the fissure, a torrent of demonic energy surges forth like smoke in the wind, and as this malevolence emerges, the entire realm dims. The spiritual forces of heaven and earth becoming tainted and eroded in its wake. Boom. The black plaza quakes as the demonic energy sweeps outward. Even with the bronze coffin formation as suppression, tendrils of malevolence seep through, rolling towards Jang Yun. "Be careful," the Lord of the Undying exclaims urgently. His movements unwavering as a black light arc envelopes his palm, surging towards the encroaching dark energy. "Oomph. The Sky Evil God indeed wields terrifying power beyond the sacred realm. Yet you underestimate me. How can one so weakened and ensnared by layers of seals extinguish my existence?" The Lord of the Undying reacted promptly, as did Jang Yun. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and a radiant swirl of black and white light instantaneously surged forth. Upon contact with the malevolent aura, a series of hissing sounds erupted, ultimately rendering the dark energy powerless against Jang Yun's might. Is this the power of the holy demon? How intriguing. Within the earth, the celestial evil god sensed the familiar essence of Jang Yun's power the moment he acted. Although Jang Yun had forged his own path, completely liberated from the influence of the holy celestial demon emperor, making it imperceptible even to formidable beings like the Lord of the Undying. This transformation was unmistakably evident to the celestial evil god. As one hailing from the holy demon clan, he possessed a profound understanding of their power. More than anyone in this realm, he immediately discerned that Jang Yun's strength was derived from the holy demon lineage. While the specifics of how he achieved this eluded him, he was certain that Jang Yun shared an intricate connection with their nefarious clan. "Jang Yun, are you all right?" At that moment, the Lord of the Undying approached Jang Yun's side, his expression fraught with concern. Only when he confirmed Jang Yun was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could offer any advice, a deep voice resonated from the earth, revealing the presence of two tiny insects. "If my memory serves me correctly, the millennium has not yet arrived, has it? Have you come here prematurely to meet your demise?" Chapter 329, The Celestial Evil God. Who would have thought that the illustrious celestial evil god would be so oblivious to the circumstances, spouting such audacious claims? After dispersing the malevolent aura with a wave of his hand, Jang Yun peered through the minute, dark fissure, locking eyes with an exceedingly wicked gaze. The moment their eyes met, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, instilling a bone-chilling terror. "An intriguing little fellow," the celestial evil god remarked, his gaze fixed on Jang Yun. "A being burdened by such bloodshed should not remain in this world, for it is no boon to the multitude." Jang Yun appeared to be speaking to himself, yet it was directed at both the celestial evil god and the ever-watchful Lord of the Undying. The heavenly emperor, the Lord of the Undying, contemplated a possibility that seemed absurd, staring in shock at Jang Yun's silhouette. "What are you planning?" The celestial evil god regarded this youth, intricately linked to the holy demon clan, with curiosity. He discerned Jang Yun's current strength, late-stage holy rank, with a bone age not exceeding 50 years. Such talent, even he found noteworthy. Given time, Jang Yun could undoubtedly reach the level of the holy celestial demon emperor. In the vast expanse of the world, a being of such prowess would undoubtedly hold great influence. When the final Great Thousand Covenant arrives in a century, with Jang Yun and the holy celestial demon emperor collaborating from within, his emergence would be assuredly flawless. Yet, he pondered why Jang Yun had arrived early and uttered such peculiar words. "Have you become too immersed in your role? Like the denizens of the Great Thousand World, do you wish for my demise?" Such brazen arrogance. Although the intentions of Jang Yun remain unclear, the celestial evil god is an experienced actor. In an instant, the demonic energy surging forth from the fissure became overwhelming, a tempest of malevolence swirling and consuming the very essence of the heavens and earth. "Let us see." At that moment, an unprecedented brilliance erupted from Jang Yun's eyes, a formidable aura rising within him, causing the Undying sovereign, who had overheard Jang Yun's words, to feel an unsettling dread. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words to dissuade him. "You wish to kill me? Ha ha ha." The celestial evil god finally grasped Jang Yun's intentions, his voice shifting from bewilderment to uncontrollable laughter, as if mocking Jang Yun's audacity. "Even the immortal emperor of your could not slay me. He could only seal me with this so-called demonic transformation array. Years have passed, and I remain alive, destined to endure. You harbor such foolish aspirations for what even he could not accomplish. Jang Yun's expression remained calm as he casually replied. The last great covenant of the myriad realms is still over 100 years away. Should you endure yet another annihilation, do you truly believe you will survive? The celestial evil god could not suppress a derisive chuckle. You may attempt it. 100 years hence, let us see if you can kill me. You indeed have a backup plan. Allow me to test the limits of your esteemed power. As Jang Yun's words fell, a golden stream of light shot forth before sinking into the abyss of swirling black, demonic smoke, suppressing the infinite malevolence. Jang Yun, the undying sovereign, was taken aback. Having just overheard the conversation between Jang Yun and the celestial evil god, his mind faltered, leaving him unable to react in time. Forced to watch helplessly as Jang Yun vanished into the black chasm. What reckless youth! A roar of fury resonated from the depths of the earth, and in that moment, the inverted bronze coffins on the darkened plaza began to tremble, streams of spiritual light erupting from within, swiftly intertwining. In mere moments, a formidable and ancient array materialized above the northern wilderness hills. The array seemed to resonate with sacred chants, an infinite power descending to calm the tumultuous earth. What is happening? Why has the array autonomously awakened? Has some unforeseen event befallen the celestial evil god? The tremors here captured the attention of all the powerful guardians of the tomb, who transformed into streaks of light and descended around the plaza. Without time for contemplation, a familiar, aged voice echoed in their ears. Do not panic, each of you. Take your positions at the array nodes and heed my command. Upon hearing the undying sovereign's words, the crowd fell silent, swiftly taking their places upon the bronze tubes, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the array beneath their feet. Esteemed elders, I apologize for the disturbance. Jang Yun is here to express my regrets. At that moment, a gentle voice resounded among them, soothing their anxious hearts. A figure clad in a dark robe, Jang Yun, gracefully descended upon the expanse of the grand formation. His expression imbued with a sense of remorse as he regarded the assembly. How did you come to be here? The guardians of the tomb, still grappling with the unfolding circumstances, were interrupted as the Lord of the Undying swiftly approached Jang Yun, astonishment etched upon his features. In the next moment, a profound realization illuminated his mind. The transformation of the One into the three pure ones. You have astonishingly cultivated this divine art to such an extraordinary level that even I failed to perceive any anomaly. Observing Jang Yun's gentle demeanor and his lack of rebuttal, the Lord of the Undying regarded him with admiration. However, you have acted recklessly. Even if it is merely a fragment of yourself, its damage will undoubtedly have repercussions on you. Listening to the admonishments, Jang Yun solemnly responded, my separation arose from a moment of hesitation within my heart, tarnishing my Taoist spirit. Should this be the case, I would still find myself unworthy to confront powers beyond the sacred grade, and I fear that I may never tread into that realm in this lifetime. Witnessing a flicker of reluctance cross Jang Yun's face, the Lord of the Undying felt a pang of regret. It must be an arduous affair for such a prodigy to falter in this manner. Although reason dictated that Jang Yun's choice was indeed the wisest, the earlier shocking declaration had instilled in him a subtle sense of loss. Placing a reassuring hand upon Jang Yun's shoulder, the Lord of the Undying said, you are still young. The future holds ample opportunities for you to pursue higher realms, and there is no need to court danger. Jang Yun, in response, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the earth below, his eyes reflecting a profound depth of contemplation. Would this incident truly tarnish his Taoist spirit? Certainly not. That was merely a fabrication, an attempt to intimidate. This was not the vast world of obscurity, and the significance of the Taoist spirit was self-evident. In truth, this very body was his genuine avatar. Jang Yun believed that he could deceive all within both realms. Yet only the heavenly evil god remained unfold. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of resorting to trickery. Beneath the dark expanse of the black square, within the boundless abyss of demonic energy, a chilling demonic wind swept forth as the heavenly evil god surged through the surroundings. A radiant streak of light descended from the heavens, illuminating this long enshrouded land in darkness. To think you truly dared to descend, setting aside all else. Your courage is unparalleled in the vast world over the last 50,000 years. Within the depths of the pitch-black abyss, the demonic energy raged, and an indescribable might surged forth, coalescing into a shadow of immense stature that flickered in and out of visibility, standing amidst the endless void of the demonic abyss. This vague silhouette cast an overwhelming darkness upon the world, an unfathomable power enveloping everything, reminiscent of an apocalyptic demon god. The echoes of demonic howls reverberated through the cosmos as this shadow gazed upon the descending Jang Yun, erupting into laughter. I am genuinely curious. What is your source of confidence? Do you truly believe that your insignificant connection to the sacred demon clan suffices? As the voice faded, a powerful roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, and the immense shadow of the demon slowly lifted its head. Within its malevolent eyes lay the embodiment of the world's utmost wickedness. Amidst the demon's howls, the shadow surged into the sky, its surrounding demonic energy swirling violently and unleashing a terrifying force that surged towards Jang Yun's position. Power is the eternal source of confidence. Jang Yun swept his palm, and within it, the crystalline heavenly emperor sword gradually materialized. In the next moment, myriad beams of sword light erupted, intertwining with the essence of sword intent to form a boundless river of sword energy, rolling forth like a cataclysmic tidal wave, confronting the oncoming onslaught of the celestial evil god with unparalleled might. Boom! As the demonic energy surged forth, it collided with the torrent of sword light, producing a hissing sound akin to snow meeting lava, swiftly dissipating into nothingness. If you were at your peak, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. However, at this moment, you are at your most vulnerable, a state unseen for millennia. I believe you cannot kill me. With just one strike. Jang Yun discerned the current state and strength of the celestial evil god. A half step to the dominator realm, barely qualifying even for that. He existed between the ranks of a saint and a half-step dominator. The gap was evident, yet insufficient to obliterate him, especially with external aid still on his side. Arrogance. A chilling glint flashed in the immense shadow's eyes as a sinister voice resounded, annihilating world profound demon light. With a furious roar, the great shadow unleashed a thunderous bellow that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Countless streams of demonic energy converged before the shadow, and as its massive jaws opened and closed, a torrent of demonic light shot forth. This beam, merely 100 feet long, instantaneously rent the void and the river of sword energy, hurtling towards Jang Yun with lethal intent. Endless radiance body. Jang Yun formed seals with his hands, and behind him, vast spiritual light surged, as if transforming into a realm of spiritual power. In the next instant, an ancient luminescent figure emerged, its entire form resembling crystal, radiating boundless light. Wherever the light spread, the rampant demonic energy around dissipated significantly. Boom! The moment the realm of light collided with the demonic light, an indescribable wave of energy erupted. Yet, the realm of light appeared indestructible, enduring the onslaught with unwavering resolve, still safeguarding Jang Yun within a 100-foot domain. Endless radiance body. The celestial evil god squinted, his expression momentarily solidifying. Then gazing deeply at Jang Yun, he remarked, I did not expect that 50,000 years ago, an immortal emperor would be followed by another like you. The immortal emperor had left an indelible impression on him. Once merely a name on the celestial rankings surpassing the half-step of saint, he managed to contend with the celestial evil god in his awakened four-eyed form, ultimately sealing him away. While there were intentional factors at play, the innate talent of the immortal emperor was irrefutable. Now in Jang Yun, he perceived the shadow of that once immortal emperor. Should Jang Yun take that final step, he could single-handedly eradicate all the extraterritorial evil clans within the demon realm. As the divine offspring of the second sequence from the celestial realm, his life essence naturally transcends the sanctified level. He possesses a profound understanding of the difficulty in overcoming such boundaries, as well as the formidable nature of that realm. If I am not mistaken, there lies within you the bloodline of my kin. Although the circumstances remain unclear, from the moment you stood before me, I sensed you were not a mere pawn of the holy heavens. At this moment, it seems even the holy heavens cannot contend with you. What then? Is your purpose in seeking an audience with me? Upon the emergence of the infinite light body, the celestial demon ceased its assault. The infinite light body is renowned as the most formidable protective shell in the vast universe, more resilient than the eternal body of the immortal emperor. Though reluctant to concede, he realized he could not easily extinguish Jang Yun. He gazed quietly at Jang Yun and inquired with a tone tinged with melancholy, aside from that realm, is there anything else worth risking your life for? Jang Yun sat cross-legged beneath the infinite light body, observing the celestial demon intently. So this is your purpose? The celestial demon suddenly comprehended, followed by a hearty laugh. Whether you are friend or foe remains uncertain. Do you truly believe I would assist you? Even without your words. I am aware that the vast world harbors a will. Once one attunes to this world's will, they may attempt to inscribe their true essence within it, thereby harnessing the world's might to transcend the sanctified level. The key to this breakthrough lies in the celestial rankings. Jang Yun spoke calmly, gazing at the celestial demon. Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, the demon's magical eyes flickered several times before it eventually chuckled softly. I did not expect that your cultivation still lags behind that realm. Yet you have discerned such secrets in advance. However, mere knowledge holds no power. Since the birth of the vast world, only the immortal emperor has been able to invoke the world's will, and he achieved this through the convergence of timing, location, and personal connections. Do you think you can replicate his fortune and opportunities? With a derisive glance at Jang Yun, the celestial demon recognized Jang Yun's potential as comparable to that of the immortal emperor, yet he lacked the fortuity the emperor once possessed. The immortal emperor's breakthrough was indeed a serendipitous occurrence, and it can be said that I, the celestial demon, was the first to contribute to the immortal emperor's ascension. Before Jang Yun could respond, the celestial demon continued, "Let me be candid with you. The world's will is capricious. It will not willingly confer authority upon anyone unless it perceives a threat. It was only because the world's will felt my presence as a danger that it loosened its restrictions, granting the immortal emperor his power, allowing him to inscribe his name upon the celestial rankings. Yet, even then, he merely left behind a surname, having only taken half a step forward. Every element of timing, location, and personal connection is indispensable. Now, as I am nearing my end, the world's will is even less likely to bestow authority upon anyone. I tell you this, if you were to release me, the will of heaven and earth would inevitably awaken. But do you dare? Ha ha ha. Perhaps there exists another way." Jang Yun gazed thoughtfully at the raucous laughter of the celestial demon, murmuring to himself. Immediately, boundless black flames erupted from Jang Yun, ultimately spreading out in overwhelming waves. At this moment, the once radiant embodiment of endless light seemed to transform into a demonic figure, exuding an eerie aura. Chapter 330. The initial confrontation with the celestial demon. At this instant, a vast black hole formed above Jang Yun's head, the ominous consuming force swirling within, as if it sought to devour all existence. "Do you intend to consume me?" The celestial demon observed Jang Yun's actions with intrigue, showing no hint of concern for any unforeseen developments. Upon witnessing Jang Yun's movements, a peculiar tone colored his voice, and his gaze betrayed an unmistakable disappointment. He had anticipated that this young man, who had brought him surprise, possessed some extraordinary quality. Yet he was taken aback by such fanciful aspirations. The thought that even the immortal emperor had deemed unfathomable was now entertained by Jang Yun, a mere ant of the sacred tier. Even with his diminished strength, he was not something that a mere sacred being could shake. Jang Yun remained silent, his gaze hauntingly fixed upon the celestial demon, as if he were surveying his prey. "Oh, who would have thought that even a god like me could be regarded as prey?" The celestial demon seemed to mock himself, yet his eyes grew increasingly frigid, capable of freezing the very fabric of space. "Regardless of your ties to the sacred heaven, having offended me, you must prepare for death." The celestial demon let out a long howl, his demonic might overwhelming, as a surge of dark energy enveloped him. In a flash, he appeared beside Jang Yun, his fearsome claws locking onto his right shoulder in an instant. Jang Yun reacted swiftly, channeling the power of the heavenly emperor's sword with the light of purity. Interposing the blade to defend. Boom! A tremendous force struck him, propelling Jang Yun back 100 feet. This marked the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage since his breakthrough to the heavenly sovereign and the awakening of his invulnerability. Even the heavenly emperor's sword emitted mournful cries, for it was a rare divine weapon in the vast world. Yet, against a master of the Dominion realm, it still felt somewhat inadequate. Fortunately, the embodiment of endless light lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of defense in the vast world. With the support of boundless light, the heavenly emperor's sword remained unscathed, allowing it to continue the fight. "Is this truly all you are capable of? It appears your words far exceed your abilities." The celestial demon, with his vast combat experience, had no intention of granting Jang Yun a moment to regroup. His malevolent eye at the center of his brow flickered furiously as boundless dark energy surged into it, and in the next breath, it erupted forth. Devouring behemoth. Dark energy shot from the wicked eye, rapidly expanding, and with a piercing roar, transformed into an enormous beast of darkness. This colossal creature radiated an aura of malevolence, its eyes filled with fury and bloodlust, as if it sought to annihilate all and consume everything. Roar! In the depths of darkness, a colossal beast roared, raising its formidable claw to deliver a devastating strike upon the retreating Jang Yun. The terrifying gusts of malevolence left no room for doubt. Even a being of divine caliber would be effortlessly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. In this dire moment, as he was propelled backward, Jang Yun flicked his fingers, unleashing a flurry of violet golden runes. In the blink of an eye, the sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries resonated, as those runes transformed into majestic dragons and phoenixes soaring towards the heavens. The dragons and phoenixes roared with an intensity that summoned unparalleled divine flames, a force capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. With a thunderous roar, the phoenixes swept through the air, their mouths agape as torrents of terrifying flame erupted forth, mercilessly charging towards the dark beast. The clash of titanic creatures echoed violently in the void, yet overall, the dragons and phoenixes were at a disadvantage, merely managing to hold their ground against the dark beast due to their sheer numbers. At that moment, Jang Yun steadied himself, his body vibrating as boundless spiritual energy converged behind him, transforming into an immense ocean of spiritual force. The waves surged, producing a crisp sound akin to rolling waters. This energy was not illusory but a true manifestation, so dense that it coalesced into a vast sea of spiritual power. This demonstrated the staggering magnitude of the spiritual force residing within Jang Yun. With a wave of his sleeve, countless points of light erupted from the ocean, swiftly condensing into extraordinary flames, all manifestations of the fire he had previously absorbed. Jang Yun then altered his hand seal, causing the flames to rapidly coalesce into a resplendent lotus. At the center of the lotus, amidst a swirl of black and white, a terrifying flame imbued with a hint of purple emerged, resonating with waves of destructive force. Merely a trivial skill, the celestial evil god regarded the surging ocean of spiritual energy with indifference as his voice rang out, "Evil falls." Behind him, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth, cascading from the boundless heights above like an immense black waterfall, obstructing the path ahead. As the black waterfall descended, it unleashed a terrifying power that caused the very space beneath to collapse. With a thunderous impact, the two forces collided, engaging in a fierce confrontation that led to their gradual annihilation, leaving behind a void of ruin. Cold, piercing gazes met in a clash, sparks flying. Source of demonic power. The celestial evil god bellowed, as from his colossal shadow, wisps of black mist detached and coalesced into a fist-sized black crystal. Though unassuming in appearance, upon its formation, it radiated an aura of dreadfully destructive energy. With a detached expression, he fixed his gaze upon Jang Yun and pointed. The crystal, infused with annihilating power, shot forth rapidly, hurtling towards Jang Yun. Light barrier. In Jang Yun's pupils, the reflection of that black flowing light shimmered, while behind him, the boundless brilliance of the light body radiated magnificently, as if infinite luminosity converged from the heavens and the earth. As he spoke softly, the light ahead condensed, transforming into a colossal wall of radiance that obstructed the path of the rushing black light. This wall of light stood resolute in the void, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing, unshakable. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the void, followed by a shockwave that shattered the space entirely. The attack from the celestial evil god was exceedingly terrifying, yet the defense of the boundless light body was equally formidable. In the end, both the magic crystal and the wall of light were shattered. "You wretch!" Observing Jang Yun, who remained steadfast despite the onslaught, the celestial evil god's gaze turned icy. For the first time, facing a mere ant of the saintly grade, he had exerted so much effort and still failed to subdue him. Undeniably, his weakened state played a role, yet for him, it remained a profound humiliation. "Has your power dwindled to such an extent?" Jang Yun remarked, looking at the celestial evil god with a placid tone. "Do not be too arrogant, you fool. Merely by chance did you manage to endure a fraction of my power. Do you truly believe that is all I am capable of? Since you seek your own demise, I shall reveal the full extent of my might." The celestial evil god gazed at Jang Yun with indifference, and as he spoke, he suddenly inhaled sharply, causing streams of demonic energy to swirl back towards him. The immense shadow of malevolence began to writhe, and the terrifying demonic aura started to retract and compress at an astonishing speed. In just a few breaths, the towering demonic figure within the abyss of demons rapidly diminished, until from the rolling mass of dark energy, a figure emerged, walking forth slowly. This figure immediately captured Jang Yun's attention. He donned a white robe intricately adorned with the constellations of the cosmos. His robe billowed, exuding an ethereal essence. His features were as exquisite as jade, strikingly handsome, yet his eyes were pitch black, devoid of any white, resembling two black holes that slowly spun, consuming all around them. Most peculiarly, in addition to his two eyes, he bore three sinister eyes upon his forehead, all tightly shut, utterly motionless. "It seems your condition is far from ideal. With only two eyes at your disposal," Jang Yun observed, scanning the 5 ominous eyes on the figure's visage. At his peak, the celestial evil god could unleash the power of 9 eyes, rivaling that of the Dominator inscribed with a true name on the celestial rankings. Even beyond the vast universe, as the world's power weakened, his strength still surpassed that of the Dominator. In a 4-eyed state, he compelled the immortal emperor to pay with his life to seal him. With 5 eyes, he could contend with Lin Dong and Xiao Yan, both of whom were half-step dominators. Now, reduced to merely 2 eyes, he was undoubtedly in his most vulnerable state. Upon hearing these words, the dark god let out a cold laugh and declared, "Even though I have lost half of my vision, The disparity between our realms of existence is as vast as the heavens and the earth. You are not a force capable of withstanding my might. Having been driven to this point, I shall not concern myself with your ties to the holy demon. Your demise is inevitable. Young one, the second round officially commences. With a resounding roar, the dark god summoned an overwhelming surge of demonic energy, materializing a razor-sharp demonic spear before him. Upon the spear, countless faces seemed to emerge, emitting piercing wails. Merely the sound waves were potent enough to cause one's internal spiritual energy to spiral into chaos and explode. He raised his hand, unleashing the surging demonic energy in all directions, his sinister eyes radiating boundless demonic light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Jang Yun, the spear tip trembling as two spear shadows erupted forth, roaring like demonic dragons. Jang Yun, empowered by the Heavenly Emperor's sword, channeled an infinite brightness to defend against the assault. The clash resonated like the sound of metal striking metal, followed by a tempestuous shockwave. In the void, within the range of sight, the very fabric of space began to collapse, with fragments unable to withstand the onslaught shattering into pieces. Fortunately, they were enveloped by the grand transformation demon array, and despite the ferocity of their confrontation, they had yet to breach the monumental formation laid down by the immortal emperor at the cost of his life. As their weapons collided, Jang Yun was sent flying. The dark god was not mistaken. Even in his current state, Jiang found it exceedingly arduous to mount a defense. Boom, boom, boom. The dark god flickered with each strike, consistently gaining the upper hand and sending Jang Yun reeling. His assault grew increasingly fierce, akin to a tempest of demonic light crashing forth. Though Jang Yun appeared to be in peril, he was shrouded in a resilient luminous barrier, which rendered the dark god's attacks incapable of inflicting significant damage. Within the span of mere minutes, the two figures in the void had exchanged blows over 1,000 times. Boom. In the heavens, the demonic spear roared, transforming into a torrent of demonic light, striking the luminous barrier with a resounding impact. The force rippled outward. Both figures were propelled backward by the rebound. They swiftly regained their footing, their expressions now tinged with gravity. Young one, I have discerned the limits of your protective shell. It is time to conclude this. The dark god's spear quivered in his grasp as he spoke ominously. Jang Yun remained silent, exhaling a plume of white vapor. His solemn gaze warily fixated on the dark god, an inferno of demonic flames igniting deep within his eyes. To perish under this strike, even with a divine physique, you would be the first in all of history. The dark god's visage grew frigid at this moment, as he slowly formed intricate seals with his hands, a vast tide of demonic energy beginning to surge. Above him, boundless demonic energy converged, thick and treacherous as a demonic mire, pulsating with an exceedingly malevolent aura. The celestial demon understood that ordinary means could not shatter Jang Yun's impenetrable shell. Only a singular, cataclysmic surge of power could penetrate his boundless luminous form and deliver a fatal blow. Thus, he strained against the weakness coursing through his being, awakening his utmost potential and unleashing a formidable sorcery, the three-eyed desolation light. As the celestial demon's roar echoed, an infinite wave of demonic energy surged forth, retracting in an instant. The sinister eye at the center of his brow slowly opened, suddenly blinking, and in the next moment, a beam of dark light shot forth. Following this assault, the celestial demon staggered, his already pale visage growing even more frail. Clearly, utilizing such a powerful strike in his current state had drained a significant amount of his primordial essence. The dark beam expanded with the wind, rapidly coalescing into a dark meteor in the void, seemingly forged from death itself, imbued with an overwhelming aura of demise. As it descended, the entire abyss of demons reverberated with the howls of death. Observing this desolate beam, Jang Yun maintained a serene demeanor, yet his eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity. Under the astonished gaze of the celestial demon, Jang Yun transformed into a streak of light, advancing rather than retreating, and without channeling any magical energy. He charged directly toward the attack he had unleashed, invulnerable to all. Amid the celestial demon's astonishment, Jang Yun bellowed, his brow glowing with radiance, as a resplendent aura erupted from within him. Even when confronted with power transcending the sacred realm, he would not yield, considering himself unmatched and invincible, invulnerable to all. A divine ability born from his 9 divine meridians had since its emergence showcased unparalleled brilliance, causing countless celestial sovereigns and demon emperors to be riddled with frustration and rendered helpless. Now, even in the face of the celestial demon, he remained unperturbed. At this moment, the power of the boundless luminous body, complemented by the invulnerable to all, triggered a unique wave that compelled the surrounding demonic energy and laws to dissipate. Boom. In a cacophony beyond description, The ravaging shockwave tore through the abyss of demons as the grand transformation array erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, stabilizing the surrounding void. Chapter 331, Departure. Boom. The entire northern wilderness hill trembled violently, more fiercely than ever before. Quick, channel spiritual energy to stabilize the formation. A celestial sovereign from the guardian of the tomb lineage exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he barked the command. Countless torrents of profound spiritual energy surged forth, continuously infusing the grand array. Buzz. As numerous celestial sovereigns intervened, several of the copper coffins below suddenly radiated dazzling light. Where the coffins met the earth, a sweeping wave of spiritual brilliance cascaded outward, enveloping the square in mere moments, akin to a luminous net, covering the ground and simultaneously stabilizing the trembling void. The undying sovereign's gaze was fixed intently upon the fluctuations of the grand formation below, his palm almost lifting in anticipation. Upon witnessing the stabilization of the array, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to the composed Jang Yun beside him, he managed a wry smile and remarked, after this, do not venture to the northern wasteland until the grand pact of the Great Thousand is convened. I am too advanced in years to endure such turmoil. Had I foreseen the commotion you would incite, I would have resolutely denied your request. In response, Jang Yun, with an air of calm, chuckled lightly and reassured, rest assured. Senior, I can sense the disturbances below and have a clear understanding of the current state of the celestial evil god. He is utterly incapable of breaking through his seal. The undying sovereign shook his head at these words, lapsing into silence, yet his eyes remained steadfastly fixed upon the grand formation below. What kind of divine power is this? From the depths of the abyss beneath the earth, a voice of astonishment echoed. Within the gaze of the celestial evil god, a streak of golden radiance suddenly pierced through the attack he had unleashed. What baffled him was that Jang Yun achieved this feat not through a more potent assault, but rather by employing a kind of divine power beyond his comprehension. Under the influence of this force, the laws and energies of the external world seemed ineffective, dissipating mysteriously in the wake of that enigmatic strength. Whoosh! In an instant of distraction for the celestial evil god, a brilliant light erupted forth, revealing Jang Yun having breached the dark light and now hovering before him. The celestial evil god, having entered the three-eyed state, appeared to be in a dire condition. The third eye on his forehead slowly closed, rendering him unable to react as he watched Jang Yun approach. In the next moment, a piercing scream escaped the celestial evil god as the light faded, revealing Jang Yun standing before him. The Heavenly Emperor's sword plunged deep into his chest. As Jang Yun gripped the Heavenly Emperor's sword, a surge of devouring power erupted fiercely, causing the celestial evil god to feel a portion of his essence slipping away, as if it were being swept away by that voracious force. You seek death. Noticing the anomaly within himself, the celestial evil god glared at Jang Yun with a savage intensity, his eyes flashing with madness and malice. At that moment, Jang Yun too was in a precarious state. Though the myriad laws and the endless light body had shielded him from a majority of the attacks, he was still injured. His upper garments lay in tatters, his arms and chest marred with wounds, blood streaming forth, rendering him almost a figure of crimson. This was a desperate gambit. Despite the celestial evil god's diminished strength, he was still a being of dominion, with a life essence of an exalted caliber. Without taking such perilous risks, his objectives could not be attained. Boom! As his essence waned, the celestial evil god, consumed by hatred and frenzy, seized the Heavenly Emperor's sword, preventing its escape. He then formed a fist seal and unleashed a punch, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as if the cosmos itself were on the verge of being shattered. Jang Yun's pupils constricted sharply as he propelled the Heavenly Emperor's sword deeper into the celestial evil god, piercing through him entirely. The excruciating pain caused his body to sway. Yet the celestial evil god endured the torment, delivering a powerful blow to Jang Yun's chest. Boom! Even with the fleeting moment to activate the endless radiance and the all-invulnerable body, Jang Yun found himself utterly ineffective against the full force of the celestial evil god. The terrifying strength pierced through his chest. Spitting a mouthful of fresh blood, Jang Yun was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, his consciousness somewhat dazed. The force of the celestial evil god's punch was not solely derived from physical prowess. It was also a manifestation of his demonic essence, unparalleled in its horror. It shattered all of Jang Yun's defenses in a single strike. At this moment, he was gravely wounded, his body marred with blood and riddled with cracks, resembling exquisite porcelain that had suffered a violent impact, then forcibly reassembled. Yet, he still gritted his teeth and slowly stood up, fixating his gaze upon the celestial evil god in the void. Very well, indeed. The celestial evil god glared at Jang Yun with a venomous expression, drawing the heavenly emperor's sword, which he gripped until it was fraught with fissures. In a deep voice, he declared, "It is the first time I have encountered such a significant setback against a saint-grade being." As he unsheathed the heavenly emperor's sword, a massive wound appeared on the celestial evil god's chest, revealing a pulsating heart, its flesh peculiarly intertwined with threads of black and white demonic energy. Amongst the swirling black and white, a golden bone shimmering with a dual hue was faintly discernible. At this moment, the celestial evil god's heart trembled slightly, as the black and white divine power within him gradually emanated, embodying both sanctity and malevolence, exuding an aura of pure divine authority. "My essence is not so easily consumed," the celestial evil god remarked with a cold smirk, gazing at Jang Yun. At that moment, within Jang Yun's shattered form, a swirling orb of black and white light was engaged in a fierce struggle against his physical body. It was a fragment of the celestial evil god's essence. Jang Yun had come for this very purpose, yet now it had transformed into his deadly peril. It rampaged within him, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Jang Yun's gaze sharpened as he sensed the turmoil within, fully aware that he could not afford to delay. The objective of his journey had been fulfilled. It was time to retreat. Attempt to flee? The celestial evil god instantaneously pierced through Jang Yun's thoughts. Letting out a derisive laugh, while suppressing the pain in his chest, he let out a long howl. Surrounding him, a vast sea of demonic energy coalesced like a mire, ultimately unfurling into a dark demonic tapestry that obscured the heavens. The demonic energy surged as if countless demons were roaring, producing a deafening cacophony of demonic howls. Boundary demon light. With a roar, 5 enormous malevolent eyes emerged from the tapestry, 2 already fully opened, while the third gradually unveiled under the celestial evil god's furious bellow, brimming with ferocity and destruction. Boom. A pitch-black, demonic light shot forth from the third malevolent eye. Swelling in size, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into an endless expanse, the black light sweeping across the void, cleaving the entire world in twain. "In your current state, what do you intend to use to block me?" The celestial evil god roared in wrath, glaring at Jang Yun. "It seems you have forgotten your current location." Confronted by this terrifying assault, Jang Yun's expression was grave, yet his eyes radiated an unusual calmness. As Jang Yun's words fell, the pupils of the celestial evil god abruptly constricted, clearly contemplating some possibility. In the next moment, countless ancient rays of light intertwined beyond the abyss of demons, gradually coalescing into extremely archaic runes, slowly rotating and emanating an enigmatic and formidable power. Buzz! The ancient runes burst forth in a resplendent glow, forming a spherical luminescent shield that swiftly enveloped Jang Yun's figure, precisely extinguishing the malevolent light emitted by the celestial evil god. Moreover, the divine light did not diminish. It advanced towards the celestial evil god, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. The great 1,000 transformation array. Ah, cursed undying emperor, this damned formation. Already injured, the celestial evil god, struck by Jang Yun's manipulation of the great 1,000 transformation array, fell into the abyss of demons while howling in despair. Seizing this opportunity, Jang Yun hesitated not a moment and transformed into a streak of radiant light, darting through the fissure at the entrance of the abyss. Arriving at the black stone plaza where the great 1,000 transformation array resided. Ah, nonsense. Cursed nonsense. Whoosh. A streak of light surged forth as Jang Yun returned to the plaza of the great 1,000 transformation array. Upon witnessing this, the undying lord and the surrounding guardians of the tomb breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled anew at the sight of Jang Yun's battered form. They sensed an incredibly terrifying power surging within him, wreaking havoc upon his body. Had it not been for Jang Yun's formidable strength, that power would have been akin to a drifting reed without further support, causing him to lose the fragile balance he currently maintained. What a terrifying force. At this moment, Jang Yun's doppelganger approached, observing Jang Yun's solemn countenance and speaking gravely. The two exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in tacit agreement before the doppelganger transformed into a beam of luminous essence and soared into Jang Yun's being. Instantly, the boundless light within Jang Yun trembled violently, the indestructible force of light weaving like threads to reconnect his shattered form. The undying lord, witnessing this, could hardly fathom being outwitted by Jang Yun. This was no mere doppelganger's intervention, but rather the true self taking action. Most terrifyingly, he could not discern the difference between the true self and the doppelganger. Such a realization was indeed alarming. However, at this point, the celestial evil god had not manifested any unforeseen circumstances. The undying lord, having made a deliberate decision not to feign ignorance, approached Jang Yun's side and inquired with concern. "Jang Yun, how do you feel?" Jang Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, he harnessed the powers of light and reincarnation within him to suppress the essence of the celestial evil god. Once a temporary stability was achieved, he turned his gaze toward the celestial evil god and remarked, "The younger generation is currently in no danger. It is rather you, senior, who ought to be concerned." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast a curious glance at Jang Yun, who, at this moment, was drenched in blood, his body resembling a shattered porcelain figure, fragile enough to break at the slightest touch. Such a state hardly seemed convincing. "That's good." The Lord of Immortality nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "If necessary, my lineage of the Gravekeepers possesses some sacred healing elixirs that may assist you." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Jang Yun responded with a nod and a cupped fist salute. Regardless of the circumstances, this gesture from the Gravekeeper lineage was indeed commendable. The sacred-grade healing elixirs were nothing short of miraculous, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bone. Such treasures were likely remnants left by the undying emperor, and the willingness of the Lord of Immortality to offer them was a gesture of goodwill. "What is the status of the celestial evil god?" Observing that Jang Yun seemed relatively unscathed, the Lord of Immortality directed his gaze toward the abyssal rift and inquired in a solemn tone. Jang Yun sighed and shook his head, stating, "The power above the sacred grade is indeed terrifying. Had he not been sealed here and subjected to the great 1,000 transformation array's erosion for nearly 50,000 years, it is unfathomable how formidable he could have become. My brief skirmish with the celestial evil god has led to such dire consequences. However, there is at least a silver lining. He will be unable to cast his gaze upon the outside world for the next decade, allowing the Gravekeeper lineage to enjoy a period of respite. This is indeed a positive development. The power of the celestial evil god is excessively daunting. Even with our utmost caution, we have suffered from treachery among our kind." The Lord of Immortality chuckled softly, aware of the state of the celestial evil god through his control of the great 1,000 transformation array. Previously, he sensed an exceptionally terrifying malevolence within the array, oppressive and frigid. Following Jang Yun's disturbance, that malevolent force had considerably weakened, retracting into a singular point as if it were hiding and nursing its wounds. The celestial evil god had diminished significantly, ensuring that he would not pose a threat in the near future, which was undoubtedly a great boon for the Gravekeepers. Although the Gravekeeper lineage boasted formidable strength and numerous heavenly sovereigns, they had also endured significant casualties. The most challenging aspect for them to bear was the sporadic eruptions of malevolence. The celestial evil god was overwhelmingly powerful, and even a single wisp of his aura could obliterate an ordinary heavenly sovereign. The absence of this imminent threat was indeed a relief for the Gravekeepers, and many around them now regarded Jang Yun with expressions of gratitude. "My purpose for this journey has been accomplished, and I have caused much trouble for you, esteemed elder. I sincerely apologize." Jang Yun turned to the Lord of Immortality, his face imbued with sincerity. "Haha, old man like me has regained a semblance of vigor, reminiscent of the glorious days of yore. During the battles between the Emperor and the celestial evil god, we too were gripped by trepidation. Had it not been for your timely arrival, Jang Yun, I might have spent my life never sensing that pulsating heart again." The Lord of Immortality gazed at Jang Yun, a smile emerging on his aged visage, tinged with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Jang Yun nodded, understanding that the Lord of Immortality wished to spare him feelings of guilt, hence the choice of words. He decided not to be overly sentimental and respectfully addressed the Lord of Immortality, expressing his initial desire to engage in a discourse on the path of life and death. However, it seemed that such an opportunity would have to be postponed until his next visit. The matter of philosophical dialogue was not urgent. What mattered most now was the need for him to return and resolve the turmoil within himself. When he returned, it was likely that the roles would be reversed, and he would be the one imparting wisdom to the venerable elder. The Lord of Immortality gazed at Jang Yun, a profound expression on his face as he spoke. Jang Yun nodded in acknowledgement, then bowed to the others before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing from the realm. Chapter 332, The Path of Transcendence. On that day, all inhabitants of the vast world witnessed a luminous streak soaring from the northern wilderness hill, landing upon the Tianluo continent. Soon after, witnesses beheld the battered form of Jang Yun entering the ancient heavenly palace. Instantly, shock and dismay swept through the crowd. Jang Yun had become an invincible figure in the vast world, and who could inflict such grievous harm upon him? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, news from the northern wilderness hill emerged, revealing that Jang Yun, in pursuit of a breakthrough, had ventured perilously into the great 1,000 transformation array to engage in battle with the heavenly evil god. Although he managed to severely injure the heavenly evil god, he himself sustained catastrophic injuries, leaving the extent of his recovery uncertain. These were wounds inflicted by the heavenly evil god. The revelation sent tremors throughout the realm. It was unthinkable that Jang Yun had been wounded by the heavenly evil god. Even more astounding was the fact that he had managed to inflict such serious damage, rendering the heavenly evil god unable to recover for a decade. This was akin to a fantastical tale, shocking all who heard it. The people were aghast, marveling at Jang Yun's unparalleled strength. Could it be true that even the heavenly evil god had been harmed by him? The last individual to accomplish such a feat had been the immortal emperor. Had he transcended the realm of the sacred? This remained unclear, as no celestial anomalies had manifested. Regardless, he had achieved invincibility, becoming an unparalleled master whose prowess echoed through the ages. Sighs of admiration filled the air. The name of Jang Yun reverberated throughout the world. Reaching the pinnacle of existence, he was known far and wide, his legendary status further amplified by his recent triumph over the heavenly evil god. His glory shone like the sun in the sky, overshadowing all others, making it seem as though this era existed solely for him. In the Great Thousand World, on the Tianluo continent, after Jang Yun re-established the ancient heavenly palace, as his reputation soared, the Tianluo continent also regained its former splendor. Countless powerful beings traversed its lands daily, aspiring to cross the Dragon Gate and join the ancient heavenly palace. The bustling Tianluo continent was abuzz with discussions of Jang Yun's recent exploits, particularly the astounding battle at the northern wilderness hill, recounted with vivid detail, as if witnessed firsthand. Our heavenly emperor is unparalleled in this age. Not long ago, some dared to compare the martial ancestor, Flame Emperor, and Qin Tian to the heavenly emperor, but now, who would dare utter such words again? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the celestial emperor has vanquished countless demon emperors and celestial demon emperors. They are not worthy to be compared to him. Although the martial ancestors command respect, they pale in comparison to the celestial emperor. For he exists on an entirely different plane. The celestial emperor possesses such formidable strength even at the saintly level. Once he ascends further, we shall rally under his banner to retaliate against the malevolent forces from beyond the realm, avenging the countless blood debts of our vast world, which is but a matter of time. However, I have heard troubling rumors that the celestial emperor has sustained grave injuries. The outside world whispers of his impending demise. How could those ignorant fools comprehend the greatness of the celestial emperor? He shall undoubtedly recover, and when he does, he will transcend even further, marking the moment for our great world to exact vengeance. Countless voices buzzed about the protagonist, Jang Yun, across the vast territories of the Great Thousand World. Innumerable souls awaited news of Jang Yun, hoping he would achieve that pivotal step. The Great Thousand World is in desperate need of an immortal emperor. Jang Yun, I implore you to look at me and assure me of your well-being. Within the heavenly palace, in Jang Yun's chamber, Xian gazed upon him, bloodied and marred with cracks, and urgently inquired. Beside her stood Medusa, her face shadowed with dread. It was her first time witnessing Jang Yun in such dire straits. Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, pale and horrified, looked at the bloody Jang Yun, their eyes glistening with tears, yearning to approach yet held back by fear. His condition was truly alarming, akin to shattered porcelain precariously pieced together. It appeared that even the slightest touch might lead to his complete collapse. The commotion surrounding Jang Yun had reached even the distant divine beast continent, prompting Xian and Medusa to halt their pursuit of legacy and rush to the ancient heavenly palace. Here, not only were Xian and her three companions present, but also Zhu Kuan, the true Dragon Emperor, Shilinger, and Mandala, all close to Jang Yun. Upon witnessing his condition, they were struck with profound shock. That he could still cling to life in such a state was nothing short of miraculous. Have I ever deceived you? Jang Yun reassured them, despite appearing on the brink of disintegration. In truth, I am in better condition than ever. Your reactions are rather exaggerated. Observing the reddened eyes of Xian and the others, Jang Yun felt a pang of guilt. He reached out, clasping the hands of Xian and Xiao Yixian with a firm grip, offering what little comfort he could. Upon hearing his words, Xian and the others looked on in disbelief, while the true Dragon Emperor and Shilinger regarded Jang Yun's body with grave concern. After a moment, the true Dragon Emperor spoke solemnly, "Young man, you have been exceedingly reckless this time, daring to provoke the celestial evil god. That entity transcends even the saintly level. Even if sealed by an immortal emperor within the Great Thousand Transformation Demon Array, it is not something you should dare to covet. One misstep could lead to your demise. Given the severity of your external injuries, I fear the situation within is even more dire. Your meridians are shattered, and nearly 70% of your bones are broken. Were it not for your exceptional prowess, you would have already perished." Upon hearing the words of the true Dragon Emperor, the already pallid faces of the four women, Xiao Yixian and Xian among them, turned ashen, their delicate forms swaying precariously as they bit their lips, silently gazing at Jang Yun. Observing their distress, Jang Yun let out a low sigh and said, "Do not heed the erratic words of the esteemed true Dragon Emperor. Although my current condition is dire, it is said that from the depths of death springs the possibility of life. Should I successfully complete this transformation, I shall truly embark upon the path of transcendence." "Are you implying that you have discovered the sensation of breakthrough?" the true Dragon Emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Jang Yun. The expression on Shi Linger's exquisite visage mirrored his shock. The realm between life and death harbors great terror, yet it is often accompanied by opportunity. This battle of life and death against the celestial evil god has afforded me a glimpse of the possibility for breakthrough. It all hinges on the forthcoming metamorphosis. Jang Yun remarked gravely, looking intently at the true Dragon Emperor and Shi Linger. Afterward, noticing the visibly improved expressions of the four women, Jang Yun spoke gently. "I shall now enter a prolonged state of seclusion. I cannot say when I shall achieve my breakthrough. The ancient heavenly palace and the Crimson Flame Divine Hall must be entrusted to your guardianship. Rest assured, we shall protect our legacy with unwavering resolve," the four women affirmed, exchanging determined glances. At that moment, the aura emanating from Xian and Medusa was no longer that of a spirit-level heavenly sovereign, but rather that of an immortal, and a late-stage one at that. Clearly, during their time with the True Dragon Clan and the Devouring Python Clan, the two had received the most precious of inheritances and training, which had greatly enhanced their bloodlines and cultivation. More importantly, Jang Yun sensed a familiar aura emanating from Xian, reminiscent of the essence of a sacred body. Qing Lin and Xiao Yixian, who had been nurtured under Jang Yun's guidance, although their innate talents paled in comparison to those of Xian and Medusa, had also all reached the immortal level, sufficiently capable of standing on their own. With the support of the Dragon Clan and the Devouring Python Clan, Jang Yun felt assured that the four would successfully safeguard the ancient Heavenly Palace and the Crimson Flame Divine Hall. Furthermore, as long as no definitive news of Jang Yun's demise spread, he was confident that no one would dare to cast their ambitions upon these two formidable forces. Having entrusted everything, Jang Yun entered the celestial river of the ancient Heavenly Palace, a place rich in spiritual energy, ideal for his seclusion. He seated himself at the deepest point of the celestial river, attuning to the swirling black and white essence within him, and began to contemplate. In this battle, he had witnessed the might of the celestial evil god and glimpsed the vistas of the Dominator's realm. The celestial evil god hailed from the celestial source realm, a vast universe connected yet distinct from the great thousand world. While the cultivation limits of both universes were roughly equivalent, their methods of breakthrough and the characteristics of their systems differed significantly. The path to supreme divinity in the celestial source realm is one of innate divine demons achieving enlightenment. Before Zhou Yuan, figures such as Yao Yao, the holy deity, as well as the ancient ancestral dragon and other deities, were all considered innate deities, their life forms transcending those of the ancient sages. Even if in the future, Zhou Yuan employs his abilities to achieve the so-called ideal of everyone becoming a dragon, it would merely entail planting divine bones within the beings, granting all life in the Tianyuan realm a source of divinity, fundamentally adhering to the path of primordial divine demons. This is akin to planting the seeds of the heaven-obscuring law within the beings, where the fruits born depend solely on the individual, rather than ensuring that all can flourish and evolve into formidable entities. The methodology for transcendence within the vast universe diverges significantly. It harnesses the power of the cosmos to reach such heights. From the perspective of the primordial world, the strong within the Tianyuan realm embody the path of chaotic divine demons, while the celestial rankings of the vast world represent a method akin to that of the heavenly Tao, saints achieving their enlightenment. The realms attained post-transformation in both cases should be comparable. However, the former exhibits a degree of freedom that the latter lacks, while the latter possesses numerous privileges absent in the former. Within the vast world, sovereign-level beings can wield the world's authority to channel the entirety of its energy, making it such that even peer-level entities, if they lack the means to counteract this privilege, would find themselves easily vanquished. As was the case when the formidable Tianxia Shun was effortlessly slain by the newly ascended Mu Chun. Beyond the vast world, sovereign-level beings lose the amplification of the world's authority, thus their own strength is considerably constrained. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, Mu Chun, by igniting his avatar, can etch his true name to transcend into the sovereign level, with combat prowess that rivals that of the peak Tianxia Shun. The strength of Tianxia Shun ranks among the elite within the pantheon of the Tianyuan realm, surpassing even the second-tier sacred deities, closely pursuing the first-tier ancestral dragon and the supreme deity, Zhou Yuan. This illustrates that even a freshly ascended sovereign-level existence far surpasses the majority of divine beings in the Tianyuan realm. Each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. leaving interpretation to the discerning and wise. However, upon transcending to the sovereign realm and engaging in prolonged cultivation, one may gradually attain a level capable of rivaling the supreme deities of the Tianyuan realm, suggesting that the sovereign realm holds considerable promise. Yet, the difficulty of breaking through to this level is undeniably formidable. The will of the vast world is not particularly inclined to produce sovereign-level beings. During times devoid of life and death crises, the celestial rankings remain shrouded tightly, offering no glimpse of opportunity. Nevertheless, Jang Yun is not one to remain passive. He cannot afford to wait indefinitely for the world's will to change its mind. Thus, he meticulously devised his own plans. This daring venture to seize the essence of Tianxia represents one such attempt. Jang Yun attentively sensed the essence of Tianxia within him, imbued with the dual forces of sanctity and malevolence, fundamentally intertwined with the source of the sacred deity, Tianxia. The relationships among Tianxia, the sacred demon clan, and the sacred deity are intricately woven, with the sacred deity being one of the most ancient innate divine beings in the Tianyuan realm, a second-tier deity, embodying the primordial essence of yin and yang within the cosmos. The path of yin and yang is inextricably linked to Jang Yun's cultivation of the cycle of life and death, rendering this essence of Tianxia immensely valuable for study. Gazing at the primordial essence within him, Jang Yun's eyes deepened profoundly, shimmering with an unusual brilliance. With a mere thought, the terrifying reincarnation demonic flame that had already transformed within him surged towards that essence. Boom! Within him, the primordial essence of the celestial evil god sensed an impending threat and unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. However, having departed from the celestial evil god, it was but a rootless weed, displaying only ephemeral ferocity. Jang Yun had ample time to gradually wear it down, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his gaze as the reincarnation demonic flame was further ignited, revealing a purple-tinged black and white inferno that swiftly refined the wildly struggling yin-yang essence. As time flowed, that essence was slowly being refined, strands of terrifying primordial power being extracted. Jang Yun promptly began to absorb it, his spirit intertwining with it. Comprehending the laws contained within, countless mysteries of dominion realms unfolded before Jang Yun's eyes, and though his cultivation had initially slowed, it was now rapidly ascending. Despite his realm still hovering at the pinnacle of the sacred grade due to the energy, the spiritual power within him began to acquire a hint of transcendence, indicating that his strength was on the cusp of a transformative evolution. Simultaneously, far away in the evil spirit clan, Jang Yun's alternate self also experienced a shift. Feeling the rising power within him, his eyes suddenly widened, and a deep voice emerged from his lips. "Grandfather, clan leader Jang Yun, the moment has arrived." In the next instant, a gentle breeze swept by, revealing two figures before Jang Yun, clan leader Jang Yun of the evil spirit clan and his grandfather, Jang Hong. At that moment, Jang Yun looked at Jang Yun with excitement, exclaiming, "Jang Yun, are you saying?" Meeting the equally fervent gaze of Jang Hong, Jang Yun rose, nodded confidently, and declared, "The moment has arrived. The foreign evil clans will no longer pose a threat. Our evil spirit clan can choose the life we desire." Chapter 333, Turning Against, the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Not long after, Jang Yun once again set foot in this place. His journey was unimpeded, leading him to the main hall of the Hall of 10,000 Demons, where he encountered the holy heavenly demon emperor, who appeared to have been seated there all along. "Why are you not with the evil spirit clan? What brings you to me?" The holy heavenly demon emperor sensed Jang Yun's arrival the moment he entered, and upon his entry into the hall, he opened his tightly shut eyes, quietly observing Jang Yun. His tranquil gaze betrayed no hint of the emotions concealed within. Dismantle the restrictions within the evil spirit clan. Jang Yun calmly regarded the holy heavenly demon emperor, uttering a single sentence that fell like a bomb into water, shattering the emperor's serene heart. "Is this the choice of the evil spirit clan?" After a moment of silence, the holy heavenly demon emperor fixed his gaze on Jang Yun, speaking in a flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hearing the holy heavenly demon emperor's inquiry, Jang Yun simply stared back at him, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing the scene, the holy celestial demon emperor discerned the truth. He rose slowly, fixing his gaze upon Jang Yun, his aura intensifying in tandem with his ascent. "Haha, holy celestial, I warned you that this lad is anything but placid. Do you regret allowing him to flourish?" A low chuckle resonated from beyond the grand hall, as a demonic figure, suffused with an overwhelming dark aura, stepped inside. The visitor was none other than the leader of the celestial demon clan, the dark celestial demon emperor, who now regarded Jang Yun with a chilling smirk, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. "No matter, once he is slain, those fools will surely recognize reality. They are of no use to our clan except to contribute to the emergence of our wicked deity. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor's eyes glinted with a sinister intent as he regarded Jang Yun. Kill. Without further ado, the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor shifted from utter stillness to explosive motion. He cast a smile towards Jang Yun, and within his swirling, obsidian eyes, the vortex suddenly coalesced into a singular black line, which shot forth with remarkable speed. This black line emanated an aura of annihilation wherever it passed. It seemed to drain life itself, exuding an unfathomable terror. Breaking Dragon's Claw. As the black line surged forward, Jang Yun instinctively reacted, a resonant dragon's roar echoing within him. His palm extended abruptly, transforming into a colossal dragon claw, gleaming with the luster of purple-gold dragon scales. With a single grasp, the very fabric of space shattered, countless fragments swirling beneath his claw, yet failing to mar the scales in the slightest, instead amplifying their ferocity. Under the weight of this claw, even the most ordinary celestial demon emperor would risk being torn asunder, a testament to its ferocity. With a whoosh, the dragon claw collided with the black line. However, a tremendous sound did not ensue. Instead, that section of space collapsed silently, morphing into a vast black hole. Quite impressive. Observing Jang Yun effortlessly extinguishing his attack, the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor revealed a strangely gentle smile. In the next instant, he transformed into a series of afterimages, dashing forward with increasing velocity, the black vortex in his eyes spinning ever more frantically. In response, Jang Yun's own eyes ignited with violet demonic flames. He moved with purpose, unleashing a boundless power to confront the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor head-on. Boom, boom, boom. High above, Jang Yun and the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor engaged in a fierce clash. Terrifying waves of energy radiating outward, drawing the attention of countless onlookers from the outer realms of evil. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying dragon's roar echoed from afar. In but a breath, a surge of black, demonic light erupted before Jang Yun, revealing a towering figure clad in black dragon scales. Its fist poised to strike with unadorned force. Without any embellishment, it was merely a straightforward punch. However, beneath the might of the opponent's divine physique, it possessed the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth. With this punch, even a late-stage celestial being would be reduced to mere dust. In the face of that terrifying punch, Jang Yun remained remarkably composed, responding with an equally unembellished strike fueled purely by his physical prowess. The infusion of a trace of dragon and phoenix essence from within him rendered this punch even more formidable. With a resounding crash, the collision echoed like a cataclysm. As the two fists met, causing the very fabric of space to collapse and ripple outward at an astonishing speed for thousands of feet. In the next moment, dragon scales shattered, and the enormous figure adorned with black dragon scales was sent hurtling backward, leaving a trail of crimson blood in the vast sky. With a thunderous impact, a massive crater formed beneath the feet of the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the fierce shockwave leveling everything in its vicinity. A divine physical form. Witnessing Jang Yun's ability to send the dragon Heavenly Demon Emperor flying, the Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, and an overwhelming intent to kill surged from his being. This day, you shall not escape alive. As his words resonated, he waved his hand, and from the Hall of 10,000 Demons, a thick miasma of demonic energy began to swirl. Within it, 6 figures resembling demonic gods emerged, their presence cloaked in an overwhelming aura of malevolence. These 6 phantoms were formidable late-stage Heavenly Demon Emperors, indicating that Jang Yun's power had compelled the Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor to resort to a coordinated assault. Kill. The 6 demonic figures howled, and in the blink of an eye, they surged forward, targeting Jang Yun. Yet, Jang Yun remained serene, unperturbed, as a malevolent energy began to surge wildly around him, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The tactic of overwhelming numbers may not prove effective. With a light chuckle, Jang Yun raised his hand, summoning a dragon of pitch-black demonic flames that coiled protectively around him. As it materialized, the very space of the Hall of 10,000 Demons began to crack, the ground withering and the temperature rising dramatically. Such terrifying flames. Observing the dragon of fire encircling Jang Yun, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor felt a jolt of apprehension. The aura of this fire dragon surpassed even that of the sacred demon flame. Moreover, intriguingly, Jang Yun's current flames contained the essence of the myriad worlds, which accounted for their remarkable transformation. At this moment, as he gazed at the approaching 6 heavenly demon emperors, Jang Yun chuckled softly and flicked his fingers. Instantly, the dark dragon behind him unleashed a massive breath of dragon fire, transforming into 6 fiery lotuses that appeared before the 6 heavenly demon emperors as if by teleportation. Boom. The 6 explosive sounds erupted simultaneously, akin to the detonation of a sun, as the terrifying fire waves engulfed all directions. The powerful shockwave causing the entire hall of 10,000 demons to shudder. Damn it! The dark heavenly demon emperor's face darkened upon seeing the 6 heavenly demon emperors consumed by the fire waves without a trace of resistance. But there was no time for lamentation, for the dreadful flames were already surging toward him and the hall behind him. Heavenly demon barrier. Whoosh! A sharp and lethal intent emanated from the void, causing even Jang Yun to momentarily falter in his reaction. In an instant, a shadow of profound darkness materialized before him, none other than the celestial slayer demon emperor. Kill! With his right hand resembling a black blade. The celestial slayer demon emperor unleashed a slash of dark energy that cleaved through chaos, aiming directly for Jang Yun's brow. Bang! A dull sound resonated as a vertical mark suddenly appeared on Jang Yun's forehead, and a ghostly light flickered, deflecting the lethal strike from the celestial slayer demon emperor. Roar! In the next moment, from the ruins below, a colossal black demon dragon emerged, exhaling demonic light as it lunged at Jang Yun. Its aura imbued with a terrifying power of confinement that impeded his movements. Celestial Demon Slash. The celestial slayer demon emperor, seizing this opportune moment, would not let it slip away. Having failed to succeed with his previous attack, he knew he must capitalize on this instant of Jang Yun's immobilization. He shouted fiercely, crossing his hands in a cruciform stance, and delivered a devastating blow aimed at Jang Yun. Boom! The sound reverberated as Jang Yun's form was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through a massive mountain range. Is he dead? Having united their strengths to subdue Jang Yun, the Dark Celestial Demon Emperor and the Celestial Slayer Demon Emperor gathered together, their gazes fixed on the distance. In the center of the group, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor furrowed his brow at the ruins, a gnawing intuition rising within him. This was not the kind of individual who could perish so easily. Impossible. Even you, after receiving my Celestial Demon Slash in such circumstances, should not emerge unscathed. The Celestial Slayer Demon Emperor retorted vehemently, asserting that his offensive prowess was nearly unrivaled among the outer evil clans. No mere saintly being could withstand his full-force assault and remain unharmed. Not even the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor could. Boom! Just as the Celestial Slayer Demon Emperor's words fell, a towering beam of light erupted from the ruins, and Jang Yun's figure gradually emerged from within it. At that moment, aside from his slightly disheveled attire, he appeared utterly unharmed. Impossible! How can you be unscathed? Are you stronger than the Holy Celestial? Seeing this, the Celestial Slayer Demon Emperor instinctively gasped in astonishment. That last blow did indeed sting a bit, Jang Yun remarked, gently touching his brow, where a red mark was slowly fading, a testament to the reality of the previous strike. Meanwhile, aside from the incredulous Celestial Slayer Demon Emperor, the Holy Celestial and the others regarded Jang Yun with grave expressions, sensing the terrifying aura that was gradually surging within him. Warm-up is over. Looking at the solemn faces of his adversaries, Jang Yun let out a low chuckle as the sinister energy surged forth from his being. A golden vertical mark appeared on his brow, and in the next moment, a demonic silhouette materialized behind him, exactly the same as the demonic statue he had encountered in the Hall of 10,000 Demons. Roar! The demon statue's brow bore a magical eye that radiated resplendent demonic light, a fearsome cascade of energy that tore through the void, hurtling directly toward the Holy Celestial and the others. This is not. Upon witnessing the divine image manifesting behind Jang Yun, the Dark Heaven Demon Emperor and his companions were immediately struck with astonishment as they gazed at the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor. They could not mistake this divine apparition. It was a legacy left by the celestial evil god himself for the Holy Demon Clan, originating from the same source. Within the outer evil clans, this bore significant meaning. Previously, only the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor possessed such power, and now, astonishingly, there was another, Jang Yun. I truly regret acquiescing to your request, which has led to today's calamity. The Holy Heaven Demon Emperor, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, let a grim expression settle upon his face as he directed his gaze at Jang Yun. Fortunately, it was not too late. Today, I shall personally eradicate you and cleanse the evil spirit clan of all unstable elements that ought not to exist in this world. Divine Eye of Annihilation. A cold glimmer flashed within the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor's eyes, which began to emanate an extraordinary fluctuation, as if two contrasting colors of yin and yang were swirling within. A formidable chaotic demonic power surged forth from his eyes, obliterating all in its path. An old trick, Jang Yun remarked with a light chuckle, raising his hand. Instantly, flames around him coalesced into a radiant phoenix of fire, a magnificent creature of immense size that surged forth, annihilating the power of the annihilating gaze in an instant. How is this possible? The Holy Heaven Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback. By his estimations, Jang Yun's strength should have been on par with his own. Moreover, he believed he had the advantage due to his greater familiarity with the sacred divine manifestation. However, after that exchange, he instantly recognized that he was no match for Jang Yun. The latter's power far exceeded his expectations. Altogether, let us slay him. Acknowledging his disadvantage, the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor cast aside the dignity befitting the strongest of the outer evil clans and called upon his comrades to join him in their assault on Jang Yun. At the same time, he let out a demonic howl that resonated far and wide, awakening the terrifying demonic shadows within the outer evil clan. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dreadful sonic booms erupted through the void, sending tremors throughout the entire outer evil clan. Countless powerful beings stirred from their slumber, propelled by the rising demonic energy, rushing toward the battlefield. A multitude of demonic figures surged forth like a swarm of locusts, shrouding the heavens and earth in darkness. As an overwhelming demonic might enveloped the realm, boundless demonic energy swept in all directions, with formidable demonic figures hovering in the sky, observing the intense battle from afar. Who is that? How could they withstand the onslaught of the Holy Heaven Lord, the Heaven Slayer Lord, and the Dark Heaven Lord without faltering? Jang Yun. A furious roar echoed forth, as from the depths of the demonic abyss, a pair of chilling eyes slowly opened, followed by an enraged bellow. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of death surged forth, revealing a pale-faced demonic figure, seething with fury as it set its gaze upon Jang Yun amidst the fray. The Black Corpse, Demon Emperor. Amidst the battle, Jang Yun caught a glimpse of a familiar figure amidst the chaos. It was the very first Demon Emperor he had thoroughly defeated. The Black Corpse, Demon Emperor. However, after merely casting a fleeting glance, Jang Yun resumed his relentless assault on the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and his three companions. At this moment, Jang Yun possessed the capability to overpower several adversaries simultaneously. Yet, in a bid to lure more demon emperors into the fray for a decisive strike, he maintained only a marginally advantageous position. Chapter 334. Unparalleled in the world. Kill in the distance. The void trembled with waves of chaos. The cacophony of battle cries engulfing the heavens and the earth. Countless shadowy figures emerged at the horizon, soaring skyward with astonishing speed, converging upon Jang Yun with lethal intent. A formidable army of demon emperors advanced toward him, yet Jang Yun remained composed, wielding a massive halberd ablaze with dark demonic flames, sweeping across all directions. The once fervent Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and his cohorts were now shrouded in terror. Jang Yun's combat prowess had surpassed that of a typical demon emperor, subtly transcending into an entirely different echelon. Even with the formidable presence of top-tier demon emperors such as the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, the Devouring Demon Emperor, and the Cursing Demon Emperor joining the fray, Jang Yun remained overwhelmingly powerful, dispatching several of them with brutal efficiency. As the battle raged on for several hours, the coalition of forces besieging Jang Yun, initially led by the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor, gradually transformed into a strategy of sheer numbers. Both sides, blinded by the fervor of combat, found it impossible to cease their onslaught. The heavily depleted outlandish evil clan, unperturbed by the sacrifices made, vowed to eliminate Jang Yun at all costs. The likes of the Ghost Demon Emperor and the Profound Demon Emperor were utilized as expendable pawns to exhaust his stamina, all in pursuit of a greater chance to eradicate him completely. Roars echoed across the battlefield. On the Holy Heavenly Continent, where the Hall of 10,000 Demons resided, numerous portals shimmered with teleportation light as countless evil clan warriors congregated at the heart of the hall. A multitude of monstrous beasts transformed their forms and soared through the heavens, roaring in fury. Elite warriors of the evil clan, undeterred by the prospect of death, surged forth with fierce killing intent. They had once been the backbone of the outlandish evil clan. Now, they stood as sacrifices in the effort to vanquish Jang Yun. Yet they feared not the finality of death, so long as they could annihilate this formidable foe. In the sky, waves of demonic suns rose and fell, and streams of demonic energy cascaded like a torrential downpour. Millions of malevolent spirits and endless elite demons converged with a singular purpose: to eliminate the arch-nemesis of the evil clan, Jang Yun. The heavens and the earth were suffused with a multitude of figures, an exceedingly rare assembly of power from the outlandish evil clan. Brilliant streaks of light sliced across the sky, while torrents of demonic energy surged forth from the ground. Jang Yun, though your entire clan may be silent, today, you shall find no escape from death. The divine demon of the dead, the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, fixed his gaze upon Jang Yun, an overwhelming intent to kill staining his eyes a deep crimson. At this moment, his hands appeared to cradle the sun and moon. With a sudden and violent shake, boundless demonic energy erupted forth, gradually coalescing behind him into a colossal demonic statue, standing defiantly against the heavens. The golem, shrouded in a pall of death, bore countless grotesque faces upon its form. Its chilling wails reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a sound potent enough to cause one's internal energy to recoil, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of flesh. An aura of terror, unparalleled in its ferocity, began to emanate slowly. With a sudden jolt, the golem's immense eyes snapped open, unleashing a malevolent light that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of existence, its roar imbued with boundless intent to kill, echoing across the cosmos. The celestial corpse demon seal. A torrent of dark energy surged forth, and from the golem's colossal eyes erupted a frigid demonic radiance. Subsequently, its massive hands formed an intricate seal, solidifying into a bizarre formation, as dark energy coalesced, transforming into numerous sinister and eerie patterns upon its hand. Across the realm, a somber resonance filled the air as the celestial corpse demon golem formed a fist imprint, which it then hurled fiercely towards Jang Yun. With a dreadful sound, the fist imprint birthed countless spectral figures. Even more terrifying, the corpses of the formidable demon emperors, previously slain by Jang Yun, now manifested as ethereal forms, joining the legion of spectral shadows, magnifying its power immensely. They shrieked sharply, swirling around the fist imprint, an overwhelming chill radiating outward, causing the very ground to be cloaked in frost. All vitality was stripped away under that frigid aura. This punch resembled the mark of death, severing the ties between life and death. Amidst a fierce battle against the holy celestial demon emperor and others, Jang Yun turned his gaze, sensing the impending doom. In response, he struck forth with an open palm. Instantly, the surrounding demonic energy surged violently, morphing into a colossal hand that obscured the sky, its enormity visible even from millions of miles away. It was titanic. Within that hand, demonic radiance soared, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to plummet, as if the entire universe were succumbing to annihilation beneath that heavenly hand, instilling dread in countless beings. Meanwhile, on another front, a demonic spear was gripped by another massive hand, pressing down and forcing innumerable demon emperors to retreat while they roared in defiance, exerting all their strength to resist. What a spectacle it was! A solitary warrior confronting the malevolent forces from beyond the realm, standing tall and proud, his spirit soaring, inspiring awe and resolve in the hearts of many. Boom! In the next moment, a rain of blood began to fall. Witnessing this, many beheld the indomitable black corpse demon emperor roaring defiantly, yet he was ultimately shattered by Jang Yun's single palm strike, his very essence obliterated, his soul unable to escape. Jang Yun, the slaughtering heaven demon emperor, charged in, wielding two demonic blades, unleashing millions of dazzling blade rays that blanketed the entire area. The density was overwhelming. Long before the blade rays approached, the space surrounding Jang Yun began to fracture in layers, sending shivers through his being. While the average demon emperor found it difficult to harm him, this did not extend to the few exceptionally powerful demon emperors, including the slaughtering heaven demon emperor. Boom! The demonic spear swept across, its blinding white light seemingly severing eternity, creating a massive rift in the space ahead, devouring all blade rays. Kill! As Jang Yun's hair danced wildly, a layer of pitch-black demonic flames enveloped his entire being. Behind him loomed a colossal statue of a sacred demon, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. He unleashed his strength, wielding a massive halberd with deadly intent. On the opposite side, the slaying heaven demon emperor exhibited equal ferocity, commanding two demonic blades that cleaved through the air. Dark energy coalesced around him, his body ablaze with lifeblood, as he expended his vital essence in a desperate bid to vanquish Jang Yun. Bang! The colossal halberd clashed violently with the demonic blades, sending echoes of anguish reverberating through the heavens and earth. Brilliant sparks erupted like a constellation of exploding stars, threatening to rend the very ground asunder. Boom! A flash of seemingly eternal celestial light surged forth, and in an instant, all beheld the slaying heaven demon emperor pinned in the void by the halberd, devoid of life. Another supreme demon emperor had fallen. Amidst the chaos of battle, even the mightiest were beginning to dwindle in number. Jang Yun. Following the demise of the black corpse demon emperor, the swift downfall of the slaying heaven demon emperor ignited a tempest of rage among the sacred heaven demon emperor and others, their myriad gazes fixated upon Jang Yun, filled with fury, terror, and dread. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Jang Yun raised a hand, and the distant halberd soared forth, transforming into a streak of light that struck heavily amidst the multitude of demonic shadows below. Boom! A blinding white radiance obliterated all in its path. Erupting in a sphere of light upon the demonic realm's soil, where it traversed, the void was annihilated, and the brilliant luminescence became the very essence of the center, reducing the tidal wave of demonic shadows to ashes the moment they encountered its brilliance, silencing all sounds and movements. The powerful beings beneath the Demon Emperor were rendered utterly lifeless as the white light spread. Jang Yun, how dare you? Echoed the furious roars of numerous Demon Emperors from the sky. Ignoring the anguished cries of the Demon Emperors that rang in his ears, Jang Yun remained unfazed, allowing the expanding spiritual light to diffuse around him. The terrifying aftershocks of the explosion swept across the central region of the sacred heaven continent, claiming the lives of many outsiders who were caught in the tumult, their bodies torn asunder. Jang Yun, I care not for the number of lives lost. But how much demonic energy do you possess to continue this onslaught? The enraged voice of the Demon Emperor resonated through the skies, seemingly heeding the warning. Jang Yun paused in his exertion of dark energy, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the Demon Emperors. Yet, the very next moment, he chuckled softly, proclaiming, Indeed, I have expended considerable energy thus far. It is time to replenish. His gentle tone sent chills down the spines of the gathered Demon Emperors. As they gazed at Jang Yun, whose demeanor bore a disconcerting smile, a sense of foreboding arose within their hearts. Sure enough, just as their thoughts began to coalesce, the ground beneath them erupted with countless streaks of black light, unleashing a cacophony of piercing screams that filled the air. Whoosh! After a surge of turmoil, the crowd was suddenly struck with horror as boundless black flames seeped forth from the void, ultimately spreading like a dark shroud over the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the sky dimmed and the ground was obscured. These black flames engulfed the corpses littering the ground below, consuming every living being within their reach, including the myriad demon kings and generals of the foreign evil race that inhabited this land. Accompanying the sweeping black flames, the heavenly demon emperors were alarmed to discover that Jang Yun's aura began to rise. This revelation sent a chill through their hearts. Damn it! The holy heavenly demon emperor bellowed in fury, for he recognized that the method employed by these flames to devour was strikingly similar to his own sacred demon flames, to the point of being derived from the same source. This realization brought to mind the scene from decades past, when he had implanted the seed of the sacred demon flame within Jang Yun, as well as the recent agreement allowing Jang Yun to enter the Hall of 10,000 Demons. In light of the calamity now befalling the foreign evil race, it was a stark reminder to the proud, holy, heavenly demon emperor that everything occurring today was indirectly orchestrated by him, igniting his rage. Deploy the holy, divine, absolute spirit formation. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the sky, and in the next moment, countless streaks of light flashed across the heavens, encircling Jang Yun and landing upon various spatial nodes. Their demonic energy was overwhelming, each being a powerhouse of the heavenly demon emperor's caliber. Shortly thereafter, beams of demonic light surged forth from the distant void. On one continent, a demonic spear manifested, shattering everything in its path and unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that rose like steam. Not far away, a blade of light pierced through eternity, as a world-destroying demonic sword reemerged, illuminating the 9 layers of demonic heaven and tearing through the void to arrive here. Additionally, a scroll of demonic imagery trembled into existence, shattering the celestial sphere, descending from an incredibly distant realm, traversing billions of heavenly rivers as it fell. Buzz, 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 legendary demonic weapons began to awaken, each one a legacy as formidable as the ancient divine race, embodying the profound heritage of the various clans among the foreign evil race, serving as their ancestral treasures. Much like the Maha Clan vase and the Ancestor Pagoda, these artifacts had been nurtured by generations of heavenly demon emperors, possessing immense power. At this moment, the heavenly demon emperors of the foreign evil race finally activated these true treasures. While these supreme demonic artifacts were indeed powerful, they required vast amounts of energy to be activated, which had kept them dormant, accumulating strength. Now, as they awakened for battle, they were destined to create a cataclysmic upheaval. In the skies above the demonic realm, under the terrifying energy fluctuations, the firmament shattered instantaneously, and all surrounding space was obliterated in an instant. Those beneath the Heaven Supreme could not hope to survive in such an environment. The divine weapons of the 32 great clans awakened: swords, spears, halberds, bells, towers, and various forms of supreme demonic artifacts unleashed waves of demonic light, shattering everything in their path, as if they were recreating the cosmos. A multitude of celestial demon emperors, each bearing divine weapons, positioned themselves according to their designated formations, creating a unique array that enveloped the sky above Jang Yun. With unwavering determination, they unleashed the full might of their armaments, revealing unparalleled power that sent tremors throughout the entire realm of demons. Arise, Hall of 10,000 Demons. roared the holy celestial demon emperor, who swiftly formed a complex seal with his hands. A resonating hum filled the air as the hall of 10,000 demons, not far away, echoed with crackling sounds. Suddenly, the ground beneath the hall erupted with cataclysmic force, unleashing destructive power that surged forth from the sacred edifice. Jang Yun, meet your demise. With the holy celestial demon emperor and the hall of 10,000 demons in place, the array fully materialized, and the terror of its might erupted. Countless demonic soldiers transformed into ferocious beasts, roaring and charging towards Jang Yun. Devour the world. Jang Yun gazed calmly at the approaching titans, deploying extraordinary techniques as he seemed to morph into a black abyss. A swirling gray mist enveloped him, emanating a terrifying force of devouring that threatened to consume all. Its aura magnified beyond comprehension. Even his physical form was suffused with secretive powers, rendering him almost impervious to all attacks. It is essential to note that Jang Yun's invulnerability to myriad laws could only be wielded by his true body, akin to a unique ability inherent to him. Remarkably, his avatar now exhibited the nascent form of this divine power, signifying a profound deepening of comprehension and an enhancement in strength. With a deafening roar, the colossal beasts failed to breach the chasm before Jang Yun. In response, a thunderous shout erupted from him, unmatched in the world. This proclamation seemed to reverberate throughout the cosmos, as a spectral figure materialized behind him, exuding an aura of supremacy. This apparition wielded a demonic spear and stood atop a mountain forged from the bones of countless foes, with all beings reduced to mere remnants beneath its feet. While the stars themselves served as guardians, Jang Yun appeared to transform into a demonic sun, standing at the center of existence, radiating an unparalleled aura that astonished the world. Chapter 335, The Fall of the Holy Celestial. With a resounding clash, two attacks that transcended the realm of the sacred collided violently. In that instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, and an indescribable shockwave surged forth, stretching across hundreds of thousands of miles, as the very fabric of the void seemed to tear apart. As the demonic light shattered, a cacophony of splintering reverberated, while the celestial demon emperors advanced with their demonic soldiers, each wielding powerful artifacts connected by an invisible force. Each strike bore tremendous strength. With a left hand gripping a long spear and a right hand wielding a long sword, Jang Yun transformed into a streak of obsidian light, parrying and deflecting four demonic weapons with deft movements. Yet, from behind came a tempestuous wind, as dozens of celestial demon emperors launched a coordinated assault, demanding Jang Yun's utmost focus and energy. Although these attacks posed little threat to him, he had no intention of recklessly exposing his flesh to their onslaught. The demonic spear thrust through the air, the demonic blade swept wide, and the sword light danced gracefully. Under the meticulous guidance of the heavenly demon emperors within the hall of 10,000 demons, they coordinated seamlessly, as if they were a singular entity. Dozens of heavenly demon emperors unleashed a relentless assault of blades and spears upon Jang Yun, offering him no respite. Even when confronted by such overwhelming numbers, Jang Yun exhibited remarkable composure and deftness, wielding his spear and sword with such finesse that he deftly neutralized each deadly strike aimed at him. With a swift motion, Jang Yun swept his long sword, its tip aligning perfectly with an extraordinary long halberd. The blood-red blade reflected the profile of the halberd's wielder. The chieftain of the eclipsing demon clan, ranked among the top 15 of the malevolent clans beyond the realm, a formidable powerhouse in his own right. Jang Yun had encountered many such formidable beings throughout his battles, some familiar and others unknown. The depth of the malevolent clans was unfathomable. Their millennia of accumulation concealed an unknown number of hidden strengths. At this moment, the heavenly demon emperors felt less than precious. Jang Yun, your demise is inevitable. The holy heavenly demon emperor seethed with rage. As the battle progressed, Jang Yun had already slain countless demon emperors. Gather the myriad demons. The furious bellow of the holy heavenly demon emperor resounded through the hall of 10,000 demons, as countless heavenly demon emperors channeled their dark energy into the celestial demon soldiers above. A myriad of demonic light converged within the sky above the hall, coalescing into a terrifying strike. The hall of 10,000 demons locked onto Jang Yun, unleashing a cataclysmic beam of demonic light that pierced the heavens at an astonishing speed, hurtling down towards him. Just as Jang Yun raised his gaze, the beam was nearly upon him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he thrust his spear with even greater ferocity, unleashing a terrifying aura that shattered the demonic light in an instant. Even more alarmingly, the remnants of that energy surged towards the multitude of heavenly demon emperors. With a resonating roar, the spear emanated a dragon-like cry, its dual blades dancing like a true phoenix, merging with the essence of a real dragon. creating an ethereal manifestation of yin and yang that shattered the very fabric of space itself. Saintly Demon Slash. The holy heavenly demon emperor's crimson eyes fixated upon the descending spear, as he commanded the hall of 10,000 demons to voraciously absorb the malevolent energy from the body of numerous heavenly demon emperors. Many were even igniting their own lifeblood in the process. In a sudden moment, a blade of light cleaved through the air, unleashing chaotic energy that cascaded down like an endless river of chaos, showcasing an awe-inspiring divine might. At the center of the spectacle, a brilliant white light pierced through the dark cosmos, illuminating the cold expanse of the starry sky, rendering the sun, moon, and stars dim in its presence, overshadowed entirely. This was the holy heavenly demon emperor, who seemed to merge with the descending blade of light, tearing through the void with unparalleled speed, piercing through all existence. Accompanied by a torrent of chaotic blade energy. Boom! Jang Yun, unwilling to be outdone, felt the tremors of the void as the flames of magic engulfed his spear, burning more fiercely than ever, akin to a true dragon in motion. The spear's blade radiated a blinding brilliance, akin to the wings of a phoenix, as it surged forth to meet the challenge. Bang! The holy demon emperor was violently cast aside, unable to halt the relentless force that drove him backwards. His entire arm, clutching the blade, trembled, and he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. Even the myriad demon palace in his grasp bore a significant gash, before he could steady himself. In the next instant, a colossal halberd surged forth, wielded by a hand that materialized from the void, locking onto him from millions of miles away, intent on cleaving him in two. The halberd was overwhelmingly powerful, seemingly descending from the heavens, encircled by divine beasts such as the true dragon, true phoenix, and Kuanping, creating a scene of a myriad of beasts charging forth against the many holy demon emperors. With a thunderous roar, the holy demon emperor attempted to resist, yet he could not withstand the unparalleled might of the halberd. With a crack, the enchanted blade he had raised began to disintegrate, cleaved in two, as the halberd unleashed an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an exhilaration that was palpable, and then it pressed downwards, causing a figure to bleed in the vast skies. The holy demon emperor cried out, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his head, gripping the halberd that pierced his shoulder with both hands to prevent it from descending further. He ignited his essence blood in a desperate attempt to resist. However, the malevolent flames emanating from the dark halberd were too fierce. Derived from the primordial fire of Jang Yun within, now displaying unparalleled brilliance under his augmentation. With a piercing thrust, the halberd pressed down further, the terrifying force compelling the holy demon emperor to roar incessantly, his arms and legs trembling uncontrollably. Jang Yun. At this moment, the initial pride of the holy demon emperor had dissipated. He gazed upwards at the towering figure wielding the halberd, his eyes filled with boundless frustration and unwillingness. It is time to move forward, Jang Yun observed indifferently, regarding the holy demon emperor, a beacon on his path. The holy demon emperor could undoubtedly be deemed the greatest figure of the vast universe, a prodigious talent over millennia. He was domineering, wise, and aloof, having plotted for tens of thousands of years to rescue the celestial evil god, preparing various strategies. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, he would have undoubtedly succeeded in his mission. Single-handedly commanding two realms was no mere boast. Regrettably, his future encounters with Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, Mu Chun, and now Jang Yun had rendered all his schemes futile. With a thunderous roar, the halberd suddenly shook, and under the horrific pressure, the holy demon emperor was utterly disintegrated, reduced to ashes, with his very soul unable to escape, leaving behind a flickering flame of black and white in the air. Holy heaven! The fall of the holy demon emperor transpired within mere breaths. The dark demon emperor and others, who had just regained some strength after the myriad demon palace had drained their power, watched in horror as Jang Yun obliterated the holy demon emperor into dust, their eyes wide with disbelief and their hearts weeping. The holy demon emperor was of paramount importance to the extraterrestrial evil clans. In the absence of the celestial evil god, he was the supreme ruler of the myriad demons, commanding even the formidable figures like the sky-slashing demon emperor and dark demon emperor. With his demise, the extraterrestrial evil clans were left leaderless, engulfed in fear and uncertainty. Do not worry, none of you shall escape. The inky flames of darkness surged forth from his arm, engulfing the black and white flames in the void. As they returned to his body, Jang Yun felt a surge of power. His gaze locked onto the distant figures of the dark heaven demon emperor and others, a chilling smile gracing his lips. In that moment, his aura surged dramatically, seemingly surpassing the saintly celestial sovereign. Feeling the overwhelming might emanating from Jang Yun, a chill crept into the hearts of the many demon emperors. His strength was beyond their wildest imaginings. Even the saintly demon emperor, who had united their powers, was easily vanquished by him. Once viewing others as mere prey, they now realized they were facing a primordial beast, ravenous and fearsome, that could devour them at will. Flee, everyone. Our injuries are grave, and escape is futile. We shall hold him back, declared the assembled demon emperors, their resolve unwavering. We may perish, but you, esteemed demon emperors, are the legacy of our clan and must not fall. For the sake of the sacred divine, for the glory of the sacred clan, they resolved to fight. At that moment, hundreds of spectral and mysterious demon emperors stepped forward, ready to sacrifice themselves. The surviving demon emperors, glancing at the menacing figure of Jang Yun, felt a pang of reluctance, yet they understood the gravity of the situation and hastily retreated into the depths of the demon realm. An insect shaking a tree. Jang Yun scoffed, advancing with a commanding stride, his presence exuding an aura of dread. With a sword in one hand and a spear in the other, the dense magic flames enveloped him like a suit of dark armor, rendering him an unparalleled harbinger of death. In an instant, he unleashed a sword strike, causing a black streak to slice through space, and the next moment, heads flew and demon blood splattered as more than 10 spectral demon emperors met their demise. Such formidable beings, revered across the vast cosmos, were once a challenge even for the saintly celestial sovereign. Yet now, they fell before Jang Yun as easily as if he were merely harvesting grain. At this moment, Jang Yun was unaware of his own strength, but he sensed he had taken another step beyond the pinnacle of the saintly realm. Though not yet at the threshold of dominance, he was undeniably beginning a transformation toward that direction. With both hands deftly wielding his weapons, he unleashed a flurry of sword energies and spear strikes, scattering towards the oncoming demon emperors as if he had activated a relentless reaping. One by one, they plummeted to the ground like dumplings. There can be no retreat. We must stop him, or our clan will face annihilation, declared one. Indeed, let us confront him. I, the cracking heaven demon emperor, fear not death. Another proclaimed. Yes, we shall fight. Even if it leads to our demise, I shall strive to take a piece from that little pest. Soon, the retreating demon emperors, shielded by their comrades, beheld the unfolding carnage behind them, halting in their tracks with expressions of noble sacrifice as they watched Jang Yun advance relentlessly. A mountain of corpses, an ocean of blood, eternal darkness. The numerous celestial demon emperors, imbued with a sense of tragic valor, ignited their own vital blood and even their souls, unleashing their most formidable divine abilities as they surged towards Jang Yun. The cycle of millennia's slash. Jang Yun pressed on, his long sword sweeping through the air, radiating brilliant light in all directions. Where the torrent of sword energy flowed, two terrifying divine abilities shattered in an instant, and the endless river of sword energy swept forward, ultimately overwhelming those few who dared to stand against it. One by one, celestial demon emperors fell, only to be swiftly replaced by more who charged fearlessly towards Jang Yun. Boom, boom, boom. The malevolent forces from beyond the realm launched wave after wave of suicidal assaults, with heavily injured ghost demon emperors, Xian demon emperors, and even celestial demon emperors rushing closer to Jang Yun. Each self-detonation unleashed a destructive wave, fracturing the space ahead, while the figures of the dark celestial demon emperors were distorted within the fabric of that space. Such futile actions could inflict no harm upon me. Jang Yun melded with the essence of space, protected by the reincarnation demon flame. The self-destructions of the many demon emperors caused him no injury whatsoever. Blood sacrifice, blood evil beast. A thunderous roar, steeped in fury, echoed from the distance. A celestial demon emperor, clad in dark crimson garments, glared at Jang Yun, and then, under Jang Yun's watchful gaze, his form erupted violently, showering the land below with a torrential downpour of blood. Boom. An extraordinary scene unfolded as countless crimson energies erupted from the fallen beings of the malevolent forces, a savage sense swirling within, quickly coalescing into a tangible form. And a vast sea of blood manifested in the sky. Roar as the blood sea churned, a fierce roar emerged from its depths. From the abyss surged a ferocious beast, howling to the heavens, its entire body enveloped in an overwhelming aura of malevolence, featuring 3 heads and 4 claws, its visage grotesque and terrifying, akin to a hellish 3-headed hound. From the maw of this crimson giant emanated an eerie howl, not resembling a single being, but rather the collective essence of countless individuals, those who had perished at Jang Yun's hands. Their lingering will, stirred by that celestial demon emperor, had birthed this blood-red beast. It was a manifestation of the hatred harbored by the malevolent beings from beyond, driven solely by their collective intent to slay Jang Yun. Upon its emergence, the blood-red beast howled skyward, exuding a primal urge for destruction, its massive jaws dripping with sanguine saliva as it bellowed at Jang Yun. 3 colossal crimson spheres, each towering thousands of feet, coalesced within its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. These three blood-hued orbs erupted from the beast's maw, shattering the space around them. Their target unmistakably Jang Yun, who approached with unwavering resolve. Faced with this beast, a confluence of countless demon emperors, Jang Yun's gaze remained unperturbed. Even though the creature's aura subtly exceeded that of sacred beings, it could not disturb his calm. Boom! He raised his 3-foot azure blade, spinning upwards, as boundless profound light converged into a tempest of sword energy, instantly tearing the blood-red beast asunder. Roar! Strangely, the shattered colossal beast rapidly reformed beneath the almost endless tide of blood energy. Jang Yun's gaze faltered as he realized that to vanquish his foe, he must also obliterate the blood sea supporting it. Chapter 336. The fulfillment of a long-cherished wish. Without pausing, Jang Yun extended his hand, and a surge of black and white flames tinged with a hint of purple erupted forth, enveloping the sword's edge as he struck. The reincarnation flames intertwined with the chaotic sword light once more shattered the blood-colored giant, crashing through it and detonating in the blood sea behind. In an instant, the black and white fire erupted, swiftly engulfing the blood sea. A series of piercing, anguished cries resonated as the blood sea was refined, emanating from a remnant of indomitable will sustained by the sea itself. Jang Yun. A furious roar reverberated throughout the arena. Jang Yun lifted his gaze to the horizon, where boundless demonic energy surged. The dark sky demon emperor, commanding dozens of demonic soldiers, surged toward him. His eyes filled with resolve. Presumptuous, Jang Yun scoffed, forming a fist seal and unleashing a powerful blow infused with the might of the universe, radiating the force of reincarnation. Accompanied by the phantoms of divine beasts, he propelled forth, causing the entire demon realm to dim. Boom! The dark sky demon emperor coughed blood as he was sent reeling. Despite harnessing the power of numerous demonic soldiers, he remained no match for Jang Yun. A mysterious energy perpetually entwined around Jang Yun, diminishing the potency of his attacks before they even struck, rendering them utterly ineffective upon reaching their target. It was this extraordinary power that allowed Jang Yun to remain unscathed amidst their onslaught, wreaking havoc. At times, the dark sky demon emperor longed to howl at the heavens in frustration, lamenting the unfairness of fate for bestowing such divine abilities upon their adversary. Witnessing the fall of one demon emperor after another, he descended into madness. Even if they managed to repel Jang Yun, what of it? 7 or 8 of their own had perished. The few remaining would pose no threat. They had lost, bereft of the strength to rescue the celestial evil god. They had been utterly defeated. With this realization, the dark sky demon emperor relinquished any thoughts of preserving their remnants. Even in death, they would die valiantly, refusing to tarnish the reputation of their holy lineage. Suspended within the demonic energy, his form resembled that of a demon god, with pitch-black, emotionless eyes now brimming with madness. A terrifying aura began to emanate from him, casting a pall over the heavens and earth. Roar! After taking a deep breath, the dark sky demon emperor unleashed a fierce roar. Endless demonic energy surged from within him, transforming into a torrential downpour of black rain, each droplet imbued with a power akin to death itself. Sizzle! A portion of the black rain descended upon the earth, plunging it into instant darkness, stripping away all vitality. The mountains withered and collapsed at an alarming pace. More black rain was swept up by the storm, a torrent of darkness rushing towards Jang Yun, closely followed by the resolute dark sky demon emperor, enveloped in an endless black radiance, with energy fluctuations that were extraordinarily intense. Another one attempting to drag me down. Jang Yun chuckled softly, brandishing his spear, its dark brilliance piercing through the inky torrent and hurtling towards the head of the dark sky demon emperor. The face of the dark sky demon emperor contorted into a snarl as he waved his hands, summoning dozens of demon weapons that transformed into a dark deluge. Surging forth towards Jang Yun, the formidable beings of the outer evil clan had been reduced to just the dark sky demon emperor, who now commanded nearly all of their demonic weapons. Demon weapons, disintegrate. The dark sky demon emperor howled, his hand gestures shifting as the howling demon weapons suddenly erupted, coalescing into a deathly black river, teeming with countless corpses, with vengeful spirits wailing incessantly. The demon dragon shines upon the world. The dark river roared, resembling a colossal dragon as it barreled towards Jang Yun, collapsing space in its wake, suffused with the aura of death. This strike, a culmination of countless demon emperors from the outer evil clan, was lethal even to those of saintly caliber. Merely brushing against it could lead to demise. This assault transcended the realm of saints, reaching a new pinnacle, one Jang Yun had previously sensed from the heavenly evil god, a feeling of transcendence. As the dark demon dragon approached, Jang Yun raised his head, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. In his palm, black and white flames surged, swirling gently before accelerating, ultimately forming a black and white disk. Within this disk, black dragons and white dragons intertwined, separated by a sharply defined line, their flames, inherently opposing yet harmoniously merging. Yin and Yang, in reversal. Jang Yun gently propelled the black and white disk forward. In an instant, under the brilliant radiance emitted by this fiery wheel, everything else faded into insignificance. Even the sun, moon, and stars, along with the chaotic fabric of space, dimmed in comparison to the brilliance of this fiery wheel. With the protection of the yin-yang flame wheel, Jang Yun stood unscathed in the void, calmly gazing at the dark sky demon emperor before him. Faced with the futility of his efforts against Jang Yun, a flicker of fear welled up within the dark sky demon emperor. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming fury surged forth once more, and he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Sheng Tian has fallen, Zhan Tian is dead, He Si has perished, they are all gone. You, executioner, will meet your end one day. The dark sky demon emperor laughed madly, his body trembling as an endless sea of magic surged forth, converging upon the last remaining demon weapon atop his head. The hall of myriad demons, intertwined with that boundless sea of magic, charged towards Jang Yun. With a thunderous roar, the dark sky demon emperor followed the path of those fallen demon emperors before him. The successive fall of the demon emperors seemingly ignited the bloodthirst of the extraterritorial malevolent tribes below, as countless figures surged forward towards Jang Yun. Among them, demon emperors, demon kings, and demon generals. Regardless of their ability to inflict harm upon Jang Yun, they were acutely aware that the glory of their clan could not be forsaken. The cacophony of self-destructive explosions persisted until the final heavenly demon emperor met his demise. As the center of the holy heaven continent stirred with violent winds, Jang Yun re-emerged upon this ravaged battlefield, where, save for himself, not a single demon emperor remained alive. Having endured such a brutal conflict, the holy heaven continent lay utterly devastated. Once resplendent, the myriad lands now echoed with an eerie silence across the vast expanse of the holy heaven continent. Not a single creature survived, apart from Jang Yun himself. Even those lacking the strength to engage on the front lines were swept away by the aftermath of the battle, which was sufficient to turn the holy heaven continent upside down. Yinner, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air from a distance, as Jiang Hong and Jiang Yo approached, accompanied by several formidable demon emperors of the malevolent clan. What? How many demon emperors have perished here? They gasped in disbelief. Is this truly the holy heaven continent? In just a day's absence, it appears nearly submerged. What fierce battles have unfolded here? Upon their arrival at the heart of the battlefield, Jiang Hong and the others collectively inhaled sharply, taking in the desolate landscape beneath Jang Yun's feet. The clashes among the heavenly demon emperors alone were enough to annihilate an entire lower realm, let alone the cataclysmic scale of this conflict, which rivaled that of 50,000 years prior. The holy abyss continent and the northern wilderness hills stood as grim reminders. The remnants of their battle were exceedingly terrifying. The ground lay in ruins, the sky shrouded in darkness, and even the fabric of space appeared unstable, with fissures sporadically appearing and spreading. In this place, even Jang Yun, the instigator of such devastation, remained oblivious to how many heavenly demon emperors had perished. The land, stained a dark crimson, bore witness to the ferocity of the carnage. Countless chasms, stretching endlessly, crisscrossed the land like the gaping maw of a demon. Within these abysses, torrents surged, crashing against the rocks, producing a deafening roar. Grandfather, clan leader Jiang Yun, you have arrived. Jang Yun, having withdrawn his gaze from surveying the surroundings, turned to Jiang Hong and the others, speaking softly. Yinner, Lord Jang Yun. Upon hearing his call, the group hurriedly flocked to Jiang Yun's side. Jiang Hong, filled with concern, grasped Jiang Yun's hand, beginning to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, several clan members unfamiliar with Jang Yun hesitated momentarily in their address, ultimately settling on the respectful title of Lord. Times had changed. Even when Jang Yun returned to the clan, they recognized his formidable prowess, not inferior to that of the Holy Heaven Demon Emperor. They regarded him as the hope of the malevolent tribe, believing he would undoubtedly lead them out of their dire predicament. Who could have imagined that, after a brief period, Jang Yun would exhibit such formidable prowess, single-handedly vanquishing the 32 major clans of the extraterritorial evil tribe, along with countless minor clans? This level of strength is scarcely inferior to that of the once immortal sovereign. Grandfather, clan leader, esteemed elders, henceforth the evil spirit tribe can proudly dwell beneath the sun. Jang Yun, sensing the reverence from Jiang Yun and the others, did not impose any demands but rather, with a tranquil tone, conveyed a message that stirred the hearts of all present. Is it truly so? This is simply splendid, even though they had mentally prepared for this announcement. Upon hearing Jang Yun declare it personally, they were still struck by disbelief. Had their long-held aspirations truly been realized so effortlessly? It seemed as though they had contributed little, merely coasting along. If there were any merits to be claimed, they belonged to Jang Yun's parents, who had given birth to such a prodigy. However, the feeling of being uplifted by another is indeed delightful. Grandfather, esteemed elders, although I have eradicated the demon emperor of the extraterritorial evil tribe, the vastness of the demon realm inevitably allows for some to slip through the net. This task shall be entrusted to the powerful demon emperors within our clan to seek them out. Leave this to us. You cannot be expected to handle everything alone, Jang Yun remarked with a satisfied smile, gazing at Jang Yun. As a mid-tier supreme being, he was more than capable of managing a few elusive foes. Nodding slightly, Jang Yun refrained from elaborating further. The current strength of the evil spirit tribe was sufficient to roam freely within this ravaged demon realm. Additionally, although I had slain the demon emperors of various clans, countless beings still survived, and it would be up to the clan's warriors to address them. Yunner, how do you intend to deal with them? Jiang Hong, having completed his examination of Jang Yun and finding no issues, sighed in relief. He was intrigued upon hearing Jiang Yun's words. At that moment, Jiang Yun and the others also discreetly observed Jiang Yun's expression. Although Jiang Yun remained the leader of the evil spirit tribe, his words no longer held the same weight as Jiang Yun's. It was clear that they regarded Jiang Yun's words with utmost seriousness. The beings of the various clans in the demon realm number in the trillions. Extermination is not feasible. I intend to gather all the supreme level warriors from each clan, utilizing those who can be of service and eliminating those who cannot. I aim to establish a grand army composed entirely of supreme level warriors, Jiang Yun stated calmly, gazing towards the distant horizon. Yunner, do you plan to assault the Great Thousand? Jiang Hong asked, his expression filled with concern. Grandfather, if we do not act to rescue the heavenly evil god, once the Great Thousand Pact commences a century from now, the heavenly evil god will undoubtedly be obliterated by the Great Thousand transformation array left behind by the immortal sovereign. By that time, if the extraterritorial evil tribe remains inactive, they will surely be aware of the current state of the demon realm. With the threat of the heavenly evil god eliminated, the people of the Great Thousand will certainly not spare the extraterritorial evil tribe. A weakened demon realm will no longer pose a challenge to the Great Thousand. And when that moment arrives, how could they possibly allow us to survive? Jang Yun gazed coldly into the distance, his voice imbued with a chilling ambition that sent shivers through the crowd. They could not help but stare in awe as he spoke in a low, resonant tone. Only by truly becoming the sovereign of both realms can I harness the power of all beings and completely transcend the domain of the heavenly evil god. Only then will my clan rest in absolute security. Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, the crowd raised their eyes in astonishment, captivated by his spirited demeanor. As if witnessing the ascent of a celestial emperor destined to lead the evil spirit clan towards unprecedented glory. Yet, there loomed the possibility of a chasm of despair. At that moment, as the crowd turned their gaze towards Jang Yun, he stood bathed in the hues of the setting sun, the dark red sky and earth bowing in submission at his feet. The ground was strewn with the countless corpses of demon emperors, the haunting image of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. In that instant, their eyes were filled with fervor as they beheld Jang Yun, believing wholeheartedly that he would guide the evil spirit clan to uncharted heights. Soon after, Jang Yun and his companions hastily departed, eager to return to the evil spirit clan and relay the momentous news, while also mustering an army to conquer the vast demonic domain. Left behind, Jang Yun cast his gaze upon the battlefield, surveying the multitude of lifeless bodies. He had cultivated the essence of evil, hoping to elevate his own prowess to that level. If he failed, he would have no choice but to seek the heavenly evil god. As he whispered to himself, he pointed a finger, unleashing countless dark flames that cascaded onto the ravaged earth. The flames ignited the corpses, enveloping them completely, and within moments, they vanished without a trace. The flickering flames then swayed and converged into Jang Yun's being, marking yet another transformation, uncertain of the heights he might ultimately attain. Feeling the surge of power within, he could not suppress a soft chuckle. However, he could not neglect the external evil clans. He needed to maintain control of the situation, especially with the chaos in the Great Thousand realms that demanded attention and the probing of the will of the planes. With his thoughts settled, Jang Yun extended his hand, sending forth a swirl of black and white sacred demonic flames that soared into the distance. It hovered serenely in the air, rapidly consuming the surrounding malevolence. Soon, a being emerged from that sacred demonic flame, identical to the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Remarkably, he was formed from the essence of Jang Yun's reincarnation demonic flame, augmented by the countless evil energies absorbed from this land. His strength was on par with the sacred heavenly demon emperor, perhaps even superior, reaching the realms that would one day be attained by Xiao Yin and Lin Dong. From this moment onward, you shall embody the sacred heavenly demon emperor, and the original legions of the external evil clans will be under your command. Jang Yun spoke softly to the sacred heavenly demon emperor. Leave it to me. During your period of seclusion, I shall not allow the great thousand world to remain at peace, the sacred heavenly demon emperor replied, nodding solemnly. With a wave of his hand, Jang Yun dismissed the holy celestial demon emperor, subsequently releasing the limitations on his absorption. In an instant, an increasing number of flames converged towards Jang Yun, forming a colossal black fiery cocoon that settled upon the earth. Within this grand cocoon, Jang Yun sat cross-legged in tranquil meditation, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. At the southeastern front line of the border of the vast world, atop a stretch of undulating mountains, 5 figures stood sentinel, their eagle-like gazes scanning the surroundings. This was a reconnaissance team comprising 4 lower-grade Earth Supremes and 1 fully realized Earth Supreme. Their mission was to perpetually monitor this territory. Captain, we have been here for 2 months, remarked one lower-grade Earth Supreme, stretching languidly, his gaze unfocused as he stared into the distance. The entire realm was devoid of any disturbance, inducing a profound sense of tedium. Are you weary of the tranquility? The captain, an Earth Supreme of full circle, cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, since this is your first mission, I shall overlook your demeanor. However, should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Upon hearing the captain's detached tone, the lower-grade Earth Supreme's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly nodded in a state of trepidation. Captain, when will the war with the extraterritorial malevolent races come to an end? Another team member, visibly fatigued, gazed ahead with a lack of focus, his spirit seemingly dulled. At this, silence enveloped the small team, their faces reflecting a weighty solemnity. 50 years prior, with their capabilities, they could have easily reigned as local tyrants within the vast world, instilling fear in all corners. Yet now, they were compelled to form a small team to guard the very front lines of their realm. They understood that this was an inescapable responsibility. Otherwise, if everyone succumbed to the notion of evasion, the vast world would inevitably face annihilation, and their loved ones would be slaughtered. Indeed, it was now 50 years later. 5 decades ago, Jang Yun had vanquished the lower-tiered power of the extraterritorial malevolent races. After 5 years of nurturing their resurgence, some extraordinarily gifted individuals had emerged from the malevolent races, restoring a modicum of their former strength. The number of demon emperors had risen to over 100, including the formidable Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. Following the restoration of their strength, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor had led the extraterritorial malevolent races in frequent assaults on the vast world. This war had persisted for a full 50 years. I do not know, the captain responded, his expression momentarily lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. Perhaps only when the Celestial Emperor emerges from seclusion will this turmoil find resolution. The Celestial Emperor. The 4 exclaimed in unison, followed by a shared expression of agreement. After all, 50 years ago, Jang Yun had penetrated the demon realm, and countless demon emperors had fallen at his hands. He had nearly achieved invincibility in the world, leaving a profound impact on all. Indeed, if the Celestial Emperor of the ancient heavenly palace were to intervene, he could undoubtedly alleviate the peril facing our vast world. One team member remarked, his eyes shimmering with yearning. The captain's eyes brimmed with yearning. Once merely a humble supreme, he had witnessed Jang Yun's charisma in the Holy Abyss continent, and from that moment forth, he became an ardent admirer. Had he not failed to leap through the Dragon Gate, he too would have been a disciple of the heavenly palace by now. As far as I know, the Celestial Emperor seems to be in seclusion, striving to transcend the realm of the former immortal emperor. Once he emerges, the peril facing our vast world shall surely be alleviated. However, I have heard whispers that the Celestial Emperor sustained grave injuries and has been recuperating for many years. Silence. Before the team member could finish speaking, he was sharply rebuked by the captain, who, with a grave expression, declared, "The Celestial Emperor is unmatched in the world. Who could possibly harm him? Such trivial rumors are unworthy of credence." The 4 team members were startled, lowering their heads, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. The captain, having spoken, paid them no further mind. He rose, intending to continue monitoring. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He lifted his gaze, and his countenance changed dramatically. He beheld, in the void beyond, a multitude of black meteors descending with a cataclysmic radiance. An overwhelming malevolent aura descended. Boom. Countless meteoric streams crashed down upon the land, the aftershocks obliterating the continuous mountain range. Retreat. The captain's face turned pale with horror as he shouted, "The malevolent clan from beyond the realm has appeared." Fear etched upon the faces of his team. they instinctively transformed into streaks of light, retreating with urgency to relay this alarming news. Chirp, 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 retreat. Where do you think you can go? Just as they moved, a chilling voice echoed, warping the space around them. A dark, claw-like appendage materialized, ensnaring the 4 team members in its grasp. With a resounding crash, before they could even resist, the claw tightened, causing the space to rupture and blood to spray forth. The captain, witnessing this scene, felt his heart shatter. Yet, he sensed the terrifying power of the assailant, undoubtedly a demon emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into countless afterimages, surging forth. However, his escape was swiftly halted, for before him loomed a demonic figure, its cruel gaze fixated upon him, an overwhelming aura of malevolence pervading the air. "Ant, do you think you can escape?" The demon figure sneered. The captain's face turned ashen, confronted by a demon emperor on par with the heavenly supreme. He understood that today offered no avenues for escape. Thus, after a deep breath, his expression gradually steadied, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. "Heaven bless our vast world," he cried, determination resonating in his voice, and in the next instant, he charged directly at the demon emperor, an insect attempting to stop a carriage. The demon emperor's lips curled into a cruel smile. Boom. At that moment, the captain dashed before the demonic shadow, and upon his form, numerous ethereal energy patterns emerged, a torrent of violent spiritual force erupting from within him. He self-destructed. Upon witnessing the other party's resolute demeanor, the expression of the demon emperor shifted slightly, revealing a hint of unease. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the captain's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to a great sun ascending, unleashing a frenzied torrent of spiritual energy that ravaged the heavens and the earth. Disgusting. The violent surge of energy raged on for a considerable duration before gradually dissipating, revealing the silhouette of the demon, who appeared somewhat disheveled, his countenance pale with shock. Clearly, he had not anticipated that the individual before him would so decisively choose self-detonation. Humph, Guxian, Lord Saint Heaven has repeatedly emphasized that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use their full strength. Underestimating your opponent could lead to severe repercussions. A voice laced with schadenfreude echoed. As another demon emperor made his presence known, the earlier demon emperor remarked. In response, Guxian, the demon emperor, merely snorted softly. His demeanor indifferent as he stated, the primary objective of this endeavor is to draw out the sword saint of the sword domain, the Qing Shan sword saint, to unite our forces and swiftly eliminate him. This operation has been meticulously orchestrated by Lord Saint Heaven. In recent years, the vast world has birthed numerous troublesome figures, and the Qing Shan sword saint is among them. In the past, our clan lacked the strength to contend with the myriad powers of the Great Thousand. However, with Lord Saint Heaven personally intervening, we shall undoubtedly vanquish our foe. Upon hearing Gu Xian's words, the other demon emperor's expression turned grave. In recent years, the Great Thousand world had also seen the emergence of many exceptionally gifted warriors. Martial Ancestor Lin Dong, Qing Shan Sword Saint, Demon King Qin Tian, Flame Emperor Xiao Yan, Dragon Phoenix, Ziyan, and the 9-color devouring Python Medusa, among others. These individuals had rapidly ascended to the realm of the sacred, and if allowed to continue their growth, they would become dire threats to the extraterritorial malevolent races. Thus, the Saint Heaven Demon Emperor had orchestrated this decapitation operation, determined to eliminate these formidable adversaries. Let us proceed, hoping to attract the Qing Shan Sword Saint. Otherwise, our efforts shall be in vain. With a cold snort, the Demon Emperor waved his sleeve, and his figure gradually faded from sight. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of land, countless beams of demonic light flickered, and shadows of demons began to surge toward the distance, overwhelming the skies. Once the multitude departed, the Saint Heaven Demon Emperor slowly revealed himself, quietly gazing into the horizon. The trajectory of events in the current narrative remains uncertain. Ever since Jang Yun ascended to the Great Thousand, everything has transformed dramatically. Perhaps the course of history was altered the moment he was born. Nevertheless, their objectives remain aligned: transcendence. Jang Yun harbors his own strategies, while each individual, shaped by their unique inheritances from him, possesses distinct personalities, be it gentle, indifferent, or ruthless. Yet, regardless of their differences in approach, their goals converge, albeit through varying paths. At the boundary of the Great Thousand world, a magnificent city looms in the sky, radiating myriad spiritual lights that illuminate miles around. Beneath this ethereal glow, countless beings of the Great Thousand world experience a profound sense of tranquility. At this moment, in the heart of the fortress-like city, the Sword Saint in a green robe abruptly opened his half-closed eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Just moments prior, he had sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy, one that deviated from the myriad forces of the world. Clearly, an extraterrestrial malevolent tribe had invaded, and their power was formidable. Otherwise, they could not have breached the defenses he had meticulously established. The extraterrestrial malevolent tribe must be eradicated. A chilling command reverberated through the grand hall as the sword saint rose abruptly, his figure flickering before transforming into a beam of sword light, vanishing from sight in an instant. Somewhere in the void, a rift suddenly tore open, and a torrent of demonic energy surged forth like a billowing smoke signal. Following this, the echoes of demonic howls resonated through the heavens and the earth as countless shadowy figures of demons poured forth in a deluge. Boom, boom, boom. As the first of these demonic shadows emerged, the continent was immediately filled with the mournful tolling of countless bells. In quick succession, numerous beams of light shot up into the sky, with fearful gazes cast upon the suddenly materialized horde of demons. Kill them. Let this vast world be drenched in blood. The cruel howls of the demons reverberated, and like a swarm of locusts, they descended. Block their path. Signal for reinforcements. On the continent, a multitude of fierce shouts arose, as all the powerful beings within joined forces, casting aside past grievances to combat the common enemy. Boom. The titanic forces collided, unleashing a violent explosion of energy. In an instant, the entire continent was thrown into chaos. Boom. The heavens trembled once more, unleashing an endless torrent of demonic energy, and amidst the darkness, a towering figure became discernible. This figure, one hand propping open a spatial rift attempting to heal under the laws of the universe, wielded a colossal blade that emanated overwhelming pressure. The mere presence of this figure sent ripples of disturbance across the continent. It was the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor had infiltrated. Quickly, alert the Sword Domain and the Sword Saint in green robes. At this moment, the warriors of the vast world found themselves trembling, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as the oppressive aura from that figure was utterly terrifying, stripping them of the courage to resist. How could the Demon Emperor of the extraterrestrial malevolent tribe appear here? Everyone quaked in fear, struggling to breathe as if suffocating. Yet, at that moment, footsteps echoed from behind that imposing figure. 1, 2, 5. A total of 5 figures radiating unparalleled demonic might stood side by side, their postures exuding an air of disdain, their cold gazes reminiscent of sovereign gods. Though no words were spoken, a profound silence fell over the entire continent. The Demon Emperors paid no heed to the onlookers. After a brief glance at the continent below, they suddenly moved in unison, heading towards a single direction. That direction was the focal point of the Radiant Spirit Constellation Array. Chapter 338, Falling into the Trap. That direction was the focal point of the Radiant Spirit Constellation Array. A multitude of individuals found themselves utterly terrified, their faces betraying a profound horror, and an endless dread gripped them, causing their lips to tremble uncontrollably. The Radiant Spirit Constellation Array is a Grandmaster-level spiritual formation, meticulously crafted by the eminent masters of the vast world, with one situated in each cardinal direction. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, it is undeniably a formidable instrument of warfare. Within the confines of this array, all beings of the vast world experience not only an accelerated recovery of spiritual energy, but also a notable enhancement of their prowess. It is precisely due to this formidable formation that, for the past 50 years, the formidable defenses ahead have managed to withstand countless assaults from the malevolent forces beyond the realm. Now, who could have foreseen that these demonic emperors had infiltrated the vast world, making a beeline for the most crucial nexus of the array? The group, including Bon Xian, was not naive. They understood that to summon the green-robed Sword Saint back, a significant crisis was necessary. This grand array became the bait selected by the Holy Demon Emperor to ensure an element of surprise. He even positioned the ambush against the green-robed Sword Saint within the vast world itself, aiming for a decisive strike, with the green-robed Sword Saint overseeing the front line. Only a single celestial tier supreme being guarded the heart of the spiritual array, rendering it virtually impossible to withstand the onslaught of 5 demonic emperors. Should the Radiant Spirit Constellation Array be breached, the lurking malevolent forces from beyond would launch their attack, resulting in casualties in the vast world potentially doubling or more. Hurry! Inform the green-robed Sword Saint, cried a distressed, earthly supreme being. Time was of the essence, yet the faces of the crowd turned pale, their bodies weak, their eyes filled with profound despair. No matter how swiftly the news traveled, it could not match the speed of the demonic emperors. The distance from one continent to another was but a few breaths for them. Moreover, from the depths of the spatial rift, beings continued to surge forth, including earthly supreme beings and quasi-celestial supreme-level powers, along with millions of troops, an endless tide of creatures pouring forth from the black mist like locusts from the depths of hell, darkening the skies and blanketing the earth. Let us fight. The malevolent forces from beyond are prepared. We cannot hold out until reinforcements arrive. For the vast world, what fear is there in death? Proclaimed an earthly supreme being at the pinnacle of their power, even as their hands trembled, their voice resounding with defiance. The assault from the malevolent forces was shockingly sudden. 5 demonic emperors had stealthily entered, indicating that the enemy was thoroughly prepared, and their situation was dire. Kill. Let the rivers of blood flow through the vast world. Echoed the cruel war cries, as the demonic phantoms descended like a horde of locusts. Stop them. Signal for reinforcements. On the continent, countless voices rang out in alarm, as all the powerful beings surged forth, their spiritual energy erupting. Unfortunately, the malevolent forces from beyond were well prepared, and in a short span, the powerful defenders of the vast world were forced back into the spirit-radiant city, where the radiant spirit constellation Array's heart was situated. At this moment, atop the city walls, the cacophony of battle reverberates through the heavens, with demonic shadows wreaking havoc, tightly encircling this solitary city and relentlessly assaulting it, filling the air with the stench of blood. In the distant void, the sole celestial being of this realm, the Heavenly Supreme, finds himself ensnared by 3 malevolent Empyrean demons from beyond the domains. Regardless of their frantic attempts to unleash violent attacks, they cannot breach the defensive line that the 3 demonic emperors have established. With merely a quarter of an hour remaining before the city falls, the Bone Xian Demon Emperor gazes at the fierce battlefield and speaks in a melancholic tone. Has the Azure-robed Sword Saint not yet arrived? According to reports from spies, the Azure-robed Sword Saint has departed from the Grand Thousand Tower. Considering his speed, he should be nearing soon. Then let us hasten our efforts. We shall claim the life of the Azure-robed Sword Saint, and we shall also breach this grand formation. With a cold snort, the Bone Xian Demon Emperor gestures and descends slowly. Boom. The Bone Xian Demon Emperor's figure suddenly bursts forth, transforming into countless demonic shadows. Simultaneously, he slaps his palm, and torrents of demonic energy surge through the heavens and the earth, striking directly upon the city and its immense protective barrier. Bang! In response to the Bone Xian Emperor's assault, the spiritual array's protective shield ripples violently, its spiritual energy rapidly depleting. The Demon Emperor has made his move, and reinforcements have yet to arrive. Can we survive this? The remaining defenders within the city, still valiantly resisting, are instantly overcome with dread as they behold the trembling array. No one answers them. Only the persistent roar of destruction fills the air. Ultimately, under the gaze of countless despairing eyes, the barrier gradually thins, culminating in a resounding explosion. Boom. With the spiritual array shattered, all within the city are laid bare beneath the predatory gaze of the malevolent beings from beyond. Kill. Buzz. In the instant the foreign evil tribe is poised to charge, a clear sound of a sword's cry suddenly pierces the void. Before Lingyao City, the very fabric of space ripples, and all behold a streak of azure, sword light seemingly tearing through the heavens. As the azure light dissipates, a figure clad in azure appears, his gaze icy as he regards the demonic army ahead. The azure-robed Sword Saint. Upon seeing the newcomer, both the foreign evil tribe and those from the Grand Thousand Realm are struck with astonishment. Over the past few years, the azure-robed Sword Saint has undoubtedly been one of the most prominent figures across the realms. Stationed in the eastern domain of the Grand Thousand World, the Sword Domain acts as a formidable bulwark against the incursions of the foreign evil tribe. It is fair to say that the azure-robed Sword Saint has rendered immense service to the Grand Thousand World, and during this time, he has ascended to the pinnacle of the sacred level, becoming one of the apex powers of the Grand Thousand Realm, holding a position of great significance. 5 Demon Emperors. You are indeed bold. The azure-robed Sword Saint gazes at the 5 demon emperors materializing in the sky, his tone somber as he surveys the ravaged landscape with a sudden glint of chilling resolve in his eyes. Concurrently, behind him, a terrifying sword light materializes, ultimately coalescing into a colossal azure sword, vibrating with an overwhelming sword aura, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of reality. This is the Azure Sword of Profound Understanding, ranked 10th among the 99 supreme embodiments of the law. Those who threaten the Grand Thousand shall perish. The Sword Saint, clad in azure robes, flicked his sleeve, unleashing a streak of azure light that tore through the void with the swiftness of thunder, hurtling toward the 5 figures of the Bone Xian Demon Emperor. Beneath the might of his blade, it seemed to encapsulate the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming into the cosmos itself. While the very fabric of space quivered, the void mourned, and the world came to a standstill. Ultimately, it became a darkness deep as a cavern, obscuring the heavens and devouring all within its grasp. This sword appeared to be omnipotent, an endless force. Alarmed by the magnitude of this strike, the Bone Xian Demon Emperor and his companions underwent a drastic change in countenance. Despite their prior mental preparations, the reality of confronting such an unparalleled powerhouse as the azure-robed sword saint sent tremors of dread coursing through their veins. They felt utterly devoid of any inclination to resist in the face of such overwhelming sword energy, which seemed to dominate the very world itself. Lord Saint Heaven, save me. What? The sword saint was not taken aback by their cries for help. Rather, he was astonished by the identity of the one they implored. Could it be that individual? As memories of their standoff over the past decades flooded his mind, his expression darkened. Even he, a figure of such caliber, felt a twinge of fear in the presence of that abyssal aura. Azure Robe, should you slay them, the situation would turn dire indeed. Just as the immense sword light was about to descend, the eerie laughter of the Saint Heaven Demon Emperor reverberated through the void. Simultaneously, flames of black and white, as if merged in an ethereal dance, descended from above, colliding with the terrifying sword light. In a sizzling eruption, the flames consumed the blade, reducing it to nothingness. A jolt of surprise coursed through the sword saint's heart, and in the next instant, a glimmer of cold light erupted from his eyes. Qing Xian sword, he barked, as the azure-long sword soared skyward, transforming into a colossal blade that stretched endlessly. This mighty sword, a mere flicker of brilliance, pierced the heavens and, in a flash, plunged toward an empty expanse of void. At this moment, the sword saint unleashed his full strength. Such an offensive could easily obliterate any ordinary demon emperor caught unawares. In the next heartbeat, the figure of the Saint Heaven Demon Emperor slowly materialized within that emptiness. Faced with the sword saint's ferocious strike, his eyes remained indifferent. Yet the flames of black and white ignited within his gaze. Saint Demon Flame armor, he bellowed, as the fierce black and white flames surged from his body, solidifying into a grotesque armor that radiated an aura of overwhelming menace. Boom! As the black and white armor took form, the azure giant sword shot toward him, its seemingly boundless light wreaking havoc. The space within a radius of several thousand zhang around the Saint Heaven Demon Emperor collapsed into an abyss of darkness, with countless fragments of space erupting forth like a tempest. All present were captivated by this spectacle, as the two titans of the vast world engaged in a confrontation that could only be described as cataclysmic. Under the intense scrutiny of countless gazes, the collapsing space gradually restored itself, and then the onlookers were horrified to witness, at the source, a conflagration of black and white flames rising, with a demonic figure standing proudly amidst it, his black and white fiery armor remaining unscathed, the person within utterly unharmed. Gasp! Below, numerous powerful beings from the vast world inhaled sharply, their faces drained of color, as none anticipated that the Holy Sky Demon Emperor could be so formidable. The azure-robed sword saint, exerting his utmost effort, was unable to inflict even the slightest inconvenience upon him. Azure Robe, while you are not without merit, and the Flame Emperor and Martial Ancestor possess extraordinary talents, ultimately, they cannot compare to that person from back then. The Holy Sky Demon Emperor cast a dispassionate glance at the azure-robed sword saint and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Hearing the words of the Holy Sky, the azure-robed sword saint momentarily lost his composure, for that was a man of exceptional brilliance who commanded his admiration. Over the years, without any news of him, yet from the accounts of the true Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Phoenix, it was clear that he was undergoing a profound transformation. Even the Lord of the Undying remarked that upon his emergence, Jang Yun was likely to break through the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Should he succeed, the peril facing the vast world could be resolved in an instant. This was why, after years of conflict, no one dared to disturb Jang Yun. Holy Sky, as long as I stand here today, you shall not infringe upon even a fragment of my vast world. Taking a deep breath, the azure-robed sword saint gazed resolutely at the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, preparing for a formidable confrontation. Initially, I considered your potential and wished for you to undergo the baptism of demonic energy to become a great demon emperor of my lineage. But it seems I must eliminate you instead. As his words fell, two black and white fire rings suddenly erupted from the depths of the Holy Sky Demon Emperor's eyes, swaying as they pierced through space, appearing beside the azure-robed sword saint. The black and white fire rings spun and ignited into a blazing inferno, enveloping him like a pillar of fire. Azure Lotus Sword Song. A resounding sword cry echoed from within the black and white flames, and in the next instant, a terrifying beam of sword light illuminated the surroundings, filled with sharp, minute sword energies, around which a mysterious lotus flower slowly revolved. A closer inspection would reveal that the lotus was composed entirely of small sword energies, with the sword energy emanating from this delicate flower at its core. The sword energies sliced through the void, creating fissures in space, making it unimaginable what kind of devastation would await at the center of such sword energy. Kill them all. Leave not a single one. As the Holy Sky Demon Emperor observed the impending breakthrough of the black and white light pillars by the sword light, he gradually advanced towards his opponent, his indifferent voice resonating in the ears of the demonic army from beyond the realms. Upon hearing his words, cruel smiles emerged on the faces of the numerous demonic beings from beyond, akin to wolves eyeing sheep. As they gazed at the greatly altered expressions of the vast world's inhabitants within Lingyao City. Kill them. The time for the demon spawn to revel has arrived. Boom. A fierce beam of sword light sliced through the void, revealing the gray-clad sword saint, whose presence seemed diminished as he shattered the fiery light column. Grasping a 3-foot azure blade, he gazed intently at the distant holy demon emperor. Merely casting a glance at the fierce battle within the city ignited the sword saint's fury. With the absence of the heavenly sovereign's formidable power to impede him, the malevolent forces from beyond the realm wreaked havoc, inflicting countless casualties upon the vast expanse in mere moments. The sword saint understood that to save the people, he must first repel the holy demon emperor. Though this task seemed daunting, he refused to succumb to despair. With a hum, the sword saint formed a seal, and the azure sword spirit behind him surged into his body as a fleeting shadow. Boom. At that instant, a tempestuous aura erupted from within him. His long hair fluttered gently, interwoven with strands of azure sword energy. A mysterious sword pattern adorned his brow, and his eyes reflected tranquil waters, effortlessly severing the tumult of emotions that had just consumed him. This was undeniably the pinnacle of the sword path, the clarity of the sword heart. Now this is intriguing, mused the holy demon emperor, observing the sword saint's state with curiosity. Although he himself wielded a sword, he merely practiced its use. A far cry from the unparalleled mastery demonstrated by the sword saint, who had transcended into the realm of swordsmanship. This was the perfect opportunity to engage in a profound exchange. Without uttering a single word, the sword saint unleashed his most formidable attack against the holy demon emperor. A terrifying sword radiance instantaneously tore through the void, reaching the holy demon emperor in the blink of an eye. What a splendid sword technique, among my kin. Only the heaven-cleaving sword can rival you. The holy demon emperor acknowledged, sensing the terrifying sharpness of the sword energy. However, his expression remained devoid of fear as he regarded the sword saint with a calm demeanor, as if nothing could stir his emotions. As his words faded, he astonishingly extended his fair hand toward the sword light. But the sword saint's keen eyesight quickly detected the strands of black and white flames swirling within the holy demon emperor's palm. As the emperor's hand sliced through the air, ripples manifested in the void, unable to withstand the searing heat of the demonic flame. With a sizzle, the sword saint's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the holy demon emperor grasping downward. His fiercely unleashed sword energy was effortlessly captured and transformed into a storm of sword light by the emperor's single hand. Regrettably, your cultivation remains at the mid-tier of the saint realm. Were you at the late tier, even I would hesitate to confront the edge of your sword. The holy demon emperor remarked, having effortlessly shattered the sword saint's energy, revealing the profound depth of his own power. Observing the sword saint's grave expression, he continued in a low tone, I shall endure your sword strike, and you shall receive my palm in return. As the azure-robed sword saint remained on high alert, the once compassionate and divine gaze of the holy demon emperor transformed, revealing a chilling coldness that surged forth. It was as if a voice, seemingly imbued with boundless mercy, harbored an insidious malevolence that echoed through the void. Boom. At the sound, the previously tranquil emptiness shattered abruptly. An enormous hand, formed from an infinite accumulation of demonic energy and surpassing the size of an entire lower realm, descended upon the azure-robed sword saint with an oppressive force that was almost suffocating. Such strength. The azure-robed sword saint's expression shifted, realizing the holy demon emperor's might surpassed any he had encountered before, even eclipsing that of the former celestial emperor Jang Yun. The abyssal return. The azure-robed sword saint, not daring to underestimate the situation, formed a sword seal with his hands, mirrored by the azure sword behind him. Clang. An ancient and melodious sword cry resonated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very void. Countless strands of crystalline sword light erupted like a torrential downpour, appearing deceptively gentle and resplendent, yet concealing an overwhelming murderous intent beneath their beauty. Holy demon Inyang hand. In the face of this terrifying deluge of sword energy, the holy demon emperor maintained a faint smile, casually sweeping his palm, which mirrored the motion of the colossal hand in the sky. Boom. Millions of sword lights transformed into a myriad of stars, cascading from the sword's tip, resembling an extraordinarily brilliant meteor shower streaking across the heavens, causing vast expanses of space to collapse and vanish. However, even this formidable sword energy could not halt the rapid descent of the gigantic hand. Bang! With just a single strike, the azure-robed sword saint's corporeal form shattered, his garments torn, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, leaving him severely wounded and breathless. This was the current prowess of the Holy Demon Emperor, far surpassing his former strength. Lord Azure, in Lingyao City. The remaining defenders who were still valiantly resisting erupted in cries of despair upon witnessing the azure-robed sword saint's dire plight, their eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. Who could have foreseen that the seemingly invincible figure in their eyes would be so grievously injured by the Holy Demon Emperor in a mere exchange? Behold the might of the Holy Demon Lord. Kill. In stark contrast, the morale of the extraterritorial evil clans surged. Their crimson eyes fixated on the remaining inhabitants of the vast world, akin to gazing upon a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Alas, I did not expect today to be the day of my demise. Rising awkwardly from the ruins beneath him, the azure-robed sword saint felt the chaotic destruction of the holy demon flames coursing through him. Realizing there was no salvation, he let out a bitter laugh. Gazing at the azure celestial sword in his palm, now marred with cracks from that last strike, sadness flickering in his eyes. Do you have any final words? The calm voice of the Holy Demon Emperor drifted into his ears. The azure-robed sword saint looked up to see that, unbeknownst to him, his opponent had approached. A slender finger poised upon his brow, a flicker of black and white holy demon flames dancing at its tip. Ha ha ha. To have the Holy Demon Emperor go to such lengths to invite me into the abyss, I, the azure-robed swordsman, can consider my demise as worthy. Suddenly, the azure-robed sword saint laughed heartily, his face devoid of fear in the face of death, radiating a boldness that embraced his fate. Thus, let us embark on this journey. The Holy Demon Emperor nodded, and as his voice faded, the holy demon flame at his fingertips began to slowly drift towards the azure-robed sword saint. Under ordinary circumstances, such a speed would barely graze the hem of the latter's robe, yet at this moment, it effortlessly penetrated the sword saint's being. Crack! In the blink of an eye, a brilliant radiance erupted from the azure-robed sword saint's body, revealing numerous fissures on his exterior, from which boundless light burst forth. Boom! Simultaneously, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. As the spirit-radiant city was shaken, its core formation shattered, leaving none among the multitude within standing alive. Oh, it has arrived more swiftly than I anticipated, the Holy Demon Emperor murmured, turning his gaze towards the distant void. Azure brother. Indeed, the very next moment, a furious howl resonated from the depths of the void. Buzz. In that instant, the distant space trembled violently, and the alien malevolent beings witnessed the very fabric of space shattering, as a colossal hand appeared to transcend from beyond. This hand, extraordinary in nature, was adorned with azure dragon scales, exuding an indescribable aura of majesty that enveloped the heavens and earth. You dare to be audacious before me? You are still too green. A chilling reprimand reverberated, as a terrifying demonic energy surged forth, dissipating the dragon's might that pervaded the skies, even pushing back into the void. A muffled groan emanated from the void, followed by a weighty voice declaring, Holy Demon Emperor. Within the shattered space, a figure emerged, standing tall and imposing, exuding a magnificent aura, swirling with vast spiritual power. Astonishingly, this power bore diverse attributes, morphing seamlessly into ice, raging fire, thunder, and profound darkness. The newcomer was none other than the martial ancestor, Lin Dong, though his countenance was far from pleasant, as he gazed gravely at the Holy Demon Emperor. A fresh crimson mark lingered at the corner of his mouth, evidently a reminder of a recent setback in their clash. Martial ancestor. Surrounding him, the formidable beings of the alien malevolent tribes stared in astonishment at the figure standing amid the boundless void, causing shards of space to scatter. This was indeed a recently renowned powerhouse, whose enigmatic spiritual power was a hallmark of his prowess, able to flawlessly transition between ice, fire, thunder, and darkness. In the entire vast world, only one could achieve such mastery. Martial ancestor Lin Dong. The faction established by the other party stands guard at the borders of the vast world. In recent years, they have had significant interactions with the malevolent beings from beyond. Consequently, the martial ancestor has clashed with numerous peak powers of these outer evil clans, earning a formidable reputation that resonates even among them. Whispers circulate within the clan, suggesting that this individual is, in a subtle sense, a peak powerhouse even stronger than the revered Qing Shan sword saint. Upon witnessing him now, it is indeed terrifying. The opponent's strength evidently surpasses that of the Qing Shan sword saint, having already transcended into the late stages of the sacred great. Brother Qing Shan. Upon Lin Dong's arrival, his gaze shifted, resting upon the figure that stood silently with a sword, a profound sadness etched upon his face. He and the Qing Shan sword saint were situated to the south and east of the vast world, respectively, their fates intertwined, with Lin Dong even considering him a kindred spirit. Upon sensing the violent battle in this place, he rushed over immediately, but alas, he arrived too late. Not only had the spiritual array been shattered, but the Qing Shan Sword Saint had also fallen before his eyes, slain by the Holy Tian Demon Emperor. Unexpectedly, there was a revelation. You are indeed a notch stronger than the Qing Shan Sword Saint. The voice of the Holy Tian Demon Emperor echoed in his ears, revealing a calm expression as he regarded Lin Dong, his eyes, filled with compassion, concealing a chilling coldness. Holy Tian Demon Emperor, today you shall not escape from the vast world. Lin Dong exhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, his expression grave as he gazed at the dark figure. A resounding voice reverberated around them, causing Bon Xian and the other demon emperors to change their expressions slightly. The voice carried a dragon's might, instilling a sense of dread. A thunder staff materialized in his hand, crackling with lightning. Each flicker of lightning promised to unleash thunderous vibrations upon the world. However, the Holy Tian Demon Emperor remained unfazed, waving his hand to send numerous outer evil beings back into the still healing rift in space, before calmly addressing Lin Dong. The Qing Shan was merely my target this time. Should you remain obstinate, I shall not hesitate to exceed my mission. Humph. The martial ancestor, a man of few words yet fierce resolve, gazed unwaveringly at the Holy Tian Demon Emperor. Standing upon the sea of thunder, he lightly stomped his thunder staff, causing it to ascend skyward, unleashing a torrent of radiant lightning that ravaged the heavens. As the thunder roared, the staff transformed into a colossal thunder dragon, coiling in the void, its length immeasurable. Surrounded by a tempest of lightning that shifted through myriad colors, each bolt imbued with destructive power. Roar! The thunder dragon let out a deafening roar, its maw opened wide, resembling a black hole, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that pierced through the void, hurtling towards the Holy Tian Demon Emperor. Dark Heaven! The Holy Tian Demon Emperor's indifferent voice rang out as he beheld the overwhelming assault approaching. Boom! Behind him, boundless demonic energy surged forth, eventually cascading from the endless heights, creating a barrier before him. This unfathomable dark energy brought forth terrifying power, causing the very space beneath to collapse. Sizzle! The sky roared with thunder, crashing into the dark barrier of malevolent energy, whereupon it began to collide violently with one another, unleashing a tempest of chaotic spiritual power that swiftly obliterated the cascading darkness. Both forces gradually faded into oblivion, leaving behind a shattered void. The Thunder Emperor's scepter. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened as arcs of lightning coiled around his hand. With a flicker of brilliance beneath his feet, he pierced through the void, appearing before the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. He wielded the Thunder Emperor's scepter, from which a thunderous dragon spiraled, exuding ferocity. Each afterimage bore the essence of destruction. The hand of sacred evil. Lin Dong moved with remarkable speed, matched by the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor's swift reaction. Almost in unison, a torrent of black and white flames erupted from the Emperor's being, weaving through the heavens and earth for thousands of fathoms. As the Emperor raised his right hand, a colossal demonic hand coalesced within the swirling flames in an instant. Boom! Both the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor and Lin Dong struck simultaneously, their might reverberating like thunder. In that moment of collision, two terrifying powers unleashed a tempestuous shockwave, causing the very fabric of space to collapse within the observable realm. Even the fragments of space could not withstand the force, shattering into oblivion. This is more like it. As the storm subsided, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor remained undisturbed, his attire untouched by the tumult. At that moment, he regarded Lin Dong with an interest distinct from that directed towards the azure-robed Sword Saint. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Yin-Yang Demon Diagram. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor's expression remained impassive as he formed seals with lightning speed, conjuring countless afterimages. The demonic energy surged forth from within him, transforming into a black and white demon diagram that shot out before unfurling slowly, the energy rising ominously. Perceiving the might of the diagram, Lin Dong's pupils constricted, his demeanor turning grave. He clasped his hands together and gradually pulled them apart, a magnificent surge of spiritual light erupting as 8 differently colored luminous orbs materialized, hovering around him. Within those orbs, one could discern the presence of 8 ancient runes. Oh, are we to fight for our lives now? After manifesting the demon diagram, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor appeared to possess ample energy left. Watching Lin Dong's movements with keen interest, Lin Dong remained silent. Yet the 8 ancient runes surrounding him began to spin rapidly, stirring the surrounding spiritual energy. 8 runes of annihilation. With a low exclamation, Lin Dong pointed forward, causing the 8 ancient runes to merge, the ancestral power of the 8 grand runes converging into a beam of annihilating light that surged towards the holy heavenly demon emperor. Boom. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very earth within 100,000 miles. The fragments of space became riddled with wounds beneath this cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 340, An Alliance Against the Foe. The relentless sound of explosions echoed through the void. Each minute wave of energy that spread forth possessed the potential to obliterate a celestial sovereign. After a prolonged duration, the tempest of power in the void began to dissipate. Revealing a scene of clarity, there lay a mystical map, radiating an enigmatic aura, silently standing in the emptiness, shimmering with a bizarre luminescence. Such a peculiar force. Lin Dong furrowed his brow as he gazed upon the ancient map, sensing an extreme evil intertwined with an unparalleled brilliance, two opposing forces coexisting within a single entity. An indeed strange phenomenon. It appears that I possess the upper hand. The holy celestial demon emperor wore a faint smile, and then with a flick of his finger, the map transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Lin Dong. The 8 ancestor glazed bowl. As the map glided, Lin Dong's expression shifted dramatically. 8 ancient runes coalesced within his palm, ultimately merging into an archaic glazed bowl, adorned with swirling thunder, flames, and ice, accompanied by a mighty roar. The glazed bowl ascended into the heavens, enveloping him within its immense dome. This glazed bowl, embodying both offense and defense, was an extraordinary artifact of rare magnificence. Bang! The collision between the map and the glazed bowl obliterated the surrounding void, severing the life force in all directions. Simultaneously, the holy celestial demon emperor lunged towards Lin Dong. A pair of demonic wings suddenly manifested behind him, wreathed in a duality of black and white demonic flames. He flapped his wings, becoming a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Lin Dong. In the midst of the astonished gaze of his opponent, the holy celestial demon emperor clawed at Lin Dong's heart. In the blink of an eye, his hand, enveloped in demonic flames, effortlessly pierced through layers of spiritual barriers surrounding Lin Dong's body. Indomitable azure dragon bell. In the face of impending doom, Lin Dong reacted with remarkable swiftness. As the holy celestial demon emperor closed in, he formed seals with his hands, resembling a dragon's head, and in that instant, a brilliant azure light surged forth from within him like a tidal wave. The overwhelming azure radiance enveloped Lin Dong, subtly coalescing into the ethereal visage of a colossal azure dragon, emanating an astonishing aura of oppression. Roar! The immense azure dragon suddenly roared towards the heavens, its dragon's cry materializing into tangible sound waves that spread wildly. Regrettably, this had no effect on the holy celestial demon emperor. In the fleeting moment before the holy celestial demon emperor's hand could pierce Lin Dong's flesh, the massive azure dragon immediately descended, coiling protectively around him. The azure light then radiated from the body of the dragon, transforming into an imposing azure dragon bell. The bell, suffused with azure brilliance, bore dragon patterns and was covered in azure scales, exuding an aura of ancient majesty that swiftly spread forth. Dong! In an instant, the clear chime of the bell resonated throughout the cosmos, causing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to shatter. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the azure dragon bell was shattered, and Lin Dong was propelled backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The world was tainted by darkness. As the flight reversed, the surrounding void was instantaneously transformed into a realm of pitch-black darkness. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth within this demonic domain were thoroughly expelled and corrupted, with the once azure sky swiftly tainted by a pallid gray, and the earth metamorphosed into a desolate land, suffused with surging demonic energy. In but a few breaths, an expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles succumbed to this malevolent soil, rapidly spreading outward. Jia, Lin Dong, you are destined to be entwined with my clan. Submit to purification and become one with my holy demon lineage. With a whoosh, a fiery meteor seemed to pierce through space, crashing down directly before Lin Dong. Flames erupted as a colossal black ruler materialized, ablaze with roaring fire, the flames swirling and evaporating all surrounding demonic energy. Concurrently, a somewhat languid laughter resonated through the air. Your enthusiasm is somewhat premature, my lord. As the voice echoed across the expanse, an endless torrent of flames surged forth from the void, enveloping the entire continent in a terrifying heat. Such is your style? The holy heavenly demon emperor gazed at the torn fabric of space, refraining from pursuing Lin Dong. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a rip, the void was torn asunder, unleashing an infinite cascade of flames, resplendent in their extreme brilliance, yet simultaneously exuding an aura of chilling danger. However, As the flames approached the holy heavenly demon emperor, they hesitated, wavering in their advance. Meanwhile, amidst the sea of fire, a tall figure strode forth, each step causing the very fabric of space to tremble, as if unable to bear his arrival. Clad in black, he possessed a slender build and wore a relaxed smile, his body enveloped in radiant flames, resembling a deity commanding fire, imbued with an inexplicable pressure. Yet at this moment, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, observing the hesitant imperial flames before the holy heavenly demon emperor, the intensity of focus in his eyes deepening. With a swift motion, he teleported to Lin Dong's side, frowning at the injuries that marred Lin Dong's form. Brother Xiao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Dong managed a strained smile. I apologize for my tardiness, Lin brother. Xiao Yan's expression reflected regret as he produced a pill emitting a rich fragrance, presenting it to Lin Dong, who accepted it gratefully and consumed it. As the pill entered his body, its potent effects took hold, and Lin Dong's injuries rapidly healed, allowing him to rise once more. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your timely rescue, Lin Dong exclaimed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Are you able to fight again? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan chuckled softly and turned to the distant holy heavenly demon emperor, speaking in a low voice. Ha ha ha, it is indeed an honor to fight alongside Brother Xiao. Lin Dong laughed heartily in response to Xiao Yan's inquiry, gradually approaching him. Over the decades, the two had established their own factions on the borders of the Great Qian, with the endless fire domain and the martial realm restraining the malevolent forces from beyond. Though they seldom met, there existed a profound mutual respect between them, for they shared a common understanding. The holy heavenly demon emperor. Xiao Yan gazed at the distant figure of the holy heavenly demon emperor, his expression heavy with gravity. Only when truly facing the adversary could one feel the overwhelming sense of oppression. Are you prepared? The holy heavenly demon emperor maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the two, his tone amicable. Yet, such casual words ignited a sense of vigilance within Lin Dong and Xiao Yan. Holy heavenly demon emperor, you are indeed formidable. But this land is the heart of our Great Qian. If Brother Lin and I can hold you off for even a moment, by the time the top-tier powerhouses of our realm, such as the Dragon Phoenix, the Undying Sovereign, and the Swallowing Serpent, arrive, you may not depart unscathed. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan grasped the xuanzhong that lay on the ground, pointing it towards the holy heavenly demon emperor. Lin Dong remained silent. Yet the lightning upon his Thunder Emperor's staff flickered once more, silently expressing his stance. Then let us see. The holy heavenly demon emperor, however, showed no fear. A chilling smile spread across his face as he leapt into the air, the boundless demonic energy coalescing behind him into a towering, colossal demon statue. Holy Spirit Divine Statue. He bellowed, instantly merging with the immense figure. Faced with this even more terrifying incarnation of the holy heavenly demon emperor, Xiao Yan and Lin Dong's expressions suddenly turned icy. This emperor was the leader of the malevolent forces from beyond, and now he had infiltrated the heart of the Great Qian. This presented a rare opportunity. Should they manage to suppress him, the momentum of the malevolent forces would be significantly diminished. Despite the formidable strength of their foe, danger often accompanies opportunity. And neither Lin Dong nor Xiao Yan were individuals who easily accepted defeat. As the two stepped forward, it was as if boundless spiritual power converged around them. Flame partitioning, devouring wave. Xiao Yan tightened his grip on the xuanzhong, and the surging emperor flame erupted forth, transforming into a beam of light that shot out with great intensity. The light sliced through the heavens and the earth. This, cultivated during Xiao Yan's youth, now wielded a power that surpassed many of the legendary divine abilities within the Great Qian, given his current level of mastery. 8 symbols Azure Dragon Fist. Lin Dong clenched his fist tightly and struck out, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar. An azure dragon manifested, its fist light soaring into the sky, roaring fiercely as it brewed 8-colored spiritual brilliance, a force of unparalleled ferocity, capable of annihilating the world. Holy Spirit Demon Flash. In the face of the combined assault from the two adversaries, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor let out a resounding laugh. On the forehead of his towering divine form, a colossal eye suddenly opened, and in an instant, a beam of annihilating light capable of shattering countless realms surged forth towards Xiao Yan and Lin Dong. The dreadful pitch-black beam resembled the light of annihilation, completely obliterating the void in its path. Such formidable power would likely gravely wound even a top-tier demon emperor like the Black Corpse Demon Emperor, let alone lead to death. The 3 terrifying attacks collided with one another, each infused with distinct energies, yet they did not produce a cataclysmic explosion. Instead, they continuously annihilated one another. While a fearsome fluctuation emanated from their center, one potent enough to instill dread in both the Demon Emperor and the Supreme, Holy Celestial Sovereign. The Holy Magic Staff. An ancient scepter materialized in the hands of the holy celestial demon emperor, a fusion of light and darkness that appeared both sacred and sinister. "Kill," he growled, brandishing the staff as his figure flickered, appearing before the two challengers, and swung the holy magic staff down upon them with great force. The eternal flame ruler. The Thunder Emperor's scepter. Xiao Yan and Lin Dong reacted swiftly. Flames blazed in the palm of the former, which ultimately transformed into a massive fiery ruler. Engulfed in terrifying flames, the fiery ruler merged with the heavy ruler, akin to a blade sheathed in its scabbard, and as they combined, an overwhelming wave of power erupted. Lin Dong, not to be outdone, unleashed a torrent of lightning from his Thunder Emperor's scepter, his feet shimmering with electric light as he pierced through the void, wielding the scepter to strike fiercely at the holy celestial demon emperor. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal reverberated, accompanied by a tempestuous shockwave. Within the visible expanse of the void, space began to collapse incessantly, unable to withstand the force of the impact, and fragments of space shattered under the strain. Within the fractured void, three figures, undetectable to the naked eye, darted like lightning, each contact unleashing waves of destruction. In a matter of mere minutes, the three figures had exchanged thousands of blows in their fierce confrontation. Boom. In the void above, the scepter descended, transforming into a torrent of demonic light that collided violently with the fiery ruler and the thunder scepter. The ripples of power erupted forth, sending the three intertwined figures hurtling backward. Quickly regaining their footing, Lin Dong and Xiao Yan bore expressions dark enough to drip with tension. Despite being besieged by the two, the holy celestial demon emperor maintained an air of nonchalance. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's countenance turned icy as he exhaled a puff of white vapor. Glancing at Lin Dong beside him, "This foe is too formidable. We must hold nothing back." With that, he slightly closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, they flew open once more, a fierce imperial flame igniting within their depths. Roar! The Emperor of Flames surged forth with great intensity, enveloping his form in a magnificent display. In the end, the vast ocean of spiritual energy behind him ignited, its depths boiling as a resplendent fire lotus ascended into the sky. This lotus radiated vibrant colors, each hue representing a unique and formidable flame, exuding terrifying power. Simultaneously, Lin Dong, following suit, unleashed his might. The Thunder Emperor's staff crackled with lightning, and in the next moment, he struck the ground with great force, transforming it into 8 roaring bolts of thunder, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon. Suddenly, a billion streams of demonic energy erupted from the body of the holy heavenly demon emperor, each thread tainted with the black and white sacred demonic flame, resembling a roaring dragon of darkness. In that instant, the demonic energy shrouded the world, and the holy heavenly demon emperor, standing before this torrent, truly appeared as if an apocalyptic demon god had descended. With a deep voice resonating, he proclaimed the Yin-Yang Apocalypse Disc. Countless strands of demonic energy, akin to dragons, converged before him, ultimately forming a disc that was black within, encircled by a ring of white. From this disc, demonic flames surged forth, releasing waves of annihilation that caused the very land beneath to tremble and show signs of collapse. Chapter 341, A Collaborative Assault. Buzz. A beam of annihilating darkness suddenly shot forth from the Yin-Yang disc, aimed directly at Xiao Yan and Lin Dong. Boom. In the void, cataclysmic forces collided fiercely, echoing with a thunderous roar as the aftermath shattered the surrounding space. The continent housing Lingyao City was rocked by the residual shockwaves, causing tremors and fissures to spread like abysses. Kill! The three warriors unleashed a simultaneous war cry, not waiting for the destructive aftermath to dissipate. They summoned their avatars, weapons in hand, and launched themselves toward one another. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the void, the terrifying clash surged with ferocity. Facing the combined onslaught of Lin Dong and Xiao Yan, the holy heavenly demon emperor did not retreat an inch. He laughed heartily towards the heavens, revealing the might of a demon god as the demonic energy coalesced, choosing the most aggressive stance to confront the two. The sounds of destruction resonated continuously. The terrifying waves of energy even reached beyond the continent, spreading to distant realms. Along the way, numerous powerful beings appeared, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed upon the battlefield where the three clashed. Each reverberation sent shivers through their hearts, prompting them to question who was engaged in such a fearsome confrontation. Such a terrifying fluctuation must be the work of a supreme being. No. The rising demonic energy indicates that an extraterrestrial evil clan has infiltrated. It is indeed the holy heavenly demon emperor and the Emperor of Flames, battling with the martial ancestor. As more and more individuals witnessed the fierce combat, news of the confrontation spread rapidly across the vast expanse. drawing many powerful figures towards the scene in a state of astonishment. In the vast expanse of emptiness, a colossal barrier was formed by the convergence of mighty forces from both parties. For an entire incense stick's duration, the two sides unleashed their abilities, clashing over 10,000 times, each exchange potent enough to obliterate an entire continent, thus illustrating the ferocity of their battle. Boom! Another terrifying shockwave erupted. The Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor stood suspended in the air, while Lin Dong and Xiao Yin were forcefully pushed back by the demonic energy. At that moment, he remained unfazed, with only the edges of his garments singed, his eyes resembling black holes radiating boundless malevolence. The heavenly evil god twisted his neck, gazing at Xiao Yin and Lin Dong with a light chuckle. You two are commendable. You have allowed me to stretch my restraints a bit. However, this ends here. I have discerned your strengths, and this tedious skirmish must conclude. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong and Xiao Yin exchanged glances filled with increasing gravity and coldness. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Dong and Xiao Yin surged forth, two torrents resembling celestial rivers cutting through the cosmos, bearing immeasurable might as they charged directly toward the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. Yet, in the face of their fierce assault, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor showed no sign of fear, throwing his head back in laughter and sweeping his robe fiercely. Bang! An unfathomable wave of demonic energy coalesced into a massive demonic ring centered around the Emperor, sweeping outward. Crash! The two torrents collided heavily against the demonic ring, shaking the very heavens and earth, yet the ring displayed a terrifying devouring power. As it swept by, the torrents were utterly shattered, transforming into a cascade of ethereal light. Swish! The spiritual light enveloped the scene, as two forms broke through the void, charging toward the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor. A black ruler ablaze with flames and a staff entwined with lightning surged forth, aimed directly at the Emperor's head. With a light chuckle, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor extended his palm, boundless demonic flames spiraling around his arm. Then, he struck down with great force upon the fiery ruler. Sparks erupted. The heavy ruler trembled, and the space around them began to collapse. Simultaneously, with a wave of his sleeve, a black handprint surged forth from his palm, sending the lightning staff hurtling away. Boom! Two deep sounds resonated as the two figures were rapidly forced back, their footsteps leaving deep imprints in the void that lingered for a long while. Uft! Concurrently, two blood arrows erupted from their mouths, and the once mighty momentum of the two instantly waned. After injuring them, the Holy Heavenly Demon Emperor let out a chilling smile. In his palm, the sacred demon flame swirled like a black river, enveloping him and rendering him an unrivaled and fearsome dark overlord. You two have reached your limit, roared the Emperor. Before the Holy Sky Demon Emperor could finish his words, a thunderous dragon roar reverberated through the air. A radiant golden light tore through the thick layers of demonic energy from the void, transforming into a colossal purple-gold dragon that coiled in the sky. Its immeasurable dragon might sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Holy Sky Demon Emperor! Echoed numerous furious shouts as the purple-gold dragon obscured the sun. Behind it, a myriad of colorful lights surged forth, and enormous silhouettes pierced through the air, revealing legendary divine beasts known throughout the vast world. True Dragon's Claw. In the void, a gigantic dragon claw lunged toward the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. The purple-gold dragon scales shimmered with brilliance, and with a single grasp, even the fabric of space fractured instantly. Countless shards of space swirling beneath its claw, yet failing to inflict even the slightest injury upon the scales, instead amplifying its ferocity. More beasts have arrived. The Holy Sky Demon Emperor spoke indifferently, gazing at the descending dragon claw. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized within his eyes, and as it spun, it transformed into a black line that shot forth. Swish! The dragon claw howled as it collided with the black line, yet no tremendous sound erupted. Instead, that section of space rapidly collapsed into a vast black hole in eerie silence. Roar! The true dragon let out a pained cry, droplets of blood resembling purple gold falling from the sky. Subsequently, the purple gold dragon and the numerous colossal beings behind it began to shrink, ultimately transforming into ethereal silhouettes standing in the air, with the foremost figure being the true Dragon Emperor. At this moment, his expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes were gravely fixed upon his palm, where a horrifying wound lay, strange demonic energy swirling around it, desperately attempting to invade his body, but was thwarted by a radiant purple-gold light. How audacious of you, Holy Sky Demon Emperor, to dare infiltrate the depths of my vast realm. The true Dragon Emperor's companion, the towering king of the celestial ape, wielding a massive staff, glared at the Holy Sky Demon Emperor with crimson eyes and roared. A pack of insects. There is nowhere in this universe that I cannot tread. Once my outlandish evil kin sees the vast world, you wretched creatures shall serve as my mounts. From a distance, the Holy Sky Demon Emperor's gaze merely brushed over them with indifference. Vile scum, you seek death. The king of the celestial ape, filled with rage, erupted at these words. His massive staff trembling as the space shattered, his visage a mask of fury as he locked onto the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. Flame Emperor, martial ancestor. Are you all right? The true Dragon Emperor, vigilant against the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, softly inquired of the visibly pallid and waning Xiao Yin and Lin Dong beside him. Thanks to the timely aid of the true Dragon Emperor, we would have surely perished here. Xiao Yin and Lin Dong replied with bitter smiles. Having underestimated the Holy Sky Demon Emperor's strength, nearly falling victim to him. This fiend is formidable. Today presents a rare opportunity. We must ensure he remains here. Xiao Yan's expression shifted as he solemnly addressed the true Dragon Emperor and the others. Indeed, the group fell silent, their expressions growing increasingly serious. For such a fortuitous opportunity was not one they wished to squander. Shall we attack together? The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor observed the serious expressions of those around him and suddenly broke into a smile. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood calmly, gazing at the crowd and declared, "Then let us engage together." At this moment, the onlookers gasped, for the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor appeared as an invincible entity, seemingly not surrounded by them, but rather enveloping them all. Attack! The Supreme Sky Ape King roared first, wielding a colossal staff that shattered the void. Transforming into a towering shadow of a staff that rent the fabric of space, descending upon the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. The ancestors of the Kunpeng, the true Dragon Emperor, Xiao Yin, Lin Dong, and others did not hold back either, unleashing their immense spiritual energy. Their oppressive force pervading the air as they clashed head-on with the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor. Boom! The renewed confrontation was even more terrifying than before. The Holy Celestial Demon Emperor radiated an aura akin to a black hole. No matter how many late-stage heavenly sovereigns opposed him, he exhibited not a trace of unease. Remaining remarkably composed, his strength seemed unfathomable. The clash of powers resulted in cataclysmic upheaval, as boundless spiritual energy and demonic aura collided, shaking the very heavens and earth, stirring the sun, moon, and stars. With a resounding crash, the Holy Celestial Demon Emperor unleashed a palm imbued with two extraordinary powers. A fiery hand that descended with overwhelming might, far surpassing the imaginations of those present, as though it transcended the realm of ordinary forces. In the face of this formidable palm, the expressions of the crowd shifted slightly, compelling them to summon their supreme divine bodies to their utmost. "Do not underestimate us," Xiao Yin declared, his tone sharp and resolute, a murderous intent radiating from him. As his words lingered, he took a deep breath, retracting the blazing imperial flame that had been emanating from his body, ensuring not a single flicker remained visible. In that moment, his form became intensely heated, akin to a copper furnace. Slowly, he extended his palm, a spark of fire manifesting in his palm, blossoming like a seed until it rapidly transformed into a resplendent lotus. The lotus appeared inscribed with countless patterns of fire, each unique in its design, unfurling without emitting the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. As the lotus blossomed, everyone beheld a fire shadow, approximately 3 feet tall, seated within the lotus. This fiery figure wore a crown of emperors and was draped in robes of flames, bearing a striking resemblance to the Flame Emperor, radiating an aura of majesty akin to that of a deity. However, as the flaming shadow emerged from the lotus, the surrounding divine beast stared at Xiao Yin in astonishment, sensing the temperature of the world around them rising palpably, even feeling a slight sting upon their skin. While they marveled at the terror of Xiao Yan's move, Lin Dong, standing nearby, was not idle. His hands resembled the embrace of the sun and moon, ancient ancestral symbols swirling around him, each representing a distinct attribute of power. As he brought his hands together, 8 ancestral talismans merged within, and in the center of his palm, a splendid celestial expanse seemed to bloom, mysterious and resplendent, imbued with an indescribable might. At that moment, the true Dragon Emperor and others, sensing the prowess of Lin Dong and Xiao Yin, found themselves somewhat embarrassed, for they realized that both Lin Dong and Xiao Yin surpassed them in strength. They could barely contend with the Holy Sky Demon Emperor, and each one of them was merely a target for the impending confrontation. Xiao Yin slowly raised his gaze, and his calm voice resonated. "This is the technique I have painstakingly cultivated over many years, just recently conceived. I hope the Holy Sky Demon Emperor will appreciate it." He named his technique, Flame God. In that instant, a 3-foot flame shadow rose slowly from the lotus flower, and the entire continent became intensely heated. Lin Dong was not slow to respond. At that moment, he raised his palm as well, revealing a celestial world forming above it, countless stars within, where myriad forces converged and harmonized flawlessly. With a flick of his fingers, the celestial realm ascended. I shall name this technique Grand Cosmos. The Holy Sky Demon Emperor observed the assaults from Lin Dong and Xiao Yin, his eyes glimmering. Indeed, they were worthy of being among the protagonists of the Great Qian. Their current strength had subtly surpassed the ordinary sacred realm, rivaling even the Dark Sky Demon Emperor. It is noteworthy that the Dark Sky Demon Emperor is a formidable force among the outer evil races, second only to the Holy Sky Demon Emperor. The rapid ascendance of Xiao Yin and Lin Dong to such heights, even surpassing him, was truly a testament to their fortune. At this moment, the trio's attacks had undeniably crossed a threshold, leaving the true Dragon Emperor and his companions unable to intervene. Boom. In an instant, 3 terrifying attacks collided. And in that moment, no thunderous roar emerged, for all sound waves were rendered void by the force of the impact. Under the gaze of numerous divine beasts, the land beneath their feet began to collapse rapidly, shattering amidst the ensuing waves. Enormous ripples spread outward, ultimately crushing the very fabric of space, generating a spatial storm that enveloped the entire continent, which finally vanished from sight. Whoosh! Just as the onlookers were awestruck by the cataclysmic tempest, a pristine white hand emerged from the void, from which surged dark energy, transforming its 5 fingers into claws aimed at the heart of the true Dragon Emperor. Boom! That dark claw radiated an aura of annihilation. Wherever it passed, it seemed to strip all life of its vitality, instilling an overwhelming terror. The true Dragon Emperor was caught unawares, and the others could only watch helplessly as the attacks surged toward his heart. Roar! In a moment of desperation, the true Dragon Emperor let out a mighty roar, gathering all his strength to coalesce a layer of ancient dragon-scale armor upon his chest. Humph! Just at that critical juncture, a cold snort filled with supreme authority echoed from the boundless void. Chapter 342, All-Out War. In an instant, the void twisted, and a radiant beam of purple-gold light erupted from the claws of the sacred heavenly demon emperor. This beam pierced through the fabric of space like a shooting star, hurtling towards the colossal, destructive dark claw. Roar! Dragon Phoenix breaks the army. The purple-gold light resembled both a meteor and a spear, directly piercing through the lethal strike of the sacred heavenly demon emperor. In the next moment, a figure clad in a purple-gold robe appeared abruptly before the sacred heavenly demon emperor. This ethereal silhouette raised its fist and delivered a powerful blow to the emperor's chest. What appeared to be a harmless punch caused the very fabric of space to collapse, sending tremors throughout the realm. Upon seeing this figure, the emperor's gaze remained as calm and unyielding as a bottomless well, unaffected by the identity of the newcomer, his eyes as cold as ancient ice. Saint Demon Flame Armor. With a chilling exclamation, terrifying black and white flames erupted from the emperor's body, solidifying in an instant into a grotesque black gas armor that radiated overwhelming menace. Yet, against this formidable armor, the delicate fist still descended with unyielding force. A resounding boom echoed as the sacred heavenly demon emperor was sent flying like a meteorite, crashing heavily into the ground of the Lingyao continent. The impact created a massive crater, sending mud and stones flying. Witnessing this scene, even the true Dragon Emperor and others could not help but gasp in astonishment. The speed and power displayed by Zhu Yun surpassed their expectations. Truly, she was the embodiment of the supreme bloodline of the Divine Beast clan, the Supreme Dragon Phoenix. Although Zhu Yun had certain innate deficiencies, the unparalleled powers derived from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, combined with the medicinal enhancements from Jang Yun, had elevated her bloodline strength to a terrifying degree, deserving the title of the foremost divine beast in the vast world. Humph, so you were the one who besieged Xiao Yun, were you? Still wreaking havoc in the vast world, have you consulted with your aunt? Zhu Yun remarked coldly, gazing at the flying figure. At this moment, the aura emanating from her had unmistakably reached the late stage of the sacred class Heavenly Supreme. With a thunderous roar, the sacred heavenly demon emperor burst forth from the rubble, soaring into the void, standing before Zhu Yun. Indeed, I did not anticipate that a supreme dragon phoenix would emerge in the vast world. Your level of danger is comparable to those two over there, the emperor spoke, his tone somber as he surveyed Zhu Yun, Xiao Yin, and Lin Dong. At this moment, the crowd finally discerned the condition of the sacred heavenly demon emperor and collectively gasped in disbelief. Despite having endured Zhu Yun's fierce punch, he was merely dusted with some debris, with no visible injuries whatsoever. Was this demon truly of the same caliber as the heavenly demon emperor? You insufferable being, how extraordinarily powerful you are. Zhu Yun gazed gravely at the holy demon emperor, her tone shifting from lightheartedness to one of solemnity. What of Jang Yun? At that moment, the true dragon emperor approached Zhu Yun, warily eyeing the holy demon emperor and inquired softly. The others nearby could not help but listen intently. Jang Yun was the foremost powerhouse of their faction. Having dominated the world 50 years ago, no one could ascertain his current strength, and should he intervene, the peril facing the vast realm would be swiftly resolved. Little Yun is still in seclusion, but I can sense he is on the verge of success, Xian said, casting a glance at the crowd. Her voice tinged with a hint of longing. Upon hearing this, the others felt a flicker of regret, yet could not suppress a surge of excitement. Jang Yun, the Heavenly Emperor, was nearing the end of his retreat. At that moment, the tide of battle would surely turn. Holy Demon Emperor, you shall not escape today, Lin Dong declared, his gaze fixed coldly upon the Holy Demon Emperor. As time progressed, an increasing number of powerful beings would converge upon this place, diminishing the odds of the Holy Demon Emperor's victory. With so many of you gathered here, do you truly believe I would forfeit this opportunity? The Holy Demon Emperor's face broke into a peculiar smile as he spoke softly. What? At his words, the crowd trembled, their expressions darkening instantaneously. Boom! Suddenly, an ancient bell tolled from the void, its resounding chime monumental, reverberating across every corner of the vast realm. It was the great bell of the universe, the highest level of 9 strikes, heralding the full-scale invasion of the outer demonic tribe. Upon hearing the thunderous toll, the true Dragon Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. This ancient sound awakened long-buried memories of a cataclysmic battle, still vivid even after 50 millennia. The fall of the ancient 9 emperors. The once mighty sovereigns reduced to mere fodder for the harvesters. Even the heavenly sovereigns struggled for survival. That war had cost the vast realm half of its territory, a horrifying reality. Kill. In that moment, Lin Dong, Xiaoyan, Xian, and the others exchanged glances, instinctively unleashing their full momentum as they charged toward the Holy Demon Emperor. The war had commenced. Any thought of retreat was now too late. Yet capturing the Holy Demon Emperor here would render all efforts worthwhile. Boom, boom, boom. As the outer demonic tribe materialized before the eyes of the beings in the vast realm, flames of war ignited, setting ablaze the lengthy defensive lines of the universe. The tranquility of 50 millennia, which had begun to shift 50 years prior, was utterly shattered at last. As if to unleash the pent-up fury from a defeat 5 millennia ago, the resurgence of the malevolent beings from beyond the realms was marked by an exceedingly fierce and frenzied assault. Their ominous shadows surged forth like a swarm of locusts, roaring through the skies, their dark energy ascending as though to reshape the very fabric of existence. In the face of this comprehensive war waged by the outer evil race, the vast world, having battled for decades, erupted into a fervent resistance after a brief silence. Along the protracted defensive line, every segment bore witness to the outbreak of brutal conflicts, where the echoes of demonic shadows intertwined with flashes of spiritual light, resembling a grand pyrotechnic display across the heavens. Yet, this resplendent spectacle was forged through bloodshed. Upon the northern border's ramparts, a striking figure adorned in a crimson gown gazed coldly at the distant shroud of darkness. Her enchanting visage, marked by an air of indifference, emanated a commanding presence and pride that could not be dulled by the passage of time. This figure was none other than Medusa, the ancient guardian of the celestial palace at the heart of the vast world, sheltered by the likes of Mandala, the little medical immortal, and the azure scales. Together with Xian, she stood sentinel at the blazing shrine, defending the northern frontiers of the realm. This dual role served to intimidate the lurking malefactors and, in their frequent skirmishes with the outer evil race, bestowed significant advantages for their growth and power. Now, much like Xian, Medusa had ascended to the late stage of a saint-level power, also serving as the matriarch of the celestial Python clan. With no soul in the vast world daring to claim they could assuredly defeat her, Medusa had once proclaimed her desire to be the most resplendent jewel upon the crown of Emperor Jang Yun, and indeed, she had achieved this, embodying a unique romanticism. At this moment, formidable warriors stood behind her, their might palpable, alongside legions of troops poised for action. Suddenly, Medusa's expression softened, causing those who had been surreptitiously observing to blush and avert their gazes from her exquisite beauty. How infuriating! That holy heavenly demon emperor is insufferably cunning, possessing immense strength and unparalleled agility in retreat, evading even my dragon phoenix's swift pursuit. It is utterly vexing. A voice filled with frustration echoed from the void. And in the next instant, Xian emerged, her visage a portrait of disappointment and defiance. After all, the holy heavenly demon emperor was the foremost champion of the outer evil race. Capturing him was no simple task, a feat even the initial Jang Yun could not guarantee. Medusa regarded Xian with a bemused smile, her voice soft yet playful. But is he truly that formidable? Xian, now serious, responded with gravity. Indeed, he is. When it comes to matters of significance, I speak without hesitation. The aura of the Dragon Emperor enveloped me as I said, he is truly powerful. In the face of our combined forces, alongside Lin Dong, the venerable Dragon Emperor Elder, and numerous formidable beasts, he appeared remarkably at ease. I even suspect he did not exert his full strength. His display of power far surpasses that of a saint-level heavenly sovereign. The Demon Emperor is indeed leagues ahead. Upon hearing Xian's description, Medusa's expression turned grave as she remarked, it seems that the Holy Demon Emperor may have indeed reached that echelon. In response, Xian nodded solemnly. They had often heard Jang Yun speak of the Dominator realm, and thus possessed a deeper understanding of its terrifying nature than many of the celestial sovereigns. It appeared that they could only wait for Jang Yun to emerge from his seclusion to confront him. Suddenly, a chilling demonic roar echoed from the distant shadows, revealing a myriad of demonic figures. Their terrifying aura nearly engulfed the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble, as the violent demonic energy carried an essence of utter annihilation. Medusa raised her gaze, observing the 6 colossal demonic apparitions, and with a sardonic smile, she declared, the 6 demon emperors. I wonder if the extraterritorial evil clan regards us with respect or disdain. Let them all remain. Xian, wearing an expression of cold indifference, surveyed the unfolding scene and spoke in a frosty tone. At the same time, a radiant purple-gold light surged from her palm, and in the next moment, a grand spear materialized in her grasp, its tip emanating a chilling brilliance. Let us extend a greeting. Boom. The purple-gold spiritual energy surged forth like an overwhelming tide, transforming above the crowd into a vast ocean of spiritual force. From this ocean, an ancient dragon of immense proportions coalesced, endowed with a pair of wings reminiscent of the primordial phoenix. As these wings unfurled, countless ethereal feathers shot forth like razor-sharp blades. Roar! On the side of the extraterritorial evil clan, one of the demonic figures emitted an earth-shattering roar in response to the rampaging assault. The towering demonic apparition, standing thousands of feet high, stepped forth, tearing through the storm as its menacing aura thickened into layers of ominous clouds that pressed down upon the heavens, targeting the ethereal forest. Bang! 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 A series of explosions resounded throughout the arena, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that made even the fabric of space tremble under the force of the blasts. Kill! Medusa observed the chaos with cold eyes, suddenly drawing forth a uniquely shaped longsword. Pointing toward the adversaries, her voice rang out with lethal intent. Boom! Just as the myriad realms plunged into chaos, Jang Yun, who had been in seclusion within the ancient celestial palace, slowly opened his eyes at that very moment. My power has transcended the holy grade entirely, and it seems I am on the brink of surpassing yet another boundary, yet a sense of emptiness lingers. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive a barrier, one that lay above the holy grade. This barrier had troubled countless celestial sovereigns for ages. For many years, only those who reached the pinnacle of the holy grade could sense it. However, while sensing this barrier was one matter, the ability to touch or even break through it was another entirely. Over the years, only the undying emperor had managed to breach this barrier under the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. Even then, the undying emperor had merely taken half a step beyond, not fully crossing this threshold. Boom! As Jang Yun slowly rose, an overwhelming aura erupted from the palace he occupied, initially surging forth from the Grand Hall, and then rapidly spreading across the entirety of the Tianluo continent at a terrifying pace. This fearsome presence caused the boundless heavens and earth to tremble slightly, compelling countless beings to prostrate themselves in reverence upon sensing its power. Simultaneously, not only the formidable warriors of the Tianluo continent, but also numerous pinnacle superiors scattered throughout the vast world suddenly lifted their heads, their gazes filled with astonishment directed towards the Tianluo continent. In that moment, everyone felt the spiritual energy of the great world boiling and stirring, an indescribable force converging towards the region where the Tianluo continent lay. What a magnificent power this is! Those superiors who sensed the change dared not believe their eyes as they soared into the skies, reaching out to touch the surrounding spiritual energy, which seemed to contain an ineffable strength. This power was boundless, exuding an immense pressure, as if it embodied the very might of the world. This is the will of the world. Who among them has touched this realm? It is in the direction of the Tianluo continent. It is Jang Yun. He has emerged from his seclusion. Blessings upon the great world. Compared to many who were bewildered and confused, the undying lord on the northern wilderness hill clearly possessed greater insight, having witnessed the immortal emperor's breakthrough years ago. The memory remained vivid after all these years, and little did he expect that today Jang Yun would indeed achieve what the immortal emperor once did. Chapter 343, Breakthrough. Whoosh. In the battlefield between the two realms, The sky and earth were saturated with invading demonic energy. At that moment, beams of spiritual light descended from above, piercing through the vast demonic miasma. Within mere dozens of breaths, the overwhelming demonic energy that had obscured many continents was riddled with holes. These beams of spiritual light were distinctly different from ordinary spiritual energy. They seemed to contain an immensely terrifying strength, enough to cause shudders among the celestial sovereigns and the demon emperors. On the northern wilderness hill, the Tianxia god, beneath the great chaos demon array, sensed the changes from the outside world, suddenly opening his eyes wide, his enormous demonic pupils filled with disbelief as he roared. Impossible. This is the power of the celestial rankings. Without my threat, how could the will of the world descend? The terrifying demonic howls caused the great chaos demon array to shake violently, the cascading divine light penetrating through the fissures and inflicting great harm on the Tianxia god, who could not help but emit piercing shrieks. Ha! Tianxia god, blessings upon my great world. A figure akin to the immortal emperor has emerged in our great world. Your doomsday is upon you. For millennia, my great world has endured suffering. It is time for vengeance. At that moment, a resonant, aged laughter echoed as the undying lord, accompanied by numerous gravekeepers, appeared, stationed at various nodes of the grand transformation magic array, unleashing spiritual energy to suppress the heavenly evil god. How infuriating! Feeling the oppressive force of the grand transformation magic array descending upon him, the heavenly evil god could not restrain a roar of discontent. After millennia of meticulous planning, just as success was within reach, he found himself once again on the brink of a precipice. He could hardly believe that the likes of Jang Yun would be benevolent enough to tolerate his existence. Yet here he was, witnessing the emergence of a crisis while feeling utterly powerless. His frustration was palpable. The celestial ranking. Jang Yun's eyes sparkled with myriad glimmers as he gazed upward into the boundless void. In that instant, he sensed an immense, inexhaustible power descending upon him. Ethereal spiritual light, akin to cascading clouds, poured down from the heavens, stirring the very fabric of the universe, gradually coalescing. Everyone present was astounded to witness what appeared to be an endless curtain of spiritual energy manifesting in the void beyond the Tianluo continent. The hazy curtain unfurled slowly in the emptiness, seemingly inscribed with countless mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, resembling a realm unto itself. A terrifying aura emanated from it. No, it is not complete. It seems even you are reluctant. Jang Yun observed the curtain of light, which appeared somewhat indistinct. In one corner, a faint character emerged, resembling the character for Leaf, the surname of the once immortal emperor. In the present vast world, absent the cataclysmic threats of yore, the celestial ranking remains concealed, stubbornly withholding its permissions from those who seek to activate it. Had it not been for Jang Yun's extraordinary cultivation, nearing that exalted realm through sheer force of will, the entity would have likely let the heavenly evil god loose, allowing him to sense a crisis before deigning to appear. Thus, the current will of the world also remains shrouded, unwilling to fully relinquish its hold. With a cold smile in his heart, Jang Yun's soul began to gradually reach out to the celestial ranking, representing the will of the grand world. The moment he made contact with that will, a terrifying, vast power cascaded upon him. Jang Yun closed his eyes, yet the expanse of the universe within billions of miles was crystal clear beneath his soul. In the next moment, he broke free from this state, a strange brilliance flashing in his eyes. Instantly, a white figure emerged from within him, clad in a flowing white robe, strikingly handsome, and remarkably similar to Jang Yun himself. Leave this to me. The white-robed Jang Yun chuckled lightly, swiftly forming hand seals, as a crystalline radiance erupted behind him, revealing an ancient silhouette that radiated overwhelming light. The endless radiance body. With a thought from Jang Yun, the boundless radiant body took a step forward, merging seamlessly with his corporeal form. In an instant, a crystalline brilliance erupted from within him, rendering his entire physique resplendent and translucent, imbued with a luminous energy that emanated an indescribable force of spiritual power. Gazing upon the colossal figure radiating endless light, even the peak cultivators of the saint grade, such as Xiao Yin and his companions, felt an overwhelming pressure. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Jang Yun slowly extended his finger, descending with an excruciating slowness towards the celestial ranking. As his finger made contact, the world seemed to tremble, and mysterious mist swirled around the celestial ranking. This ethereal haze appeared insubstantial, yet wielded a formidable power that obstructed Jang Yun's attempt to inscribe his mark. Open! Jang Yun bellowed, as a torrent of palpable spiritual energy surged forth from his palm, coalescing into brilliant stars within the flow. The mysterious mist surrounding the celestial ranking quivered violently, as if resisting the encroachment of external forces. However, As Jang Yun's spiritual power intensified, the obstruction was ultimately shattered. His fingers swiftly pierced through the enigmatic mist. And before the astonished gazes of the celestial sovereigns, it finally made contact with the celestial ranking. An indescribable sense of oppression erupted from the ranking, permeating the heavens and the earth. Under this immense pressure, all the celestial sovereigns and the demonic emperors of the outer realms underwent a drastic change in complexion. Realizing they could scarcely move a finger, simultaneously, an ancient sound wave echoed in their ears. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jang Yun's hand moved with remarkable speed, inscribing with fluid grace. Everyone was astounded to witness a mysterious force coalescing on the ancient celestial ranking, gradually taking shape with each stroke. At last, when the final stroke was completed, a magnificent power swept forth, revealing the character Jiang deeply engraved upon the celestial ranking. As the last stroke was made, Jang Yun paused to assess his condition. He realized that if he were to continue inscribing, the strength of this avatar would be insufficient. Yet he was confident that with the addition of his main self and another avatar, he could undoubtedly carve his complete true name upon the celestial ranking. Even if the will of the vast universe disallowed it, he believed he could achieve it, though he saw no necessity for such an endeavor. The celestial ranking was merely a pathway for his transcendence. He did not wish to confine himself within the boundless cosmos, as he had other choices. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Jang Yun waved his sleeve, causing the colossal finger in the sky to dissipate into thin air. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he taken one more step, Jang Yun would have become the first person in the annals of the vast world to inscribe his complete true name upon the celestial ranking, a feat surpassing that of the immortal emperors. Nevertheless, even so, it remains an arduous feat, at least in terms of accomplishments. At this moment, Jang Yun stands equal to the immortal emperor, having ascended to become the foremost individual in the vast universe. Boom. As he retracted his spiritual energy, the enigmatic celestial ranking seemed to emit a resonant sound, a mysterious aura enveloping the name that had just been inscribed upon it. In that instant, powerful beings from around the world sensed a stirring, their gazes directed towards the Tianluo continent, where they perceived the arrival of an unfathomable power, one that surpassed even the heavenly sovereigns of the highest order. Even from a distance, there was an overwhelming urge among the crowd to bow in reverence towards that direction. Simultaneously, figures such as Xiao Yin and Lin Dong, along with many late-stage saints, gazed upon this scene with fervent yearning and admiration. They had reached realms that most could scarcely imagine. Yet few understood that there were still higher echelons to attain. It was only after Jang Yun's name was etched upon the celestial ranking that they realized their journey was far from its conclusion. A mysterious radiance coalesced at the center of Jang Yun's brow, ultimately transforming into an ancient rune. In that moment, he felt an influx of a mysterious and formidable power within him. This was the power of the world. His gaze swept across the Tianluo continent, a profound and immeasurable force emanating from him, akin to that of the sovereign of the world. With each gesture, boundless might surged forth, transcending the realm of saints and surpassing even his former self. Only upon truly entering this half-step dominion did Jang Yun fully comprehend the chasm between his former and current states. Previously, he had indeed reached this realm, albeit without the support of the world's power. It was reminiscent of the mutual realms of Mu Chun and the heavenly evil god, though their levels were identical. The latter was overshadowed by the former due to the enhancement provided by the world's power within the vast universe. Now, having taken the first step towards transcendence, he was on the verge of perfecting his dual incarnations and fully embracing this realm. As Jang Yun successfully broke through, the celestial ranking returned to the heavens, and the supreme pressure that had enveloped him gradually dissipated, rendering him an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. However, this did not diminish the fervent and reverent gazes of countless powerful beings on the Tianluo continent directed towards his towering figure. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, on your successful breakthrough. At that moment, innumerable strong individuals across the Tianluo continent prostrated themselves, fervently calling out his name. Should this realm possess a power of faith, Jang Yun could forge his true form from the vast ocean of belief. Esteemed ones, in 7 days, the ancient heavenly palace and the Crimson Flame Temple will mobilize their armies to invade the heart of the outer evil tribes and reclaim the lost territories of the vast universe. Prepare yourselves. Jang Yun, suspended above the 9 heavens, heard the multitude's calls. With a solemn expression and a grave tone, he spoke. Yes, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Countless powerful beings, their fervent voices converging, soared into the heavens, following the announcement of the celestial emperor's intent to vanquish the malevolent entities from beyond. Myriad forces across the vast world began to mobilize, converging towards the Crimson Flame continent, eager to partake in this grand feast. Simultaneously, a figure cloaked in an aura of darkness silently approached the northern wasteland hills. The vigilant guardians of the tomb remained utterly oblivious to the shadowy presence that stealthily infiltrated the Great Transformation Array. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated through the subterranean expanse enveloped by the Great Transformation Array as a mysterious figure, shrouded in a black robe, traversed the air. The atmosphere buzzed ominously. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, the demonic energy in the distance began to contract sharply. In the next moment, the figure of the celestial evil god gradually materialized, gazing at the enigmatic presence before him, momentarily dazed by the potent demonic energy emanating from within. Since when had such a formidable being from the outer realms infiltrated the Great Transformation Array? It was crucial to note that at this moment, Jang Yun had just transcended to the Dominator realm, a time when the will of the great world was most vigorous. Under Jang Yun's watchful gaze, how had he entered? Who are you? With a sense of alertness, the celestial evil god inquired, scrutinizing the mysterious figure with wary intensity. Celestial evil god, has it been merely 50 years since we last met, and you no longer recognize my essence? It seems your recovery has not progressed as well as I had anticipated. The familiar voice of the cloaked figure resonated in his ears, causing the celestial evil god's expression to shift dramatically. He knew this voice all too well. It belonged to the very one who had seized a portion of his precious essence during his moment of weakness. Jang Yun, as the age-old adage suggests, enemies meeting brings forth a heightened animosity. The celestial evil god bellowed in fury at the sight of Jang Yun. The surrounding demonic energy surged forth, transforming into roaring waves that charged towards Jang Yun. A gentle breeze swept through the black robe, revealing the face within. It was indeed Jang Yun. Albeit his gaze was chillingly frigid, reminiscent of an ancient glacier, capable of freezing the very heart. You remain as reckless as ever. Jang Yun scoffed, raising his palm slightly. In that instant, a colossal hand, shrouded in darkness, erupted from the void, swirling with tumultuous demonic energy, embodying an ancient intent to dominate the heavens and suppress all underfoot. Descending with brutal force. Boom. An indescribable might crashed down upon the black waves, instantly severing the torrent of demonic energy, which then dissipated into the air. Concurrently, above the clash, a mystical light pattern emerged, enveloping the base of the Great Transformation Array, preventing the commotion from spreading outward. Upon witnessing this, the celestial evil god's countenance shifted dramatically as he recalled the previous strike. His black eyes fixated fiercely on Jang Yun. The power of the world. Your recent blow bore the fluctuations of the great world's essence. That being of the world will. Did you truly leave behind your true name on the celestial rankings? That is of no concern to you. You only need to know that today marks your doom. Jang Yun disregarded the astonished Tian Xieshen, advancing step by step towards him. Chapter 344. The Fall of the Evil God. No, you are entirely different from last time. Although you exuded the aura of the Holy-Demon Flame, you were still cultivating spiritual energy. This time, however, your entire being is enveloped in demonic energy. How could the worlds will possibly allow you to be ranked? As Tian Xieshen observed Jang Yun's relentless approach, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. In the next moment, he suddenly realized, gazing at Jang Yun and unable to restrain his inquiry. Could it be that with your keen perception you fail to see the truth? Jang Yun continued his advance, his tone icy. I see now. You audaciously aspire to amalgamate the systems of spiritual energy and our clan's essence to achieve a final breakthrough. I have long recognized your ambitious nature. How could you remain confined to the vast world? Tian Xieshen scrutinized Jang Yun closely, and the next instant, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Gazing deeply at Jang Yun, he contemplated the last encounter they had, along with Jang Yun's manifestation of the endless radiance body. It dawned on him that Jang Yun must have mastered an exceedingly profound technique of duplication, allowing each incarnation to cultivate an original Dharma body alongside the Holy Demon Clan's avatar. Jang Yun sought to merge the forces of two realms to accomplish an ultimate leap forward. This was further facilitated by the inherent nature of the Evil Spirit Clan, possessing the bloodlines of two races, enabling them to cultivate both spiritual and demonic energies without being rejected by the world's will, thus allowing Jang Yun to achieve such an extraordinary feat. Having conveyed my final words, let them become a part of my strength. Jang Yun regarded Tian Xieshen with an indifferent expression, and then a torrent of overwhelming demonic energy surged forth from him as he formed a complex seal with his hands. Devour the world. Boom. Terrifying cycles of demonic flames erupted from within Jang Yun, instantly enveloping the entire underground expanse. The surrounding demonic energy, confronted by this dreadful inferno. Scattered in every direction like mice fleeing from a cat. Tian Xieshen's expression darkened as he watched this scene unfold, and the next moment, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he roared with a twisted visage, "You wish to refine me? I shall never submit to such humiliation, even in death. Devour the world, divide the demonic light, extinguish the sun of destruction." Buzz. Boundless demonic energy rapidly compressed within his sinister gaze, erupting as a beam of demonic light. As the light materialized, it expanded in the wind, transforming into a colossal dark beast that roared defiantly. This creature, shrouded in an aura of extreme malevolence, emanated a gaze filled with bloodlust and a thirst for slaughter, its fury soaring to the heavens. Roar. As the demonic roar echoed, the dark beast charged forward with its immensely powerful limbs, shattering the space beneath it. Whoosh. Another pitch-black, profound beam of demonic light shot forth at the speed of light from its crown, swiftly morphing into an elongated, boundless slashing demonic blade that cleaved the heavens and the earth in twain. Finally, an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth, rapidly compressing into 9 demonic suns. As infernos of destruction ascended from their surfaces, sending a dense aura of annihilation soaring into the sky. Feeling the genuine crisis of life and death, the sinister deity began to fight with all his might, disregarding the suppression of the vast magical formation and his unprecedented weakness. At this moment, should he fail to exert himself desperately, he would only face the fate of being suppressed and refined. Thus, he unleashed 3 formidable assaults. However, in the next instant, the even more terrifying reincarnation magic flames descended, effortlessly shattering the 3 attacks. The dark behemoth met its demise, the magical light dissolved, and the magic sun extinguished. A scream of agony echoed, as the horrified sinister deity attempted to evade, yet the imminent reincarnation magic flames had already engulfed him, reducing half of his face to ashes. The chilling wails resonated throughout the underground, and had it not been for Jang Yun's prior subtle enhancement of the ceiling formation with the power of his original world, the commotion would have surely alarmed the entirety of the northern wilderness. The 10-eyed spectral spear. The sinister deity clutched half of his face, casting a venomous glare at Jang Yun. With a roar, a dark radiance erupted from the evil eye in his forehead, coalescing in his remaining hand. A spear, several yards in length, gradually materialized in his palm. The black spear was shrouded in darkness, adorned with 10 eerie evil eyes that blinked slowly, exuding an aura of unparalleled malevolence, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. With a clang, the sinister deity brandished the demonic spear and stomped down heavily, causing the void to shatter, vast fissures spreading like a spider's web. His crimson eyes remained fixated on Jang Yun. Suddenly, the 9 evil eyes on the sinister deity opened simultaneously, the surging demonic energy pulsating continuously. With a low growl, the 9 evil eyes began to burn, ultimately transforming into a colossal vertical eye amidst the boundless void. The 10-eyed demon god, devouring the universe. The sinister deity's roar echoed within this vertical eye, and an immense, boundless shadow of a demon god materialized in the realm. This demon god seemed to bridge heaven and earth, its colossal form adorned with 10 blinking evil eyes, each radiating a wave of terrifying malevolence. Kill. The 10-eyed demon god's gaze fell upon Jang Yun, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of demonic light that instantly manifested before Jang Yun. Sinister deity, even with all your might, you are not at your peak. How can you obstruct me? Jang Yun regarded the frenzied sinister deity with calmness, his finger pointed steadily. In the next moment, an immense wave of terrifying destructive energy emanated from the boundless ocean of reincarnation magic flames, signaling the obliteration of all. A dragon's roar reverberated. As if the infinite reincarnation magic flames erupted, a terrifying magic dragon surged forth from the sea, radiating a wave of annihilation, charging towards the sinister deity with lethal intent. A fearsome dragon of darkness roared past, its terrifying presence incinerating the malevolent light emitted by the dark god, reducing it to nothingness in an instant. Subsequently, the dragon, with overwhelming might, surged forth along the path of the dark light, directed towards the 10-eyed demon statue, under the horrified gaze of the dark god. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form of the statue dimmed, the surrounding malevolent aura growing increasingly faint. Flames, radiating an endless heat, rose up, swiftly refining the surrounding malevolence and intensifying the despair etched upon the dark god's visage. Jang Yun, if you do not allow me respite, then neither shall you find peace in this vast world. The dark god let out one final, savage roar. In that moment, the diminishing 10-eyed demon statue bellowed towards the heavens, unleashing a deafening demonic howl. Abyss of countless demons, the infernal prison descends. Boom. The The vast, boundless shadow of the demon suddenly erupted, transforming into a torrent of malevolent energy that surged forth, violently crashing against the seals and the transformation array Jang Yun had established, striving to break free and contaminate every corner of the vast world. Crack! Under the relentless counterattack of the Dark God, even the grand array set by Jang Yun began to show faint fissures, as if on the verge of collapse. Since you wish to protect this vast world, I shall bring about its total destruction. Witnessing this scene, the Dark God erupted into a malicious laugh. Fool! Contrary to expectations, Jang Yun did not exhibit any signs of distress. Instead, he gazed coldly at the Dark God, his eyes devoid of emotion, showing no inclination to intercept the Dark God's assault. It appeared that the lives of countless beings in the vast world held no significance for him. He merely gathered the power within him, slowly coalescing it between his hands into a long sword that radiated an eerie aura, his gaze fixated intently on the Dark God. Noticing the unexpected reaction, the Dark God paused, disbelief etched upon his features as he addressed Jang Yun. Do you truly not care for the fate of millions in this vast world? Their fate is of no concern to me. Jang Yun's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of the Dark God, sending a chill through his heart. Gazing into Jang Yun's profound eyes, the Dark God became convinced that Jang Yun genuinely did not care for the lives of countless beings. He was certain that if millions stood in Jang Yun's way, he would indeed transform into an unparalleled harbinger of death, sweeping through the world. So it seems, we are cut from the same cloth. Ultimately, the Dark God merely lowered his head, letting out a cold, mocking laugh, his eyes, once filled with resentment, now reflecting a hint of something else. Eons of reincarnation shall be severed. Jang Yun offered no further words. In response to the Dark God, he unleashed a dazzling beam of sword light. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the vast world, as the forces of the outer evil races clashed violently against the defenders of the vast realm. Ever since Jang Yun had broken through to the semi-immortal realm and proclaimed his intent to attack the outer evil races in 7 days, the various clans of the vast world had rallied in response, assembling at the borders, preparing to reclaim lost territories from the outer evil races. The foreign malevolent race will not remain idle. Under the leadership of the now supreme evil spirit clan, they have taken the initiative to invade the vast world. Thus, before the 7-day period could elapse, a full-scale war erupted. In the distant sky, the vast waves of demonic energy surged, and shadows of demons howled forth. Charging directly into the territory of the vast world, their malevolent aura wildly contaminating the spiritual essence of the land. They must be stopped. We cannot allow them to taint our territory. The powerful beings of the vast world, witnessing the onslaught of countless demons, dared not hesitate as resounding battle cries echoed across the border battlefield. Kill! The demon slayer, Qin Tian, led the charge at the forefront. With the fall of the holy heavenly demon emperor and the death of the heart heavenly demon emperor amidst the turmoil stirred by Jang Yun, the heart demon seed within Qin Tian could not flourish. Yet he remained the respected demon slayer of the vast world. Let me confront you. Let us see just how weak the vast world truly is, unable to even defend its own domain, allowing the foreign malevolent race to invade and wreak havoc upon its denizens. From afar came a long howl, and Jiang Yu's sword toward Qin Tian, his voice imbued with deep-seated hatred. Even to this day, due to Jang Yun's influence, the spirit clan has ascended to become the most esteemed race among the foreign malevolent beings, no longer mere prey. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu still harbored a thorn in his heart against the vast world. This time, despite Jang Yun's command that the spirit clan should not engage, Jiang Yu came solely driven by his past fury. Unbeknownst to Jang Yun, Jiang Hong, and others in the spirit clan felt no reason to obstruct Jiang Yu, for they too empathized with his anguish. Sensing Jiang Yu's aura, Qin Tian's heart rang with alarm. In an instant, he moved, expressionless, and unleashed a punch. Boom! The punch shattered the space around them, with Qin Tian's late-stage holy rank power. Even a seemingly casual strike possessed terrifying force that would leave any ordinary holy rank being in disarray. Oomph! Observing this, Jiang Yu snorted coldly, his palm outstretched. From the peculiar black-purple light emanating from his palm, a swirling energy coiled around it, solidifying into layers of black-purple carapace. These layers resembled black iron, with barbs protruding, appearing exceedingly fierce and menacing, akin to instruments of slaughter. Bang! In the next moment, Qin Tian's fist collided with Jiang Yu's oddly sheathed hand. Invisible ripples of force surged outward, shattering the void, as the space around their fists continued to collapse. Both figures staggered backward several steps. Who are you? Qin Tian faltered, gazing at the gray-black aura surrounding Jiang Yu, his pupils contracting in disbelief as he questioned. The foreign malevolent race can actually cultivate the spiritual essence of the vast world? Before him stood an otherworldly, malevolent clan, remarkably adept at harnessing spiritual energy, their prowess formidable, akin to the peak of sacred rank. The ominous gray-black aura they wielded emanated a potent corrosiveness, a daunting adversary. I am but a soul cast aside by the vast cosmos. Jang Yun let out a cold laugh, unwilling to elaborate further. In an instant, the gray-black spiritual power surged forth from his being, coalescing into a tangible armor that enveloped every inch of his form, with sinister black-purple spikes extending outward, glinting with a chilling light, sharp and unmatched. At that moment, Jang Yun seemed transformed into a ferocious beast of slaughter, every part of him brimming with astounding lethality. Regardless of the ties you may have with my vast world, having chosen to align yourself with the malevolent clan from beyond, today, I must eliminate you here. He invoked the heavenly wheel of demon extermination, a colossal shadow, wielding a golden wheel adorned with the constellations of the universe, appeared behind Qin Tian. In the next heartbeat, two titanic figures collided with great speed. Bang, bang, bang. The intensity of their fierce clash shattered the surrounding void, sending countless fragments of space scattering, creating a chaotic maelstrom that compelled nearby celestial sovereigns to hastily retreat, fearing entanglement in the turmoil. Their attacks were merciless, imbued with lethal intent. Within mere minutes, they had exchanged thousands of blows, yet neither could claim victory. As time progressed, both sides began to suffer losses. In such a comprehensive battle, even celestial sovereigns could not guarantee their own safety, one moment dominating the field, the next meeting a grim fate. The clouds of war thickened, and neither side had the luxury to pause for contemplation, solely focused on vanquishing the foe before them. It was nearly time to conclude everything. From the depths of the black fog where the malevolent clan resided, a pair of enigmatic, profound eyes emerged, a voice devoid of emotion echoing around him. Simultaneously, in the ancient heavenly palace of Dou Qi Continent, Jang Yun opened his eyes, rising slowly. Chapter 345, Transcendence. Boom. Two terrifying attacks collided in the void, as if the very sky were collapsing, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards the point of impact. Bang! A thunderous roar resounded, the fabric of reality fracturing before the gaze of countless onlookers, as two fearsome sovereign manifestations shattered simultaneously. At that moment, both figures were sent hurtling downwards, piercing through majestic mountain peaks, causing the mountains to crumble, ultimately embedding themselves within a colossal mountain, blood gushing forth, their forms half shattered. Cough, cough. You are formidable. The malevolent clan from beyond has entered the twilight of their existence. Perhaps the vast world wronged you in the past, but now, you could embrace an alternative way of life. There is no need for further valiant sacrifices. Qin Tian and Jang Yun ascended erratically into the sky, exchanging silent glances until Qin Tian could no longer restrain himself and spoke in earnest counsel. In the recent skirmish, he had already sensed Jang Yun's formidable strength and the peculiar spiritual energy emanating from him. At this moment, on the battlefield, aside from Jang Yun, no members of the evil spirit clan had shown themselves, indicating their lack of intent to engage in the conflict. The evil spirit clan had long been wronged by the vast world, and Qin Tian felt a sense of guilt, prompting him to offer counsel. The outer evil clans deserve their fate, but do you bear no responsibility in this vast world? Having undergone a fierce battle, Jang Yun had alleviated much of the pent-up frustration within him. He regarded Qin Tian, who was attempting to persuade him, with a cold smirk. The times have changed. The emperor of our realm has ascended beyond the sacred level, reaching the realm of the once immortal great emperor. The evil god of heaven shall not have another chance to return. This time, the outer evil clans are destined for defeat, and the lands that once fell shall soon return to the embrace of the vast world. You may return home. Qin Tian remained unmoved, gazing at Jang Yun, softly asserting that this might be the first time he had spoken so much to a member of the outer evil clan. However, the evil spirit clan was unique. Not a pure evil clan, but rather perpetual victims. Thus, Qin Tian felt compelled to speak out. In response, Jang Yun merely scoffed, offering no explanation. The evil spirit clan had already become the foremost power in the vast world, akin to bystanders observing the conflict between the vast world and the outer evil clans. Boom. At that very moment, a tremendous tremor emanated from the distant black mist, prompting everyone to look up in astonishment. They beheld the sky collapsing, shattering like glass, as a massive black hand descended from above, radiating an overwhelming pressure that dimmed the stars and obscured the sun and moon. Such formidable power. The people of the vast world found themselves immobilized beneath the weight of that hand's pressure, their faces etched with profound despair. Who is that? This pressure is certainly not the demon emperor. Could it be the evil god of heaven? Impossible. He is suppressed within the northern wasteland. With the emperor of heaven stationed within the vast world, How could he possibly escape unnoticed? At this moment, only a few late-stage sacred beings could barely move their necks. They gazed at the terrifying hand in the distance, their voices trembling with fear. Whoosh! Just then, a terrifying beam of sword light surged from the center of the vast world, transforming into an eternal celestial radiance, illuminating the 3,000 continents. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing an unprecedented energy shockwave that spread like a tempest. In the void, the space within sight began to collapse continuously. Countless armies were unable to evade in time, disintegrating beneath the horrific ripples as figures fell like dumplings, accompanied by blood mist, scattered corpses, and the collective sorrow of the masses. Boom! From the depths of the distant black mist, it seemed as if a pair of profound eyes blinked, and in the next instant, a beam of dark light suddenly shot forth. The dark rays surged ominously, coalescing into a celestial body of shadow, a dark meteor that seemed to embody death itself, bearing an atmosphere of boundless demise. When it descended upon the land, the entire continent would face annihilation. As the crowd gazed upon the howling dark meteor, their expressions shifted dramatically, for they could sense the terrifying power it harbored. Such force would undoubtedly spell doom, even for those who had attained the pinnacle of the holy rank. Emperor of Heaven! The onlookers cried out in alarm, their faces pale with dread. Just as their calls echoed, the tides of spiritual energy surged, tearing the heavens and earth apart, unleashing a cataclysmic assault that soared skyward, aimed directly at the dark meteor. Boom! Amid the anxious gazes of many, the tide of spiritual energy collided with the dark meteor. In that instant of impact, an indescribable shockwave erupted, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles, as if the very fabric of the void was being rent asunder, and infinite space crumbled into chaos. Unexpectedly, it appeared that the extraterrestrial evil clan, apart from the celestial evil god, had also witnessed their holy celestial demon emperor take that final step. It was at that moment that Jang Yun abruptly appeared before the crowd, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the source of the recent attack, the holy celestial demon emperor. Upon hearing Jang Yun's words, the crowd gasped in shock, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the figure enshrouded in dark mist, realizing it was indeed the holy celestial demon emperor. Furthermore, as the Emperor of Heaven had just proclaimed, the emergence of the holy celestial demon emperor indicated that the extraterrestrial evil clan now possessed two sovereign-level powerhouses. This was a profoundly unsettling revelation. Lord Holy Celestial. In stark contrast to the reactions of the beings from the vast world, the extraterrestrial evil clan, who had felt despair upon Jang Yun's arrival, found renewed vigor upon learning of their leader's breakthrough, their morale soaring as they erupted in jubilant cries. At that moment, Jang Yun and the holy celestial demon emperor were impervious to the tumult around them, their focus solely upon one another, a mysterious brilliance flickering in their eyes. Soon after, before the watchful eyes of the multitude, both figures were enveloped in a torrent of immense energy, their hands weaving intricate seals. Reincarnation calamity, suffering of all beings. Boom! Before anyone could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a black and white halo radiated outward from the center of Jang Yun and the holy celestial demon emperor at an astonishing speed, enveloping nearly half of the vast world and the demon realm. Boom! 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 As many powerful beings looked on in confusion, the black and white halos gradually merged, ultimately transforming into a colossal luminous cauldron before the terrified gazes of the crowd. The expanse of the cauldron was beyond description, as if the entirety of the vast world had been encompassed within it. What is this? As they beheld this celestial phenomenon, Xiao Yan and others felt their expressions shift subtly, recognizing a familiar essence amidst the boundless radiance. It was Jang Yun. The crowd gazed upward in disbelief, for the figure of the holy demon emperor, once familiar, now bore an unmistakable resemblance to the man revered as the savior by the myriad realms. It was the celestial emperor. With a resounding roar, a colossal tremor swept through the air, rendering all consciousness null. In the next moment, an enigmatic black and white beam of light surged from the great cauldron. As this beam passed, countless figures inexplicably disassembled into pure primordial energy, which gradually ascended, transforming into radiant columns that soared into the heavens and vanished into the colossal cauldron above. As the beams dissipated, they left behind a desolate landscape, devoid of life and strewn with devastation. The millions of troops that once occupied the land had vanished in the blink of an eye, an eerie spectacle indeed. Within the cauldron, the primordial forces frantically converged towards a singular violet seed. All is proceeding smoothly. The two identical figures merged, with the white-robed Jang Yun regarding his black-robed counterpart, speaking with a tone of ease. It is time for us to assist the true self. Surely, he is struggling against the resistance of the will of the vast world. A light chuckle of schadenfreude echoed, as both gazes turned skyward. Unbeknownst to them, the previously clear skies had been engulfed by terrifying thunder, reminiscent of apocalyptic wrath. The entirety of the vast world seemed suffused with an aura of annihilation. Sister Xian, Sister Medusa, do you truly believe Jang Yun can succeed? He must succeed, for otherwise, this king will not relent. At this moment, within the ancient heavenly palace, Xian, Medusa, the little medical immortal, and Qing Lin stood together, their expressions taut with anxiety as they observed the scene that resembled the fury of the heavens. After inscribing his true name upon the celestial rankings, Jang Yun had laid bare his entire history and future intentions before the women, who bore no resentment. In their hearts, nothing held greater significance than Jang Yun. Whatever his decisions entailed, even if it meant their utter destruction, they would remain unwavering. Meanwhile, in a sealed space within the ancient heavenly palace, numerous figures lay unconscious, including familiar faces such as Zhu Kuan, Mandala, and Qing Yanjing. They were friends and kin of Jang Yun and Xian, unaware of Jang Yun's plans, and the women intended to keep it that way, preserving their safety through this temporary measure. Boom! Beyond the vast celestial realm, an unprecedented cataclysmic upheaval shocked the heavens, transforming an immeasurable expanse into a starry wasteland. The thunderous sea roiled, chaos reigned, and countless fallen stars turned to ash. Within the turbulent void of the vast celestial realm, countless dead stars disintegrated into dust. As under this world-ending tribulation, all seemed destined to revert to nothingness. Since the inception of the vast world, there has never been a cataclysm as terrifying as this one. Even the legendary tribulation of the celestial sovereign pales in comparison, rendering it a mere trifle, devoid of any comparability. The vast world, as the most exalted realm within this universe, possesses laws far more refined than those of lower realms. Beyond the emergence of extraordinary elixirs, it bestows upon certain formidable practitioners the challenge of tribulation. Once an individual attains the realms of Earth's sovereign and celestial sovereign, they must confront this heavenly trial, which is not insurmountably difficult. After this point, no further tribulations will descend. Yet, at this moment, an unprecedented tempest of tribulation is unfolding across the vast cosmos, rivaling the divine punishment faced by the celestial evil god during its invasion of the vast world. Deep within the universe, a surge of calamity light manifests, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring spectacle of creation itself. For eons, no one has dared to challenge the will of the world, attempting to transcend all. Even more egregious is the fact that Jang Yun has brazenly toyed with the will of the world. Initially, he inscribed his name upon the celestial pavilion through a clone. Then, leveraging the power of a half-step sovereign, he endeavored to transcend it, a transgression of the gravest nature. Thus, the tribulations Jang Yun faces are unparalleled. As the very laws of heaven and earth converge to thwart him, countless imprints of mighty beings awaken for the first time. As the tribulation manifests as formidable figures in the void, ancient emperors, true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and immortal birds, all radiating an overwhelming energy akin to world-destroying forces. These imprints represent the apex of strength, standing resolutely at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, exuding an aura of timelessness, as if they have existed for countless millennia. Boom! Amidst the boundless light of divine punishment, Jang Yun's eyes shimmer with brilliance, and spiritual light surges around him. The myriad imprints of powerful beings strike at him. However, whether they be ancient emperors or divine beasts, none can inflict upon him even the slightest harm. With a resounding roar, Jang Yun remains serenely perched upon a purple lotus. As the laws of tribulation coalesce in luminous splendor around him, they crash down upon him, shattering the cosmos and seemingly threatening to recreate the universe. Boom! Enveloped by such a multitude of attacks, Jang Yun sits undeterred, his spiritual form standing firm amidst the intertwining brilliance of calamity and tribulation, employing the supreme divine ability of invulnerability to its utmost potential. With each successive assault that fails to affect him, the myriad shadowy imprints gradually dim. Boom! The will of the world, realizing that such tactics cannot extinguish Jang Yun, is instantly filled with fury. More resplendent light converges, as if intent on engulfing the vast celestial expanse, threatening to pierce through the annals of time and space. Amidst layers of calamity clouds, blinding brilliance, ninefold tribulations, chaotic seas of tribulation, annihilating storms, and the inferno of a black sun, an overwhelming array of calamities descends. The sight is overwhelmingly terrifying. Even a single bolt of this tribulation could reduce a sacred being to ashes. Yet, this constitutes but a fraction of the multitude of thunderbolts unleashed upon Jang Yun. It appears we have arrived at an inopportune moment. It seems that the esteemed one is enjoying a delightful game with the will of the world. Amidst this eternal roar, A soft chuckle emanated from afar, revealing two figures, one black and one white, gradually materializing in this perilous realm for the sacred beings. If you find it intriguing, we might as well exchange places. Sitting cross-legged amidst the thunderous tribulation, Jang Yun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the jesting figure of the white-robed Jang Yun, and softly remarked, "Let us hasten our efforts. After all, every minute we delay brings forth additional uncertainties." Upon hearing his words, the white-robed Jang Yun's expression turned serious, and he solemnly addressed the two. "We must act with urgency." With a fleeting glance at one another, the trio ceased their chatter, and the vast energies of spirit and malice within them began to surge wildly. Then, three terrifying manifestations emerged: the endless light body, the reincarnation Dharma body, and the evil god Dharma body. The endless light body and the evil god Dharma body represented the powers of the myriad worlds and the malevolent beings from beyond, while the reincarnation Dharma body epitomized Jang Yun's own path. Harnessing the force of reincarnation, he unified the spiritual and malevolent energies, rendering himself even more formidable. The three of them formed intricate hand seals, and simultaneously, a mysterious wave began to circulate among them. In that moment, the endless light body and the evil god Dharma body transformed into two streaks of radiant light, merging into Jang Yun's self-created reincarnation Dharma body. At a certain moment, a deep voice resonated within the hearts of the trio, as the reincarnation Dharma body, now intertwined with the two manifestations, gradually rose and began to merge with Jang Yun's being. The instant the reincarnation Dharma body entered Jang Yun's body, a burst of purple-golden radiance erupted from within him. Each beam of light harbored an exceedingly formidable power. Boom, boom, boom. The tidal waves of spiritual energy surrounding Jang Yun surged with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying pressure that shattered the void, reaching an alarming intensity. Simultaneously, flashes of spiritual light appeared, and the black and white Jang Yun materialized beside him, each placing a hand upon his shoulder. As their immense powers flowed into Jang Yun, he emanated an aura of indomitable reincarnation. In the end, the two great manifestations faded away, leaving only Jang Yun standing amidst the void, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Suddenly, the moment arrived when Jang Yun's gently closed eyes slowly opened. What were once pitch-black orbs transformed into regal purple crystals, suffused with profound depths, seemingly more unfathomable than the starry skies. Within the cosmic expanse, an overwhelming brilliance of tribulation light shone so intensely it was nearly blinding. After an indeterminate passage of time, a resounding thunder reverberated throughout the heavens, as a surge of spiritual light erupted, shattering all seals, including the endless tribulation clouds above. A figure surged upwards, resembling an unparalleled celestial emperor, piercing through the thunderclouds and ascending along a resplendent pathway into the heavens. In the boundless expanse of the universe, a solitary figure ascends relentlessly to the pinnacle, sweeping away myriad spiritual lights and shattering countless seals, thereby refining and perfecting his own path. His speed accelerates, and his altitude rises, drawing ever closer to the heart of the calamity clouds, which grow increasingly tenuous. Suddenly, amidst the thinning storm clouds, a cataclysmic roar reverberates through the heavens and the earth. Gazing upwards, one beholds a vast ocean emerging from the depths of the nearly dissipating calamity clouds, a divine sea forged from thunder. In this tempestuous ocean, it is no longer the power of divine retribution, but rather the inexhaustible principles of the vast universe coalescing into existence. The ancient laws, akin to the celestial whip, strike towards Jang Yun with formidable force. This is the final counterstrike of the cosmic will, as colossal bolts of lightning, as thick as rivers, crash down upon him. It is a magnificent spectacle, one that has never been witnessed throughout history, destined to leave an indelible mark upon the ages, alas. Only Jang Yun is privy to this terrifying scene, unseen by any other eyes. Amidst the endless flashes of lightning, Jang Yun appears unfazed by the tribulations, maintaining his composure and becoming ever more formidable under the aegis of the cyclic power. No matter how fearsome the calamity, he remains steadfast. The cycle endures. My being shall not perish. A thunderous roar emanates from the heart of the storm, as Jang Yun relinquishes all defenses, allowing the torrent of thunder to engulf him. With a single bolt crashing down, he suffers grave injuries. However, before another strike can follow, a mysterious force materializes within him, healing his wounds in the blink of an eye. Once restored, Jang Yun senses an even greater terror within himself, as the seed, born from the essence of countless powerful beings, begins to unfurl after absorbing the divine retribution's energy, unleashing boundless primal essence that accelerates his transformation. The vast tempest of calamity continues to surge forth, now serving as nourishment for Jang Yun's metamorphosis. The ceaseless lightning cascades over him like a purifying deluge, aiding in the cleansing of both his corporeal form and spiritual essence. The relentless storm concentrates solely upon him, tempering his physique. Every inch of his skin radiates brilliance, and every pore exhales electric sparks. With a breath, he draws in a torrent of thunder, assimilating the infinite sea of lightning within him, truly a sight of unfathomable terror. As the realization dawns upon the cosmic will that it cannot subdue this audacious individual, fury ignites, and the calamity transforms once more. 10 figures emerge, each accompanied by 10 immensely powerful manifestations. The bodies of the primordial beings, endless luminous forms, the sacred body of the Supreme Spirit, the ancient body of the Night God, and the savage God body, gather, representing the ultimate gambit of the cosmic will. As he surveys these familiar yet unfamiliar primordial forms, Jang Yun contemplates deeply within himself. When the celestial malevolence invaded the vast world, the world will, under immense pressure, summoned its primordial power to forge 10 original. It selected the most gifted individuals from the vast realm to cultivate them, in order to resist the encroaching malevolent races from beyond. Although ultimately only 5 of the original remained, this did not imply their weakness. The one who trained under an original gained the right to ascend the celestial rankings. These 10 embody the purest 10 forces of the vast world, representing the final counterattack of the world will. 10 ethereal figures stood before Jang Yun, born of the will of heaven and earth, devoid of any cultivation realm themselves. Yet, they resonated with the cosmos, exhibiting terrifying powers. In the blink of an eye, all 10 original moved simultaneously. From the void, a stone tower shattered the air, freezing everything in its wake, an overwhelming force of sealing engulfing the surroundings. A torrent of spiritual light, imbued with immense power, cascaded forth. Behind this luminous manifestation, the fluctuations of spiritual energy from one figure resembled an endless ocean, boundless and profound. One figure hovered in midair, an infinite blaze converging upon it, as if it were the source of all fires in the world, embodying supreme truth. This power felt astonishingly familiar to Jang Yun. It was indeed the immortal flame. Boom. Powerful illusory figures charged toward Jang Yun, each strike imbued with formidable law power. And even Jang Yun found himself ensnared in a fierce battle. With a resounding impact, Jang Yun unleashed a ferocious punch, shattering the stone tower attempting to seal him. He swiftly turned and delivered a mighty palm strike. Flames erupted behind him, as a colossal furnace descended from the heavens, with a majestic figure poised to suppress him. Boom. Jang Yun fought valiantly amidst the 10 figures, resembling an invincible warrior, commanding the battlefield with audacity. This was the most intense battle he had ever encountered. As the fight progressed, rather than falter, he grew increasingly valorous, and within him, a violet seed began to bloom slowly. Boom. After an indeterminate passage of time, with a resounding punch that radiated unmatched might, one of the original was obliterated. As he surveyed his surroundings, the presence of those figures had entirely vanished. Though he had triumphed over the 10, Jang Yun did not emerge unscathed. Since awakening to the invulnerability of myriad laws, he had sustained his first injury. Drops of crimson blood, glimmering with divine radiance, fell from his body, imparting an air of solemnity and ferocity. Nevertheless, his eyes remained sharp and piercing, akin to a celestial sword, cleaving through the cosmic void, exuding a powerful spirit that instilled trepidation. "You have been defeated," Jang Yun declared, gazing into the void with a casual tone. His voice, though soft, caused the ominous storm clouds above to dissipate almost instantaneously. At this moment, the purple seed within him had fully blossomed into a magnificent purple lotus. He radiated a resplendent golden purple light, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility and strength. Boom. Amidst the calamity clouds, a thunderous roar erupted once more. Confronted with Jang Yun, the provocateur, it appeared unwilling to let the matter end so simply. "You cannot hinder me any longer," Jang Yun bellowed, raising his fist with fervor. A colossal surge of fist intent surged upward, crashing into the calamity clouds above. In that fleeting instant, it was as though the very essence of the world fell silent, only to be shattered by a terrifying resonance that fractured the heavens, engulfing everything in a blinding brilliance. In that moment, the surviving souls within the vast universe seemed to sense something extraordinary. They gazed upwards, as if witnessing an eternal celestial light that shattered all barriers, tearing through the realms and piercing the heavens above. This moment marked the emergence of a singular beam of light, rendering it the sole entity in the cosmos, causing tremors among the myriad beings across the infinite planes of the universe. What did they behold? A figure transcending myriad paths, standing resolutely above them, akin to an unseen deity of the world, emanating an aura of dread. The die was cast. It seemed the world will recognized its inability to constrain Jang Yun any further. The skies of the vast universe returned to normalcy, tranquility enveloping the earth as the myriad paths ceased their trembling, as if all turmoil had subsided. Success had been achieved. Within the ancient celestial palace, the four maidens beheld the vanishing anomaly in the sky, exchanging glances filled with disbelief and excitement. Jang Yun, a voice called out with fervor, brimming with myriad emotions. As Jang Yun returned to the ancient celestial palace, the four enchanting figures leaped into his embrace, colliding forcefully against him. Next time, you must not do this. I only wish for your safety, a muffled voice complained, revealing the depth of concern. Even with unwavering faith in Jang Yun, the arrival of that terrifying heavenly tribulation had sent shivers through their hearts. The remaining maidens remained silent. Yet Jang Yun felt the grip of an arm tighten around his waist. This shall be the last time. In the silence, Jang Yun sighed softly within, and then smiled, nodding in agreement. Moments later, they parted, gazing silently into the distance together. There lay the battlefield where the malevolent forces from beyond clashed with the vast universe. The very domain Jang Yun had unified. Every decision Jang Yun made was met with acceptance from the four maidens. However, they wished for him not to be perceived as a harbinger of destruction within the vast universe. The beings have aided my ascendance, and I must repay them. Jang Yun murmured after a prolonged silence. He then pointed a finger, and a mysterious ripple emanated throughout the entire cosmos. At that moment, on the battlefield, the fallen strong ones who had perished due to Jang Yun's disappearance re-emerged under the influence of an enigmatic power. At this moment, they exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unable to comprehend the tumult surrounding them. A decade slowly slipped by. 10 years prior, when Jang Yun resurrected all beings, they had certainly not forgotten the magnitude of his actions. In that fleeting instant, many formidable individuals found themselves at a loss on how to confront him. Meanwhile, having transcended, Jang Yun wished to disengage from the conflicts of the vast world and the malevolent forces beyond. He wielded immense power to sever a segment of the supercontinent from the original territories of the myriad realms and the outer evil tribes, retreating into seclusion with the malevolent spirits and a select few loyal followers. As a transcendent being of the vast world who had vanquished the celestial evil god and most of the external malevolent entities, Jang Yun was meant to be celebrated as a hero. However, the terrifying scene of his initial act of refining all beings lingered in their memories. Even though they had been resurrected by Jang Yun, they were uncertain how to regard him. Fortunately, Jang Yun made a decision for them. From that moment forth, no one dared to tread upon the supercontinent he named the Spirit Demon Continent. Over time, it became a forbidden land within the vast world. Subsequently, as the external malevolent tribes suffered heavy losses at Jang Yun's hands, all factions within the vast world mustered their armies and crossed the borders, launching direct assaults into the heart of the malevolent tribes. With their elite forces annihilated and only the frail and aged remaining, the forces of the vast world reclaimed their lost territories within half a year, completely uprooting the malevolent tribes and bringing an end to the cataclysm that had threatened the vast world for 50,000 years. Once the external threat had been neutralized, internal unrest was inevitable, given that the territories occupied by the malevolent tribes were equally rich in resources as those of the vast world. Various factions frequently clashed in fierce competition for dominance over the abundant supercontinents. Interestingly, the ancient clan of the Floating Pagoda and the Devouring Python tribe, due to their connection with Jang Yun, reaped significant benefits from this conflict and experienced a resurgence in strength. However, none of this concerned Jang Yun, who was savoring his rare moments of leisure. On the Spirit Demon Continent, the ancestral land of the malevolent spirits, Jang Yun reclined lazily atop a tranquil green peak. Beneath him, the river of spiritual energy surged, and at its end stood an ancient stone gate, the Dragon Gate. Before this gate, numerous disciples of the malevolent spirits attempted to leap over, drawing gasps of astonishment from onlookers. As Jang Yun languidly observed this spectacle, a venerable voice emerged from beside him. "You little rascal, lying here and slacking off again. At this rate, when will I ever hold my great-grandson?" Upon hearing this voice, the invincible Jang Yun furrowed his brow in exasperation, ultimately sighing, "Grandfather, the likelihood of powerful beings producing offspring diminishes. This matter cannot be rushed. Aren't you a master of alchemy? Is there not a single issue that cannot be resolved with a pill?" Hearing Jang Yun's words, Zhang Hong began to act like a petulant child. Since the matter concerning the sinister spirit clan was resolved, and the burdens of the heart were laid to rest, this has become his daily routine. At that moment, a voice of astonishment echoed from afar. The two turned to see Xian and Medusa accompanied by 3 other ladies, their faces alight with exuberant joy. "Ah, Xian, you have arrived." Upon seeing the group, Zhang Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he broke into a hearty laugh, gazing affectionately at his granddaughters-in-law. The moment the elderly gentleman spotted Zhang Hong, The previously bustling ladies instantly adopted a more dignified demeanor, respectfully bowing to him. What brings such happiness? Jang Yun inquired, noticing the barely concealed delight on their faces. Brother Jang Yun, Xian and Sister Medusa are expecting. Before Jang Yun could finish his question, Qing Lin excitedly grasped the hands of Xian and Medusa, exclaiming, "What? Expecting?" At this revelation, Jiang Hong cried out in excitement, his face beaming with joy as he looked at Medusa and Xian. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jang Yun turned his gaze softly towards Xian and Medusa, who returned his loving look, momentarily recalling the scene from years ago when they all first met. After a long while, Jang Yun regained his composure, glancing at the four ladies and softly murmuring, "How wonderful it is to have you all by my side in this lifetime." The end of the tale. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support. I shall strive to bring forth even more splendid works.